Xiaoyang, a descendant of the Maoshan lineage, was born with a destiny intertwined with blood, destined to become a judge of the underworld. Choosing to reject the life of a son-in-law in the city, he faced the heartbreaking fate of a broken engagement. Witness how he subdues malevolent forces and defies the heavens to alter his fate in the span of a year. There are three significant ghost festivals: Qingming, Zhongyuan, and Han Edat on the Qingming Festival of 1998. It coincided with the 9th day of the lunar month, a day known as the 3-9 breaking day, which, according to the Yuli Bao Chao, occurs only once every 60 years. Elderly villagers, having lived long enough, recall that peculiar occurrences often transpire on this day. In the rural expanse of Liaonong, there lies a mountain village named Lujiatun, behind which is an unnamed hill serving as the ancestral tomb of the Lu family. The hill is dotted with numerous graves, all belonging to the Lu lineage, with not a single grave belonging to outsiders. Even those from a Lu clan who met untimely ends or chose to take their own lives were denied burial atop the hill. Instead, they were wrapped in straw mats and hastily interred among the chaotic burial grounds below. While this practice may seem harsh, it was a family tradition that none dared to challenge. Although the population of Lujiatan is sparse, the years have accumulated countless remains in the disordered graveyard. Due to shallow burials and the lack of care, many skeletal remains lie exposed, a haunting sight. Even during the day, villagers seldom venture near this area. As night falls, the silence deepens. Not a sound escapes from the birds, beasts, or insects, as if they are aware of the lurking terrors. Yet tonight, a figure emerges, a young man, bent low, sifting through the heaps of exposed bones, searching for something amidst the desolation. I remember, it must be here. The man arrived beneath a towering locust tree, gazing at a pile of freshly turned earth below. After scrutinizing the site carefully, he confirmed he was in the right place, and thus unfastened the iron shovel from his back and began to dig. Before long, the shovel struck something soft and yielding. The man promptly knelt, gently brushing away the loose soil, revealing a woven mat, its center bulging, forming the shape of a human body. Chui, I am late. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks instantly. I never imagined that after your death, your remains would be treated in such a manner. I have come today to take you away, to reinter you properly. I have found a far more suitable resting place, one that surpasses this by 100-fold. As he spoke, the man approached, untying the mat, and retrieved a flashlight to shine upon the corpse that was his beloved Chui. Having been buried for nearly half a month, her body showed no signs of decay, retaining her appearance as if she had gained a little weight. What struck the man as peculiar was Chui's expression. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, and her brow furrowed, as if she were in great anguish. Chui, you have suffered. Wiping his tears, the man prepared to lift her body. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon her abdomen, and he froze. Chui's belly had swollen into a sphere, resembling that of an 8-month pregnancy. How could this happen? Although you were pregnant at the time of your death, it was only 2 or 3 months along. How could your belly be even larger after? The man, mustering his courage, stepped forward to lift Chui's garment, scrutinizing her abdomen closely. Suddenly, a peculiar movement emanated from beneath her belly, as if some living creature were concealed within. Startled, the man fell to the ground. The commotion beneath her skin intensified, pushing upward in rhythmic thrusts, as if striving to break free from its confines. At that moment, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. Chui's hands, which had been resting limply at her sides, suddenly rose to caress her abdomen. With a sudden gasp, she thrust her 10 fingers into her belly, forcefully tearing it apart. A jet of dark, viscous fluid erupted forth. After a few seconds of profound silence, a small head emerged from the gaping wound, smeared with blood, curiously surveying its surroundings. At last, it spotted the man, who was sitting helplessly on the ground, and broke into a strange smile. Father, Daddy. In the village of El Jia, 2 ladies carrying baskets whispered to each other as they passed by an imposing villa. Rumor has it that a child was born into the army family, a peculiar creature who, for the first month of life, refused milk and instead craved blood. It is said that upon birth, the wife of the army attempted to nurse the infant, only for the child to bite through her breast, eagerly drinking blood. Presently, he no longer drinks human blood. Just the other day, I made a special visit to their home and witnessed the army feeding the child with chicken blood, requiring a whole bottle for each feeding. I have long asserted that the couple, having earned a considerable amount working in the city, returned to construct a lavish villa, refusing to lend money to relatives or neighbors. This is nothing short of poetic justice. Inside the villa, the sound of a baby's cries echoed. Xiaoyang is not crying. Xiaoyang is drinking milk. In the bedroom, Wang Na cradled a 1-month-old boy, taking the freshly prepared formula from her husband, Jun, attempting to feed the infant. Yet, as the bottle's nipple approached his mouth, he pushed it away with his tiny hands. Even when forcibly inserted, he promptly expelled it. He would not consume a single drop of formula. Forget it. Let us give him chicken blood instead, Wang Na sighed, instructing her husband to retrieve the chilled chicken blood from the refrigerator. Once the blood was transferred into the bottle and handed to the infant, he immediately ceased crying, embracing it with both hands and drinking with evident satisfaction. All right, that should suffice. As Wang Na observed the nearly empty milk bottle, she swiftly seized it and glanced at the measurement markings before saying to her husband, "It's 20 milliliters more than yesterday." Jun was left speechless, as the words of the two women outside echoed in his mind. Their son, since the day of his birth, had only consumed blood instead of milk. In order to appease him, Jun was compelled to slaughter the chickens at home, storing their blood in the refrigerator to feed to his child every day. While chicken blood was far less expensive than formula, it was unimaginable for a child to grow by subsisting solely on blood. Over the past month, in their quest to cure their son, the couple had traversed every hospital in the city, undergoing numerous tests, all of which yielded normal results. The doctors were equally perplexed by the infant's unusual diet, ultimately attributing it to a diagnosis of pica. Jun and his wife could not help but wonder if their child had fallen victim to some malevolent force. "Wife, hand me the bank card. I must seek out Master Zhang. We cannot delay any longer." Upon hearing her husband's words, Wang Na hesitated. Master Zhang, known as Zhang Qishou, was the only person in the entire Hanjua town reputed to possess the ability to divine matters. Although his skills were said to be considerable, he was also known for his gambling and womanizing, with rumors circulating that he had once seduced the daughter of a local landlord. As a new mother who had yet to complete her month of confinement, Wang Na was not overly concerned about Zhang Qishou's unpredictable nature, but rather the issue of finances. It was said that his services began at 30 to 50,000 yuan. Despite their home being the first in the village to boast a 3-story building, the couple had depleted their years of savings from labor and were burdened with substantial debts. Thus, 30 to 50,000 yuan was indeed a staggering sum for them. The child is of utmost importance. I must first find him. Jun, clutching his bank book, arrived in town and withdrew several thousand yuan to carry with him. He inquired along the way and eventually located Zhang Qishou in an arcade. Zhang Qishou was seated before a gambling machine adorned with a whimsical animal theme, watching others play. He was the only individual in the establishment dressed in a Taoist robe, his hair styled in a conspicuous high bun, making him easily recognizable. Although Zhang Qishou was a Taoist priest, his appearance was rather unremarkable, with slanted brows and triangular eyes that lacked any ethereal quality. Instead, he exuded a somewhat lecherous demeanor, entirely contrary to the image of a sagacious sage one might expect. "You're here for divination, right? Count on me," he said, not waiting for Jun to explain his situation. Impatiently, he extended a hand. "Quick, let us start with 500 yuan. I just lost some money and need to recoup my losses." Taoist, are you certain you can help?" Yun inquired hesitantly. "Absolutely. Hurry now. The dragon will soon be slain," Zhang Qishou insisted. Reluctantly, Jun obliged and handed over the money. Yet, within 20 minutes, the 500 yuan had vanished, and Zhang Qishou demanded another 1,000. 20 minutes later, Jun found himself devoid of 3,000 yuan in cash, all surrendered to the owner of the arcade. "You must have a bank card, right? Come on, let us go withdraw some more," Zhang Qishou asserted, pulling Jun out the door in search of an ATM. Along the way, Zhang Qishou suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Jun. "By the way, What predicament led you to seek me for guidance? Jun nearly fainted. It dawned on him that despite his lengthy explanation earlier, the old man had not absorbed a single word. At present, I had no choice but to recount the tale once more. Zhang Qishou, with one hand caressing the sparse beard on his chin, pondered for a moment and said, "Let us proceed. I shall visit your home to see the child." Jun's heart leapt with joy. "Daozhong, are we not going to play games anymore?" he inquired. "Alas, my fortunes today are unpropitious. Even if I were to play, I would surely lose. It is all your fault for seeking me out at this time. This sum, however, shall not be counted as part of my service fee." Jun responded. "When was this child born?" "In Jun's bedroom." Zhang Qishou placed one hand upon Xiaoyang's right wrist, seemingly taking his pulse. The previously languid expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he looked at Jun and his wife, asking earnestly, "What date?" "The 9th of March, on the day of Qingming festival." Yun hurriedly replied. Zhang Qishou paused, asking at what hour. "At exactly 11 o'clock at night." Zhang Qishou inhaled deeply, reaching to tug at Xiaoyang's left ear. Upon lifting it, he discovered 3 black moles arranged in a triangular formation on the back of the ear. Indeed, a child forsaken by the heavens. Zhang Qishou was momentarily stunned. Just then, Xiaoyang suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on Zhang Qishou's hand, causing blood to flow profusely. He began to lap at the blood, his expression akin to that of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Zhang Qishou arched the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it against Xiaoyang's third eye, causing the child to roll his eyes back and faint. "Daozhong, it is of no consequence. He merely requires a brief slumber." Zhang Qishou wiped the blood from his hand with a tissue, contemplating for a moment, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he gazed at Jun and his wife. "I have a general understanding of the child's circumstances. Before I elaborate, I must clarify that this child was born on a day marked by a rare occurrence, specifically the 3-9 broken day, which happens once every 60 years. At precisely 11 o'clock in the evening, straddling the hours of the high and Z, a child born at this moment is referred to as a divine abandoned child, signifying an exceptionally poor fate, one so dire that even deities choose to distance themselves, unwilling to bestow their protection. Given the rarity of the 3-9 broken day, the number of divine abandoned children born on such a day is exceedingly limited, not exceeding 10 in the world." Zhang Qi lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and continued, "Now, pay close attention to the crux of the matter. A divine abandoned child will encounter 3 disasters and 9 tribulations before reaching adulthood, with a likelihood of survival being exceedingly slim. At the ages of 3, 9, and 13, they face 3 fatal calamities that cannot be averted by ordinary means. Even if I were to intervene, my chances of success would only be around 30 to 40%, and the resources required for each intervention are quite costly, far beyond what an average family can bear. As for the current situation, although it is instigated by external malevolent forces, it is nonetheless a calamity that is inherent to his fate. Thus, you must carefully consider whether to abandon this child, allowing him to fend for himself. You are still young and may have the opportunity to bear another." Having said this, Zhang Banzian leisurely lifted his teacup, sipping slowly, granting the couple time to deliberate. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, he was inwardly quite agitated. What he just said, though not untrue, deliberately concealed an important point: a forsaken child, if able to endure the tribulations of life and reach adulthood, will have the 10 Yama Kings personally cleanse their marrow and alter their fate, bestowing upon them the title of a judge in the mortal realm, allowing them to carry out the duties of a soul-reaping envoy. At this moment, the forsaken child would emerge as a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Zhang Qishou, who has languished in despair for half his life without a single disciple, could not help but feel a stirring in his heart upon encountering such an opportunity. However, fortune cannot be forced. After all, this is someone else's child. Thus, Zhang Qishou's earlier remarks were intended to test the couple, Jun and his wife. If they were to abandon the child, it would signify that fate had no connection between them, and there would be no need for further efforts. Conversely, should they insist on saving him, He would risk everything to assist. Dajuan, what do you think we should do? I will follow your lead. Wang Na gazed tearfully at her husband, momentarily indecisive. Jun, lost in thought while smoking, finished a cigarette, then resolutely slapped his thigh and fixed a determined gaze upon Zhang Qisho. Taoist, I will save him. He is my flesh and blood. I cannot bear to witness his demise. No matter the cost, even if I must sell a kidney or a limb, I will ensure his salvation. Jun then turned to Wang Na, declaring, I will make the decisions from here on. Wang Na nodded through her tears. Taoist, just tell me how much is needed. Zhang Qisho waved his hand, suggesting they discuss finances later. Since you have decided to save this child, I shall commence my work. Please fetch me a bottle of white liquor. Upon hearing this, Wang Na hastily instructed her husband, Dejun, please prepare a couple of dishes. What dishes should I make? It's early in the morning. Am I to indulge in alcohol? What craving? As Jun brought the liquor, Zhang Qisho retrieved a delicate celadon bowl from his tattered satchel, poured some liquor into it, and then took out a brush. Dipping it in vermilion, he inscribed a talisman and cast it into the bowl. With a resounding whoosh, the liquor ignited. Zhang Qisho then used the fiery liquor to draw a seal resembling a mountain character on Xiaoyang's forehead. Suddenly, the previously slumbering Xiaoyang let out a strange cry, her eyes snapping open to reveal irises that were blood-red tinged with green. Glaring fiercely at Zhang Qisho with an expression of vengeful malice utterly unbefitting an infant. The mountain character drawn in liquor began to bubble, releasing plumes of white smoke. Xiaoyang writhed in evident agony, emitting cries of distress as she struggled with her limbs. At that moment, sinister crimson lines began to emerge from the sides of the mountain character, radiating outward and quickly enveloping her entire face, creating a terrifying visage that complemented her grotesque expression. Do you see this? These are the lines of corpse blood. She has been ensnared by a malevolent spirit, which has implanted a trace of corpse energy within her. Zhang Qi pressed his hand against the infant's head and began to explain. This is not an insignificant matter. However, this child is somewhat special. He has been tainted by the aura of the dead while still in the womb. This aura has intertwined with his very being, making it exceedingly difficult to dispel through conventional means. From birth, this child requires blood, as the aura compels him to absorb the essence of blood to strengthen itself. Fortunately, you sought my help in time. Otherwise, if this continues to develop in as little as 3 to 5 days, at most a week, this child will transform into a walking corpse. By then, even the most celestial beings would find it a challenge to restore him to life. The young couple, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear and could only express their gratitude profusely. Moments later, as the mountain symbol on Xiaoyang's forehead vanished, the bloodlines on his face faded away as well. Xiaoyang tilted his head and fell asleep once more. The ordeal was over. Some remnants of the aura still lingered within him. You must return and procure 10 fruits from the Chinaberry tree, crush them, and simmer them with glutinous rice. Feed him this concoction twice, and he will be restored to health. Zhang Qi then took the wine bottle, poured himself a couple of sips, and looked at the Jun couple, stating, the ghostly corpse that infected the child before his formation must possess some degree of power. Its actions are likely motivated by a grudge against your family. It is imperative to eliminate it to prevent future misfortune. Upon hearing this, Jun hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and implored Zhang Qi for assistance. Since I have accepted the payment, I have yet to receive any money. Well, think carefully about the origin of this ghostly corpse. Zhang Qisho offered him a hint. Ghostly corpses are also transformed from humans. Do you have any enemies? Particularly those who have met untimely ends in the past 6 months? Well, it seems not, he replied. My wife and I have been working away from home. We only returned when she became pregnant, and we haven't had much contact with anyone. Zhang Qisho was about to inquire further when Wang Na interjected, Master, does hanging oneself count as an untimely death? Indeed, it is the epitome of an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Wang Na quickly added, our neighbor, Cui, did hang herself 2 or 3 months ago, but we bore her no ill will. While she was alive, she was quite friendly with me and often visited our home. even asking me to help her find a partner. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chui's name, Jun's expression froze, and he hesitated, glancing at Zhang Qishou. Speak freely. Was her death in any way connected to you? Did you have some dealings with her? No, it is not as you might think, master, but her death does indeed bear some relation to me. Yun sighed, revealing the secret that had weighed on his heart. Chui, whose full name is Chui, is my distant niece, living just a short distance away. She met her tragic fate 3 months ago, at just over 20 years of age, while working at the village's woolen mill. Given our proximity, Chui frequently visited Wang Na to learn about the latest happenings in the city, and they shared a close bond. In the eyes of Jun, Chui was merely an innocent young girl. However, one fateful night, an incident shattered his perception of her. It was during the evening when Wang Na was 5 or 6 months pregnant. After Wan had fallen into a deep slumber. Jun heard a commotion emanating from his backyard, punctuated by muffled sounds that resembled weeping. Curiosity piqued. He grabbed a flashlight and ventured outside. To his astonishment, he discovered a man and a woman sprawled atop a stack of wheat straw in his yard, engaged in an intimate act. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the woman's face, revealing it to be none other than Chui. Realizing they had been caught, the couple hastily donned their clothes and fled. Jun did not discern the identity of the man involved. Feeling a sense of unease, he chose not to share this incident with Wang Na, instead pondering the implications privately. Chui, at merely 20 years of age, had no romantic partner, and just recently, she had implored Wang Na to introduce her to a suitable young man from the city. To his dismay, it appeared she had been secretly entangled with someone, engaging in a clandestine affair atop the very straw in his yard. The nature of her relationship with this man was evidently not earnest. Initially, this was a matter concerning another family, and Jun had no desire to stir up trouble. He intended to bury the knowledge deep within himself. However, not long after, a family in the village celebrated a joyous occasion, prompting both Jun and Chui's father, LVDU, to attend the festivities. After the celebration, they journeyed home together. Along the way, LVDU entrusted Jun with the task of finding a suitor for Chui from the city. Having indulged in a few too many drinks, Jun, lacking discretion, divulged the events of that fateful night to LVDU. I tend to speak out of turn, yet my intention was to urge Brother Dio to take care of Tsui before the matter became widely known, to help her sever ties with that man. After all, we reside in the countryside, where gossip can be as lethal as a deluge. Little did I know, just a few days later, I heard the shocking news that Tsui had hanged herself. I was horrified, wondering if it was somehow tied to my words. Yet I felt it inappropriate to inquire with Brother Dio. Zhang Qishou, upon hearing this, asked, "How did she die?" "She hanged herself," I replied, "from an old locust tree in the graveyard behind the village. She used her belt to take her own life." Zhang Daolang, do you think it is possible that Tsui's restless spirit believes I am responsible for her demise and has come to seek vengeance? I merely spoke out of concern. It hardly seems fair that my son should suffer for my indiscretion, does it? Zhang Qishou rolled his eyes at me. It's likely this female ghost. Where is she buried? Show me. Jun promptly led Zhang Qishou outside, and they made their way to the foot of the grave hill behind the village. Upon arrival, Zhang Qishou's demeanor shifted, and he began to survey the area. Right here, Taoist, Tsui's remains lie beneath this locust tree. Jun dare not approach too closely, instead standing aside and gesturing toward the spot. Beneath the locust tree lay a mound of freshly turned earth, devoid of a grave marker or headstone. If Jun hadn't assisted during Tsui's burial, one would hardly be able to identify the site. Why is there not even a grave? Zhang Qishou inquired, furrowing his brow. Lu Jun elucidated that the local customs dictate that children who pass away before reaching adulthood, as well as those who meet their end through suicide, are denied the dignity of a grave or tombstone, and even coffins are prohibited. They are merely wrapped in a mat and buried directly in this chaotic graveyard. The Taoist remarked that Chui had seemingly hanged herself beneath this very tree, prompting her father to inter her remains right here. Zhang Qishou, upon hearing this, cast his gaze toward the locust tree, which stood resplendent with lush foliage, its trunk thicker than an adult's waist. As he approached, he noticed a stagnant pool of foul water behind the tree, exuding a putrid odor. It seemed the tree had thrived on the nutrients from this morass, growing to such impressive stature. The site chosen for this burial truly exemplified a geomantic treasure. Zhang Qishou let out a wry smile, gesturing towards the adjacent burial mound, and spoke eloquently. This mound is riddled with the remains of many, emanating a profound aura of yin. According to geomantic principles, this valley serves as the focal point of the entire mountain's energy. All the yin essence converges here. This stagnant pool, being the lowest point in the vicinity, embodies the essence of death, while flowing water represents life. Nourished by the accumulated yin energy over the years, this pool has effectively transformed into a natural necropolis. The young woman's remains, interred near this stagnant pool, are particularly susceptible to decomposition due to the pervasive yin influence. Moreover, having met an untimely death, her spirit is likely robust, reluctant to report to the netherworld, thus lingering in this realm, gradually evolving into a ghostly entity under the nurturing of this necrotic ground. Lu Jun listened, somewhat bewildered, and promptly inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Do not worry. Allow me to conduct an inspection," came the reply. Zhang Qishou arrived at the site where the body was buried. He casually plucked a blade of grass, rolled it within a spirit detection talisman, and recited an incantation. The talisman ignited, transforming into two wisps of dark red smoke that spiraled upwards. Zhang Qishou was immediately taken aback. To his astonishment, there was only one corpse buried beneath. Yet two distinct energies of the dead emanated from the ground. He hastily instructed LV Jun to fetch a shovel, intent on exhuming the body for further examination. While LV Jun was away, Zhang Qishou wandered the vicinity, meticulously inspecting the locust tree and the stagnant pool of water, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. It seemed this situation could prove rather troublesome. Perhaps a more cautious approach was warranted. Zhang Qishou unfastened his satchel and retrieved a carpenter's chalk line, its surface entwined with red thread dyed with cinnabar. He unraveled the thread, threading several 5 emperor coins onto it. Then, holding the chalk line, he began from the grave, meticulously stretching the red thread along the path leading to the village entrance. After spacing it a few meters apart, he laid down another parallel line of red thread. Upon LV Jun's return with the shovel, Zhang Qishou directed him to commence the excavation. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a rectangular pit was unearthed, revealing a rolled-up mat where the outline of a human form could be faintly discerned. Zhang Qishou stepped closer, unveiling the mat, unable to restrain an exclamation, "What on earth?" To his shock, within the mat lay not one, but 2 corpses, a man and a woman, intertwined in a side embrace. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Qishou realized that this was no mere dual burial. Rather, the female corpse was in the process of assimilating the male corpse. The female corpse appeared remarkably intact, her features full and vibrant, resembling a living person in slumber. Beside her lay another body, half of which was inextricably fused with hers, the head pressing closely against her neck, creating the illusion of a single entity with 2 heads. The deceased woman was, of course, Cui Cui. Zhang Qishou shifted his gaze to the face of the adjacent corpse. Although half of the head was embedded in the woman's neck, the facial features were still discernible. It was a male, seemingly aged between 20 and 30, his brow furrowed and mouth slightly agape, conveying a sense of profound anguish. The phenomenon of dual corpses. How could this young lady have passed away only a short while ago, yet attained such a state? Zhang Qishou inhaled sharply and called out, "Come over and take a look. Do you recognize this man?" After a prolonged silence without response, he turned to see LV Jun slumped on the ground, his pallid face beaded with perspiration. It became evident that he had been utterly terrified. "Do not fear. This entity has yet to fully materialize. It is still broad daylight, with the sun at its zenith, rendering it incapable of movement. Besides, I am here with you." Under Zhang Qishou's reassurance, LV Jun gradually regained his composure and stared at the male corpse's face for a moment before exclaiming, This is Wang Laolu from the neighboring Wang village. I do not know his full name, but he is the director of the woolen mill, the very factory where Cui Cui works. How could he possibly end up dead here? Zhang Qishou replied with a smirk. It appears he was her lover. As for the reason behind his demise in this location, it is conceivable that the female corpse lured him here, though other explanations may exist. In any case, he has been consumed by the female specter. Fortunately, the discovery was timely. The corpse had not yet fully devoured him. Observing the situation, it is evident that within 3 to 5 days, their remains would merge, transforming into a dual-bodied specter. At that point, even I would find it exceedingly challenging to subdue it. Enough of this idle chatter. Taking advantage of the midday sun, we must act swiftly to eliminate it. I shall remain here and oversee, while you procure a few items for me. Upon hearing Zhang Qishou's request for various items, Lu Jun responded, somewhat bewildered. Such a multitude of items, I cannot manage them alone. Then summon a few more individuals. Additionally, fetch this young lady's father. It would be remiss to disturb his family's grave without informing the head of the household. Be candid. If he is skeptical, bring him here to witness it for himself. Lu Jun, not daring to delay, hurried off. Zhang Qishou unfastened his satchel and proceeded to set up a modest altar before the grave pit, complete with 3-colored incense, an incense burner, talismans, and a wooden sword. Everything necessary. Approximately an hour later, Lu Jun returned, accompanied by 3 men who pushed 2 bicycles laden with the requested items. 200 pounds of lime, 50 pounds of glutinous rice, and 20 pounds of mung beans. This is Lu Daiyou, and these are Cui Cui's 2 elder brothers. I have briefed them on the situation during our journey. Upon their arrival, Lu Jun introduced the 3 men. The father and his sons were visibly shaken upon witnessing the 2 corpses in the pit. You are all aware of the situation. Cui Cui has now transformed into a ghastly corpse. Once she fully manifests, she will become a grave menace. And the first to suffer will undoubtedly be you, her kin. My actions can be seen as a means of liberating her soul, guiding it to its rightful place. Upon hearing this, Lu Daiyou urgently implored Zhang Qishou to take action, expressing his willingness to comply with his arrangements. Zhang Qishou then directed them to open the lime and pour it into the pit, followed by the addition of glutinous rice and mung beans. He returned to the altar to ignite incense and commence the ritual. As he inserted the lit incense into the incense burner, the 2 sticks adjacent to the central one snapped simultaneously. It is commonly said that one fears the misalignment of incense sticks, and the omen of 2 short and 1 long is certainly not auspicious. Could there be unforeseen complications? A thought stirred within Zhang Qishou. Subsequently, the resolute Zhang Qishou smirked disdainfully. To hell with it. He decisively broke the central stick of incense as well. With divine authority bestowed by the heavens, let the blazing sun illuminate and incinerate the malevolent spirits, swiftly granting passage. The command of the great Lord Laozi must be obeyed. After reciting the incantation, Zhang Qishou cast the meticulously crafted talisman of the 3 purities to exorcise evil upon the 2 corpses. A surge of azure and violet flames enveloped the corpses, rapidly causing their flesh to rend and tear. Blackened blood oozed from the wounds, meeting the lime that covered them, instantly boiling over. This was not sorcery, but rather a natural chemical reaction of lime with water, effectively incinerating every drop of the corpse's blood. Meanwhile, the glutinous rice and mung beans would absorb the malevolent essence within. This exemplifies the distinctive style of the Maoshan sect, where practitioners adeptly utilize various commonplace objects to combat malevolent forces, rather than resorting to brute force with swords. Such direct confrontation may vanquish the corporeal form of a ghostly entity, yet it often allows the spirit to escape, leaving lingering repercussions. The female corpse, scorched by lime, emitted a piercing wail as her limbs, in conjunction with the hands and feet of Wang Laolu, seemed to struggle with an eerie semblance of a beetle turned on its back. The 2 heads swayed from side to side, contorting in expressions of agony. This horrific tableau far surpassed the visuals of any horror film, causing the onlookers, including El Jun, to recoil in terror, their faces drained of color. Do not panic. It is merely a cry. It cannot escape, Zhang Qishou reassured, having ceased his incantations. He placed a cigarette between his lips and approached the pit, stooping to examine the dual-headed corpse. Suddenly, his expression froze, his gaze fixated upon the abdomen of the female body, just a few inches above her lower belly. A gaping wound, which had previously been concealed by clothing, now lay exposed due to the corrosive effects of the lime. Zhang Qishou paused momentarily, then, recalling something, turned sharply to El Dayo and inquired with urgency. Was her daughter pregnant at the time of her death? Ah, yes. She was 3 months along. It was because I insisted she terminate the pregnancy that she, in a fit of despair, took her own life. Why did you not mention this sooner? A woman carries her child for 10 months, yet a ghostly feet is born from this gestation feeds on the mother's flesh and blood, taking only 18 days to fully form into a malevolent spirit. The cultivation of this spirit is comparable to that of a dual-bodied corpse. The most critical aspect is that the female corpse appears empty, indicating that the malevolent spirit must be elsewhere. If it senses danger to the female corpse, it will undoubtedly come to her aid. At this realization, Zhang Qishou was about to caution LV Jun and the others to keep their distance when a sudden change unfolded within the grave pit. Numerous roots erupted from beneath the female corpse, resembling tentacles, climbing up her limbs and enveloping her protectively, shielding her from the caustic lime. It is it. Zhang Qishou's gaze sharpened, fixating on the tall locust tree at the edge of the grave pit. It is indeed rare for plants to attain sentience. Zhang Qishou surmised that this locust tree had fortuitously grown beside a stagnant pool, its roots nourished by the surrounding yin energy, thus evolving into a tree spirit. The ability of Cui Cui to become a ghostly corpse was likely aided by this very tree spirit. Now, as the female corpse faced imminent destruction, the tree spirit utilized its roots to provide assistance. No wonder I have felt that something was amiss. Now, all the clues align. This means that besides the elusive malevolent spirit whose whereabouts remain unknown, I must also contend with this tree spirit. At such a moment, if you dare to stand up for your little brother, you must have some tricks up your sleeve. Come then, I shall entertain you. Zhang Qishou, far from being afraid, was instead filled with a surge of bravado. Grasping his peachwood sword, he turned to El Jun and the others, urging, "You must flee quickly. Retreat to the main road." No sooner had he spoken than a series of muffled sounds emanated from the direction of the dead water pond. Zhang Qishou turned to behold the water's surface bubbling violently, shrouded in rising black mist, drifting ominously towards the graveyard. Nomu, Hiludana, Duo Luo Yi, Namo, Aliyi, Palu Jiedi, Shuo Bo Luo Yi. Countless voices echoed around them, reciting what sounded like verses from Buddhist scriptures in unison. Buddhist chants? How could a tree demon possibly utter such things? It seemed absurd. By the time Zhang Qishou regained his senses, the black fog had thickened to the point where one could not see their own hand before their face. El Jun and the others surveyed their surroundings, seeing nothing, and panic swiftly ensued. "Damn it, thank goodness I prepared an escape route," he exclaimed. Heaven and earth, profound and clear, purest of all, true fire born of water, fleeting light and shadows, obliterate the karmic obstacles. Guide me forth, supreme Wuji, hasten as the law commands. 6. Summon your wife. As Zhang Qishou completed the incantation, 2 beams of red light suddenly emerged from the depths of the darkness before him, extending forward in parallel, resembling a bridge. These were the 2 crimson threads adorned with copper coins that Zhang Qishou had initially set in place. Proceed along the center, do not look back. Quickly, in a frenzy, El Jun and the 4 others hastily made their escape, as a cacophony of eerie sounds echoed from the surrounding black mist. Amidst the cacophony of cries, laughter, and the primal roars reminiscent of beasts, these sounds intertwined as if a multitude of malevolent spirits surged toward them. The fervent desire for survival propelled them to the very edge of the crimson line, whereupon they beheld a sudden clarity, returning once more to the embrace of the sun. It was only then that the 4 realized they had emerged from the graveyard of chaos, finding themselves back on the narrow path behind the village. Turning to glance back, they observed that the dense black mist enveloped the entire graveyard, rendering it a pitch-black void, obscuring all sight. Zhang Daoshang. He must be all right? Lu Dayo murmured apprehensively, casting a glance at Lu Yunya. At that moment, a baby's wail echoed from within the mist, imbued with an indescribable eeriness and terror. The abomination. It has finally revealed itself. Zhang Qishou's voice rang out in admonition, swiftly followed by the sounds of struggle and incessant, bizarre shrieks. Unanimously, Lu Jun and his companions retreated to a safer distance, anxiously awaiting the outcome. As time trickled by, the dense fog began to dissipate, revealing a figure emerging from the haze. It was Zhang Qishou. He bore a ghostly blade upon his shoulder, a cigarette clenched between his lips, his steps unsteady, and his expression weary. Yet, his gaze remained piercingly sharp. Time to head home, Zhang Qishou declared, continuing onward past them. It was then that everyone noticed the tear in Zhang Qishou's shirt on his back, revealing a large patch of crimson blood. Upon returning to the home of El Jun, Zhang Qishou summoned El Dayo and his two sons, informing them that he had sent El Chui's soul to the underworld, accompanied by a memorial that recounted how she had been lured by malevolent entities, ultimately leading to her descent into a ghostly existence. Moreover, she had not yet had the opportunity to truly take anyone's life. Thus, the underworld would undoubtedly show leniency. However, regarding the specifics of this matter, Zhang Qishou, citing that it was unwise for ordinary individuals to know too much, refused to divulge any details. The El family expressed their profound gratitude, bowing and showing their appreciation. Yet after a prolonged wait for the words he longed to hear, Zhang Qishou had no choice but to send them home. That El Dayo and his family were utterly foolish. Once the room was left with only El Jun, Zhang Qishou exclaimed in indignation, "I exerted such effort for his daughter, and all they can do is express gratitude. What good is that to me? You need to demand that he produce 80,000 yuan, not a penny less. Why did you not mention this directly earlier?" El Jun asked, puzzled. Needless to say, with my status, how could I openly ask for money without losing face? When you speak to him, do not mention that I sent you. Rather, broach the subject indirectly, hinting at it. Do you understand my meaning? El Jun nodded eagerly. And when, may I inquire, will you require this sum? Zhang Qishou responded with a mysterious smile, that amount shall be waived. I only seek one individual. Go fetch your wife. Lu Jun suddenly recalled the rumors surrounding Zhang Qishou and the misfortune he brought upon women. He fell at his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Taoist, you still want money, don't you? I can give you more, even if it means selling everything I have. My wife, she has yet to complete her confinement. Zhang Qishou nearly spat blood. What are you thinking? I have no interest in your wife. My interest lies solely in your son. Bring your wife here, and I will speak before you both. When Lu Jun led Wang Na to him, Zhang Qishou solemnly informed them, though today's matter is concluded, your child Xiaoyang still faces 3 disasters and 9 tribulations ahead. You cannot sustain this child. Only by following me in the pursuit of Tao can there be a glimmer of hope. I intend to take him as my disciple and return to Maoshan to nurture him properly. I wonder, would you, as his parents, be willing to part with him? Lu Jun and his wife were moved to tears. Maoshan, Dao is Zhang. So you're a priest of Maoshan? Lu Jun murmured. Otherwise, do you think I am like those local shamans? No, I mean, Taoist, you come from a prestigious lineage. Why have you remained in our small town for a decade? Zhang Qishou sighed. This tale is lengthy, and you need not know too much. However, one reason for my decade-long seclusion here is to seek a successor to inherit the legacy of Maoshan. Now that my mission is complete, I shall return to the mountain. Rest assured, for this child whom I have taken under my wing, I shall treat him as my own flesh and blood, cast aside by the heavens. He is fated to encounter misfortune. Until he safely surpasses the formidable tribulation of his 13th year, you must not meet him. Should he successfully navigate this peril, and if you are still alive at that time. As he spoke, Zhang Qishou glanced at the couple, a fleeting shadow of concern flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. I shall ensure he returns home to pay his respects to you. The hearts of Lu Jun and his wife were heavy with reluctance. Yet for the sake of their son's safe upbringing, they could only respond with tearful acquiescence. Zhang Qishou was to depart the following day, And that very night, Wang Na, unable to find rest, diligently crafted 2 sets of infant garments and several pairs of tiny shoes, along with a longevity lock, all of which she carefully placed into Xiaoyang's prepared satchel. At dawn the next day, Zhang Qishou cradled Xiaoyang and departed from a small town he had called home for over a decade, returning to the long-forgotten peaks of Maoshan. 13 years swiftly passed. In Jiangnan, at the summit of Maoshan, a dilapidated temple stood. At noon, the echo of earnest reading resonated from the side hall of the temple. A man fears death on the road to the Yellow Springs, while a woman perishes at the foot of Mount Tai. Should one encounter the 3 mounds and 5 graves, neither gender can withstand the illness. Great fortune, small fortune, heavy fortune, even severe illness poses no threat. Golden towers and splendid canopies promise longevity. Yet when resources dwindle, one meets the king of hell. What a diligent child today. This is rather unusual. Zhang Qishou mused to himself as he pushed open the main door of the side hall. There, upon the bed, sat a youth in meditation, engrossed in the reading of an ancient scripture. He is none other than the infant Xiaoyang, taken away by Zhang Qishou all those years ago. Now, he bears the name Xiaoyang, a moniker bestowed upon him quite lazily by Zhang Qishou, who simply opted to append a diminutive prefix. Under Zhang Qishou's meticulous guidance, Xiaoyang has successfully navigated the perils of his 3rd and 6th birthdays. Currently, he is a student in the middle school of the town below the mountain, in his 3rd year of junior high. In addition to his studies, Zhang Qishou has rigorously trained him according to the strictest Taoist traditions. Xiaoyang commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 8, and within 2 years, he was already adept enough to accompany Zhang Qishou on his journeys during the summer and winter breaks, assisting him in exorcising spirits and subduing demons. Zhang Qishou is exceedingly pleased with Xiaoyang's aptitude. Having encountered experiences that would elude the average person in a lifetime, Xiaoyang's maturity far surpasses that of his peers. Thus, despite possessing the cherubic visage of a child, those acquainted with Xiaoyang often perceive him as rather precociously wise. Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Xiaoyang set his book aside and turned his gaze towards Zhang Qishou. Oh, I merely came to remind you, said the master. I know, tomorrow marks the Qingming festival. My impending calamity of life and death is certain to arrive before then. Hence, I must remain at home and not stray more than 100 meters from you. Master, you repeat this countless times each day, and I have it memorized. This child, I'm doing this for your sake. Zhang Qishou retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Then please enlighten me as to the nature of this so-called calamity of life and death, so that I may prepare accordingly. Why ask so much? The answer will reveal itself in due time. Zhang Qishou was reluctant to admit his own lack of understanding, for this calamity marked the final chapter of the 39 heavens tribulation, fraught with peril. Even he was experiencing such a situation for the very first time, devoid of any experience to draw upon. Just remain still and refrain from idle thoughts. I shall retire now. Shortly, those few devoted little wives will arrive. You must not entertain them without waking me. Zhang Qishou yawned as he strode towards the grand hall. As Lu Xiaoyang watched Zhang Qishou's figure fade from view, he hurriedly retrieved his phone and dialed Zheng Mei. What are you doing at home? Come out and celebrate. Celebrate what? Tomb sweeping day tomorrow is the day. Are you out of your mind, Lu Xiaoyang? I'm not dead to celebrate tomb sweeping day. Well, it's Saturday anyway. Let's go have some fun. I'll treat you to a movie. Weren't you grounded by your master? Can you even leave? What does that matter? Just wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Upon ending the call, Lu Xiaoyang stealthily slipped out of the courtyard, pilfering 200 yuan from the merit box before making his way down the mountain to find Zheng Mei. Zheng Mei was Lu Xiaoyang's classmate, living in the temple. He had been dubbed the Little Taoist by his peers since childhood, who found him peculiar and were reluctant to associate with him. Zheng Mei, often ridiculed by classmates due to her family circumstances, shared a solitary disposition, yet found the most companionship with Lu Xiaoyang. They had played together since their early years. After entering junior high, the stirrings of affection began to blossom among the students, and many teased them about being a couple. Over time, Xiaoyang found himself harboring an indescribable feeling towards Zheng Mei. After being grounded for a week, Xiaoyang walked along the mountain path, elated, completely disregarding his master's warnings about calamities. After all, his master was immensely powerful, and he was confident that any troubles would be resolved. After watching a movie, Xiaoyang spent the afternoon wandering around town with Zheng Mei until they had spent all 200 yuan, returning home satisfied. Next Wednesday marked Zheng Mei's birthday, and Xiaoyang had prepared a gift, inviting her to accompany him to collect it. As they reached the halfway point up the mountain, the sky was nearly dark, and they encountered no other pedestrians on the path. Zheng Mei was animatedly recounting scenes from the film when Xiaoyang suddenly halted and turned to gaze down the mountain trail. Strange, he mused. Why are those wedding guests following us up the mountain? Aside from my home, there are no other houses here. What wedding guests? Zheng Mei replied, perplexed. Did you not hear the swana being played? It's the joyous music of a wedding procession. What else could it possibly be? Zheng Mei listened intently for a moment, then frowned, saying, Please don't scare me. I can't hear anything at all. In a moment of unease, Lu Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. At that instant, the sound of the swana grew increasingly closer. He glanced down the mountain and indeed beheld a wedding procession for individuals clad in long black robes, playing the swana to clear the way, followed by 8 others divided into 2 groups. The front quartet bore a palanquin shrouded completely in black cloth, while the rear group. Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily frozen in shock as he realized that those 4 individuals were, astonishingly, carrying a coffin. The music of the swana, traditionally associated with joyous nuptials, seemed utterly incongruous with the sight of a coffin. Was this truly a wedding, or perhaps a funeral? Lu Xiaoyang, did you see something? Zheng Mei's voice trembled with apprehension. I warn you, do not frighten me like this. You see nothing? What do you mean? There's nothing on the road. Zheng Mei's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Xiaoyang took a deep breath, now certain that this procession, whether for a wedding or a funeral, was not comprised of the living, but rather spirits. How dare these apparitions boldly intrude upon my sacred Maoshan sanctuary? A shiver coursed through Lu Xiaoyang's being. Could it be that they were seeking him? Was his impending doom intertwined with their presence? He forced himself to regain composure, resolute in the need to shield Zheng Mei from any distress. Thus he feigned a grin, teasing her, Look at how frightened you are. Haha, I was merely jesting. I knew it. Zheng Mei exclaimed, irritation flaring as she pinched his arm. Oh dear, I just remembered. I haven't finished your gift. If not, you might as well head home, and I'll bring it to you on Monday. Unbeknownst to her, Zheng Mei was coaxed down the mountain by Xiaoyang. He chose to remain, intent on uncovering the origins of this peculiar gathering. As they approached, Xiaoyang discerned that the bearers of the palanquin and coffin were clad in identical black robes, their appearances indistinguishable from ordinary folk, save for their pallid faces and inscrutable expressions. Indeed, they were specters. She intends to marry me? Only a venerable elder, with a flowing white beard and adorned in a resplendent red robe, stood beside the palanquin, crowned with a traditional spindle-shaped official's hat, exuding an air of formidable authority. Xiaoyang's scrutiny of them did not go unnoticed by the old man, who turned to whisper something to those within the palanquin. The dark curtain was drawn aside by a hand as delicate as a jade shoot. Inside sat a woman, seemingly in her 20s, her visage heavily adorned with makeup, draped in attire reminiscent of an ancient bride's ceremonial garb. Unlike the spectral bearers, this woman, despite her pallor, radiated a vitality akin to that of the living. Her beauty stirred an unusual sensation within Xiaoyang, a mere 13-year-old boy. Yet he could not ignore the profound, oppressive aura that surrounded her, which cast a heavy pall. You can see us. Who are you? She inquired, her crimson lips parting as she spoke from her lofty perch. Me? Oh, I'm a student from Class 5, Grade 9 at the local middle school, residing atop the mountain, Xiaoyang answered truthfully, omitting his name. At that moment, the elderly man clad in a crimson robe leaned closer to the woman and whispered, Your Highness. It is not entirely surprising that certain individuals in the mortal realm are born with the gift of yin-yang sight. The woman nodded slightly and inquired of Lu Xiaoyang, Do you reside on this mountain? Indeed, my home is at the mountain summit. Sister, from whence do you come, and what brings you here at such a late hour? Lu Xiaoyang attempted to extract information. Sister, It has been many years since anyone has addressed me as such. A smile graced the woman's lips. We have come for a wedding. Oh, but why must a coffin accompany the wedding procession? It is a custom from our homeland. The woman, reluctant to elaborate further, asked, Since you dwell on this mountain, do you know how many Taoists reside in the temple at the peak? There are two, one elderly and one young. What is the name of the young Taoist? Indeed, she was focused solely on him. Lu Xiaoyang maintained his composure and stated his name. Lu Xiaoyang. The woman murmured, What an unappealing name. Once he is married, I shall bestow upon him a new name. Lu Xiaoyang. Married to whom? Who would wish to marry me? As they conversed, they arrived at the mountain's summit. The dilapidated temple lay just ahead. The woman commanded the sedan chair to halt and addressed the elderly man. Maoshan is a sacred place of the three pure ones. We must not draw undue attention. It is better to exercise caution and courtesy first. Turning to Lu Xiaoyang, she said, Could you assist your sister with a task? Please go to the temple and inform the old Taoist that a guest has arrived and request his presence. Oh, very well. Xiaoyang took a couple of steps, then turned back, scratching his head as he spoke. That old Taoist is quite arrogant, indifferent to others. If sister knows him, it will be better to mention a name. Just say, the East Peak Empress has come to visit, and he will understand. With that, Xiaoyang hastily made his way towards the Taoist temple. As he pushed the door open, he was met with a strike to his head. You were told to stay home obediently, yet you ran off all afternoon and even pilfered 300 in incense money. I didn't take 300. I only took 200, Xiaoyang protested. Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a trap and quickly covered his mouth. 200, huh? So you admit it. Zhang Qi wielded a wooden stick, relentlessly striking Xiaoyang on the head. Ignoring the pain, Xiaoyang turned to close the door, then grasped Zhang Qi's hand tightly. Master, please stop hitting me. There's a grave matter at hand. If you keep babbling, being caught would be a blessing. It would save me from worrying about you daily. The ones coming for me are the East Peak Empress. Crack. The wooden stick in Zhang Qi's hand clattered to the ground. What did you say? The East Peak Empress? How do you know this name? She mentioned it. She's right outside, accompanied by several malevolent spirits. Xiaoyang recounted the situation in a few hurried words, weeping as he added, Master, could the tribulation you spoke of be this very incident? Now you are frightened. Zhang Qi shot him a glare, grasped him firmly, and headed towards the side hall. Upon entering the room, Zhang Qisho lifted a bucket from behind the door and, before Lu Xiaoyang could react, poured its contents over his head with a resounding splash. A foul and pungent odor assaulted his senses. After a few moments, Lu Xiaoyang regained his composure, realizing it was dog urine. Remain still. I have cast a spell to seal this door. You cannot escape, Zhang Qisho declared, turning to exit and leaving Lu Xiaoyang confined within. Master, where are you going? Lu Xiaoyang called out. To break your calamity. Zhang Qisho's somewhat exasperated voice echoed from beyond the door. Lu Xiaoyang approached and pushed against the door, only to discover it was as if it had been nailed shut. No amount of force would yield. The room offered no windows, leaving Lu Xiaoyang with no choice but to crouch by the door, peering through the crack to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Zhang Qisho had directly proceeded to open the temple's grand entrance. After a brief wait, a palanquin, carried by several bearers, arrived, halting outside. An elderly man with a white beard proclaimed in a haughty tone, Today, the Dongyue Empress has come to pay her respects, and to escort the divine forsaken child back to Fengdu City for marriage. Zhang Daozhang, please see the divine forsaken child out, lest we miss the auspicious hour. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Xiaoyang as he realized, I am the divine forsaken child. That sister has indeed come to fetch me for marriage. The mention of Fengdu City, the realm of the dead, filled him with dread. How could one return alive from such a place? It dawned on him that his greatest peril was entwined with the arrival of this Dongyue Empress. Ah, Your Highness the Princess, it is not that I harbor disrespect towards you, but what nonsense are you spouting? He is but a 13-year-old lad, unaware of your identity. And what marriage are you speaking of? Zhang Qisho spoke with an unkind tone. What utter nonsense! The East Yu Princess retorted. Before he was even born, the Yin Emperor promised him to me. I have awaited this marriage for 13 years, and today I come to fetch him. Who dares to obstruct me? And where is the marriage contract? What proof do you have? Proof? You may inquire with the Emperor for that. Huh. The road to the Yellow Springs is long. I cannot traverse it. If you can present the proof, I shall release him immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Zhang Qishou, who do you think you are to speak to Her Highness in such a manner? An elder thundered in anger. I am aware of your status as a prominent figure in the Maoshan sect, and you possess considerable skill. Her Highness has already shown you ample respect. If we were to force our way in, do you believe you could withstand us? Huh, were this the underworld, I would not even have the privilege of humbling myself before Her Highness. However, this is the realm of mortals, and Maoshan is my territory. I shall not relinquish the boy. If you wish to confront me openly, then do so without hesitation. With that, Zhang Qishou stepped forward, closing the door behind him. Before long, the sounds of a struggle echoed from outside. Xiaoyang anxiously hurled himself against the door, desperate to assist his master. Although he viewed his master as omnipotent, the opposing party was a formidable presence, one who had connections even to the Emperor. With their numbers, Xiaoyang worried greatly for his master's safety. The door had been sealed by Zhang Qishou's enchantment, rendering it immovable despite Lu Xiaoyang's desperate attempts. A piercing scream echoed from outside, and recognizing it as Zhang Qishou's voice only heightened Lu Xiaoyang's anxiety. At that moment, a chilling laugh resonated from behind him. He turned abruptly to find a woman adorned in a phoenix crown and a splendid gown standing before him, her gaze icy. It was none other than the East Peak princess from the Palanquin. How did you get in here? Lu Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. You're but a child, yet you've already learned to lie. It seems I shall need to discipline you properly after our marriage. The East Peak princess sneered as she approached him. Lu Xiaoyang attempted to evade her, only to discover his body was immobilized, leaving him utterly helpless. A delicate hand reached toward his face but suddenly recoiled. What is that foul odor emanating from you? The East Peak princess wrinkled her nose, her expression abruptly shifting. Dog urine. In that instant, she regarded Lu Xiaoyang with uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. It was then that Lu Xiaoyang realized why Zhang Qishou had doused him with dog urine. Although the East Peak princess was a ghost, she held a divine position in the underworld, being a deity of the nether realm. All gods fear impurities, let alone something as vile as dog urine. The East Peak princess looked at Lu Xiaoyang, her expression fluctuating between confusion and disdain. Damn it! As the hour draws near, there is no time to cleanse him properly today. The Eastern Yu princess sighed, turning to Lu Xiaoyang with a resentful expression. Very well. Let you live a few more years. Next time, I shall certainly take you away. With that, she raised her hand and lightly tapped his forehead with her index finger. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyang felt a searing heat at his brow, as if engulfed in flames, and he fainted, his last sight being the cold smirk of the Eastern Yu princess. I leave you a mark, so I can find you any time. Your life shall forever be intertwined with mine. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until Lu Xiaoyang was jolted awake by a sharp slap. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Zhang Qishou seated before him, his countenance pale and wearied, with traces of blood on his cheek. Master, how come you're not dead? Lu Xiaoyang exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Qishou swiftly returned the slap. Can you speak like a human? His strength remained formidable, easing Lu Xiaoyang's worries, who then covered his face and grinned at his master. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Xiaoyang rose and glanced outside. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound. Rest assured, your wife has departed. You have survived the trial of the 39 days, and she will not seek you for 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. What then? That depends on you. If you possess the ability, send her away. If not, follow her. Regardless, I can no longer assist you. In tonight's battle, Zhang Qishou, utilizing the remnants of the formation at the Maoshan Jiuxiao Wanfugong, barely managed to repel several formidable figures from the netherworld who were ill-suited to the earthly realm. Nevertheless, he exhausted his magical energy, and the damage to his meridians will require several years for recovery. By the way, do you find the Dongyue Empress beautiful? Zhang Qishou gazed into Lu Xiaoyang's eyes and inquired. Beautiful. Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit shy, but there was no way to lie about this matter. Anyone daring to claim that the Dongyue Empress is unattractive must surely be blind. So, would you consider marrying her? Ah, no. Lu Xiaoyang hastily waved his hands. Why not? She is much older than I am. She is a spirit. Her appearance will not change. By the time you reach 20, you will not find her age unappealing. Well, that is still not acceptable. She's a ghost, I am a human, and besides, I do not like her kind. Zhang Qishou smiled. Do you know who she truly is? Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. By the way, master, what position does the Dongyue Empress hold in the underworld? Not a position, but a title akin to the nobles of ancient times. Do you know who holds the highest authority in the underworld? The King of Hell? Zhang Qishou shook his head. It is the Dongyue Emperor. The Dongyue Emperor is the deity of Mount Tai, the foremost among the 5 emperors, governing both the realms of Yin and Yang. Also known in the underworld as the Fengdu Great Emperor. The King of Hell is merely one of his high-ranking ministers. The Dongyue Emperor, the Dongyue Empress, master, could they be related? Lu Xiaoyang suddenly realized. The official position in the realm of the underworld adheres to the Song dynasty system, where an imperial princess is referred to as an empire's daughter. She is the sole sister of the great emperor of the East, and if you were to marry her, you would become the brother-in-law of the great emperor. Lu Xiaoyang was rendered speechless. At 13, he had yet to grasp the intricacies of power, yet he was undeniably intimidated by Zhang Qishou's words. Master, why would she marry me? I not even know her. Ah, you pose an excellent question. Do you truly believe she wishes to marry you out of genuine affection? If she were sincerely inclined, I would not stand in her way. As your master, when the great emperor of the East encounters me, he would address me as an elder. Wouldn't that be quite impressive? The Eastern Empire's princess seeks to seize the opportunity and fortune of the forsaken child of the divine. However, she cannot do so overtly. Only through marriage can she inherit it all once you have passed. Do you comprehend? Lu Xiaoyang grasped part of the explanation, yet remained somewhat bewildered. He was uncertain about the meaning of opportunity and fortune, and why the forsaken child of the divine, a fate regarded as the least favorable, would pique the interest of the Eastern Empire's princess. Yang, do you have a girl you fancy? What? Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback, puzzled by his master's sudden shift in topic. Zhang Qishou stroked his beard, a frown creasing his forehead. I was contemplating that if we were to arrange a marriage for you in advance, you could wed upon reaching adulthood. In doing so, the opportunity and fortune would be conferred upon your future wife, rendering the Eastern Empire's princess's pursuit futile. This approach might indeed be viable. What that girl named Zheng Mei? You seem to spend much time together. Do you hold any affection for her? El Xiaoyang's face flushed crimson, extending to his neck. Master, I am merely 13. Isn't an engagement rather premature? Moreover, her father would never agree. He will consent. Go fetch him. I shall speak with him. Hurry. Zhang Qishou urged repeatedly, leaving El Xiaoyang with no choice but to comply. Zheng Mei's family resided in the town at the foot of the mountain. Her father, once a notorious scoundrel in the area, ventured into business and accrued a substantial debt, while her mother eloped with another man. Presently, Zheng Mei's father operated a small supermarket at the foot of the mountain, and after settling his debts each month, he barely earned enough for himself and his daughter to survive. The reason Zheng Mei avoided mingling with her classmates stemmed from the shame surrounding her mother's elopement, a scandal that had long circulated in the community, with many at school aware and discussing it behind her back. Half an hour later, El Xiaoyang returned to the mountaintop with Zheng Mei and her father, Zheng Baifu. The task of locating Zheng Baifu was effortless, as he had always held Zhang Qishou in high regard. On several occasions, he had sought guidance from him, but was turned away. Thus, invoking his master's name prompted Zheng Baifu to accompany his daughter up the mountain without hesitation. Upon reaching the temple, El Xiaoyang instructed Zheng Baifu to enter alone while he took Zheng Mei to his room to wait. What does your master want with my father? Now that they were alone, Zheng Mei, emboldened by the absence of her father, curiously inquired. I am not certain, El Xiaoyang stammered, fearful that revealing the truth would provoke Zheng Mei's ire. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of unease within himself. Would his master be able to persuade Zheng Baifu to grant him the hand of Zheng Mei? The mere thought of Zhang Mei potentially becoming his bride transformed his perception of her. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? It's nothing. By the way, have you prepared my birthday gift? Zhang Mei's words jolted Lu Xiaoyang, prompting him to hastily retrieve the present from beneath his pillow, a pendant crafted from bloodstone strung on a red cord, which could also serve as a bracelet. The jade had not been polished extensively, primarily due to Lu Xiaoyang's lack of skill, making it appear rather rudimentary. You fussed over this for so long? I was just teasing you. I truly adore it. Zhang Mei extended her delicate arm, resembling a green onion, and requested, help me put it on. As Lu Xiaoyang fastened the bracelet around her wrist and witnessed her delighted expression, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. This bloodstone had been serendipitously acquired during a summer excursion to northern Zhejiang with his master last year, where he stumbled upon this exceptional raw material for a talisman. Lu Xiaoyang personally consecrated it, dripping a single drop of his blood into it, thereby transforming it into a protective charm, should he encounter a malevolent entity of lesser strength. This bracelet could, at a crucial moment, save Zhang Mei's life. However, Zhang Mei had always been skeptical of such matters. Although she enjoyed listening to Lu Xiaoyang's ghost-hunting tales, she regarded them merely as entertaining stories and praised his storytelling prowess. Lu Xiaoyang felt it unwise to elaborate further, as his master had advised. Ordinary people should remain oblivious to the intricacies of the supernatural. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Baifu emerged, calling out Zhang Mei's name. I shall take my leave now. Inquire with your master about my father's intentions, and inform me at school tomorrow. Also, do remember to submit your homework. Zhang Mei, like a little sparrow, hopped out of the room. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang was unaware that Zhang Mei's departure would lead to their separation for several years. Had he known, he would have surely retained her presence and engaged in further conversation. After Zhang Baifu and his daughter left, Zhang Qi summoned Lu Xiaoyang to the main hall and handed him a piece of red paper. Upon opening it, Lu Xiaoyang discovered it bore the name Zhang Sisi, along with her birth date and time. Zhang Sisi, who is she? Lu Xiaoyang inquired, intrigued. That's Zhang Mei. The name is rather pedestrian, so I bestowed upon her a new one. She lacks the water element, thus I included 2 water radicals. Is my proficiency acceptable? Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback, realizing he was holding a marriage invitation. A marriage invitation, also referred to as a marriage document, is an ancient custom wherein the names and birth details of both parties are inscribed on a piece of red paper, which is then exchanged, typically by the parents of both individuals. Upon this exchange, the couple is considered engaged. Zhang Mei has indeed become my future bride. Lu Xiaoyang felt as though he were dreaming. Master, why would her father consent? I performed a divination for him. He possesses a wealth star, obscured by the greedy wolf. I adjusted his fate slightly, directing him to develop in Jinling. Within 3 to 5 years, he shall undoubtedly prosper. Zhang Qishou gazed at Lu Xiaoyang with a smile, jesting that he feared in the future, should Lu seek a connection, the other party might refuse to acknowledge him as a son-in-law. Lu Xiaoyang had not contemplated this aspect. He was preoccupied with his master's announcement that Zhang Baifu would depart the following day, and that Zhang Mei would undoubtedly accompany him, leaving him with a sense of melancholy and loss. Very well, let this matter rest. Prepare the items for the initiation ceremony. Tomorrow morning, I shall conduct your entrance ritual. Zhang Qishou instructed. Lu Xiaoyang's heart soared with joy. Although he had long referred to Zhang Qishou as his master and had learned numerous spells from him, he had never been formally accepted as a disciple. His current status resembled that of a registered disciple in a fantastical tale. Only through the initiation ceremony could he be recognized as a true inner disciple of Maoshan, thus gaining access to the esoteric techniques that were not divulged to outsiders. This was Lu Xiaoyang's fervent aspiration. Sensing his thoughts, Zhang Qishou remarked, in the past, I was uncertain whether you could withstand this lethal tribulation. Had you perished, my efforts would have been in vain. Now that you have survived the tribulation, aside from that troublesome woman, the Eastern goddess, there are no further threats. I shall take you as my apprentice to inherit the Maoshan legacy. Do you consent? Absolutely, Lu Xiaoyang replied eagerly. Consequently, the next day, under Zhang Qishou's guidance, Liu Xiaoyang became the 48th successor of Maoshan, the sole inheritor of the present era. 3 arduous years of cultivation, indifferent to the changing seasons, brought untold hardships that are beyond mere words to convey. 3 years later, Liu Xiaoyang graduated from high school with exceptionally poor grades, failing to gain admission to any university. Ultimately, it was Zheng Baifu who intervened, securing a spot for him at a third-tier institution. At that time, Zheng Baifu had relocated to Jinling, starting from scratch. Fortuitously, he prospered in his ventures, accumulating a fortune worth billions within 3 years, becoming a renowned local tycoon. Zheng Mei, on the other hand, excelled academically and gained admission to a prestigious university. Liu Xiaoyang learned of these developments through Zhang Qishou, as he had been out of contact with Zheng Mei for several years. On the eve of his school enrollment, Zhang Qishou summoned Liu Xiaoyang to his bedroom for a lengthy admonition. He emphasized 2 crucial points that Liu Xiaoyang must remember. First, as you embark on your journey to vanquish demons, you will inevitably encounter fellow practitioners from the spiritual realm. If anyone inquires about me, you must say that I have passed away, and you are forbidden from disclosing any further details about my circumstances. This rule also applies to Zheng Baifu. Second, you must not return to your hometown. Doing so would be fatal. You may only return when you have grown sufficiently powerful, at which point I will reveal everything to you. Third, Liu Xiaoyang interjected. Wasn't that supposed to be 2 points? Zhang Qishou rolled his eyes. Thirdly, Zheng Baifu will face calamity within this year. At that time, considering Zheng Mei's reputation, you may offer him assistance, but must not be obligatory. Liu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Of course, I will intervene. Why must it be contingent on Zheng Mei's reputation? Zhang Qishou sighed. Do you understand why I have consistently withheld Zheng Mei's contact information from you? I sought to inquire about Zheng Baifu's repeated assertions, to which he consistently replied that Zheng Mei ought to focus on her studies and that it would be prudent to refrain from contacting you for the time being. Do you find this reasoning credible? I do not, yet I remain perplexed. After all, individuals are capable of change, Zhang Qishou remarked. In the past, he was destitute, and in his pursuit of wealth, he would not hesitate to part with his daughter or even his wife if it meant securing his fortune. However, he is now a billionaire, and many aspects of his life have transformed. Regardless, it is imperative that you marry Zheng Mei before the Eastern Yu Empress finds you. This is your most pressing obligation upon descending the mountain. Et Xiaoyang nodded vigorously, grinning broadly. Rest assured, master, I am indifferent to his father's circumstances. My bond with Zheng Mei remains unchanged, for she is not that kind of person. Zhang Qishou offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. On the 11th day, a profound sense of happiness enveloped the air in Jinling. At midday, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided along the airport expressway. Inside the vehicle sat L. Xiaoyang, his gaze curiously surveying the scenery flanking the road. The city was replete with towering edifices, and since Mr. L had seldom ventured into urban areas, it was only natural for him to find it intriguing. The young man at the wheel chuckled as he remarked that, in time, L. Xiaoyang would grow accustomed to this environment. His name was Wang Ming, an assistant to Zheng Baifu. Half an hour earlier, he had welcomed L. Xiaoyang at the airport and was now en route to the school. L. Xiaoyang smiled faintly, opting for silence. In truth, he had served as Zhang Qishou's apprentice since the age of 8 or 9, accompanying him on journeys far and wide, and had visited many grand cities. However, it was merely a casual observation. Each time he was engaged in work, Zhang Qishou would accompany him. If the employer offered hospitality, such as bathing or massages, Zhang Qishou would attend to those matters himself, leaving L. Xiaoyang to remain at the hotel. Manager Wang, do you have Zheng Mei's contact information? You mean Miss Shishi, right? Wang Ming paused momentarily before realizing, then smiled apologetically. I actually do not have it. I do not have much correspondence with Miss Shishi. However, I will ask General Manager Zheng for it when I see him later. By the way, General Manager Zheng originally intended to pick you up personally today, but he has an important meeting to attend, so he entrusted me with the task. No worries, L. Xiaoyang replied, though he was no fool. Zheng Baifu was clearly avoiding him. Although he had already learned about Zheng Baifu's changes from his master before arriving, he did not expect such a significant transformation. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang was indifferent to these matters. His foremost desire was to meet Zheng Mei. The title Miss Shishi felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. It had only been 3 years, yet she had already ascended to such status. Ugh, not that kind of miss. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz halted outside a school. Xiaoyang exited the vehicle and looked up at the entrance, Jinling Vocational and Technical College. Though it was merely a dilapidated third-tier institution, its exterior appeared quite grand, and the campus seemed rather expansive. The streets were bustling with students coming to enroll, and as Xiaoyang cast a casual glance, he noticed numerous young ladies adorned in vibrant attire. In contrast, his own garb of a long gown and old cloth shoes felt rather out of place. Mr. Liu, in the future, when you encounter a girl you fancy, you must be more proactive. The young ladies of today no longer adhere to subtlety. Wang Ming remarked with a smile as he observed Lu Xiaoyang's interest in the girls. Proactive in what regard? Pursuing the girls, of course. Who would pursue them? Lu Xiaoyang reacted vehemently, exclaiming, I am a married man. How could I engage in such actions? If Zheng Mei were to find out, I would surely face her wrath. Wang Ming could only smile in exasperation. This child truly considers Miss Shishi to be his wife. Were it not for President Zheng's instructions to avoid divulging too much, he would have been unable to contain the truth any longer. Wang Ming then led Lu Xiaoyang directly to the principal's office. The principal, a portly elderly gentleman named Mr. Li, greeted Manager Wang with utmost courtesy, personally preparing tea while simultaneously making a phone call to the admissions officer to have the enrollment documents brought over. So, you must be President Zheng's esteemed nephew. How handsome you are, the principal began, to which Lu Xiaoyang promptly corrected him. No, I am not Zheng Baifu's nephew. I am his future son-in-law. The principal's smile faltered. The child is merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Principal Li. Wang Ming quickly intervened to smooth over the situation. After completing the enrollment procedures, Wang Ming inquired whether Lu Xiaoyang desired to reside on campus. If not, he could assist in finding accommodations off campus. Lu Xiaoyang declined the offer. Given Zheng Baifu's demeanor, he wished to avoid relying too heavily on his assistance. As Principal Li escorted them downstairs, just as they were about to exit, a security guard rushed in, exclaiming, Principal, there is someone threatening to jump from the girls' dormitory. You must come quickly. Upon hearing the news, Principal Li immediately dashed outside, neglecting to greet Wang Ming. How could such a thing occur? Wang Ming murmured to himself, finding the situation quite peculiar. Manager Wang, are you familiar with Principal Li? Lu Xiaoyang inquired. Somewhat. Our company has constructed several buildings for the school, so we've had some dealings. Why do you ask? You might want to inform him that he is likely facing a lawsuit soon. It's unavoidable. However, with caution, he may be able to mitigate his losses. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smacked his forehead. All right, I forgot. You're a little fortune teller. Can you really see things accurately? Fairly well. Lu Xiaoyang replied, not elaborating further. He had noticed a dark aura lingering around Principal Li's nasal tip, suggesting misfortune. This dark energy indicated loss at the brow and potential legal troubles at the ridge of the nose. Among the 4 arts of Maoshan, Lu Xiaoyang practiced Taoist techniques and had limited knowledge of physiognomy. However, the signs surrounding Principal Li were quite elementary, making them easily discernible to him. Intrigued, Wang Ming said, All right, I'll remind him. Now what about me? Am I due for any good fortune? Ah, well. Lu Xiaoyang hesitated before speaking. I must warn you, don't take offense. But there are no good fortunes in sight, only one bad omen. Your wife may be unfaithful. Wang Ming's smile froze on his face. This little rascal. What nonsense is he spouting? Due to General Zheng's influence, he could not afford to lose his temper and could only manage a strained laugh. After delivering Lu Xiaoyang to school, Wang Ming completed his task. Following a brief farewell, he proceeded towards the school gate. Along the way, he called Zheng Baifu to report on the situation. Oh, as long as you delivered him, that's fine. By the way, did he mention Cici? Zheng Baifu inquired. Yes. He firmly believes that Miss Cici is his fiancée and even requested her contact information. which I did not provide. His master has passed away, and he still harbors such hopes. Just send him some money to appease him. Don't forget to deliver a gift to old Master Wang tomorrow. If he brings up the marriage, don't mention that Cici is reluctant. Simply say it's not an issue. As for the specific wedding date, I will visit him personally when I have the time, and we can discuss it then. Wang Ming readily agreed, hung up the phone, and then called his wife. Dear, I'll drop the car off at the company and head home. Then pick you up to eat at Heideleo? So soon? I'm still at the gym. Oh, why are you so out of breath? I'm on the treadmill. I'll call you back once I'm finished. The call ended abruptly. Wang Ming felt a surge of emotion. His wife was working hard at the gym, not just to maintain her figure, but to please him. Having such a virtuous wife was indeed a blessing. Filled with a sense of happiness, Wang Ming started his car and hit the road. After the start of the school year, there would be a week of military training. In early September, Jinling, one of the 4 major furnaces, was still experiencing its hottest phase. Every day, under the blazing sun, they endure rigorous training, returning to their dorms feeling as though they have shed a layer of skin. However, for Xiaoyang, it hardly registers as fatigue compared to the martial arts training he underwent in the mountains. The intensity of this military drill barely qualifies as a warm-up. Over the course of a week, he has forged a close camaraderie with his 3 roommates. Nevertheless, hailing from a mountainous region, he finds himself somewhat out of sync with the pace of urban life, creating a subtle distance between him and his companions. Xiaoyang is gradually acclimatizing to his new environment. What troubles him the most, however, is his inability to contact Zheng Mei. He had reached out to Zheng Baifu for her contact information, yet Zheng Baifu politely declined, explaining that Zheng Mei needed to focus on her studies and seldom used her phone, suggesting it would be best not to disturb her for the time being. Xiaoyang refrained from pressing the issue, deciding to seek Zheng Mei through his own means, as they both attended school in Jinling, making it not entirely implausible. Yet, he finds himself at a loss for a feasible plan in the short term. In addition to this concern, Xiaoyang faces an urgent issue that requires resolution, earning money. Before descending from the mountains, Zhangqi handed him 500 yuan for living expenses, advising him to find ways to earn once that was spent. Upon arriving at school, the cost of basic supplies and a few days' expenditures nearly depleted his funds. Now, he finds himself with less than 200 yuan remaining. Zheng Baifu had mentioned that he could ask for money if needed, but Xiaoyang was reluctant to approach him for assistance. He must devise a strategy to earn money swiftly, for once the 200 yuan is exhausted, he will struggle to afford even his meals. The first avenue that springs to his mind for generating income is setting up a street stall. As the day's military training concluded, taking advantage of the early evening light, Xiaoyang made his way to the snack street outside the school. He found a vacant patch of ground and emptied the contents of his backpack, laying out a collection of items: a peachwood sword, a safety talisman, a spirit communication wooden plaque, all of which were talismans typically sold by the Maoshan sect to their patrons. Having acquired these items during his descent from the mountain, he had initially intended to use them to forge friendships at school. However, due to pressing concerns regarding sustenance, he was now compelled to set up a stall. As dusk approached, numerous students emerged from nearby eateries and shops, bustling about. Yet it appeared that none noticed Xiaoyang's modest stall. Even a vendor next to him, selling snacks, had managed to sell several items in a short span, leaving Xiaoyang envious. It was perplexing. These items were usually in high demand among patrons, so why were they so overlooked here? Just as Xiaoyang felt a pang of anxiety, 2 young women paused in front of his stall, perusing his offerings. This peachwood sword looks quite nice. I could buy one for Dudu as an accessory. How much is it? One of the girls inquired. You have discerning taste. You are my very first customer. The original price is 300, but I can offer it to you for 200. Do have a look at the others as well. This safety talisman. Xiaoyang eagerly explained, believing his first transaction was about to materialize. However, the young women doused his excitement with a splash of cold reality. 200? The nearby Iwu Mall has far superior craftsmanship for only 20. Have you lost your mind over money? With that, they tossed the peachwood sword aside and departed, leaving Xiaoyang to ponder the absurdity of a mere 20. My peachwood sword is clearly marked at 1,000 yuan apiece on the mountain, with an unlimited supply and demand that far exceeds it. Considering that college students have limited funds, Lu Xiaoyang has specially priced it at 300, a price that is almost a giveaway. However, he did not expect to encounter such an ignorant customer. Nevertheless, since he had not sold anything, Lu Xiaoyang could only silently rage within himself and continue to man his stall. Yet, after half a day, not a single discerning customer appeared. All those who learned of the price walked away, cursing. By the end of the day, he had sold nothing. Even when Lu Xiaoyang compromised with life and lowered the price repeatedly, all he received in return was mockery. As darkness approached and the foot traffic dwindled, Lu Xiaoyang helplessly began to pack up his belongings, intending to conclude this unsuccessful endeavor. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped a talisman. Lu Xiaoyang glanced up to see two young men in their 20s. One had a head full of red hair, while the other was bare-chested, adorned with a striking tattoo of a wolf's head on his chest. These two clearly did not seem like reputable individuals. "How much for this?" the red-haired one asked, toying with the peachwood sword. 1,000, Lu Xiaoyang replied directly, as he sensed they were not genuine buyers. "What the hell? This worthless thing is 1,000. You're even more unscrupulous than us. I wouldn't dare to extort so much for protection money. Buy it or not. If not, I'll pack up," Lu Xiaoyang said, reaching for the sword. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man withdrew his hand and extended a palm. 500. 500. Fine, just pay up. The two individuals burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, you are too amusing. Ha, you've got it all wrong. It is you who owes me 500. Setting up a stall here requires a stall fee of 100 per day, collected weekly. Since it's your first time, I'll give you a discount and let you off with 500. Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that these two, lacking any identification, were akin to those characters in films who extort protection money. To his astonishment, such occurrences truly existed in reality. Is this money something everyone pays? If you don't believe me, just ask around. Hong Mao arrogantly gestured towards several nearby stallholders, who wore expressions of discontent yet remained silent. It seemed they had all faced oppression regularly. An elderly man selling candied hawthorns stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he said, "Gentlemen, he hasn't made a single sale this afternoon. It's tough for him, so why not collect a little less? Get lost. What business is it of yours? Are you planning to pay for him?" The old man, frightened, fell silent. Lu Xiaoyang turned to the two and remarked, "You heard that. I haven't made a sale either and have no money on me. Otherwise, you could help me sell my goods. If you manage to earn me 5,000, I'll give you 500. The two stood there, speechless. It's my fault. You are a newcomer, and it's understandable that you haven't completed the necessary procedures." After Hong Mao finished speaking, he stood up, delivering a swift kick that sent the goods on the stall scattering. Then, alongside Wolf Head, they flanked Lu Xiaoyang, one on each side. Based on his past experiences, he believed that individuals like Lu Xiaoyang, who were defiant, needed to learn a lesson before they would cooperate willingly. It appeared that a brawl was imminent. Several vendors hastily distanced themselves, fearing the repercussions. Young man, you ought to pay. Don't suffer a loss in front of your eyes," kindly advised the elderly vendor selling candied hawthorn. "It's too late. With such a stubborn fellow, he needs to learn a lesson." Red-haired youth grinned widely, reaching for Lu Xiaoyang's hair. However, Lu Xiaoyang deftly evaded him and seized the collar of the red-haired youth instead. Just as he was about to retaliate, a woman's voice rang out from nearby. "Stop!" Startled, the three turned to see a striking woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s. She stood tall and elegant in a coffee-colored business suit, which accentuated her alluring figure and added an air of maturity. Her captivating eyes, peering over her glasses, fired an indignant glare at the two red-haired youths. Their eyes lit up momentarily as they momentarily abandoned Lu Xiaoyang, swaggering toward the beauty with mischievous grins, their gazes brazenly appraising her. Such a woman, possessing both grace and beauty, was indeed a rarity even in a university town, stirring the hearts of the two ruffians. "Miss, do you need something?" the red-haired youth inquired, approaching her. His companion nudged him, correcting, "What, miss? She is clearly a big sister. Let us address her as such. Greetings, big sister." As he spoke, His attention wandered to the woman's ample bosom. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she stood her ground, asking, "Why are you bullying him?" "Who is bullying him?" "Setting up a stall requires a fee. Does the big sister intend to cover his expenses?" "Old Lou, what are you talking about?" "Discussing money with a beautiful woman is rather shallow. We should delve into emotions." Red-haired man chuckled lewdly as he approached the lady. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as she struck him across the face. Both red-haired and wolf-headed brother were momentarily frozen in shock. Lu Xiaoyang, who intended to step in to assist the woman, was also taken aback by the scene. This woman certainly possesses a remarkable audacity. "I am Xiaoyang. Your leader is named Hongwei, correct? Why don't you call him now and inquire as to who I am?" she said coldly, crossing her arms. The two men stood dumbfounded. Red-haired man attempted to retort, but was restrained by wolf-headed brother, who then pulled out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Yes, boss, I was wrong. I truly had no idea. I shall apologize immediately and will not trouble you again." Wolf-headed brother whispered something into red-haired man's ear. Instantly, red-haired man's face turned pale with fear. With a sudden realization, he slapped himself hard across the face in front of the lady. "Zhao! Teacher Zhao, I am at fault. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not hold it against me. Consider me merely a dog." He continued to strike his own face repeatedly. It was not a mere act. He was genuinely punishing himself. He understood all too well that failing to appease the lady before him would lead to consequences far worse than mere self-inflicted pain. Before long, his face swelled grotesquely. "Get lost," Xiaoyang said with palpable disdain. The two individuals, as if granted a reprieve, both apologized while hastily making their escape. Xiaoyang approached Lu Xiaoyang, casting a glance at the scattered wooden swords strewn across the ground, and crouched down to assist in gathering them. No, I can manage." Lu Xiaoyang quickly interjected, eager to take charge. "Are you a student at the vocational college?" Zhao inquired. "Yes," Lu Xiaoyang responded, recalling her earlier mention of we, and asked, "Miss, are you also from this school?" "I'm a teacher." "A teacher?" Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao, for what you did earlier. It was merely a trifling matter. However, why does a student like you set up a street stall? What else could it be?" "Life is tough," Lu Xiaoyang admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Xiaoyang glanced at the items at her feet and curiously inquired, "Are these things selling well?" "Not really. Would you care for one, Teacher Zhao?" "This talisman possesses the ability to ward off malevolent spirits. It could save you if you ever encounter something sinister." Lu Xiaoyang extended a talisman towards her, ostensibly promoting it. Yet his true intention was to help Zhao, as he discerned a lingering aura of unease about her that suggested she was being haunted by a vengeful spirit. Wishing to assist her, while fearing that a direct approach might be met with disbelief, he resorted to this method instead. Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, as she had always held a strong aversion to superstitious beliefs. Nevertheless, seeing a college student struggling to sell his wares, seemingly bullied by ruffians, struck her as pitiable. With a desire to support his endeavor, she asked, "All right then, how much for one?" "Originally priced at 1,000. Teacher Zhao had just assisted me and generously gifted it to you at no cost." Without allowing for any objections, Lu Xiaoyang pressed the talisman into Xiaoyang's hands. Staring at the seemingly crude piece of paper, Xiaoyang was taken aback. Such a worthless scrap, daring to demand 1,000? She surmised that he must have intended to take advantage of her, realizing that she would not accept it for free. This child, it seemed, was far from as innocent as he appeared. Truly, those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are despicable. The fleeting sympathy Xiaoyang felt for Lu Xiaoyang swiftly transformed into disdain. Nevertheless, she rummaged through her bag, retrieved a stack of money, and handed it to Lu Xiaoyang before turning to leave. "Oh, Teacher Zhao, I told you it's a gift." Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly pursued her. Enough with the charade. Xiaoyang, now more annoyed, could not help but admonish him in a teacherly manner. In the future, refrain from engaging in such dubious practices and focus on your studies. Dubious practices? It dawned on Lu Xiaoyang that she did not believe his words. "Teacher Zhao, you misunderstand. This talisman must be kept on your person, and should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, seek me out." My name is Xiaoyang, a student of e-commerce. Noticing her swift departure, he felt it inappropriate to forcibly detain her. In a moment of urgency, he called out to her retreating figure. If it had been someone else, each individual has their own fate, and he would have refrained from further discussion if they were skeptical. Yet, given that Xiaoyang had previously extended her help, even if he didn't truly require it, it was still a matter of human kindness. Xiaoyang could not bear to see her fall victim to malevolent spirits. From the ominous aura emanating from her forehead, it was evident that a mere talisman might not suffice to ensure her survival. Xiaoyang walked away without a backward glance. Such utter nonsense. It seems there was not only an attempt to swindle me this time, but a series of deceitful schemes lay ahead. I never anticipated that I had inadvertently assisted a con artist. Upon exiting the street, Xiaoyang carelessly discarded the talisman onto the ground, venting her frustration by crushing it under her high heel. Xiaoyang, oblivious to this scene, returned to his stall to continue tidying up his belongings. Just as he was about to pick up a peachwood sword, it was abruptly seized by someone else. To his surprise, there were indeed individuals selling such items. "Young man, where did you procure this?" Xiaoyang looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, even sporting a scarf on this sweltering summer day. Surely, he wasn't here to extort protection money again. Irritated, Xiaoyang retorted, "I made it myself. If you're not buying, kindly put it down. I'm in the midst of closing up." "How much?" the man inquired. 300. That's a bargain. This is 5-year-old peach wood, not easily obtained. The middle-aged gentleman brought the sword to his nose, inhaling its scent, which carried hints of candle wax and incense ash. If my conjecture is correct, this must have been consecrated in the Sanqing Hall with offerings. While it may not be a rare magical artifact, it is undoubtedly sufficient for warding off evil for the average person. In a bustling temple, such an item could fetch as much as 2,000 yuan each. With a smile, the man gazed at Xiaoyang. Upon a moment of reflection, Xiaoyang sensed a kindred spirit in the middle-aged man and cautiously ventured to the south. There are celestial cranes. To the north, fish abound. The two schools of Xian and Shi are but one family. This was a customary opening among practitioners, intended to inquire about one's origins. The celestial crane symbolizes the Taoist tradition, while the fish, akin to the wooden fish, naturally represents the Buddhist path. The latter phrase refers to another way of expressing the connection between Taoism and Buddhism. This greeting is universally recognized within the realm of the spiritual. Anyone genuinely initiated would know how to respond. However, the middle-aged man chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am neither of the Buddhist nor Taoist schools. I do not belong to your path. My name is Li Chaoyuan, residing at the City God Temple in the north. But let us set aside my matters for the moment. May I inquire, young brother, for which esteemed mountain do you hail?" "I am a disciple of Maoshan," Xiaoyang replied, forming the Zhuian gesture with his hands. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Li Chaoyuan responded with a respectful bow. Yet inwardly he found the situation amusing. Maoshan had been in decline for many years. Where could such a disciple possibly arise? Nevertheless, it was common for wandering Taoists to elevate their status by claiming lineage from illustrious sects like Maoshan or Longhushan. Xiaoyang was merely another obscure figure. Truly, if he were a genuine disciple of Maoshan, how could he have fallen to the point of peddling talismans? With this thought, Li Chaoyuan could not help but regard Xiaoyang with a measure of disdain. Yet, being a disciple of the Xian school, he assumed Xiaoyang must possess some degree of skill in the arts. Thus, he remarked, with feigned casualness, "Brother Liu, it seems there are few discerning individuals here. Your talismans may prove difficult to sell. Who could argue otherwise?" It took ages to sell just a single talisman, and it felt almost like coercive trading. Xiaoyang felt quite helpless. "Listen, I happen to have a task that requires assistance. If you're free tomorrow, you can come find me. Rest assured, I want to make you work for nothing." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang eagerly inquired, "What task?" "It's difficult to explain in just a few words. Let us discuss it in detail when we meet tomorrow. Let us exchange WeChat contacts." Unfortunately, Xiaoyang's old phone couldn't accommodate WeChat, so he had to request the address and arrange to meet him the next day at noon. The street vending path was clearly unviable, and Xiaoyang certainly did not wish to miss any opportunity to earn money. As long as it wasn't deceitful or underhanded, he was willing to engage in anything. After parting ways with Li Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang tidied up his belongings and returned to school. In the dormitory, 3 roommates were preening themselves, changing clothes and fixing their hair. Upon seeing Xiaoyang enter, Chunhao hurriedly approached him. "Xiaoyang, you've returned at the perfect time. Go change into something presentable. We're going out for skewers." Chunhao, with his dyed yellow hair and a penchant for fitness, boasted a muscular physique. Though his appearance might suggest a rather intimidating demeanor, he was actually quite amiable and a bit of joker. Following the common practice of judging by appearances, everyone called him Yellow Hair. Xiaoyang, due to the phonetic similarity of his name, earned the nickname Little Sunday. Among the 3 roommates, Xiaoyang had the closest rapport with him. Going out for skewers. What is the point of changing clothes? Xiaoyang wondered. They're girls. It's our first meeting. Shouldn't we make a good impression? Chunhao explained that it was his roommate Lin Mo who, for reasons unknown, had managed to charm a female classmate. They had arranged an outing for the evening, inviting their respective roommates to partake in a social gathering. The men were brimming with excitement, yet I opted out, as I am already committed to someone and hold no interest in meeting new women. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang declined, prompting Lin Mo to jest. "Are you referring to that wealthy wife of yours, whose contact information you lack?" This quip elicited laughter from several others. When Xiaoyang first entered the university, he had hoped that, since Zheng Mei also attended Jinling University and came from affluence, someone might know her, which prompted him to inquire among his roommates. To his surprise, no one believed him, and it instead became a running joke at his expense. "Forget about your wife and join us. Although no one will be interested in you, at least you can enjoy some drinks and boast a little," Chunhao persistently urged. Reluctantly, Xiaoyang, not wishing to appear overly antisocial, agreed to accompany them. The group comprised 4 men and 4 women, who gathered at a street food market outside the campus for a barbecue feast. Throughout the meal, Xiaoyang found himself largely in the background. During introductions, Lin Mo casually mentioned that Xiaoyang hailed from the mountains, coupled with his attire consisting of the cheapest street market clothes, resulting in the female classmates branding him as a loser, relegating him to the role of an inconsequential participant. And naturally, no one showed any inclination to engage with him. Content with his leisurely state, Xiaoyang indulged in the food, awaiting the conclusion of the gathering. Unexpectedly, midway through the evening, in an effort to enliven the atmosphere, Lin Mo publicly brought up the joke about Xiaoyang's wealthy wife. Indeed, the effect was remarkable, and the female classmates erupted into laughter. "This classmate, have you read too many urban novels? Do you truly believe that a wealthy and beautiful girl would take an interest in you? Apologies for my bluntness. Yes, one must be realistic. Someone from the mountains like you should focus on their studies in college instead of pursuing romance. Perhaps there lies an opportunity to alter your destiny." The female classmates, slightly tipsy, began to speak with a sharper edge. "By the way, there's something else. I'm afraid you won't believe it." Noticing their enthusiasm for the topic, Lin Mo intentionally probed deeper to elicit their amusement. This classmate, Xiaoyang, remarkably cannot even operate a smartphone. She still uses an old-fashioned button phone. Can you believe that? My goodness, is that possible? Even my grandfather can use a smartphone. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room was filled with joyous energy. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo urged Xiaoyang to produce her phone for everyone to see. Bang! Chunhao slammed his palm on the table, causing drinks to splash. "Lin Mo, you're going too far. A jest is one thing, but there is no need to relentlessly target someone and belittle them. What benefit does it bring you?" The ambience became awkward in an instant. "What is the matter? Aren't we all friends? What is wrong with a little teasing? Besides, why are you so agitated?" Feeling offended after being reprimanded in front of the girls, Lin Mo was displeased and turned to Xiaoyang, asking Xiaoyang, "You're not upset, are you? It's all right, but I must clarify one thing. My relationship with you is merely that of classmates. If you wish to refer to me as a brother, please refrain from including me in such a manner. We are not well acquainted." With these words, Xiaoyang stood up and departed from the private room. He was indeed not angry. Someone like Lin Mo did not merit his ire. However, he had no desire to remain in a place where he could be the target of mockery or ridicule. Xiaoyang, wait for me. Chun Hao called out, hurrying after him. Let us head back together. That Lin Mo is utterly despicable. I cannot stand being around someone like him. Let it go. It's a trivial matter, Lu Xiaoyang advised, though he did not take it to heart. Nevertheless, Chun Hao's earlier defense of him had convinced Lu Xiaoyang that he was a person worth befriending. The two strolled toward the school, only to discover upon reaching the entrance that the gates had been locked, prohibiting pedestrians from entering. Goodness, even though it's only 10:30. This is the first time I've encountered a university that locks its doors at night. Chun Hao shouted towards the gate, but no one emerged from the security booth. Stop shouting. There's a small gate to the west that I pass during the day. It shouldn't be locked. Let's go that way, Lu Xiaoyang suggested. You mean the west gate? Are you out of your mind? That place is haunted. Haunted? What about the old lady in the wheelchair? Yu Haven T heard the tales of the haunted old lady in the wheelchair. As Lu Xiaoyang shook his head, Chun Hao, with exuberance, began to recount a tale. It was said that the area around the west gate was a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence. By nightfall, one could often spot an elderly woman in a wheelchair wandering near the scenic lake. Many had witnessed her apparition. Some daring souls had approached her, only to find her covered in blood, with insects crawling from her hollow eye sockets. Where did you hear such a story? Lu Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. On the school forum, of course. It's common knowledge among the seniors. Allegedly, the old woman was a caretaker residing in a small house by the west gate, where she tended to numerous feral cats. Then, she vanished without a trace. It wasn't until much later that her body was discovered behind the small house, riddled with wounds inflicted by the very cats she cared for. Her visage had morphed into that of a feline. Lu Xiaoyang chuckled softly. Don't dismiss it. One must entertain the possibility of the supernatural. You forget that I am a Taoist. Such things do not frighten me. At times, Lu Xiaoyang would inscribe talismans in the dormitory, and his companions had discovered his collection of peach wood swords. He openly acknowledged his identity as a Taoist. However, much like the spouse of a wealthy heir, this revelation was met with skepticism, becoming a source of jest among his peers. We often call you a charlatan, and you take it to heart? You might fool your friends, but don't deceive yourself. If your friends are amused by your tales, it's of little consequence. A laugh is all it takes. What utter nonsense! Xiaoyang, weary of conversation, turned and made his way towards the west gate. Hey, are you really going that way? Wait for me. Chun Hao hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed suit. Weren't you afraid to go? What else could it be? I heard from the instructor that if we are caught climbing over the wall, we will face disciplinary action. As two brave men, we should be fine together. This school is indeed vast. Upon entering through the so-called West Gate, one is greeted by an expanse of undeveloped wasteland, where the grass grows taller than a person. In the center lies a large lake. The nearest school buildings are several hundred meters away, rendering the area desolate, with not even a streetlight in sight. Perhaps due to the legend of the wheelchair-bound old lady, this vicinity is devoid of any human presence. Chun Hao instinctively tightened his grip on Xiaoyang's arm. Could you not do that? It's a bit awkward, Xiaoyang said, casting a concerned glance at him. If someone sees us, they might misunderstand. Xiaoyang, do you think the legend of the wheelchair old lady could be true? I don't know, Xiaoyang replied dismissively. Based on his past experiences, he found that such vivid tales were often mere fabrications. Especially in university setting, there is no shortage of bizarre ghost stories. Wait a moment. I need to relieve myself. Chun Hao walked a few steps towards the lakeside, mumbling, after drinking, I tend to urinate a lot. How about you? I urinate. You only drink. Chun Hao chuckled softly for a moment, but suddenly his expression turned serious as he gazed at the lake ahead and exclaimed, Come quickly. Is it not a person over there? What about someone? Just come and see for yourself. Xiaoyang approached, and by the light of the moon, he immediately spotted the individual Chun Hao had mentioned, understanding why Chun Hao was so astonished. The person was walking into the lake with both arms outstretched. The long braid cascading down her back indicated she was a woman. Goodness, it's an elderly lady in a wheelchair. Chun Hao exclaimed excitedly, squeezing Xiaoyang's arm painfully. Your grandmother has such a splendid figure and a head full of black hair. This is clearly a young girl. Ah, yes, but she is still a female ghost. Not a ghost. How can you be so sure? I possess the ability to see the ethereal. If she were a ghost, I would recognize it at once. Stop with the nonsense. Chunhao clearly did not believe him. If she isn't a ghost, then what is she doing in a lake at this hour? Could it be a suicide? This thought piqued Xiaoyang's curiosity as well. Thus, the two hurriedly approached the lake's edge, closest to the girl, and soon realized that just a few meters ahead of her, a red handbag floated on the water's surface. The girl reached out with her hands, desperately trying to grasp the bag. Yet, each time she neared it, the bag drifted further into the lake, forcing her to advance forward. The water was nearly at her shoulders. Come back, it's dangerous. It's just a bag. If worst comes to worst, I can get you another. Chunhao shouted anxiously. Xiaoyang said, Stop shouting. She cannot hear you. She's not deaf. How could she not hear? Aren't you curious as to why that handbag remains afloat on the water's surface, drifting ever further into the lake? Indeed, Chunhao was momentarily taken aback. Look beneath the bag, Xiaoyang urged. Following her suggestion, Chunhao beheld two slender arms submerged in the water, supporting the handbag. It was inconceivable for an ordinary human to remain submerged indefinitely. Chunhao's legs trembled, rendering him nearly unable to stand. Do not be afraid. It is merely a water ghost, Xiaoyang reassured him. Chunhao replied, Are you certain this is supposed to be comforting? He was on the brink of despair. I said calling her is futile because she has been bewitched. Her sole focus is on her handbag. This is a common trick employed by water ghosts. It need not be a handbag. Even a weighing stone floating on the water would compel her to dive in after it. Numerous tales circulate among the folk. A vegetable vendor washes his hands by the river, accidentally dropping his weighing stone into the water, only for it to resurface. Instinctively, he dives in to retrieve it, yet the stone drifts farther away. The hapless individual foolishly chases it into deeper waters, ultimately drowning. Such are the tactics of the water ghosts. So what do we do now? Shall we call the police? Chunhao suggested as he retrieved his phone, only to notice Xiaoyang tossing items from her pocket onto the shore. A sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Oh no, you cannot be thinking of diving in to save her, can you? I admire your courage, but remember, she is a water ghost. She could drag you down as well. Such a possibility is virtually non-existent. Xiaoyang emptied his pockets, preparing to enter the water, when he suddenly recalled that he had not brought any talismans. Typically, he would carry various talismans secured in a specially designed belt, but today, having ventured out merely for a late-night snack, he had left the belt behind. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a predicament. Although it was merely a water ghost, the lack of talismans at hand proved somewhat inconvenient. Consequently, Xiaoyang turned to Chunhao, inquiring if he had any paper. No paper? Oh, would a banknote suffice? After rummaging for a while, Chunhao produced a 100 yuan note. Money would do. Xiaoyang snatched the banknote and, using his pinky nail, made a small incision on his middle finger. Traditionally, when Taoists performed rituals, they would draw blood by biting their fingers. Zhangqi handily found this method inefficient and painful, so he opted to keep his left pinky nail pointed, allowing him to easily draw blood onto his right middle finger. This technique was shared with Xiaoyang. Without delay, Xiaoyang swiftly inscribed a simple exorcism talisman on the banknote with his blood. 16. A ritual to guide a female ghost from the Republic era, executed with RMB. Xiaoyang himself found it absurd, likely becoming the first among Taoists to indulge in such extravagance. In principle, any paper could be used for drawing talismans. However, yellow rice paper is preferred for its superior qualities, much like how calligraphy is typically executed on Xian paper for its practicality, not because other papers are inadequate. At this moment, the water was nearly engulfing the girl's shoulders. Xiaoyang rushed forward and gently tapped the back of her head with his palm, shattering the ghostly aura that had entranced her. The girl exhaled deeply and collapsed softly into his arms. Upon glancing at her face, Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. It was none other than Xiaoyang, the teacher he had encountered just that evening. What a remarkable coincidence! While such serendipity was indeed striking, Xiaoyang's predicament was likely linked to the ominous energy that lingered about her. It dawned on him that this malevolent aura resided here. With little time to ponder, Xiaoyang hoisted Xiaoyang over his shoulder and turned to make his way back to the shore. His intention was to first carry her to safety before confronting the water ghost below, as having someone draped over him would certainly hinder his ability to fight. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt a tight grip around his legs, as if ensnared by something. Looking down, he discovered two slender arms fiercely clutching his thighs. Emerging from the water was a tangled mass of hair, beneath which lay a ghastly green face. Having been submerged for too long, the visage had swollen and distorted grotesquely, with skin torn and raw, festooned with bits of flesh. Maggots crawled through the decayed patches, burrowing beneath the skin, while two blood-red eyes bulged outward, resembling fish eyes, glaring menacingly at Xiaoyang. "You think you can escape after ruining my plans?" The water ghost sneered, her voice unmistakably female. "Not planning to leave, are you? I am merely awaiting your arrival. Heaven and earth are boundless, the laws of the universe. Grant me speed." Xiaoyang swiftly struck the RMB version of the talisman against the water ghost's face. With a whoosh, the talisman ignited the ghost's hair, creating a brilliant flame that illuminated the darkness. 100 yuan had vanished just like that, leaving Xiaoyang feeling a pinch in his pocket. The water ghost let out a wretched scream, immediately retreating into the water in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Anticipating this move, Xiaoyang seized the female ghost by the neck and forcefully hurled her toward the shore. Every supernatural being possesses a territory for this water ghost. It was the expanse of this aquatic realm. Once ashore, their powers would be rendered ineffective, essentially leaving them powerless. No, please. The unfortunate trajectory of the water ghost's descent aligned perfectly with Chunhao's position. Caught off guard, he was struck by the ghost, and the two collapsed onto the ground together. Due to the searing pain from the fire, the water ghost instinctively clung to Chunhao, rolling about in a frantic struggle. Chunhao fought desperately, alternating between being on top and being pinned down. Witnessing the scene, Xiaoyang found it amusing and was about to rush ashore to rescue Chunhao when Xiaoyang, perched on his shoulder, suddenly began to squirm. "Ruffian, let go of me!" She clawed at Xiaoyang's face with both hands. "Goodness, this is not the time to wake up." Xiaoyang could barely manage to hold her with one arm, and as she thrashed about, he lost his footing and fell into the water. Upon entering the water, Xiaoyang became frightened and clung to Xiaoyang as if he were a lifeline, her legs tightly wrapping around his waist, bringing their bodies into close proximity. Feeling the soft pressure against his chest, Xiaoyang's heartbeat quickened. He wrapped his arms around Xiaoyang's thighs, struggling for a while to adjust their positions before finally carrying her to the shore and gently laying her upon the grass. "I will cooperate with you. Please don't kill me." Xiaoyang, now seemingly subdued, looked at Xiaoyang with a face of terror on the verge of tears. This expression was in stark contrast to the composed and mature beauty he had encountered earlier in the afternoon. However, it was evident that she had not recognized him. Xiaoyang, wanting to tease her, inquired, "Cooperate with what?" "I can give you money." She replied. "I don't want money," Xiaoyang said with a mischievous smile. Xiaoyang was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, as if making a significant decision, she stammered, I will do whatever you say. Just don't be too rough. I've never done this before." Never done this before inadvertently, he had stumbled upon her secret. Xiaoyang realized he could not continue this charade and quickly chuckled. "Teacher Zhao, I apologize. I was merely joking. Look at me. I'm the student who sold you the talisman for safety." Xiaoyang was taken aback. "It's you. How could you do such a thing? If you let me go now, I won't call the police. I'll give you a chance." Recognizing his identity seemed to embolden Xiaoyang as she attempted to persuade him. Xiaoyang was at a loss for words, realizing she still perceived him as a rogue. "Teacher Zhao, you have misunderstood. Just now, you were enchanted by the water ghost." Xiaoyang briefly recounted the events. "What nonsense are you talking about? What water ghost?" Xiaoyang expressed disbelief. "If you don't believe me, look over there," Xiaoyang said, pointing to a nearby patch of grass. There, sprawled out, was a young man with tousled blonde hair, breathing heavily. Beside him knelt a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a striking red qipao, her looks reminiscent of the glamorous singers from the old films of Shanghai, adorned with cascading waves and heavy makeup, exuding a strong air of sophistication. The woman knelt facing Xiaoyang, her expression tense, as if awaiting a teacher's announcement of her punishment. What? Are there two people here? But what am I supposed to see? Xiaoyang questioned, puzzled. Look at the ghost. Ghost? Where? Xiaoyang anxiously scanned the surroundings, yet saw no sign of a ghost. You come here. Xiaoyang beckoned to the woman in the qipao. She obediently shuffled over on her knees and bowed her head, saying, I have met the master. Xiaoyang, unfazed by her demeanor, chuckled, not grabbing my leg anymore. Upon hearing this, the woman hastily bowed again, trembling as she replied, Had I known the master possessed such powers, I would never have resisted. Alas, I am but a pitiable soul, forced into wrongdoing. Do not lament just yet. First, transform into your deceased form for her to witness. Understood. As the woman in the qipao lifted her head, her beautiful visage instantly transformed into the ghastly appearance of a corpse that had emerged from the depths. Her tongue elongated grotesquely, and her face, a ghastly shade of green, was infested with maggots. Xiaoyang screamed, collapsing into Lu Xiaoyang's embrace, clinging tightly to his neck. Fear not, fear not. Lu Xiaoyang comforted her, gently patting her back. Now she was inclined to believe that she was indeed a ghost, wasn't she? Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. The speed of that sudden transformation was beyond any mere illusion. Enough, it's unsettling. Change her back. At Lu Xiaoyang's command, the female specter reverted to her enchanting form. What? What is happening? Xiaoyang stammered. This is her appearance in life. The face you saw moments ago was that of her lifeless body, Lu Xiaoyang explained. He then addressed the ghost. Please, briefly recount your story. With reverence, she began, I am Li Moli, a singer from the Tina dance hall. When my employer commanded me to entertain clients in a more intimate manner, I refused. In rage, he struck me down and cast my body into the river. Consumed by resentment and longing for vengeance, I neglected to report to the underworld, and, in a moment of folly, I became a water ghost. Now it is too late to return to the realm of the dead. Woe is me, Li Moli vipt. When did this occur? In 1935. So she was a ghost from nearly 8 or 9 decades past. No wonder she was clad in a qipao. The tragic fate of being killed simply for refusing to share a bed is indeed a reflection of the cruelty of your era. There are additional factors at play. Would you care to listen, Master? Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such events, nearly a century past, hold little significance and cannot alter the present. Master, I assure you, I have never harmed anyone. Today marks my first transgression. Xiaoyang nodded, believing her words. If Li Moli had indeed caused harm, she would be a malevolent cultivator. Such a being could rapidly elevate their power. Her current state could not possibly still be that of a mere specter, easily subdued by a talisman meant for exorcism, especially one of the R&B variety. Furthermore, there was no trace of the corrupt energy typically associated with evil cultivators surrounding her. What brings you to this lake? Xiaoyang inquired. This lake was once fed by a river, but due to drought, it has dwindled to this solitary body of water. I have been trapped here for several decades. You claim to have never harmed anyone. What caused your deviation today? A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Moli's face. Speak freely. Once you have shared your tale, I shall escort you to the underworld, Xiaoyang stated. I am a judge of the mortal realm. Though I lack my official decree, you may trust in my word. I believe you. Thank you, Master, Li Moli exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speech nearly incoherent. Although she was a spirit, her mind remained clear. She understood that this master had no need to deceive her. With his prowess, he could easily impose methods upon her. Why would he not demand a complete account? If he claimed to be a judge of the mortal realm, it must indeed be true. As a water ghost, I missed the deadline to journey to the underworld, becoming ensnared by the celestial laws within this watery domain, unable to escape. Decades have passed, and the grudges and entanglements of the past have long since been resolved. I yearn to report to the underworld in my dreams, hoping to be reincarnated as a human once more. Only a judge from the mortal realm or a highly skilled sorcerer possesses the power to unravel this binding. allowing me to be sent directly to the underworld. Recently, a female ghost approached me, seeking my assistance to harm others. Initially, I was unwilling and even clashed with her, but I was no match for her and nearly lost my life. Tonight marks the final day of the deadline she imposed upon me, leaving me no choice but to comply, truly for the first time. To my astonishment, she is accompanied by a malevolent spirit. This revelation caught Xiaoyang completely off guard, prompting him to inquire, "What female ghost are you referring to? And where is she?" I am unaware of her origins. She appears as an elderly woman seated in a wheelchair, though I cannot ascertain if this is her true form. The wheelchair-bound old woman. Xiaoyang gasped in shock. This legend is indeed true. At that moment, Li pointed toward a specific location across the lake, stating that when I harmed the young lady, the ghost was observing from that very spot. Xiaoyang turned to look, finding only a forest on the opposite shore, devoid of any presence. Perhaps she temporarily left due to my interference with her plans. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang asked, "Did she specify that you should target this particular girl?" "Indeed. She provided me with the information about the girl, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I recognized her instantly." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang turned pale with fear, instinctively clutching Xiaoyang's neck tighter. "What happened after she caused harm to her?" "She instructed me to eliminate this girl and capture her soul, promising to retrieve it personally later. As for her intentions, I remain oblivious. If she possesses greater power than you, why does she not enact her will herself and instead rely on your hand?" Xiaoyang posed this perplexing question. However, Li confessed her ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang inquired about the location of the female ghost's lair. "It should be within the school or its vicinity," Li elucidated. Since the school's establishment, she had glimpsed the ghost several times from a distance during the late hours, lingering by the lakeside, only to vanish moments later. They had never interacted. The ghost had approached her 3 nights prior, unexpectedly demanding her to harm someone. Beyond that, Li was entirely uninformed. Seeing that he could not extract further information, Xiaoyang contemplated using a talisman to send her away, but upon searching his person, he realized he had forgotten to bring any talisman paper. The 100 yuan he had earlier used for the yellow-haired individual prompted him to ask Xiaoyang if she had any paper on her. The girl rummaged through her pocket and produced several RMB notes. Xiaoyang procured a 20 yuan note, rubbed it dry against the ground, and once again pricked his fingertip, using his blood to sketch a soul-calling talisman, which he tossed into the air. The path of non-action. The heavens know human sentiments, having transgressed the prohibitions. The earth collects souls. Li, there exists a distinction between the realms of yin and yang. Today, I send you to the underworld to settle your accounts. Depart to the afterlife. Li bowed her head to Xiaoyang, leapt gracefully, and vanished into the talisman. The talisman ignited, soaring higher and higher until it eventually disappeared from sight. It was only then that Xiaoyang gently patted Xiaoyang's back, assuring her that all was well. "Of course, if you feel comfortable, you may hold on a little longer." Xiaoyang snapped back to reality and quickly sat upright. "Where did that female ghost go?" "She has reported to the underworld." "The underworld? To the Naya Bridge?" "To be precise, souls must cross the Naya Bridge and drink the Mengpa soup before reincarnation." Xiaoyang stared at him in astonishment. "Who exactly are you?" Xiaoyang extended his hand, formally introducing himself. "I am Xiaoyang, a Taoist priest from Maoshan." "So you are truly a Taoist priest." Xiaoyang gazed at his face, feeling as though she were in a surreal dream. The priests she had envisioned were the traditional figures from television, sporting goat beards and clad in flowing robes, exuding an ethereal aura. The contrast with the sunny young man before her was indeed stark. Yet, the methods he employed against the malevolent spirit clearly demonstrated that he was not fabricating tales. So, the world genuinely harbors ghosts, and there truly exist priests who capture them. "Ms. Zhao, what led you to this place?" Xiaoyang inquired. "I often take evening strolls by the lake, but today, feeling rather despondent, I ventured out later than usual. As I meandered along the shore, I unexpectedly stumbled and my bag fell into the water. In a moment of folly, I reached to retrieve it, and then everything went blank." Reflecting on that moment, I recall being in a daze, fixated solely on salvaging my bag, which in truth contained nothing of great significance. Lu Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems you have been bewitched. By the way, what happened to the talisman I sold you this afternoon?" "I accidentally misplaced it," I replied. "Misplaced? More like you discarded it." Lu Xiaoyang smiled, choosing not to confront me directly. "What a pity. This afternoon, I sensed a dark aura enveloping you, clearly indicating that a spirit had taken an interest in you. I had intended for the talisman to protect you. Had you kept it on your person, that spirit would have been unable to ensnare you." Xiaoyang felt a wave of realization wash over her. Guilt crept in as she recalled her initial suspicion of him, believing him to be a charlatan attempting to swindle her. How foolish she had been. She was fortunate to have crossed paths with him again. Otherwise, she might have ended up as a lifeless body adrift in the water. With gratitude in her eyes, she turned to Lu Xiaoyang and said, "Thank you, Lu Xiaoyang." "There's no need for thanks, Xiao teacher. You aided me this afternoon as well. Consider a return of favors," he replied. "However, this matter is not yet resolved. You heard her. The elderly woman in the wheelchair specifically sought to harm you. Having failed this time, she is likely to make another attempt." Xiaoyang's face turned pale as she clung to Lu Xiaoyang's arm, unwilling to let go. "Lu, Taoist, you are so capable. You must help me. Rest assured, we'll discuss it when we return. You're completely drenched, and it's exceedingly uncomfortable." "Yes, I feel cold too." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang glanced at her, and his gaze became transfixed. Xiaoyang's upper garment had likely come undone during their struggles in the water, leaving her clad only in a snug undershirt. The sight of her ample, pristine bosom, dampened and accentuated, was overwhelming. He could even discern the vivid hue of her cheeks. Having had little experience with girls since reaching adulthood, he was utterly flustered, a surge of blood rushing to his head, rendering him crimson with embarrassment. "What are you staring at?" Xiaoyang quickly looked down and realized the situation, hastily covering her chest with her hands. "Ah, you can pretend you saw nothing. Let us hurry. How can I walk like this?" Xiaoyang exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Lu Xiaoyang, realizing her distress, decided to remove his outer coat and drape it over her shoulders. As he fastened the buttons, Xiaoyang's large eyes scrutinized Lu Xiaoyang's face from close range. "This boy is rather considerate." A peculiar sensation stirred within Xiaoyang's heart. "Is he dead? Why is he still lying there?" Lu Xiaoyang approached Chun Hao and gave him a gentle kick with his foot. Barely alive, yet on the brink of death, Chun Hao exclaimed in disbelief. "What a weighty specter!" He rubbed his chest and sat up, scrutinizing the visage of Lu Xiaoyang as if he were a stranger. "I never imagined you were truly a Taoist. Today has broadened my horizons." Unfazed by his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyang replied, "It is not a ghost that is heavy, but a corpse." Only then did Chun Hao notice the lifeless body beside him, charred and blackened, resembling a piece of coal. "Didn't Tiu send her away? Why is the corpse still here?" he inquired, puzzled. "What was dispatched was her spirit. The corpse is a matter of the living world, unable to traverse to the realm of the dead. She is not an ordinary ghost, but a ghostly corpse." Lu Xiaoyang succinctly elucidated. A ghost is a spirit devoid of form, representing the state of a person after death. Conversely, a zombie is the remnant of a body left behind when the spirit departs, transformed into this state due to certain circumstances. It retains some primal instincts akin to that of an animal, driven by a thirst for blood, yet devoid of cognitive faculties. Should a spirit fortuitously remain within the body after death, and if the corpse is not decomposed, there exists a chance for it to become a ghostly corpse. Ghostly corpses can move as humans do, some even appearing entirely unblemished. Li Moli, for instance, is a ghostly corpse. Lu Xiaoyang discerned this from the outset. Thus, he employed a ground fire talisman. Once ignited, the ghostly corpse would utilize the blood within it as fuel, and once the blood was expended, the body would be rendered useless. Li Moli's spirit, having ascended, timely vacated the corpse, thus escaping harm. The talisman ignites with the earth's fire, effective solely against the blood of the deceased. Since you lack such blood, despite your prolonged entanglement with her, you emerged unscathed. Do you comprehend? Chun Hao and Xiaoyang were momentarily taken aback. Alas, what a pity. After embracing that wretched corpse for so long, it would have been far better to embrace that female ghost, who is rather lovely in appearance. He glanced up at Xiaoyang, and the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited within him. "Ah, it's you." Xiaoyang regarded him with suspicion. "I saw someone post your photo on the forum today, and it garnered hundreds of replies with unanimous agreement that you are the most beautiful woman in our school, including the students." "What photo?" Xiaoyang's vigilance heightened. "It was a candid shot, but rest assured, a perfectly normal one. Hee. Later, one of your students commented, stating you returned from studying abroad, having been employed for less than 6 months and residing in the teacher's dormitory, room 508. Many are inquiring about your contact information." "How trivial." Xiaoyang furrowed her brow. "Enough. Stop your prattling. Huang Mao has given you a task. Find something to dig a hole and bury the corpse." Lu Xiaoyang instructed. After nearly a century as a ghost, Li Moli would surely not be discovered by her descendants. Burying the corpse indiscriminately should pose no issue. Initially reluctant to undertake this task, Chun Hao was spurred into action by a kick from Lu Xiaoyang, prompting him to venture into the woods to gather 2 thick, sturdy, and long branches. Together with Lu Xiaoyang, they commenced excavating a pit by the lakeside, where the charred remains of the corpse were interred. Will it be unearthed? Chun Hao felt a sense of unease, worrying that they might be accused of murder and concealing a body, a charge that would be difficult to refute. Who would dig in such a place without reason? Furthermore, given the state of the remains, even if discovered, it would be challenging to ascertain what they were. While this method of disposal was certainly not ideal, Lu Xiaoyang could not conceive of a better solution at that moment. After all, they could not simply bring the body back to the dormitory. Once this matter was settled, Lu Xiaoyang suggested that everyone return home for the night and reconvene with Zhao Yameng the following day. After all, both he and Zhao Yameng were drenched, and the night breeze was rather chilly. "Taoist Lu, that old lady won't come looking for me tonight, will she?" Zhao Yameng asked anxiously. If she were capable of handling it herself, she wouldn't seek assistance from others. "But if you're feeling uneasy, I can provide you with a talisman." "Oh wait, I don't have any on me. I'll draw one for you when we get back to the dormitory," Lu Xiaoyang reassured her. "Thank you, Taoist Lu." Zhao Yameng expressed her gratitude profusely. "Ahem, just call me Xiaoyang." "Zhao Laosher," Lu Xiaoyang replied bashfully, scratching his head. 19. The Tianchi version of a delivery boy. Zhao Yameng chuckled softly. "Then you shouldn't call me Zhao Laosher either. Just call me sister." "Hello, Sister Ming." Chun Hao chimed in immediately. Zhao Yameng rolled her eyes. "Who gave you permission to join in? By the way, Xiaoyang, your talisman is priced at 1,000, right? My phone fell into the water as well. I shall pay you tomorrow." "Oh, you just saved me once again." Zhao Yameng spoke cautiously. "I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire whether I ought to compensate you." Finally, the topic had arisen. Truly, as a teacher, one is forthright. Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy within, ready to adopt a tone of formality, but ultimately had to accept the compensation. Unexpectedly, Chun Hao interjected, "Teacher Zhao, that is quite inappropriate. Xiaoyang is a Taoist. Vanquishing demons and dispelling evil is his duty and a sacred endeavor. Moreover, we are friends now. How can we discuss money? Such talk would be an affront to him." Xiaoyang turned to Chun Hao, pondering how he could weave such nonsensical rhetoric with more finesse than his own master. Zhao Yameng paused, glancing at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, is that truly the case?" While she did not err in her words, she acknowledged her mistake in broaching the subject of money. "How about this, Xiaoyang? In the future, should you encounter any troubles, please inform me, and I will do my utmost to assist you." "Agreed, indeed," Xiaoyang said, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corner of his eye. "By the way, Teacher Zhao, do you still need your bag? Would you like me to help retrieve it from the water?" Chun Hao said, his expression one of sycophancy. Zhao Yameng turned to gaze at the lake surface, where her pink handbag still floated. "There is nothing of great importance inside. I shall leave it." Upon returning to the dormitory area, Lu Xiaoyang swiftly ascended the stairs, inscribing a blood talisman before descending to hand it over to Zhao Yameng. This blood talisman proves far more effective than the ordinary peace charm. If you remain apprehensive, it would be wise to refrain from staying on campus for the next few days. The female specter resides nearby, and should you distance yourself, she will be unable to pursue you. Xiaoyang accepted the talisman with the reverence one might reserve for a precious artifact, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Xiaoyang, please add me on WeChat. I will contact you once I return and acquire a new phone. WeChat? My phone lacks that capability. Please leave me your phone number. Lu Xiaoyang replied, producing his antiquated mobile device. Upon observing the phone, which was scarcely smaller than a brick, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable. Someone of his exceptional caliber likely harbored little desire for material possessions, standing in stark contrast to the mundane aspirations of common folk. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoyang's stature in her mind grew even more formidable. Teacher Zhao, allow me to add you on WeChat. I'm Xiaoyang's roommate. So finding me will lead you to him. Chun Hao chimed in cheerfully, brandishing his own smartphone. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang relayed her phone number. Hesitant to return alone, she accepted Lu Xiaoyang's offer to escort her to the school gate. Master Qin, could you kindly open the gate? Xiaoyang approached the guardhouse and knocked. It's rather late, and the school has regulations. Master Qin began, only to pause upon recognizing Xiaoyang. Teacher Zhao, returning at such a late hour? With that, he emerged, draped in his coat, his face instantly brightening with a smile. He forgot which leader had privately gossiped about her. This beautiful female teacher, a person whom even the principal could not afford to offend. Xiaoyang, I'm Lei Fing. See you tomorrow. Xiaoyang waved her hand to Lu Xiaoyang with a smile before departing. Teacher Zhao is truly stunning. Chun Hao was still lost in admiration of Xiaoyang's beauty when suddenly he felt a swift kick on his backside from Lu Xiaoyang. Who told you to speak out just now, causing me to lose the money I could have made? What a waste of effort. Are you referring to the fees? Do you people really charge for ghost catching? Chun Hao looked bewildered. Of course, Taoists need to eat too. How else would they survive without compensation? Previously, when Xiaoyang had casually rewarded him with 1,000 yuan while she was setting up her stall, it confirmed to Lu Xiaoyang that she must be wealthy. Now that he had saved her, asking for a sum of 10 or 8,000 yuan shouldn't be unreasonable, right? The thought of that unearned money made Lu Xiaoyang wince in regret, prompting him to kick Chun Hao a few more times. Look, I'm doing this for your own good. As Chun Hao dodged, he argued, if you received money, that's merely a one-time deal. Now she owes you a significant favor. Isn't that splendid? A favor? What good is that? What do you mean, what good? Teacher Zhao is incredibly attractive and wealthy. Don't you want to win her over? Now that you've saved her life, she might even repay you with her affection. Chun Hao raised his eyebrows, a sycophantic expression on his face. Lu Xiaoyang delivered a playful thump to his head. How many times must I tell you? I'm a married man. How could I engage in such actions? However, recalling the intimate encounter with Xiaoyang not long ago, particularly the allure of her pristine beauty and the supple texture, a wave of emotion surged within Lu Xiaoyang. By the way, Huang Mao, could you assist me in analyzing whether there are any part-time opportunities that yield quick financial returns? Perhaps courting a wealthy woman, like Teacher Zhao, seems promising. I'm not jesting. I am in urgent need of funds. Then perhaps you could consider food delivery. By working during peak hours, you could earn at least 200 a day without interfering with your classes. Yet, as a ghost-catching Taoist, don't you feel this is beneath your dignity? Dignity be damned. First, I must satiate my hunger. Lu Xiaoyang found the idea of food delivery appealing and proceeded to inquire about the specifics. Upon learning that a battery-operated vehicle and a smartphone were required, he felt disheartened, as his current financial situation could not accommodate such purchases. Leave this to me, Chun Hao declared, thumping his chest. I'll procure a second-hand electric scooter for you. And I happen to have an old smartphone that is still functional. Fine, I'll consider a loan. I'll repay you once I earn some money. No need for that. Our relationship warrants this as a sponsorship. However, I do have a request. Chun Hao wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoyang's shoulder, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Surely it's not. Lu Xiaoyang felt a tightening sense of apprehension. Well, in the future, if there are any ghost-catching escapades, please take me along as your assistant. Lu Xiaoyang sighed in relief and asked, what piqued your interest in such matters? Aren't you afraid? Fearful, yet exhilarated. One cannot deny the allure of ghost hunting and demon subduing, which indeed possesses a certain flair. However, I remain unconvinced. From birth, Xiaoyang seems destined to be a mage, perceiving this as merely a profession akin to the mundane task of assembling screws in a factory. Furthermore, it arguably ranks among the most perilous occupations. Upon returning to their dormitory, the two decided to take a shower and change clothes. Chunhao retrieved his discarded Redmi phone to teach Xiaoyang how to use it. For Xiaoyang, who was engaging with a smartphone for the first time, it felt akin to unlocking the gates to a new universe. Chunhao assisted Xiaoyang in applying for a delivery rider position with a food service, awaiting approval to proceed to the interview stage. It shouldn't be a problem. The requirements for riders are quite lenient. They will likely contact you by tomorrow morning. Chunhao assured him. How about you get an electric bike as well, Huang Mao? We could work together delivering food. Feeling a bit shy about embarking on this new part-time venture, Xiaoyang thought it would be more comforting to have company, thus encouraging Chunhao. Me? That sounds feasible. I could save up some money to buy a few figurines. What are figurines? You and T understand? Just go to sleep. The following morning, Xiaoyang roused Chunhao early, and they ventured to the second-hand market in the university town, where he spent 1,000 yuan to acquire two slightly worn Emma electric scooters, still operational despite their age. The rider qualification review was successfully completed, and the two individuals proceeded to the central hub for an interview, followed by a brief training session. Once the series of procedures concluded, they were assigned to a station in the university town. After reporting for duty, they received a complete set of rider equipment. Feeling invigorated, the two promptly began accepting orders. By the end of the day, Xiaoyang found the experience quite satisfactory. I earned 83 yuan. How about you? He inquired, feeling elated at the balance in his WeChat wallet. This was merely his first day of work, and considering his unfamiliarity with the routes, he realized he had squandered a fair amount of time. He optimistically anticipated that once he became more adept, his earnings would undoubtedly surpass his current amount. Exhausted. Over 60 now, let us go grab a meal. They returned the electric scooter to the delivery station for charging and made their way to a nearby Sha County snack shop, ordering 2 servings of pig trotter rice. While waiting for their meal, Xiaoyang took out his phone to fiddle with it. In WeChat, he noticed an unread message from someone named Xiaoyang. It read, Xiaoyang, is it you? It's your Mingjia Rose. To his surprise, it was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang recalled that after Chunhao helped him register on WeChat last night, he had also added Xiaoyang as a friend, and he had not expected her to accept so quickly. He typed a response, Mingjia, it's Xiaoyang. He initially intended to send 3 handshake emojis, but due to his inexperience, mistakenly sent 3 bomb emojis instead. Xiaoyang almost instantaneously replied, Xiaoyang, why did you choose such a username? Ha ha ha. Username? He had never set one. Upon checking his profile, he discovered that it read, Lu Retian handsome. Damn, it must be that yellow-haired guy. Just as I was about to explain, Xiaoyang directly called me. Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Have you eaten? I was just about to eat. Mingjia, are you coming over? It's my treat. I had intended to invite you, but fine, I will come find you. Send me your location. Since Xiaoyang didn't know how to send his location, he sought help from Chunhao, also asking him to assist in coming up with a new online name. After a moment's thought, Chunhao suggested the name Zong AI, family's old dream. What is this? Xiaoyang blinked in confusion. This kind of name is in vogue now. Trust me. Chunhao stifled a laugh, speaking earnestly. He then kindly helped him change to a stylish avatar and updated the profile to, catch me if you can, or else I'll say I'm gone. Thank you. Xiaoyang was quite pleased, finally feeling like a city dweller. Within 20 minutes, Xiaoyang arrived. Today, she was not dressed in professional attire, but rather in a simple yet elegant red dress, which highlighted her exquisite features, making her exceedingly beautiful. The moment she entered the small shop, everyone's gaze, including that of the staff, was drawn to her. Upon seeing Xiaoyang and Chunhao clad in delivery rider outfits, Xiaoyang was taken aback. You guys, how did you end up delivering food? We just started today and earned over 80 in the morning. Today, I'm treating boss another serving of pig trotter rice. Xiaoyang said proudly, delivering food. I see. Xiaoyang, you're doing this to experience life, just like yesterday's market stall, for a bit of fun? Xiaoyang remarked with a face full of envy. As for the notion of earning money, she found it hard to believe. How could someone like Xiaoyang, a recluse from the mundane world, possibly lack funds? Even if he genuinely desired to make money, it would be inconceivable for him to engage in laborious tasks such as delivering takeout. Xiaoyang covered his face, sensing that Zhao's misunderstanding of him ran rather deep. Xiaoyang, I have a gift for you. It's in my car. Come with me to retrieve it, Zhao Yuming said, then turned to Chun Hao, who was about to stand up. You continue your meal. We shall return shortly. Chun Hao, feeling helpless, sat back down. Zhao Yuming's car was parked not far away in a lot. Although Xiaoyang was not well versed in automobiles, he found it quite impressive. The emblem displayed 2 letters R, intertwined. He casually inquired, "What kind of car is this?" "This is my uncle's vehicle. I don't usually drive this one. My own car is currently out of commission, so I borrowed this for a few days. Personally, I have no inclination towards ostentation," Zhao Yuming quickly explained, fearing Xiaoyang might perceive her as overly materialistic. "Oh, so this car is rather expensive?" Zhao hesitated to disclose the price when Xiaoyang added, "It must be worth several $100,000? Well, that is indeed the case," Zhao Yuming chuckled, covering her mouth. It appeared that this Taoist, had indeed spent too long in the mountains, lacking a fundamental understanding of worldly life, giving him a somewhat endearing yet naive aura. "Xiaoyang, after returning home last night, I inquired and discovered that our school has long been rife with the legend of the wheelchair-bound old lady. It has been circulating for at least a decade. I do not know her. Why would she wish to harm me?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired. "How long have you been employed?" "About half a year, though I have truly been working for less than a semester." "Do you visit the lakeside every day?" "Indeed, it is serene there, and the environment is pleasant. I reside at the school and take a stroll by the lake daily." Lu Xiaoyang nodded slowly. No wonder the elderly woman in the wheelchair would instruct Li Moli to take action. Zhao Yuming frequently frequented the lakeside, and there was no one more opportune than Li Moli to carry out such a task. As for why the old woman did not take matters into her own hands, Lu Xiaoyang surmised the reason, but, lacking sufficient clues, did not delve further into the matter. "This elderly woman must have some connection to you," Lu Xiaoyang elaborated. "The notion of malevolent spirits harming individuals is not as far-fetched as portrayed in novels, for the underworld also adheres to its own laws. Malevolent spirits, upon their arrival in the underworld, face judgment and punishment. Conversely, if they choose not to enter the underworld, they forfeit the opportunity for reincarnation and are easily dispatched by sorcerers in the mortal realm. Therefore, when it comes to spirits causing harm, it typically revolves around 2 matters: vengeance or cultivation. In the case of Zhao Yuming, the fact that someone has specifically targeted her likely pertains to revenge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuming's face turned ashen. "I certainly harbor no enmity toward her. I have been living abroad and have only returned to the country for less than a year. Having just started my job, how could I possibly have a feud with her? I do not even know who she is." 21. You actually have a wife? If it is not your fault, then it must be a member of your family. For instance, she may harbor animosity towards a close relative of yours and, unable to harm them directly, has turned her attention to you. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuming appeared contemplative. The immediate task at hand is to locate this elderly woman. Li Moli mentioned that she roams the campus, so her lair must be in the vicinity. "I shall investigate tonight. Mingjia, you should return home and inquire among your family to see if anyone knows her background. Indeed, she is certainly connected to our school." Zhao Yuming's eyes flickered. "How so?" Did not Li Moli state that this old woman only appeared after the school's establishment, and no one had seen her prior? Zhao Yuming nodded slowly, admiringly regarding Xiaoyang. "You are remarkably observant. You notice such details." Xiaoyang, with a touch of pride, tossed her hair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "It is nothing. Expertise lies in specialization. Exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons is not as simple as outsiders might presume. One cannot merely rush in. Generally, malevolent entities are averse to practitioners of the arcane. Once their presence is detected, they often seek refuge. At such times, it is imperative to gather clues and analyze the situation. This process resembles a police investigation, a battle of wits against the malevolent forces. By the way, Xiaoyang, I cannot comprehend why Li Moli employed such convoluted methods to lure me to the center of the lake. I mean, I had already entered the water. Why did she not simply eliminate me then? The influence of malevolent spirits is not as simple as one might presume. A person of sound mind, imbued with ample yang energy, possesses 3 radiant lights. As long as these lights remain unextinguished, it becomes exceedingly difficult for a ghost to possess them. Should they attempt to do so forcefully, the repercussions upon themselves would be considerable. The spirit she speaks of is but a rudimentary specter, and when it seeks to take a life, it often resorts to deceptive tactics, the so-called tricks of the spectral realm. Xiaoyang listened intently, her expression akin to that of a diligent student absorbing knowledge. These peculiar insights were entirely foreign to her, and amidst her curiosity, her admiration for Xiaoyang only deepened. Xiaoyang, that elderly woman in the wheelchair, surely she surpasses Li Moli in strength? Zhao pondered aloud. Xiaoyang stroked her chin, contemplating. From what I gathered from Li Moli, it seems the old woman subdued her with relative ease. The disparity in their powers must be considerable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a fresh wave of anxiety wash over her. Then you must surely be able to defeat her, right? That's difficult to ascertain, Xiaoyang replied thoughtfully. After all, I've never directly encountered her. However, I believe the situation is manageable. Truly formidable malevolent entities are rather rare, and I doubt I am so unfortunate as to encounter one immediately upon descending the mountain. Indeed, I trust you, Xiaoyang declared, her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyang. In this predicament, Xiaoyang was her sole pillar of support. By the way, Mingjia, last night those 2 ruffians seemed quite terrified upon hearing your name. Are you familiar with their leader? Xiaoyang recalled the events of the previous evening and could not resist broaching the subject. How could I possibly know such a person? I have a friend who has warned that imposing individual not to provoke me. They must be wary of my friend. Xiaoyang preferred to refrain from elaborating on this matter. Xiaoyang, I have purchased a mobile phone for you. I understand you may not place much value on these things, but having a smartphone while living in the city is rather convenient. As Xiaoyang spoke, she produced a newly acquired phone and handed it to Xiaoyang. Oh, Huang Mao gave me an old one. It works quite well, he replied. You should use the new one. After all, it's already purchased, so there's no need for formality. Reluctantly, Xiaoyang accepted the gift, admiring it in his hands. By mere appearance, it was evidently of a much higher quality than the one given by Huang Mao. By the way, what brand is this phone? He inquired. It's a Huawei Mate 40, the latest model. I initially considered buying an iPhone, but my entire family uses Huawei, and I find it more comfortable to use. Oh, it must be quite expensive. Xiaoyang smiled softly. It's merely a phone. What does expensive even mean? Xiaoyang, feel free to let me know if you ever need anything. Do not hesitate. All right, thank you, Mingjia. The 2 engaged in casual conversation within the car for a while, and Xiaoyang gained further insight into Xiaoyang. She was a local from Jinling, yet had moved with her family to the bustling metropolis during her childhood. Upon reaching adulthood, she pursued her studies abroad and only returned to her homeland last year. It was through her family's arrangements that she became a teacher at Jinling Vocational College, instructing in English. To be honest, I have no passion for teaching. My return to Jinling was solely to accompany my grandfather. The elderly gentleman hails from Jinling and once engaged in commerce in Guangfu. As he aged, he returned to his hometown to enjoy his retirement, and it was he who assisted me in securing this job. Had I not become a teacher, I would have been obliged to work at my family's company, a prospect I find even less appealing, so I shall carry on with this for now. After sharing about himself, Xiaoyang curiously inquired about Lu Xiaoyang's background. Upon learning that he had become a Taoist priest since childhood, Xiaoyang was taken aback. She once again realized that Lu Xiaoyang was unlike anyone she had ever known. The air of mystery surrounding this young man captivated her. By the way, Mingjia, is your family quite affluent? After much hesitation, Lu Xiaoyang broached the question. Huh, such a straightforward inquiry left Xiaoyang momentarily speechless. I mean no offense. I merely wanted to ask if you know many wealthy locals. I'm trying to gather information about someone named Zheng Mei, or rather, now she goes by Zheng Cece. Her father is Zheng Baifu, and their family is also quite well off. Zheng Baifu. Xiaoyang furrowed her brows, as she had never heard of that name. Surmising he was certainly not among the elite wealthy, likely not even in the second tier. I will inquire on your behalf. By the way, why are you interested in her? Lu Xiaoyang scratched his head sheepishly. Zheng Cixi is my wife. You, wife? You actually have a wife? Zhao Yuming nearly leapt from her seat, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over her. Indeed, I have been engaged to her for several years, yet we have not wed. How is it that you lack her contact information? Alas, that is a long story. Our union was arranged by our parents, and she may not even be aware of it. We have not been in touch for several years. Her family is now affluent, and her father, disapproving of my modest means, refuses to share her contact details with me. A childhood betrothal? I suppose it could be considered so, as it dates back to our middle school days. A subtle smile graced Zhao Yuming's lips. Zheng Baifu's reluctance to provide his daughter's contact information evidently indicates his desire to annul the engagement. And Zheng Cixi herself might be oblivious to the very existence of this arrangement. Can such a frivolous childhood engagement truly hold any weight? Although it appears that Lu Xiaoyang harbors a strong affection for Zheng Cixi, the prospects of their marriage seem rather bleak. At 22, working at a ghost shop, pretending to be someone of importance. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuming's spirits lifted, and she turned to Lu Xiaoyang with a smile, saying, "All right, I will inquire with my friends. I should be able to find her contact information." "Really? I would greatly appreciate it." Lu Xiaoyang grinned widely, exclaiming, "Rest assured, once I locate her, I shall shatter her wheelchair and scatter her ashes." Zhao Yuming covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "Do you truly hold such affection for Zheng Cixi? What if she does not reciprocate your feelings, or worse, has changed her heart?" "That is impossible," Lu Xiaoyang replied without hesitation. Zhao Yuming smiled, choosing to remain silent. The two continued their conversation in the car until Chunhao's call interrupted, urging Lu Xiaoyang to return to work. It was still mealtime, the peak period for business, and there was potential for additional orders. Xiaoyang bid farewell to Zhao Yuming, exited the vehicle, and walked away. Zhao Yuming opened her phone and dialed a number. "Miss, how may I assist you?" Came a respectful voice from the other end of the line. "Please investigate whether there is a businessman named Zheng Baifu, whose daughter is Zheng Cixi. They should belong to a moderately affluent family." Zheng Baifu? How fortuitous. Just a couple of days ago, he sent an invitation to the second master, as he is hosting a birthday banquet next week and has invited him to attend. Zhao Yuming was taken aback. He has connections with my uncle? Why have I never heard of this person before? Zheng Baifu is merely a nouveau riche. His daughter, Zheng Cixi, is dating the son of the Wang family, Wang Dikang. He leveraged the Wang family's influence, yet the second master has no intention of attending. Zheng Cixi has a boyfriend. Though Zhao Yuming felt a twinge of immorality, she could not help but feel a sense of glee. The Wang family, in Jinling, is considered a small second-tier family at the tail end. No wonder Zheng Baifu is reluctant to allow Xiaoyang to associate with his daughter. For someone like him, ascending to the Wang family's circle is no small feat, and he would naturally want to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising. I wonder how Xiaoyang would react upon learning this news? Zhao Yuming pondered for a moment and decided to keep this information to herself for the time being. After delivering takeout for over an hour, Xiaoyang gradually became adept at the process, working with increasing vigor. "Yellow-haired, what is that place?" After delivering a remote order, as he rode back, Xiaoyang passed by a dilapidated temple. Driven by his professional instinct, he casually inquired about it. "I'm not a local, so I'm not sure," he replied. Chunhao glanced at the map and said, "It indicates that this is the city god temple." The city god temple in the west of the city? Xiaoyang recalled the address given by a man, namely Chaoyuan, he had encountered while setting up his stall last night. Could this be the very place? Initially, he had intended to visit after finishing his work to explore any opportunities for extra income. Since he was passing by, he decided to enter directly. Xiaoyang explained the situation to Chunhao, and the two temporarily turned off their order-taking app, parked their bikes, and walked towards the temple. This city god temple was nestled among a cluster of old buildings and appeared to be in a state of disrepair, reminiscent of a crumbling structure awaiting demolition. Upon entering the temple, Xiaoyang noticed a string of copper coins tied together with red thread hanging on the left wall, stirring his curiosity. To his surprise, this was actually a ghost shop. Li Chaoyuan must be the proprietor. Inside, there was a spacious courtyard devoid of people. And Xiaoyang made a beeline for the main hall opposite. The sight that greeted him inside the hall was astonishing. A coffin, unfinished and unpainted, was placed prominently in the center, surrounded by a pile of floral wreaths, paper figures, incense, and ghost money, resembling a wreath shop. Meanwhile, the statue of the city god was relegated to a corner of the hall. "Is anyone here?" Seeing no one around, Xiaoyang called out loudly. Chen Hao, taking advantage of the situation, perched himself atop the coffin lid. Suddenly, the lid shifted, and a hand emerged from beneath, delivering a resounding slap to his backside. "Ah, a resurrection!" Chen Hao leapt back in alarm. The coffin lid was fully removed, revealing a figure sitting up from below. It was Li Xiaoyang. "Why are you pressing down on my coffin lid?" Li Xiaoyang glared at Chen Hao. "Hey, I was startled by you, and haven't even expressed my surprise. What on earth are you doing lying in a coffin? Seeking sensations ahead of time?" Chen Hao retorted, visibly annoyed. "I was merely painting the coffin," Li Xiaoyang replied, holding a bucket of paint as he emerged from the coffin. Xiaoyang hurriedly stepped forward to apologize on behalf of Chen Hao. "You're quite punctual indeed. Perfect timing. You can lend me a hand shortly. You don't mean for me to help you paint, do you?" Xiaoyang shook. "Of course not. I'll be observing a matter shortly," Li Xiaoyang stated as he rummaged in a corner, pulling out a wrinkled long robe and donning it. He then proceeded to explain that he not only operated a ghost shop, but also practiced surgery. Recently, a woman living nearby had suddenly gone mad. Her family had brought her to him once before, during which he discerned that a malevolent spirit was attached to her. However, this spirit proved formidable. Despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to exorcise it from the woman's body. Therefore, in recent days, he had made thorough preparations, feeling confident of success, and had requested the woman's family to bring her back for further exorcism. He possesses a complete assurance of vanquishing the elusive creature. However, he harbors concerns regarding its potential flight during the encounter. Thus, he seeks the assistance of someone with a modicum of magical prowess to momentarily hinder the creature's escape. By fortunate coincidence, he encountered Lu Xiaoyang by the roadside yesterday, deeming him quite suitable for the task, and promptly summoned him. "My abilities are formidable. The likelihood of the creature evading capture is exceedingly low, so you need only stand by. Upon the conclusion of the endeavor, I shall reward you with 500 yuan, if that is agreeable to you." 500 yuan. Lu Xiaoyang felt an urge to express his discontent. For such an undertaking, the fee would undoubtedly be considerably higher, leaving him with only this meager sum. Yet, recognizing that he was merely playing a supporting role, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. 500 yuan was akin to the earnings from several days of delivering takeout. "Brother Yuan, you seem to have a thriving business, not only running a ghost shop, but also providing consulting services. You must be earning quite handsomely," Lu Xiaoyang remarked with a smile. "These are but minor trades. By the way, now that we are acquainted, should you procure goods from me in the future, I shall offer you a 20% discount." "All right, I am most grateful." In comparison to the 500 yuan reward, the prospect of a discount was far more enticing to Lu Xiaoyang. The common magical tools employed by practitioners, such as yellow paper, copper coins, and vermilion powder, are all consumables. Furthermore, wandering sorcerers cannot feasibly carry a plethora of magical implements. At such times, a ghost shop becomes indispensable. A ghost shop serves as a provider of magical tools for wandering practitioners, often masquerading as a funeral service or coffin shop to maintain discretion. The shopkeepers, undoubtedly knowledgeable mages, possess limited prowess. Otherwise, they would not engage in such arduous pursuits. Due to the specialized nature of their trade, clientele is scarce, and the number of spiritual shops in a city is quite limited. In a large metropolis like Jinling, there are at most 2 or 3 establishments. As for Urshizen, the apprentice Yuan Go, in addition to selling magical artifacts, being a local, often also provides intelligence, offering clues about various supernatural cases. It is customary for mages arriving in a new city to seek out these spiritual shops, for with the assurance of resources, they can confidently confront ghosts and demons. These shops are easily identifiable. According to tradition, a string of copper coins is typically hung on the exterior wall. It was this very string of coins that led Lu Xiaoyang to ascertain that he had stumbled upon a spiritual shop. However, Yuangu, to my knowledge, is this establishment not owned by someone named Zhao Tuozi? Zhao Tuozi was my mentor, but a few years ago, he was drained of his life force by a female ghost. Thus, the shop was bequeathed to me. Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Zhang Shi had conducted business with Zhao Tuozi during his early years in Jinling, and prior to Lu Xiaoyang's descent from the mountain, he had provided information regarding Zhao Tuozi. Lu Xiaoyang had not found the opportunity to make contact, only to discover that the man had passed away. Moreover, the circumstances of his death, being drained by a female ghost, were particularly harrowing. By the way, Lu Xiaoyang, may I inquire about your cultivation level? Li Qiaoyuan asked. Before Lu Xiaoyang could respond, he continued, surely you possess some level of Taoist apprentice, do you not? Well, somewhat yes. L Xiaoyang smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. That will suffice. When the time comes, you merely need to stand at the entrance. If it attempts to flee, just hold it for 10 seconds, and I shall regain my composure. At this moment, Li Qiaoyuan had changed into a water-moon Taoist robe, adorned with a silk cap, resembling a quintessential practitioner of the Xiaoyang school. Brother Yuan, did you not claim yesterday that you're not a Taoist? Et Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed. Li Qiaoyuan winked at him, saying, I am indeed not. However, this attire is for the benefit of our benefactor. It presents a more masterful appearance. Do you understand? L Xiaoyang was rendered speechless. Is there anything I can do? I do not require 500. 200 or 300 would suffice. Chen Hao stepped forward to Li Qiaoyuan, volunteering himself. Li Qiaoyuan scratched his head and pointed at the coffin on the ground, saying, how about you paint it? If you do a good job, I will give you 50. 50? Who would do that? I might as well deliver a few takeout orders. Chen Hao expressed his disdain. Just as they were conversing, a raucous group burst into the courtyard. Several men were restraining a disheveled woman, dragging her toward the main hall. Although the woman appeared petite, she possessed an astonishing strength, nearly overpowering several of the men. They're coming, they're coming. Time to get to work. Li Qiaoyuan exclaimed energetically as he approached, instructing them to take the frenzied woman to a side hall. They swiftly procured a length of hemp rope, binding her to a bed in a seated position. L Xiaoyang stood at the doorway, positioning himself before the woman's relatives, equally curious to observe how Li Qiaoyuan would proceed with the situation. Li Qiaoyuan moved a stool and seated himself before the woman, crossing one leg over the other, while holding a modestly sized rattle drum, which he vigorously shook. The rhythm of the drum produced a soothing melody that permeated the air. The woman, who had been struggling incessantly, gradually succumbed to the cadence of the drum, her head gently swaying in time with the beats, embodying a sense of deep enjoyment. After playing the drum for a while, Li Qiaoyuan turned and picked up a lengthy smoking pipe, igniting it and taking several puffs before suddenly launching into song. Hu Huang, Chong Meng, Bai Lu, Hui, Ying Xiong, Lang Wu, Hu Bao Gui, Qing Feng, Yin Hun, and Bei Wang, Niu Gui, Shi Shun, all gathered in throng. Are you Hu Lai or Chong? Are you Qing Feng or Bei Wang? Or perhaps Hui, or Huang, or Bai Lu or Zhang? My vision is quite poor. I humbly request the old immortal to delineate the scene. His voice soared, each word elongated, reminiscent of theatrical performance. My goodness, what is this elaborate display? It resembles poetry recitation. Chen Hao inquired curiously of L.V. Xiaoyang. Exorcism. L.V. Xiaoyang realized at that moment, understanding that Li Qiaoyuan was a disciple of the Chuma. The Chuma exorcists from northeast China represent one of the largest sects outside the realms of Taoism and Buddhism. However, due to the differing practices, there was seldom any interaction among them. L.V. Xiaoyang had heard of the Chuma disciples through Zhang Qi's introduction, but this was his first real encounter. It was said that Chuma disciples were accompanied by celestial beings, their rites relying on the cultivation of these beings. He wondered which celestial being Li Qiaoyuan served. With curiosity, L.V. Xiaoyang leaned in to observe further. As Li Qiaoyuan concluded his remarks, a glimmer of light gradually emerged in the woman's previously dim eyes, focusing intently on his face. Subsequently, she convulsed powerfully, and with a series of loud snaps, the coarse ropes binding her were inexplicably severed one by one. The woman attempted to rise from the bed, startling her onlookers, who recoiled in terror towards the doorway. Li Xiaoyang, however, remained unfazed. He took several deep puffs from his pipe and exhaled a dense cloud of smoke directly towards the woman's face. Achoo! The woman inhaled the thick smoke. Erupting into a fit of sneezes, her face flushed crimson. Then, she collapsed forward onto the ground, her body convulsing as though seized by a fit, froth forming at her lips. The relatives stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyang's attention was fixed on Li Xiaoyang. The man's eyes darted around nervously, exuding an air of shifty cunning, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Was he possessed by a spirit? Could it be that the deity he worshipped was a gray rat? Lu Xiaoyang contemplated opening his celestial eye to discern the truth, but restrained himself for fear of inciting the spirit's wrath. A demon, before my celestial being, dares not reveal its true form. Li Xiaoyang shouted with a voice that was not his own, sharp and piercing, and then struck the woman on the back of her head 3 times with his pipe. The blows appeared rather light, yet the woman let out a mournful wail, her limbs crawling on the ground, her head bobbing like that of a turtle. A turtle spirit, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoyang opened his celestial eye and gazed upon the woman. The celestial eye, situated at the center of the forehead, resides in a realm invisible to the naked eye. Disciples of the Tao, upon reaching the novice stage, initially awakened this celestial eye, commonly referred to as the yin-yang eye in folklore, enabling them to perceive hidden malevolent spirits without the aid of substances like cow tears. As one's cultivation advances, the capabilities of the celestial eye also evolve, allowing the adept to discern the disguises of malevolent entities and unveil their true essence. It can even serve as a means of attack. At present, Xiaoyang was merely employing the most rudimentary function of his celestial eye, intending to ascertain whether the entity inhabiting the woman was indeed a tortoise spirit. However, upon inspection, he encountered a significant issue. Within the woman's being was a mass of condensed demonic energy, abstract in form and devoid of substance. This was not possession. Xiaoyang swiftly realized that she was a wraith. He contemplated warning Li Xiaoyang, yet before he could approach, Li Xiaoyang suddenly lifted his head, regarding him with a wary gaze. He was no longer Li Xiaoyang. He had transformed into a gray spirit, bluntly speaking, a mouse spirit. Never mind. Let us observe how he handles the situation. If it becomes dire, I shall intervene. Xiaoyang resolved and took a few steps back. Li Xiaoyang pursued the woman, brandishing a smoking gun, and with a loud crack, struck her on the back of the head. The woman let out a harrowing cry and hastened her crawl, seemingly attempting to flee. Close the door, everyone get out. Li Xiaoyang shouted towards Xiaoyang, his voice unmistakably his own. It was indeed remarkable that he could maintain his own consciousness after being possessed by a celestial being, indicating that he possessed a certain degree of magical prowess. Thought Lu Xiaoyang to himself. He swiftly cleared the area, turning to close the door, leaving only himself and Chun Hao within the room. Li Xiaoyang, wielding a smoking gun, relentlessly pursued the woman, striking her on the back of the head repeatedly. Each blow caused her to cry out in agony and collapse, only to struggle back to her feet and continue crawling forward, albeit with diminishing strength. With a resounding thud, after yet another fall, the woman trembled, managing to crawl halfway before finally succumbing to exhaustion, unable to rise again. You managed to hold on until now without revealing yourself. Impressive indeed, Li Xiaoyang sneered. Mounting the woman, one hand pressed firmly against her forehead, incessantly stroking it while murmuring incantations. An invisible force surged through his palm, continuously entering the woman's body. Lu Xiaoyang observed this scene, realizing that the gray celestial was attempting to forcibly expel the malevolent entity within the woman using his own cultivation. It was a clumsy yet effective method. Lu Xiaoyang surmised that this was likely Li Qiuyuan's usual approach. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The woman suddenly turned her head and spat a stream of liquid at Li Qiuyuan. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely in the face. The viscous substance dripped down his cheeks. The woman continued to expel water, each wave hitting Li Qiuyuan's face in succession. The slime, akin to a living creature, spread across Li Xiaoyang's body upon contact, extending outward. Li Xiaoyang initially found himself in a state of bewilderment, but as realization dawned upon him, he discovered that his entire body was nearly enveloped in a viscous substance. A chilling scream resonated throughout the room, though this time, it emanated from him rather than the woman. With frantic movements, he flailed his limbs in a desperate struggle, ultimately collapsing onto the floor. The sticky substance clung to him like glue, rendering him unable to rise again. Before him, the woman leaned forward, her mouth agape, and from within emerged a creature adorned with yellow stripes. At first glance, it resembled a snake, but it possessed numerous foot-like appendages, writhing as it advanced toward Li Xiaoyang's face. Upon locating his mouth, it forcefully attempted to burrow inside. Instinctively, Li Xiaoyang clenched his jaw tightly and shook his head vigorously, refusing to allow it to succeed. The monstrous insect persistently endeavored to pry his mouth open, just as it seemed on the verge of triumph. A dagger-like blade pierced the creature's body with precision, pinning it firmly to the floor. The hilt of the dagger was firmly grasped by Xiaoyang. The creature emitted a ghastly shriek, twisting its head to spray a foul substance toward Xiaoyang, who deftly dodged the attack. The creature thrashed violently, causing the dagger to tremble precariously in Xiaoyang's grip. Indeed, the power of the fiendish spirit realm was formidable. Xiaoyang s'identifie acknowledged. The fiendish spirit ranks as the third tier within the hierarchy of malevolent entities, superior to both ghosts and nether spirits. Fortuitously, he wielded the Soul Reaper Hook, a 9-star artifact, one of the treasured weapons of the renowned Zhang Qi. Transforming into a common talisman would likely prove insufficient to contain it. The monstrous insect, observing Xiaoyang evade its initial assault, puffed up its mouth, resembling a suction cup, preparing for a second attempt. Truly, it possesses formidable projectile capabilities. Without waiting for it to launch its attack, Xiaoyang grasped the soul hook in his left hand while swiftly extending his right hand forward, inserting a copper coin into the creature's maw. He then hastily affixed 2 talismans in an X formation around its mouth, reciting an incantation with great urgency. One breath transforms into 3 purities, born from the boundless sea. My feet untouched by mud. The shimmering essence prevails. Emperor Ziwei, he my command. Lotus-born incantation. This spell was specifically designed to combat such water-based malevolent entities. The monstrous insect convulsed violently, writhing in an agitated manner. A formidable force surged back up the soul hook, attempting to dislodge it. Xiaoyang understood that it was in a desperate struggle for survival. Thus he tightened his grip on the soul hook. In a short while, the creature's body swelled, inflating to a girth comparable to that of a human waist, with fluid coursing beneath its skin. This is not good. It intends to self-destruct, seeking mutual annihilation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the creature's body erupted. Instead of the previously emitted transparent liquid, a torrent of green plasma gushed forth. Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, rolling backward to evade the deluge. As he rose, he felt a sharp sting on his face, likely from a splatter. This pain bore a corrosive quality. Lu Xiaoyang could not help but feel grateful for his swift escape. Otherwise, being shot in the face would have been unbearable, even if it weren't fatal. The monstrous creature lay motionless in a pool of green slime, nearly reduced to nothing but skin. Lu Xiaoyang hastened towards Li Xiaoyuan, who was still ensnared in the slimy substance, resembling a colossal cocoon. Struggling slowly as if on the verge of suffocation, Lu Xiaoyang drew a ground fire talisman and tossed it onto him. With a thunderous roar, green flames erupted, engulfing his entire body. "Are you giving him a cremation?" Chun Hao, who had been standing dumbfounded nearby, finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed at Lu Xiaoyang, "Don't be ridiculous. He is not dead yet." Lu Xiaoyang clarified, explaining that this was ground fire, capable of consuming any malevolent energy as fuel until it was exhausted. Yet it would not harm the living. The slime was swiftly incinerated, revealing Li Xiaoyuan within. "Still alive?" Lu Xiaoyang chuckled. Chun Hao chimed in, "If he were dead, we could simply lay him to rest. There's a coffin outside." "Get lost." Li Xiaoyang shot him a glare, then turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoyang, displaying a look of complex emotions. Which sect do you belong to, exactly? Did I not inform you? I am a disciple of Maoshan. What level? Third rank, Celestial Master. What? A Celestial Master? Li Xiaoyuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Though he is not a Taoist priest, he possesses a profound familiarity with the realms of Taoism. From the lowest to the highest, there exists the Taoist boy, the yellow-capped, the fengshui, the true man, the Celestial Master, the earth immortal, and the spiritual immortal. Beyond these, Li Xiaoyang is uncertain of any further realms. It is said that the names of these realms were personally established by the national master Yi Fashion during the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, and have been passed down for thousands of years. The Buddhist and shamanic sects also have corresponding levels of hierarchy. Each level can be further divided into 9 ranks, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The Celestial Master level is regarded as a high rank within the entire realm of law. 25. A genius. You have indeed disguised yourself. Especially the youth before him, clad in a yellow gown, appear to be scarcely 20 years of age. What an extraordinary talent. Reflecting on the not-so-distant past, when he had inquired whether this individual had reached the level of a Taoist boy, Li Xiaoyang felt his face flush with embarrassment. This fellow is adept at masquerading as an innocent. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he had underestimated the individual from the very beginning, depriving him of the opportunity to be forthright. Master L, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Li Xiaoyang struggled to rise, offering a respectful bow to L Xiaoyang. L Xiaoyang sidestepped, stepping forward to support him. Brother Yuan, I cannot accept such reverence. I still hope to earn a fortune alongside you in the future. Li Xiaoyang's face reddened once more as his gaze fell upon the corpse of the peculiar insect on the ground, murmuring, What in the world is this? The Yao, also known as the shadow bug. From a moment this creature began to spew forth liquid, L Xiaoyang recognized its identity and proceeded to provide a brief explanation. The Yao is a rare, malevolent spirit. Numerous ancient texts have documented this entity. The records of deities mentions the Yao, also known as the short fox, which possesses the ability to shoot sand at individuals, causing those struck to experience muscular rigidity, severe headaches, fever, and in extreme cases, death. According to the explaining graphs and characters, the Yao resembles a turtle, has 3 legs, and inflicts harm through its gaseous attacks. Although descriptions of the Yao's form vary significantly across different texts, one aspect remains consistent. The Yao is known to spray water as a means of attack. The idioms ghostly tricks of the Yao and shooting shadows with sand both originate from this creature. However, in reality, such beings are exceedingly rare. This marks the first encounter for Lu Xiaoyang, who identified the Yao through its water-spraying ability. Unlike the common malevolent spirits that possess individuals, the Yao is intrinsically linked to water, residing primarily in vast rivers and seldom appearing in human society. Consequently, for Yao to engage in malevolent cultivation, it often requires a living person to serve as its ghostly servant, a being that is controlled yet retains some consciousness, allowing it to exist in human form. The phrase acting as a ghost for a tiger derives from this concept, yet the ability to create such ghostly servants is not possessed by ordinary tigers, but rather by the white tiger spirit. The Yao, through its ghostly servant, lures living individuals to its watery domain, where it preys upon them, consuming their flesh and blood for its own enhancement. Lu Xiaoyang speculates that this woman has recently been chosen by the Yao, but has yet to be transformed into a ghostly servant. Instead, the Yao is merely parasitizing her temporarily. Due to the ongoing adjustment period, there exists a degree of incompatibility between them, resulting in the woman's mental disarray. It turns out to be a Yao, a legend I have also heard of. No wonder the woman's family said she needed to drink copious amounts of water. It was all stored within her by the Yao. Truly, whether a disciple of Maoshan or simply well-informed, I must commend you sincerely, Li Xiaoyang remarked. L Xiaoyang smiled. Although the palace was destroyed when he was brought to Maoshan by Zhang Qishou, there remained an abundance of ancient texts. For over a decade, he had been compelled by Zhang Qishou to study various ancient tomes, particularly those concerning malevolent entities. It could be said that in matters relating to this domain, Xiaoyang was akin to a walking encyclopedia. Li Chaoyuan murmured, "Such a rare malevolent entity. It's no wonder even my esteemed elder is no match. How could that woman have become entangled with this thing?" The three turned their gaze towards the woman, who lay motionless on the ground. Xiaoyang hurried forward, grasping her wrist and channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her body to assess her condition. He then addressed Li Chaoyuan, saying, "She has merely fainted. She has not yet transformed into a wandering spirit. Now that the Yao has departed her body, she will be fine. Brother Yuan, please come and awaken her." "Me?" Li Chaoyuan responded in confusion. "This task was assigned to you. You must see it through to the end. Just act as if you accomplished it." Understanding his intention, Li Chaoyuan smiled with a hint of embarrassment. "Then I shall take credit for it." He approached the woman and, with a slight application of technique, brought her back to consciousness. Initially bewildered, the woman soon regained her full awareness. Under the guidance of Li Chaoyuan, she began to piece together the events surrounding her possession by the creature. A local farmer residing on the banks of the Qinhuai River. She had to take a ferry to work every day. Approximately 2 weeks prior, she boarded the boat as usual, but as it reached the midpoint of the river, it unexpectedly collided with something, causing a sudden jolt. Standing at the edge of the vessel, she was thrown into the water, though fortunately, she was rescued by others on board. While struggling in the river, she felt a sharp sting on her foot, rendering her entire leg numb. Upon returning home, she developed a fever and spent several days bedridden, eventually losing consciousness. She could recount this experience because it constituted her last vivid memory before falling into a coma. The recollection remained etched in her mind. Xiaoyang exchanged a glance with Li Chaoyuan, nodding in mutual understanding. It was evident that the woman had been possessed by the creature at the moment she fell from the boat. The disturbance of the vessel could very well have been orchestrated by the entity itself. As a malevolent being of the water, it could easily stir up waves and currents to create a momentary upheaval. With clarity on the matter, Li Chaoyuan rose, adjusted his robe, and washed the viscous substance emitted by the creature from his face with water before opening the door to admit the waiting family members. "Behold, this is the true form of that malevolent entity. Its name is of no consequence to you. Suffice it to say, it is an exceptionally formidable monster." This is what the patient expelled from her mouth. Li Chaoyuan held aloft the corpse of the creature, presenting it to the relatives. "Just moments ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with it for 300 rounds, and it was only through the ancestral 5 thunder spell that I was able to vanquish it. She is fortunate, for had we delayed for another 3 days, she would have succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie, subsequently endangering all of your family members. The patient is now out of danger, though some residual demonic energy remains within her that requires cleansing. I shall provide you with a prescription. I possess all the necessary ingredients. As a humble practitioner of virtue, I will charge you merely the cost of materials. But she must adhere to a month-long regimen of medication for a complete recovery." Xiaoyang and Chunhao stood by, utterly astounded, particularly Xiaoyang, who found it perplexing that the woman, now seemingly well, was being advised to take medication for an entire month, all while Li Chaoyuan claimed to act out of goodwill. This fellow clearly understands the art of commerce. The relatives, utterly captivated by Li Chaoyuan's words, were nearly prostrating themselves in gratitude, presenting a prepared leather bag filled with offerings. Before they assisted the woman in departing with deep bows, Li Chaoyuan opened the leather bag to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash. "Master L, here are 50,000 yuan. Please accept it." This seems rather inappropriate. Though he had indeed saved the woman, it was ultimately Li Chaoyuan's endeavor, and Xiaoyang felt a twinge of embarrassment in accepting the entire sum. The two hesitated for quite some time, but Chunhao interjected, "Let us not be polite. In my opinion, we should split it 3 ways. My contribution is smaller, so I'll take 10,000, and the rest can be divided between you two at 20,000 each. 26, the corpse can walk. What does that have to do with you?" Lu Xiaoyang shot him a glance. Yet Chunhao's suggestion to divide the money was reasonable. Thus, the sum was split into 2 portions, granting Li Chaoyuan and himself 25,000 each. "All right, I shall graciously accept this." Should you require any talismans in the future, feel free to seek me out. Now, let us go. I shall treat you both to a drink." Lu Xiaoyang had more questions for him, but chose not to decline. Half an hour later, Li Qiaoyuan drove them to a particularly upscale entertainment venue. Lu Xiaoyang looked up at the enormous neon sign that read Platinum Han and inquired, "Is this a place for dining?" "One of the largest entertainment establishments in Jinling. It offers dining, singing, and bathing, all in one," Li Qiaoyuan boasted. "The owner here is a friend of mine, and I personally arranged the feng shui here, so dining is on the house." Upon reaching the front desk, Li Qiaoyuan confidently presented a black card, prompting the staff to promptly summon the manager, who escorted them to a VIP suite on the top floor. Li Qiaoyuan ordered a lavish spread of lobster and abalone, along with a bottle of Mao Tai. Pouring a full glass for Lu Xiaoyang as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life, toasting him 3 times. Lu Xiaoyang, not particularly adept at drinking, merely managed to respond with casual politeness. After conversing for a while, Lu Xiaoyang gained deeper insight into Li Qiaoyuan's situation. He had followed Master Zhao Tuozi after becoming his disciple, initially starting as a minor practitioner before gradually ascending to the rank of a Chuma disciple. His family revered a 500-year-old gray immortal. This lineage, it turns out, belongs to the great tradition of shamanism. The Chuma immortals are a branch of the Haida shaman. Zhao Tuozi is a legitimate disciple of Taisha Mountain, with ancestors who once paid homage to the revered Hu Santai. Lu Xiaoyang, who had always been somewhat unfamiliar with shamanism, seized this opportunity to inquire further. He learned that the levels of shamanic practice range from low to high: Baishen, Bangban, Wuzhu, Yuanming, Xiaozongbo, Dezongbo, and so forth. These levels can essentially be correlated with those of Taoism and Buddhism. Li Qiaoyuan's standing is that of Bangban's second rank, corresponding to the Taoist level known as Huangguan. As a celestial master, Lu Xiaoyang surpasses him by 3 ranks. Such a disparity is beyond comparison, a true chasm between realms. By the way, Yuan Ge, when you were ensnared by the sticky substance, was your old immortal protecting you at that time? Indeed, you cannot fathom the peril I faced. That viscous substance had a suction that nearly drained me of all my yang energy. Were it not for the old immortal's protection, I fear I might have perished on the spot. When I rescued you, was your old immortal no longer with you?" Li Qiaoyuan offered an awkward smile. "Yes, that malevolent entity was too formidable. The old immortal was no match." Sensing the danger, he withdrew. Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that in the face of life and death, even the immortals may prove unreliable. "Master L, you may call me Xiaoyang. It feels somewhat awkward otherwise." "Very well. Then refer to me as Li San, for I am the 3rd in my family lineage. You may call me Yuan Ge. I often sense that I possess the ability to summon puppets." Li Qiaoyuan flashed a grin at L Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, the dagger you previously employed to vanquish that malevolent entity is no ordinary artifact, is it? Might I have the privilege of witnessing it?" L Xiaoyang then retrieved the soul hook to present it to him, sharing its origins as he did so. A 9-star artifact, good heavens. Li Qiaoyuan's hands trembled as he cradled the soul hook. "Third brother, is it really necessary to be so overly excited? It is not even yours. How can merely gazing upon it elicit such fervor?" Chen Hao inquired, perplexed. "You know nothing. For practitioners like us, it is possible to spend an entire lifetime without ever encountering a high-tier artifact. Anything 5 stars or above is considered a family heirloom. Such legendary treasures. Even a mere glance would provide enough material for me to boast for a lifetime." L Xiaoyang chuckled, understanding Li Qiaoyuan's sentiments well. Furthermore, his soul hook was not just any 9-star artifact, but one of the treasures guarding Maoshan. At this moment, old Li, holding it, must feel akin to a calligrapher encountering the Lantingyi Su or an archaeologist discovering the imperial seal. As they dined and conversed, their discussion evolved from personal matters to the state of the magical realm in Jinling. Li Qiaoyuan succinctly summarized it in 4 words: a chaotic mix of fish and dragons. After all, Jinling is a provincial capital, replete with affluent individuals and, consequently, an abundance of practitioners, primarily geomancers and fortune-tellers of little merit. Only the three prominent families possess some degree of genuine expertise. Indeed, Xiaoyang, there is no need for you to deliver takeout anymore. The earnings are meager. With your capabilities, you could easily thrive in the legal circles of Jinling, effortlessly amassing wealth. Yes, Xiaoyang, allow me to be your assistant, and I shall be satisfied with a modest share. Chun Hao interjected eagerly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Lu Xiaoyang scratched his head, recalling his master's words when descending the mountain. One must not attract too much attention, lest they become a target for enemies. However, if third brother has any lucrative opportunities, do introduce a few to me so that I may earn some money as well. Leave it to me. With my current abilities, I previously hesitated to take on significant tasks, but with your support, I feel emboldened. In fact, it seems I am the one benefiting from our association. Li Chaoyuan grinned widely and then inquired curiously, but how could a prestigious sect like Maoshan still have adversaries? Who might they be? Noticing Lu Xiaoyang's hesitation, he quickly added, if it's inconvenient to discuss, disregard my question. There is nothing inconvenient about it. However, the tale is rather lengthy, so let us save it for another time. Third brother, are you aware of a supernatural incident at our school concerning an elderly woman in a wheelchair? Lu Xiaoyang asked casually, considering that Li Chaoyuan, as the sole proprietor of the only ghost shop in Jinling, might have heard of it. The elderly woman in a wheelchair. Li Chaoyuan set down the beef tendon he was about to eat and inquired, have you encountered her? Last night, she attempted to harm someone, and I happened to witness it, though I did not see her true form. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyuan murmured, that old wretch is at it again, seeking to harm others. Originally, you seem to be aware, but why use again? Seeking me out was indeed a fortuitous choice. You are unaware, but this elderly woman is a well-known figure in Jinling, a subject of much intrigue. Li Chaoyuan, adopting a composed demeanor, recounted the tale as he understood it. The legend of the wheelchair-bound matron has circulated for no less than a decade, with numerous students and faculty having witnessed her presence. However, what remains unspoken in the forums is that since the establishment of the university, it has been the tragic fate of one or two students each year to meet their end, either by suicide or through unfortunate accidents. In a bustling environment like a university, the death of a few individuals annually is not particularly shocking. Yet the peculiar aspect lies in the fact that each deceased's body mysteriously vanished after being transported to the mortuary. The police conducted extensive investigations, yet they unearthed no useful leads. The whereabouts of those bodies remain an enigma. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao remarked, third brother, your choice of words seems inappropriate. How can a corpse walk away? It walked away indeed. Li Chaoyuan replied gravely, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room grew frigid. Come, third brother, indulge in a piece of beef tendon, savor it. Lu Xiaoyang offered Li Chaoyuan a lengthy and substantial piece of beef tendon. Beef tendon soup was ordered by Li Chaoyuan, while Lu Xiaoyang and another companion did not touch their chopsticks, sitting quietly to listen to Li Chaoyuan recount a tale. It was 3 years ago, during a summer when a male instructor at the vocational college tragically perished in his dormitory, either by suicide or by accident. The circumstances remain shrouded in uncertainty. Following the discovery of his lifeless body, the police could not ascertain any leads, only suspecting a connection to previous mysterious deaths. In a bid to uncover the reasons behind those earlier disappearances, the authorities, upon delivering the teacher's remains to the morgue, stationed a team outside the cold storage room. Recognizing the potential for supernatural occurrences, they summoned Li Chaoyuan to oversee the investigation. That night, he, along with several officers, stood vigil in the corridor outside the cold storage chamber. Around midnight, an unexpected power outage plunged the area into darkness, and a sudden sound echoed. A cabinet in the morgue seemed to have been opened. Footsteps followed, approaching the entrance, where the door creaked open. In the gloom, Li Chaoyuan caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure slowly passing before him. Just as the officers attempted to intervene, 2 green lights flared above the figure's head. Those who beheld the eerie glow felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, one by one collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In that critical moment, Li Chaoyuan realized he might be confronting some arcane sorcery. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain anchoring him in a semblance of awareness. With several officers now incapacitated, he steeled his resolve and followed the shadow as it approached a window, shattering the glass and making its escape into the night. Xiaoyang followed outside, illuminated by the moonlight, and beheld an unforgettable scene. The figure he had been pursuing turned out to be a bloodied corpse. Perched atop the corpse's neck was an infant. This child, entirely stitched in black thread, appeared as if its body had been sewn together by someone. It was diminutive, resembling a child of merely 1 or 2 years, yet its head was disproportionately large, covered with eyes. Normal human eyes, densely packed, mostly closed, save for one pair that was open, from which the green light we had previously observed emanated. Its gaze was particularly malevolent and eerie, even in retrospect. I shudder at the memory. Xiaoyang shook his head vigorously, as if to dislodge the haunting image of those eyes. And then, Xiaoyang pressed on. Then that infant noticed me and offered a particularly disdainful smile. I harbored no doubt that it could easily annihilate me. Yet, it seemed to regard me with contempt and merely patted the corpse's head, prompting it to continue moving forward. I dared not pursue any further. When the police awakened and arrived at the morgue, indeed, the teacher's corpse was nowhere to be found. Third Master, you were far too timid. Why didn't you summon the great immortal and confront it? Shenhao lamented. Curse you. Such a malevolent entity is beyond my capacity to contend with. In that moment of self-preservation, I did attempt to invoke the old immortal, but he did not come. Xiaoyang, upon hearing this, felt a stir within. The gray immortal, in fact, is merely a mouse spirit. Mice possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of danger. It refrained from revealing itself, clearly having sensed the formidable nature of that infant and thus slinked away. What extraordinary power does this infant possess to instill such fear in an immortal with 5 centuries of cultivation? With a disproportionately large head adorned with numerous eyes, it likely represents a peculiar and malevolent form of entity. Xiaoyang rummaged through the catalog of malevolent beings in his mind, yet found no corresponding figure. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Xiaoyang, "Since that day, have you not pursued this matter further? The police, along with the leaders of your institution, did approach me, even offering a reward of 1 million to uncover the truth. But I dared not accept. Ever since I beheld those eyes, I have been plagued by nightmares for months. Later, I learned that the school had enlisted the president of the Jinling Feng Shui Association, accompanied by 2 or 3 geomancers, to take on this task. Xiaoyang extended 3 fingers. Out of those 3, 2 perished and 1 went mad. These individuals were among the most formidable sorcerers in Jinling City. Since then, regardless of the compensation offered by the school, no one has dared to touch this matter again. Xiaoyang inhaled sharply. However, I have heard that in the past 2 years, there have been no further unexpected deaths at your school. I thought that the old lady in the wheelchair had quieted down, yet it seems she has resurfaced to cause trouble. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow and remarked, "From your description, it hardly seems to align with the old lady in the wheelchair. How can we ascertain that it is indeed her causing this upheaval? It is said that the old beau is the deranged mage who, when discovered, had not yet lost his sanity. He fervently urged those who rescued him to seek out the wheelchair-bound old woman, and then he fell into a coma. Upon awakening, he had completely succumbed to madness. The legend of the wheelchair old woman had already been quite popular, leading many to suspect that she was responsible for the demise of those individuals. As for the infant I encountered, it might well be her accomplice." After hearing this, Xiaoyang was deeply moved. Initially, he believed he was merely dealing with an ordinary haunting incident, which is why he readily agreed to Zhao Yiming's request. Little did he know how intricate the situation truly was. Moreover, there were currently too few clues to conduct an effective analysis. Third brother, do you have any means to contact the Mad Mage? Xiaoyang, taken aback, replied, "You don't intend to seek out that wheelchair old woman, do you? Let us investigate first. Since this matter has crossed my path, it would be unwise to feign ignorance, especially since I am a student there. True, if it were anyone else, I would certainly intervene to prevent them from walking into danger. But Xiaoyang, you are a celestial master. Perhaps you could indeed confront that old woman." Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, growing increasingly excited. He grasped Lu Xiaoyang's wrist and urged, "Don't act rashly. Contact your principal and have him fund your endeavor. If you succeed, you could at least earn this amount." He extended 5 fingers. 50,000? Lu Xiaoyang exclaimed, incredulous. That's barely enough for begging. Add 2 zeros. At the very least. By the heavens. Lu Xiaoyang gasped, dropping his chopsticks in shock. It is simply inconceivable. Who would spend 5 million to address supernatural occurrences? Chunhao also expressed his disbelief. Of course, the average person would not, but the chairman of your school, Old Zhao, is a renowned tycoon in Jiangnan province. Not only is he affluent, but his youngest son also serves as the executive governor of our province. To his family, 5 million is akin to the cost of treating you to a meal. If it could ensure tranquility for the school, he would undoubtedly be willing to part with that sum. 28, my classmate, you have a female ghost upon your shoulders. With fervor, Xiaoyang declared, from this day forth, I shall be your subordinate. As long as I am spared from capturing ghosts, I am amenable to any task. Chunhao, gripping Lu Xiaoyang's hand, spoke with palpable excitement. Li Chaoyuan joined in the raucous enthusiasm, offering to provide various talismans at no charge, as long as a portion of the profits was shared afterward. Lu Xiaoyang was utterly speechless at the antics of these two, especially Li Chaoyuan, who had previously exhibited a fearful reluctance to engage with this case, yet now brimmed with enthusiasm. It seemed he had become a mere instrument for their financial gain. Should the situation turn dire, it would be he who faced the consequences, while they remained unscathed. Is this what adult friendship entails? Let us investigate first, third brother. Return and seek out that sorcerer. Inform me should you find him. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged and remarked, I shall seek him shortly. However, extracting clues from him will not be a simple task. A sorcerer has attempted it before and claimed he appears to be under some curse, 2 of his 3 souls sealed, which has driven him to madness. That curse cannot be lifted. After dinner, Li Chaoyuan drove the 2 back to school. En route, Xiaoyang received a call from Xiaoyang, inquiring about when they would embark on their search for the wheelchair-bound old woman's haunted lair, a promise Xiaoyang had previously made. Let us aim for 11 o'clock, as that is when the malevolent energy is at its peak and my spells will be most effective. I will contact you then. After concluding the call with Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang leaned back in his seat, intending to rest his eyes for a moment. Suddenly, a vehicle sped towards them from the opposite direction. Fortunately, Li Chaoyuan, an experienced driver, swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, averting a head-on collision. Nonetheless, the 2 cars grazed against each other. What on earth? Are you in such a hurry to attend a funeral? Li Chaoyuan exclaimed, still processing the situation, when the other driver, a flamboyantly dressed young man in his 20s, exited his vehicle and immediately began to berate him. Mind your language, young man. I was driving normally. You were the one who crossed the line. You bear full responsibility. As a middle-aged man, Li Chaoyuan maintained a level of restraint, merely stating the facts. Full responsibility? What of it? But your reaction was far too slow. If you had turned away in time, this accident could have been avoided. Li Chaoyuan and his companions exchanged glances. If the young man refused to admit fault, there might still be room for negotiation. However, the young man acknowledged his fault yet remained unreasonable. And what will you do about it? Faced with such a scenario, Li Chaoyuan found himself at a loss for words. Oh, so what do you propose? Should I pay for your repairs? Li Chaoyuan inquired. Repairs? You, driving that dilapidated Wuling Hongguang, can you even afford repairs? Selling your car wouldn't even cover the cost of a single tire. The young man gestured towards his vehicle, a striking blue convertible that exuded considerable value. Seated beside him was a stunning young woman, her figure alluring and her attire quite revealing. Perhaps from a previous incident, she had been rubbing her chest, seemingly discomfort, as her hands pressed against the ample curves that threatened to spill from the confines of her sundress. Xiaoyang was momentarily entranced. You pervert, what are you staring at? The young man scolded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. With an air of arrogance, he declared, the fault lies with me. I could simply buy your worthless car outright for repairs. However, my girlfriend was harmed in the collision, and you must apologize to her. If she forgives you, we can consider today's incident resolved. Upon finishing his proclamation, the young man glanced smugly at Xiaoyang, only to find him still fixated on his girlfriend. What the hell? Are you still looking? Did you not hear what I just said? Oh, what did you just say? Xiaoyang finally snapped back to reality, inquiring with a hint of confusion. You're intentionally messing with me, aren't you? The young man's frustration boiled over as he lunged forward, seizing Xiaoyang by the collar, ready to strike. Suddenly, the girl who had been caressing her chest called out, Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang froze, turning to face her. At that moment, she lifted her head, her delicate features strikingly familiar. Is that you? Zina? The girl nodded affirmatively. It was indeed her. After graduating from middle school, a former classmate of mine reportedly moved with her family to Jinling. Since then, Lu Xiaoyang has not seen her again. Although Lin Na was somewhat arrogant due to her privileged background during school, and they had little interaction, the prospect of encountering a familiar face in the unfamiliar city of Jinling brought Lu Xiaoyang genuine joy. Zina, you are far more beautiful now than you were back then. I remember you had a round face, but now it's more oval. Your nose has also become more refined. Oh, it seems your monolid has transformed into a double eyelid. Lu Xiaoyang sincerely praised her, completely oblivious to Lin Na's increasingly dark expression. Lu Xiaoyang, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? We weren't even close back then. How could you possibly remember my features so vividly? Oh, have you forgotten that you all used to call me Little Fortune Teller? I had just learned about physiognomy, and during our school days, I studied the facial features of each classmate in my spare time. You, Lin Na, feeling a pang of insecurity, furtively glanced at the young man driving. If Lu Xiaoyang continued, her carefully cultivated image of natural beauty would be at risk. Thus, she hastily shifted the topic. Lu Xiaoyang, what brings you to Jinling? I'm here for school. I got accepted into university. You actually managed to get into university? Lin Na expressed her disbelief. Then, noticing Lu Xiaoyang's outfit resembling a character from a children's show, she furrowed her brow and asked, Are you delivering takeout? Indeed, I'm working my way through school. A hint of disdain flickered in Lina's eyes as she turned to the young man and said nonchalantly, This is my boyfriend, Xiaojian. You may call him Xiao Xiao. He has numerous business ventures in the university town. I can arrange for him to offer you a position. Doing anything would surely yield more than delivering takeout. Thank you. But delivering takeout is quite satisfactory, was the response. Lina's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Lu Xiaoyang, who felt the warmth of their old classmate reunion dwindle, prompting him to offer a casual dismissal. Oh, so you're classmates. Let's forget about this matter. Just be more careful when driving in the future. Xiao Jian released Lu Xiaoyang's collar and turned towards Lina. Seeing their impending departure, Lu Xiaoyang quickly called out to Lina. Lina, since you're also in Jinling, do you happen to see Zhang Mei often? Do you have her contact information? Jiang Mei. Oh, you mean she. What do you need her for? Lina's demeanor shifted to one of caution. After a moment of realization, she continued, I remember now. You two were involved back in school. Now that you're in Jinling, do you wish to rekindle that relationship? If you have such intentions, I advise you to abandon them swiftly, lest you invite trouble. You are no longer from the same world as her. Feeling inexplicably affronted by her outburst, Lu Xiaoyang retorted, You may not know, but she and I are betrothed. Enough. How could she possibly have a betrothal with you? Do not speak such nonsense. Lina's expression darkened as she nearly shouted. Her reaction left Lu Xiaoyang utterly perplexed, prompting him to inquire, Why do you appear so furious? Furious? You, a mere country bumpkin reduced to delivering takeout, truly believe you are worthy of she? How dare you seek her out? Upon finishing her statement, Xiao Jian, standing nearby, joined in with a derisive laugh. Xiaona is merely concerned for your safety as a classmate. Let me enlighten you. Zheng, she is already in a relationship with the heir of Letian real estate, Wang Jiala. They are on the verge of engagement. Tell me, what makes you think you can compare to young Master Wang? If you dare to pursue she and Wang learns of it, are you fully aware of the consequences that await you? What? Zheng Mei has a boyfriend and is about to get engaged? A surge of blood rushed to Lu Xiaoyang's head as he approached Lin Na, seizing her wrist and demanding loudly, Is this true? Be gentle, Lu Xiaoyang, you're hurting me. Lin Na struggled to break free. Releasing her, Lu Xiaoyang retorted, If you choose not to speak, at least provide me with her phone number, and I shall inquire myself. How dare you, Lu Xiaoyang? Do you think this is the mountains where you can act with impunity? This is Jinling. With a mere word, I could send you back to the hills. Such audacity. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyang regained his composure. Gazing at Lin Na's left shoulder, he said, "You are being haunted by a spirit. If you provide me with Zheng Mei's contact information, I will assist you in exorcising it. Otherwise, you shall be left to your own devices." What? Lina instinctively glanced back, finding nothing amiss. Ha! Lu Xiaoyang, have you truly run out of ideas to concoct such a clumsy excuse? Oh, I almost forgot you're a charlatan, but this is Jinling. Your superstitious nonsense holds no sway here. Very well, you may leave. After all, we are classmates, and it would be inappropriate for Lu Xiaoyang to resort to violence. Besides, I have Zheng Baifu's contact information. If worse comes to worst, I can always call him for clarification. As for Lina, Lu Xiaoyang had intended to assist her, but since she refuses to believe him, so be it. Leave? Xiaojian grinned. You just hurt my girlfriend, and you expect me to let you go? Initially, I was kind enough to let you both walk away, but now I demand you kneel and apologize to Xiao Na. Lina not only refrained from intervening, but added, and you must swear to the heavens that you will no longer harass Cici. Why is she always so apprehensive about my contacting Zheng Cici? Lu Xiaoyang sensed there was certainly more to the story. What if I refuse? You will agree, Xiaojian replied, placing a hand on Lu Xiaoyang's shoulder and gesturing towards the street across the way. The once desolate road now bore witness to a gathering of at least a dozen individuals, some wielding clubs and similar weapons. Do you truly believe me to be foolish? 3 of you against me alone? What if I step out of the car and you all start shouting? I'll be beaten to a pulp. To be frank, I called for reinforcements before I even got out of the car. Soon, the group approached, and not a soul inquired about what had transpired with Xiaojian. They instinctively dispersed, encircling Lu Xiaoyang and his companions. This led Lu Xiaoyang to conclude that Xiaojian must have engaged in such antics frequently, as his subordinates exhibited a remarkable level of proficiency. How many can you take on? Chen Hao leaned towards Li Chaoyuan, his voice laced with anxiety. I can't fight. Even one would be a challenge. Then why are you so composed? Li Chaoyuan gestured towards Lu Xiaoyang. Isn't your leader here? He can fight. While Lu Xiaoyang was undoubtedly adept at ghost hunting, this was a brawl, and the adversaries were human, specifically a dozen or so armed youths. Chen Hao harbored no confidence in Lu Xiaoyang's abilities. However, having reached this juncture, surrender was not an option. Chen Hao recalled the screwdriver resting on the dashboard of Li Chaoyuan's car, so he slipped inside, retrieved it, and concealed it behind his back, intending to take down a few as compensation for the ordeal. So, will you kneel and apologize on your own, or shall we assist you? Xiaojian, sensing his dominance over the situation, grew increasingly arrogant. Since you've gathered your people, might you grant me the chance to summon assistance as well? Lu Xiaoyang earnestly requested. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xiaoyang was actually suggesting calling for reinforcements? As a newcomer in college, apart from a few classmates, whom else could he possibly know? Surely, he wouldn't summon a few classmates to engage in a fight? Li Chaoyuan cast a glance behind Lin Na, unable to suppress a smile. Sure, it appears you had this intention all along. It seems there is quite a spectacle in store. Xiaojian erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Ha, am I mistaken? You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to imitate my summons? Go ahead, call forth as many as you wish, but do so swiftly. Hongwei has arranged a business meeting with me at the Platinum Han. It need not take long, just a few minutes will suffice. Xiaoyang gestured for Lin Na to come closer. Me? Ha. Xiaoyang, you can't possibly be considering using me as a hostage. Lin Na retorted, yet she remained rooted in place, hesitating to move. Not you, rather the one behind you. A long-haired specter clad in a crimson nightgown silently descended from the vehicle and approached Xiaoyang. The ghost had been lingering behind Lin Na, and as Xiaoyang stepped out, he finally caught sight of her. His earlier fixation on Lin Na was, in truth, a scrutiny of the spirit behind her, unrelated to Lin Na's physical form. You can see me? The ghost inquired, her voice chillingly cold, emanating an air of impending action. Xiaoyang retrieved a pointed wooden token from his pocket and presented it before the specter. Do you recognize this? The seemingly simple wooden plaque bore the inscription Fengdu's Imperial Edict. The judge's command. You are the honorable judge. The ghost's complexion drained of color, and she collapsed to her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon death, one becomes a ghost and awakens memories of their past 7 lives. If one has ever reported to the underworld, they are undoubtedly familiar with the judge's command. Though the female ghost felt a twinge of confusion regarding the presence of the judge's decree, a sacred artifact reserved for celestial judges, on the body of a living person. The laws of the underworld were clear. One who possessed the judge's decree was indeed a judge, and this was beyond dispute. Xiaoyang was quite pleased with her reaction. Since she recognized the judge's decree, the need for further explanation was eliminated. He promptly inquired, "You have 1 minute to introduce yourself and explain why you linger in the realm of the living. Should you utter a single falsehood, I shall ensure your soul is banished." The young woman trembled, replying, "I dare not deceive you, esteemed judge. It is as follows." The female ghost wept as she recounted her story. At 30, I was a wealthy young woman who realized I was fond of men. Her name was Kaya. In life, she had been an ordinary working girl from the countryside who had moved to Jinling to work as a waitress in a tea house. Her boyfriend serving as a security guard at the same establishment. Their relationship had blossomed as they diligently worked together, saving money to return home and marry. However, fate took a cruel turn. Approximately 6 months prior, the handsome Kaya caught the eye of Xiaoyang, a notorious playboy who frequently patronized the tea house. He embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affection. Yet Kaya was acutely aware of her own worth. She knew Xiaoyang was merely seeking a fleeting dalliance. Moreover, she cherished her devoted boyfriend. Thus she consistently rebuffed Xiaoyang's advances. Unforeseen circumstances arose one day after work, when Kaya drank a bottle of water given to her by her boyfriend and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself completely unclothed in bed, with Xiaoyang seated beside her. Under the triumphant narration of Xiaoyang, Kaya discovered that her boyfriend had been secretly gambling online, accumulating a substantial debt. In his unrequited pursuit of Kaya, Xiaoyang resorted to corrupting her boyfriend, clandestinely administering drugs into his drinking water. After revealing the grim truth, Xiaoyang transferred 500,000 yuan to Kaya via WeChat as compensation, insisting that she remain at his beck and call. He then issued a stark warning, asserting his formidable influence and wealth in Jinling, cautioning that should Kaya contemplate alerting the authorities, she would be the first to suffer the consequences. Overwhelmed by despair, torn between Xiaoyang's intimidation and her boyfriend's betrayal, Kaya ultimately chose to take her own life. Unable to relinquish her hatred, her spirit refused to ascend to the underworld, opting instead to linger for vengeance. Today marks the 7th day since her passing, a night when her resentment peaks, and she has resolved to follow Xiaoyang in search of an opportunity to end his life. After listening to Kaya's tale, Xiaoyang felt a profound sense of sorrow. He had initially believed Xiaoyang to be merely a spoiled brat, abusing his privilege. Yet he was astonished to uncover the true monstrosity of his character. "You were behind the previous accident, weren't you?" Xiaoyang inquired, gazing at the still weeping Kaya. "To report to the honorable judge, yes. My powers are too feeble to take a life directly. I can only strive to create unfortunate circumstances." Kaya lowered her head, unable to respond, realizing the peril of her actions that could endanger innocent lives and accumulate her own sins. "I do have a method that would allow you to exact your revenge while also ensuring your proper report to the underworld. However, you must assist me with a small task. Who are you conversing with, my dear? Hurry, call out." Xiaoyang, unable to see Kaya, observed Xiaoyang engaging in an animated conversation with the air for quite some time. Yet he could not discern the content of their dialogue and could not help but urge him to speak more clearly. "Just give me a moment. I will be ready shortly." Xiaoyang continued his discourse with the invisible presence. Watching him with such solemnity, Xiaoyang suddenly recalled the earlier mention of a female ghost accompanying Lin Na. A chill ran down his spine, and an ominous premonition took root in his mind. After a minute or two, Xiaoyang nodded and addressed Xiaoyang. "Let us begin." "Begin?" Xiaoyang thought he had misheard. "Where is the person you summoned?" "Right here." Lu Xiaoyang approached and gently patted his shoulder, thus dispersing the excess yang energy within him, creating optimal conditions for Kai Ya's possession. I never anticipated you to be so audacious as to drug someone and drive them to death. Are you not the least bit afraid? What nonsense are you spouting? Qiu Jian was taken aback. Such matters were known to only a select few around him, who had divulged this information to this country bumpkin. To prevent him from speaking further, Qiu Jian resolved to incapacitate the fool first and then interrogate him at leisure. Just as he was about to issue a command to his lackeys, he suddenly shivered. Kai had possessed him. The atmosphere shifted as Qiu Jian's gaze turned cold, sweeping over the faces of his subordinates. They immediately braced themselves, eagerly awaiting Qiu Jian's command to dismantle the delusional individual who appeared to be mentally unstable. Zhang Shibing, come here. Qiu Jian's eyes landed on a bespectacled youth. Brother Jian, what is your command? Zhang Shibing approached, bowing slightly, his expression tinged with excitement. Having only been part of Qiu Jian's crew for less than a week, he had felt rather inconspicuous. Thus, being summoned by name left him somewhat flabbergasted. He silently reminded himself to put forth his utmost effort, seizing this opportunity to make an impression. You hold me tight. W what? Zhang Shibing thought he had misheard. Do you not understand human speech? Like this. Qiu Jian lifted Zhang Shibing's arms and placed them around his own waist. Just like that, a bit tighter. Hold me. With that, Qiu Jian opened his arms, embracing Zhang Shibing, resting his head on his neck and affectionately nuzzling against him. Do you know that I have always held a fondness for you? Brother Jian, what are you saying? Zhang Shibing felt his body stiffen, yet he dared not resist, allowing Qiu Jian to dictate the situation. What on earth is happening? Chun Hao and the others, who were watching from the sidelines, were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight? How had it devolved into a public display of affection? The crux of the matter is that the other party is a man. AGNU. Regaining her composure, Lena stepped forward in an attempt to separate the two, only to be met with a cold admonition from Qiu Jian. Get away. Startled, Lena froze in place. Look at me. Qiu Jian lifted Zhang Shibing's chin, compelling him to face him. Kiss me. Brother Jian, I truly cannot do this. Zhang Shibing felt tears welling up. Initially, he thought Qiu Jian had summoned him for a significant task, never imagining it would come to this. To entertain a hypothetical. Even if Qiu Jian had proposed such a request privately, he might have acquiesced for personal gain. Yet, in the glaring spotlight of so many brothers, how could he possibly maintain his dignity after being asked for a kiss? As he contemplated a gentle refusal, Qiu Jian, unable to wait any longer, tightened his grip around his neck and pressed his lips forward. Their mouths met in a fervent embrace. Qiu Jian, damn it, 666. Chun Hao exclaimed, covering his face in exhilaration. Though you are a scoundrel, I truly admire your audacity to perform such a shocking act of love in public. Oh, let me just vomit for a moment. Internally, Zhang Shibing resisted Qiu Jian's demand for a kiss, yet, fearing the wrath of Qiu Jian, he had no choice but to endure this humiliation. I'm being humiliated by a man, and in public no less. Two streams of tears cascaded down Zhang Shibing's cheeks. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Qiu Jian's subordinates stood in stunned silence as they beheld the passionate embrace of the two lovers before them. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly profound. 31. A kind reminder, you cannot provoke the second generation. It dawned on them that Xiu Xiao had a preference for men. If he grew tired of Zhang Shibing, would he seek someone new? What if he took an interest in me? Should I consider sacrificing my appearance? Such concerns began to fester within the hearts of many subordinates. Jian, Lin Na wiped away her tears, her heart burdened by an indescribable complexity as she witnessed this scene. This Kaya was exceedingly ruthless. This spectacle left Xiaoyang feeling somewhat disoriented. Initially, he had suggested that Kaya possessed Qiu Jian merely for a bit of mischief, perhaps to have him strip in public or roll around on the ground. He had never anticipated she would engage in such a sordid game. As for Zhang Shibing, he was certainly not blameless. He was the very boyfriend who had betrayed Kaya to Qiu Jian. After selling Kaya out, Zhang Shibing had immediately aligned himself with Qiu Jian, becoming one of his subordinates. Coincidentally, he had been summoned today as well. It became clear that Kaya likely intended to tarnish the reputations of both Xiaoyang and Zhang Shibing. However, given the way she was deeply kissing Zhang Shibing, it appeared that her feelings were genuine, as they had once been lovers. Ahem. Xiaoyang could hardly bear to watch this excruciatingly awkward scene and deliberately coughed a couple of times. At his cue, Xiaoyang reluctantly ended the kiss, wrapping his arm around Zhang Shibing's neck, and bashfully remarked, "Shall we go?" "Go. Where to?" "Let's find a room tonight. I desire your devoted service." Without a second thought, Xiaoyang pulled Zhang Shibing into the vehicle. As the car roared to life, Lin Na, regaining her senses, rushed forward, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, "Jian, do you no longer want me? Get lost. Do not ever appear before me again." Xiaoyang brusquely shoved her aside. Before driving away, he cast a grateful glance at Lu Xiaoyang and nodded. Lu Xiaoyang understood that this was her assurance to adhere to their agreement. "What do you all say? Are we still going to take action?" As the car disappeared from view, Lu Xiaoyang surveyed the remaining lackeys. The group exchanged glances. Their leader had taken a man to a room. So what was there left to do? One by one, they began to disperse. On the roadside, only Lin Na remained, weeping sorrowfully. Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind, and her gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoyang, who was about to depart. She called out sharply, "Lu Xiaoyang, is this your doing? What trickery?" I know nothing of it. Perhaps it is some sort of magic. Did you not previously mention that a ghost was by your side? Magic?" Lu Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. "You deride me as a charlatan, steeped in superstition, yet now you choose to believe in my sorcery?" Lin Na felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoyang's demeanor confirmed her suspicions. Xiaoyang must have been manipulated by him, resulting in his current state. In the present moment, disregarding her pride, Lin Na stepped forward and grasped Lu Xiaoyang's hand, pleading, "Lu Xiaoyang, considering our bond as classmates, I implore you to restore him to his original form. I assure you he will not trouble you. You desire Zhang Cici's contact information, do you not? I can provide it." Her profound affection for Xiaoyang surprised Lu Xiaoyang. After some contemplation, Lu Xiaoyang decided to offer a word of caution and briefly recounted the actions Xiaoyang had taken against Kaya. Lin Na was momentarily stunned. "How do you know about this?" "That's not your concern. It's a fact. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, I cannot help that. Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. I only beseech you to revert him. Whatever the cost, I shall pay. In fact, I could spend a night with you." "Surely not. You would consider such a person?" Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. "I care not for his character. We are set to register our marriage by the end of the month, and the marital home is a villa valued at 20 million. As long as he secures the property, he could perish the next day, and I wouldn't cast a glance his way, provided I inherit the fortune. However, he has yet to sign the purchase contract." So, this was the situation. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head with a wry smile. "Having mistakenly believed her to be a woman of deep affection, I regret to inform you that you may no longer have the villa. He will turn himself in tomorrow." With that, Lu Xiaoyang left the astonished Lin Na and climbed into Li Chaoyuan's car. Before the car door closed, he heard Lina's desperate cries. "Lu Xiaoyang, you have ruined my life, and I will not let you go. Do you think I am the only woman of such a nature? Your Zhang Cici is just like me. By the way, tomorrow afternoon, she will be at the Century Shopping Mall with Wang Xiao for the auto show. Go find them and see how your former lover regards you." Tomorrow afternoon, at the Century Shopping Mall, Lu Xiaoyang committed it to memory. He would certainly go. Damn, so it's a possession, I thought. Ha, serves them right. These two scoundrels, they deserve it. On the way back, Lu Xiaoyang briefly recounted the events to Chun Hao. Upon hearing it, Chun Hao was doubled over with laughter. "Xiaoyang, haha, is that Kaya really going to use Qiu Jin's body to sleep with her ex-boyfriend? That remains uncertain. But she promised me that once she has had her fill of fun, she would turn herself into the police using Kaya's body. Although some time has passed since the incident, as long as the information aligns, the perpetrator will surely be convicted. Zhang Shibing, who drugged Kaya, will undoubtedly not escape his role as an accomplice. This is the method of revenge Lu Xiaoyang proposed to Kaya. This action was not to protect Xiaojian, but rather to safeguard Kaya herself. According to the laws of the underworld, The crimes committed by Xiaoyang will incur appropriate punishment after his demise. If Kaya were to take matters into her own hands and end his life, she would also be guilty of a grave offense and could face even harsher consequences in the afterlife than those destined for Xiaoyang. Revenge may bring temporary satisfaction, yet once she descends into the underworld to endure endless torment, she will undoubtedly lament her choices. It is best that Xiaoyang and Zhang Shibing face the full weight of the law. Moreover, their recent audacious public display of affection will surely become common knowledge. Even after their release, wherever they may go, they will be regarded as pariahs. For a straight man, the agony of such a fate may surpass that of imprisonment. By the way, third brother, being a local, have you heard of Wang Jiala, whom Lin Na mentioned? Liu Xiaoyang swiftly cast aside thoughts of Xiaoyang and redirected his focus to his own inquiries regarding Li Chaoyuan. Wang Jiala, the heir of the Latte Group, is known as the largest real estate developer in the region, a name familiar to all. The Wang family of Latte holds a prestigious position in Jinling, capable of wielding considerable influence. After sharing this, Li Chaoyuan glanced at Liu Xiaoyang with a complex expression, saying, "Xiaoyang, there is something I must say. Your ex-girlfriend, having managed to secure such a prominent figure as Wang Jiala, perhaps you should let her be, especially since they are about to become engaged. I understand your displeasure, but consider this. You once shared a connection with the wife of a top-tier wealthy heir. Isn't that quite impressive?" Liu Xiaoyang replied. "The crux of the matter is, I haven't even been intimate with Zheng Mei. We've only held hands once. Third brother, you needn't say more. I trust Zheng Mei is not that kind of person." He spoke not out of a sycophantic mentality, but rather from a genuine belief in Zheng Mei. Despite the years that had passed since their last encounter, Zheng Mei had transformed into a wealthy young lady in a bustling metropolis. Yet Liu Xiaoyang continued to trust her character. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for tomorrow he would see her, and then all would become clear. Li Chuan, upon hearing this, let out a quiet sigh and remarked, "Were it anyone else, I would not bother to remind you. But given that the individual in question is the heir of the Wang family, this..." Chunhao interjected disdainfully. "Isn't he just another rich second generation like Xiaojian? What is the big deal? Haven't you seen how badly Xiaojian was dealt with by Xiaoyang?" Li Chaoyuan scoffed. "As for Xiaojian, I'm unaware of his family background, but the gap between him and Wang Jiala is likely akin to the distance between myself and Xiaoyang. Both are mages, yet their strengths are worlds apart." Liu Xiaoyang frowned at this. Is it truly that exaggerated? It may be a tad hyperbolic, but in a city as vast as Jinling, there are not fewer than 800 wealthy youths, and Wang Jiala undoubtedly ranks among the top 20. "Xiaoyang, you are a celestial master. There is no need to fear anyone. However, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to avoid offending such prominent families. After all, you are but one individual, while they represent an entire lineage, and hidden threats can be insidious." Indeed, though Liu Xiaoyang uttered these words, his indifferent demeanor belied his true feelings. Li Chaoyuan sighed inwardly, for there were still matters concerning the Wang family of Jinling that he found difficult to articulate. The Wang family was not merely affluent. Their influence extended far beyond mere wealth. As El Xiaoyang and Chunhao returned to their dormitory, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Mo and Lu Weidong, who had mysteriously vanished for an entire day, were also present in the room. "Haha, you two actually went out to deliver food. Are you that short on cash?" Lin Mo laughed heartily upon seeing El Xiaoyang and Chunhao's attire. He then patted El Xiaoyang on the shoulder, saying, "I was merely joking last night, and you both ran off in a huff, leaving me quite embarrassed. However, since we are all in the same dorm, I shall not hold it against you." El Xiaoyang and Chunhao exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. This guy not only believed he was in the right, but also thought the blame lay with him. What audacity! I'll introduce you to a better gig, so you won't have to deliver food anymore. It's exhausting work for so little pay. By the way, are you interested in playing a spirit summoning game? El Xiaoyang paused, asking, "What spirit summoning game?" "It's a game that can summon spirits to answer questions and provide guidance. The girls we had dinner with last night suggested it, and they are all prepared." "I just came back to fetch some candles," Lin Mo explained, shaking a few red candles he held in his hand. Do we really need candles for this? Not just candles. They have everything ready, spirit paper, sandalwood incense, and even. Den Montag smedet mysteriösly. But I want to say more. If you're not interested, then just lock the door. I want to be back tonight. Xiaoyang grabbed him firmly, saying, don't play such games carelessly. Our school is genuinely haunted. If you summon something, it could be perilous. Although quite vexed by him, the matter of life and death compelled Xiaoyang to issue a warning. Haha, do you truly believe in that wheelchair old lady? If you don't believe, why partake in such folly? The young ladies do believe, and the more they fear, the more they need me, Lin Mo remarked with a rather lewd raise of his eyebrows. Xiaoyang was about to speak further when Lin Mo took the candle and exited. Chun Hao approached, inquiring of Xiaoyang, do you think something might actually happen with their antics? It shouldn't come to that. The so-called spirit communication games are mostly concocted by ordinary individuals and are utterly ineffective at summoning ghosts. Moreover, it is said that it is difficult to dissuade a stubborn ghost. I just attempted to prevent Lin Mo from proceeding. If anything were to occur, it wouldn't fall upon me, Xiaoyang replied. After a long day and drenched in sweat, Xiaoyang took a shower, changed his attire, and began to gather his tools. It was nearly 11 o'clock, so he contacted Xiaoyang to arrange a meeting point and stepped outside. Chun Hao followed, closely behind. Weren't you just complaining about being tired? Why are you still trailing along? I am your assistant. It is my duty. How could I claim exhaustion? Chun Hao shot back with a grin. By the way, how about settling the wages for this afternoon's work? Or should we arrange it now? You did nothing. Where would the wages come from? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Ultimately, Chun Hao's incessant nagging led Xiaoyang to relent, giving him 1,000 yuan, 500 of which accounted for Chun Hao's earlier advance for the electric scooter. And what portion do you intend to allocate to me for tonight's endeavor? Chun Hao tucked away the money, smiling as he remarked, not a shadow in sight, yet you're already thinking about dividing the spoils. Xiaoyang kicked him playfully. Xiaoyang stood nervously beneath a streetlight and, upon spotting Xiaoyang, hurried over. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoyang produced a folded piece of paper, unfolding it as she spoke. The school is so vast. I thought having a map might make our search a tad easier, so I requested a layout from the administration. Xiaoyang commended her meticulousness and, under the glow of the streetlight, began examining the map, occasionally inquiring about various buildings. This building, along with the few next to it, I'm not familiar with. They belong to the old campus, long abandoned for over a decade, and seldom visited. Let's commence our search from here. Xiaoyang explained that in areas with a larger population, the yang energy is stronger and the air circulation and light are better, making it difficult for yin energy to accumulate. Thus, ghostly lairs and haunted spots are typically found in more desolate locales. However, this is not an absolute rule. Places like Hong Kong's Chungking Mansions or Guangzhou's Liwan Corpse Field, though bustling with life, are notorious for frequent supernatural occurrences. Such ghostly lairs tend to be far more sinister than the average. Moments later, the trio traversed the teaching buildings and arrived at a location devoid of streetlights. This was indeed the old campus marked on the map. The moonlight was splendid tonight, and under its silvery luminescence, Xiaoyang surveyed the scene before him, a desolate expanse of neglected grounds. However, unlike the artificial lake nearby, this area, though overgrown with wild grasses, is adorned with several uniquely designed buildings. These structures appear to be approximately 70 to 80% new. If properly maintained, they could still serve their purpose. Does this building resemble a coffin? Xiaoyang and Chun Hao are both visiting this place for the first time. How long has it been abandoned? Xiaoyang inquired. About 10 years, I suppose. After the new campus was constructed, this place was left to neglect. At least, that's what I've heard, Xiaoyang replied. 10 years. So a decade ago, this place was still relatively new. Why was it abandoned? Well, the principal, or rather, the investor, must have ample funds, Chun Hao chimed in. Have you forgotten what Li San said? The school's investor, that old fellow Zhao, is quite a renowned tycoon in Jiangnan province. By the way, Xiaoyang, in your opinion, who is wealthier, this Zhao or Wang Jiala? Before Xiaoyang could respond, Xiaoyang exclaimed in surprise. Wang Jiala? That guy stole your fiancée, Xiaoyang. Cough. Don't glare at me. Teacher Zhao is not a stranger. Alarmed, Xiaoyang quickly asked, Xiaoyang, have you met Wang Jiala? Hasn't he caused you any trouble? Has he? What, you know him? Xiaoyang bit her lip, feeling remorseful. Sorry, Xiaoyang. I heard about the situation between Wang Jiala and Zheng Cece, but I didn't dare tell you, fearing you might not take it well. She then succinctly recounted what she had learned, similar to what Lin Na mentioned. Lu Xiaoyang let out a helpless smile. Initially, he had some doubts about the authenticity of the situation merely from Lin Na's words. Now, however, he could ascertain its truthfulness. Xiaoyang, what do you intend to do? Zhao Yiming inquired. First, I will meet Zheng Mei, and as for the rest, we shall see, Lu Xiaoyang responded, unwilling to dwell on unnecessary worries as he would soon encounter her the following day. A flicker of concern appeared in Zhao Yiming's eyes. Xiaoyang, this Wang Jiala is not to be trifled with. Remember, if he causes you any trouble, you must inform me. I will assist you. What good would that do? She, a university professor, even with a comfortable family background, could hardly contend with someone like Wang Jiala, a top-tier wealthy heir. Perhaps she was merely offering me words of comfort. With this thought, Lu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. All right, let's get to work. He retrieved a compass from his backpack, quietly reciting an incantation as he began to manipulate it with his 5 fingers. Observing his focused demeanor, Zhao Yiming felt her heart flutter. The Taoist who had vanquished demons the previous night was once again at work. With a whoosh, the needle spun several times before finally pointing in a specific direction. Lu Xiaoyang looked up to find it directed toward a cluster of buildings not far away. He was surprised that such a heavy aura of darkness could be detected from such a distance by the compass. In this regard, Lu Xiaoyang was uncertain whether to feel elated or anxious. After all, the direction had been pinpointed. Yet this also indicated that the malevolent presence within that layer of darkness was anything but ordinary. At present, the 2 individuals followed closely behind. There were a total of 6 buildings, not too distant from one another. Upon reaching the forefront, Lu Xiaoyang once again employed the compass, only to find the needle oscillating erratically, unable to ascertain a clear direction. What does this signify? Chun Hao inquired with curiosity. The spirit needle manifests in 7 forms: jumping, sinking, floating, hanging, rotating, and falling. This is a jumping needle, indicating that the area shrouded in yin energy is quite extensive. The compass lacks the precision to pinpoint a specific location. Lu Xiaoyang raised his gaze to the 6 buildings before him, each one potentially housing the ghostly lair. Since the compass could not provide clarity, they were left with no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary method, a search. Thus, they set off toward the nearest structure. The entrance, long neglected, yielded effortlessly to their push. Lu Xiaoyang retrieved a flashlight he had prepared and ventured inside. It was an abandoned office building, where many rooms still contained chairs and benches, albeit cloaked in layers of dust. Before long, the trio had thoroughly explored all 4 floors. Finding nothing amiss, they proceeded to the next building. Lu Xiaoyang signaled for the 2 to depart. Chun Hao caught up with him, asking if there were an issue. What might it resemble? You will know in due course. After inspecting 2 buildings without incident, they arrived at the 3rd, where the front door was ensnared with wire. Lu Xiaoyang instructed Chun Hao to illuminate the area while he set about unwinding the wire. Suddenly, Chun Hao shifted the flashlight away. What are you doing? Shine it here. Lu, look over there. Is that a person? Lu Xiaoyang paused, following the direction of Chun Hao's pointing finger. It is a modest 3-story building that has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Under the moonlight, a silhouette can be discerned amidst the tangled weeds on one side of the structure. An elderly woman with a head of silver hair, seated in a wheelchair, her hands resting on the wheels. Due to the distance, her features remain obscured. The legendary wheelchair old lady, the very source of all supernatural occurrences at the vocational college. Lu Xiaoyang never anticipated encountering her under such circumstances. How could the wheelchair old lady possibly be here? Zhao Yiming exclaimed, clutching Lu Xiaoyang's arm tightly. The old woman faced them, seemingly gazing in their direction, remaining eerily still for an extended moment. Stay behind me and do not wander. Although the intentions of the wheelchair old lady were unclear, Lu Xiaoyang was determined not to squander this opportunity. He promptly drew his peachwood sword and advanced briskly. Creak! The old woman turned her wheelchair, adjusting its direction, and moved forward, quickly vanishing into the shadows of the building. By the time Lu Xiaoyang reached her previous position, she had already disappeared. Before him stood an arched doorway, though the door itself was long gone, leaving only an empty passage. Peering inside revealed a dark corridor, exuding an air of profound terror. "Is this where the old lady resides?" Chen Hao asked, trembling as he tucked himself behind Lu Xiaoyang. "It should be. The wheelchair old lady just vanished in this direction, and the doorway is right here. It is highly probable that she has entered the building." Xiaoyang inquired, "But why would she choose to expose her lair? Could it possibly be a trap?" Xiaoyang remained silent, retreating several meters to scrutinize the structure of the building. Initially, he merely intended to ascertain its dimensions for a more efficient search upon entry. However, he soon realized that the shape of the edifice was rather peculiar. It was an irregular quadrilateral, wider at one end and narrower at the other, crowned with a semicircular dome. "What are you looking at, Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Can you see? The shape of this building resembles something," Xiaoyang suggested, noticing their perplexed expressions. "An object associated with the deceased." "Coffin," Chen Hao exclaimed. "I must say, it does bear a striking resemblance. And the roof being semicircular, isn't that just like a coffin lid? How baffling. Who would construct a building in such a manner?" Chen Hao remarked, visibly puzzled. "Let's not dwell on that. Let us go inside and investigate." Xiaoyang resolutely made his way toward the entrance of the building. Since the old lady had invited them in, even if it were a trap, he was determined to uncover the truth behind it. As they traversed through the archway and entered the small building, they were met with a staircase descending 3 levels before arriving at the ground floor. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. In a typical structure, the stairs would ascend, as the foundation must be elevated above the surrounding area to prevent flooding. Yet, this building was constructed in reverse. If it were to rain, wouldn't it turn into a fish pond inside? Considering its coffin-like exterior, Lu Xiaoyang felt that this building must harbor some hidden mysteries in its architecture. At the moment, he had no time for excessive contemplation. He noted these suspicions and shone his flashlight inside. Before him lay a long corridor, flanked by doors, one after another on either side. "What is that peculiar scent? Reminiscent of rotting fruit fermenting?" Chen Hao sniffed the air. "Is the stench of decay?" Lu Xiaoyang replied gravely. "The stench of decay?" Chen Hao immediately began to look around anxiously. "Why can't I see it? You Haven-T, open your heavenly eye, so naturally you cannot perceive it." As Lu Xiaoyang spoke, he took out a vermilion brush and drew an opening symbol on the sides of their faces. They felt a momentary daze, and when their vision cleared, they were stunned. Above their heads, a layer of blackish-green mist was coalescing on the ceiling, and the beam from the flashlight revealed the mist flowing slowly. "Is this the stench of decay?" Chen Hao was suddenly tense. "Xiaoyang, what does this signify?" "It signifies that this is a nest of corpses. This building must conceal at least one exceptionally formidable zombie, or perhaps a group of less formidable ones." He had intended to use more technical terminology, but it was somewhat cumbersome to explain, so he opted for the more straightforward term. "Zombies?" Xiaoyang gasped. "Is it that old lady in the wheelchair? She is a ghost. Unless she is a corpse of a ghost, she bears no relation to the bodies here." Lu Xiaoyang elucidated. Xiaoyang was taken aback, suggesting that aside from the elderly woman in the wheelchair, there might be other zombies present. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang nod, Xiaoyang's face turned ashen with fear. "This place is perilous. Mingjie, if you are frightened, you may wait for me outside." She hesitated, biting her lip. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Lu Xiaoyang refrained from further discussion, keeping Xiaoyang close due to the wheelchair lady's explicit intent to harm her. Clearly, there existed a certain connection between them. Given that this location appeared to be the lair of the wheelchair woman, any clues discovered later could be verified with Xiaoyang, potentially leading to significant revelations. Otherwise, in the current circumstances, Lu Xiaoyang was reluctant to have an additional burden by his side. As for Chen Hao, he possessed a degree of strength. Should any strenuous tasks arise, he would be well suited to handle them. Lu Xiaoyang crafted 2 talismans to dispel evil, affixing them to the napes of both individuals, thereby dissipating the surrounding corpse energy and preventing its inhalation. Once completed, Lu Xiaoyang approached a wooden door which, due to years of neglect, had a broken lock and could be easily opened. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing an array of wooden cabinets, some containing garments and shoes. Judging by their style, they appear to be costumes for performances. They were all covered in dust, suggesting they had not been disturbed for quite some time, and nothing particularly noteworthy caught the eye. The three individuals sequentially examined several adjacent rooms, discovering items all related to dance. In a spacious classroom, they stumbled upon a stage and various dance practice apparatus. This place must have once been a dance studio or a performance hall, Xiaoyang conjectured, observing as Lu Xiaoyang picked something up from the floor, curiosity prompting her to lean in closer. Lu Xiaoyang brushed off the dust from the object, revealing a watch, gleaming with golden brilliance, suggesting considerable value. "What do you think this signifies?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired, looking up at the others. "It indicates that there are more treasures to be found here. Allow me to search thoroughly." Chun Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he brandished his flashlight, scouring the area. Xiaoyang, however, regarded Lu Xiaoyang with a puzzled expression. "This watch must have been accidentally lost by a student," Lu Xiaoyang remarked, "but I find it strange that they did not retrieve it. Perhaps they simply couldn't find it?" Xiaoyang suggested. "It was right on the floor. It's not as if it were hidden away in some obscure corner. How could they not notice it? Furthermore, even if they missed it, surely other students would have seen it? This watch appears quite valuable. It is unlikely it was intentionally discarded." Lu Xiaoyang shone the flashlight around the room, illuminating the dusty dance equipment. "And these items remain intact, seemingly half new at the very least. Logically speaking, even if the venue has moved to a new building, such usable items would typically be taken along. Why then are they left here to gather dust?" As Chun Hao rummaged for treasures, he casually remarked, "The school has money, so they replaced everything with new items. Is it really necessary to discard the old ones?" "I knew you'd say that," retorted Lu Xiaoyang, her tone laced with annoyance. "So, these clothes, shoes, and cosmetics belong to the students personally. Why were they abandoned? Are all the students who come here to practice dance affluent enough to forsake their old belongings?" Chun Hao was rendered speechless. Xiaoyang interjected, "Xiaoyang, what are you implying?" "I have a suspicion," she speculated. "The students who practiced here may have encountered an unforeseen incident, forcing them to leave in haste, without even gathering their personal effects. And afterwards, for some reason, no one returned, leaving even valuable items like watches behind." This doubt had first arisen in Lu Xiaoyang's mind upon seeing the dressing room filled with clothing. Discovering the watch only solidified her conviction. Once these words were uttered, a somber atmosphere enveloped Chun Hao and Xiaoyang as they surveyed the scattered garments and dance equipment. Vivid images began to form in their minds. A group of young women practicing their dance, suddenly confronted by some terrifying event, leaving them no time to change before they fled the building in panic. What kind of calamity could instill such fear that they never returned to reclaim their belongings? How is it that, even after more than a decade, the remnants of that moment still linger in this place? Could it be an earthquake? Chun Hao tentatively inquired. Impossible. Xiaoyang immediately dismissed the notion. Not only is Jinling not situated on a seismic fault line, but it has also never experienced a significant earthquake. Even if there were a tremor, surely someone would come to tidy up afterward. She hesitated, glancing at Lu Xiaoyang, before suggesting, could it possibly be related to the supernatural? "I share the same sentiment." Lu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. After all, this place is a den of malevolent spirits, and the convergence of these two occurrences naturally invites such speculation. However, if this is indeed a supernatural event involving so many individuals, it seems improbable that there would be no rumors circulating afterward. After all, it has only been a decade or so, not an excessively long time. Lu Xiaoyang pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. "It is also possible that the school has suppressed the information," Xiaoyang remarked. "Leave this to me. I shall investigate and reveal the truth to you." If the school truly intends to conceal matters, they would likely withhold information even from you as a teacher, wouldn't they? Xiaoyang smiled faintly, her lips pressed together. "Not all. As long as there are records, I'm certain I will uncover the details." Lu Xiaoyang observed her unwavering confidence, and though she harbored some doubts, she chose not to voice them further. Thus, their discourse on the matter came to a halt. Lu Xiaoyang led the two others onward, continuing their exploration of the small building. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor. The interior of the building comprised solely this one corridor, signifying that they had thoroughly investigated the entire first floor. Just a short distance to their right lay the staircase leading to the second floor. However, Xiaoyang did not rush forward. Instead, he was entranced, gazing at the enormous window at the end of the corridor. He remarked, "Do you find the shape of this window somewhat peculiar? I don't know. I have an upset stomach. I'll head to the second floor to see if there's a restroom." Chun Hao exclaimed as he hurried towards the stairs, clutching his backside. At Xiaoyang's prompting, Xiaoyang scrutinized the window before them. The panes were quite large, with two solid sheets of glass at the bottom on either side, set in place, unable to be pushed open. Only the upper part featured a horizontal window frame, along with a vertical one in the center, which, at first glance, resembled an elongated cross. It appeared somewhat disjointed, yet was there truly an issue? I cannot quite articulate it, but it just feels somewhat contrived. Xiaoyang murmured, fixating on the protruding cross of the window frame. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from upstairs. It was Chun Hao's voice. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled down the stairs, shouting, "There are ghosts upstairs, ghosts!" The wheelchair-bound old lady? Xiaoyang inquirit d'astidi. No, there are many ghosts. Many ghosts? A shiver ran down Xiaoyang's spine. Please clarify, what kind of ghosts? I didn't see them. I was in the midst of relieving myself when I heard voices from the adjoining room, almost like chanting, at least several voices. This is indeed a haunted building. In the dead of night, it's unlikely there are any living souls within. It must be ghosts. I hurriedly pulled up my pants and came down. "Oh, so, have you cleaned yourself?" Chun Hao said, covering his face in embarrassment. "Xiaoyang, your focus is rather misplaced. At a time like this, you're concerned about my backside." Xiaoyang gripped his peach-wood sword and hastily ascended the stairs, urging Chun Hao and the others to follow closely. On the second floor, the layout remained unchanged. After walking a short distance down the corridor, Chun Hao halted Xiaoyang, pointing toward the nearby door. "Those ghosts are inside there." Without needing further prompt, Xiaoyang also heard a murmur of voices emanating from the room. He approached, pressed himself against the door, and listened intently. Just as Chun Hao had described, the voices were a mix of male and female, suggesting at least 4 or 5 individuals, seemingly reciting something at a rapid pace. Despite his efforts, Xiaoyang could discern not a single word. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open and swiftly scanned the room with his flashlight. 6 individuals were seated on the floor, hand in hand, forming a circle. In the midst of them lay a cluster of red candles arranged in a pattern resembling a pentagram. At the core of this formation were 3 porcelain bowls filled with a crimson liquid, which too had been ignited. A foul stench permeated the air. "What on earth are they doing?" "Lin Montak," Chun Hao exclaimed in shock upon arriving. He recognized without a doubt that among the 6 individuals encircling the formation was indeed Lin and Mo. The others facing them were familiar to both Xiaoyang and Chun Hao. They were the same girls with whom they had shared a late-night meal the previous evening. Strangely, the faces of these individuals were smeared with a crimson liquid, intricately designed into peculiar patterns reminiscent of the painted faces in traditional Peking opera, albeit less exaggerated. It dawned on me that Lin and Mo had previously mentioned engaging in a spirit summoning game. It seemed they had ventured here for that purpose. "Hey, I must say, you all have quite the audacity," Chun Hao remarked as he began to approach them, only to be abruptly restrained by Xiaoyang, who coldly warned, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Afraid of death?" Chun Hao gasped in shock, pondering whether they had transformed into spirits. Xiaoyang shook his head. "You have already opened your heavenly eye. You can look above." Above, Chun Hao slowly raised his gaze and, in the dim light barely reaching the ceiling, he beheld what Xiaoyang had referred to, a shadow formed by smoke resembling the upper half of a human figure, complete with a head and arms, even possessing facial features. However, due to the nature of the smoke, the features appeared abstract and gently swayed, presenting a distorted visage that continuously contorted into various grotesque expressions. The lower half of the ghostly figure manifested 6 legs, or perhaps tentacles, each connected to the heads of the 6 individuals beneath. The entire scene resembled an octopus with a human face, manipulating its tentacles to control Lin Mo and his companions. The 6 of them were all with their eyes closed, their expressions exuding a certain exhilaration as they collectively recited an incomprehensible language. This exceedingly bizarre spectacle left Chun Hao and Xiaoyang utterly dumbfounded, their minds rendered blank. Xiaoyang swiftly entered the room. Simultaneously, he sensed a chilling presence descending from above, swiftly enveloping his entire being, tightening gradually, as if attempting to infiltrate his body through his pores. What manner of ability is this? So bizarre. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt no fear. He gazed up at the ghostly figure, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, and declared, "I know not what you are, but your feeble tactics are of no consequence to me." He promptly raised his right hand, forming a seal while silently reciting the golden light incantation, "Radiant sun and moon, protect my golden form. Spirits, demons, and ghostly beings swiftly dissolve into mere dust." With a flick of 2 fingers, he pointed towards his brow. Instantly, a golden light emanated from the center of his forehead, radiating outward and repelling the frigid aura. It then surged back, penetrating the ghostly figure. The apparition began to dissolve, transforming into an amorphous cloud of smoke, which soon dissipated entirely. Alas, how did I fall asleep? Ah, ghost! One of the girls among the 6 awoke, her eyes widening in terror upon seeing Xiaoyang, and she let out a piercing scream. 36, trapped within the ghostly wall, ensnaring the group. Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words, astonished that as a mage, he would one day be mistaken for a specter. At the sound of the girl's scream, the others gradually regained consciousness. Lin Mo also recognized Xiaoyang and Chun Hao, exclaiming in astonishment, "How did you come to be here?" "We are here to..." Silence. Xiaoyang abruptly interrupted Chun Hao, turning to Lin Mo with urgency. "Forget about us for now. I must tell you something crucial. This place is haunted, and you have already been ensnared by a spirit. Your safety is at stake. Allow me to examine your bodies." As he spoke, he reached out and grasped the girl's arm. She appeared bewildered, initially offering no resistance, when suddenly another girl forcefully pried Xiaoyang's hand away. "You pervert! Don't touch her!" she exclaimed. "What did you just say? We're haunted by ghosts. That is utterly absurd. Since when do ghosts exist?" Xiaoyang recalled her name, Shunyu. She had reacted most dramatically when Lin Mo had teased him the previous night, playing along with the banter. "Amused, Xiaoyang replié. You come here to engage in a s, and yet refuse to believe in the existence of spirits? It's merely a game for thrills. Who genuinely believes in ghosts? Indeed, we are at best ambivalent, but you come out of nowhere claiming we're haunted. That is preposterous, as if you've truly encountered a ghost." Several girls chimed in, collectively rebuffing Xiaoyang's claims. Lin Mo, visibly displeased, remarked, "Xiaoyang, are you intentionally causing trouble because of last night? We all share a dorm. I have never looked down on you for being a country bumpkin, but your behavior is simply tiresome." Shunyu immediately chimed in, "Indeed. I mentioned last night that those who come from the countryside often harbor feelings of inferiority, even to the point of being somewhat pathological. They look down on everyone." In an instant, the glances directed at Lu Xiaoyang were laden with hostility and disdain. "What on earth are you saying? If it weren't for Xiaoyang driving away that malevolent spirit just now, you'd all be in grave danger. Is this how you treat your savior? Your savior?" Lin Mo spat onto the ground, exclaiming, "Such a significant favor cannot go unacknowledged. Let me see. Is 5 yuan sufficient?" He fished a crumpled 5 yuan bill from his pocket and offered it to Lu Xiaoyang. Laughter erupted among the girls. "Lin Mo, I swear I'll end you." Chun Hao rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at him. Lu Xiaoyang reached out to stop him and addressed Lin Mo and the others, saying, "If you wish to pretend I never arrived, then by all means continue." "Continue what? You interrupted the ceremony, and now there's no excitement left." Someone retorted, "Indeed, we were on the verge of encountering a ghost. What a letdown." Lin Mo and his companions began to gather their belongings and made their way toward the exit, disregarding Lu Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang approached Lu Xiaoyang and offered words of comfort. Xiaoyang, don't stoop to their level. However, your temper is truly commendable. Lu Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. It's not that my temper is good. I simply find it unworthy to argue with the dead, as it would reflect poorly on myself. The dead? Xiaoyang was taken aback. Surely, you do not believe that the enigmatic specter I encountered moments ago has been vanquished by my hand? While I remain uncertain of its true nature, I am convinced it was some formidable malevolence. What I dispelled was merely a fragment of its lingering essence, akin to a mere projection. Its true form remains intact, and having set its sights on these individuals, it shall undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Absent external assistance, their fate appears grim. Initially, Xiaoyang harbored intentions to aid them. As a descendant of the Maoshan lineage and a judge among mortals, it would be unconscionable to ignore the plight caused by such malevolence. However, the demeanor of these individuals prompted him to abandon that desire. While he was not overtly angered, Xiaoyang is far from a saintly figure. He could not stoop to rescuing those who had humiliated him. Such a degrading act was beneath him. Since Xiaoyang had resolved his stance, Xiaoyang refrained from further comment, for she too felt a surge of indignation at the disrespect directed towards him. Let them fend for themselves, she thought. For the moment, let us set them aside, Xiaoyang. Is it possible that the specter was the transformation of the wheelchair-bound elderly woman? Xiaoyang inquired. It is unlikely. If it were indeed her, there would be no necessity for such a disguise. Yet, the truth remains elusive to Xiaoyang. Let us proceed and thoroughly investigate this building first, he declared, turning to exit the room and stepping into the corridor. It felt as though something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. What was once a straight corridor had now transformed, with an unexpected vertical passage emerging, altering the corridor from a linear path into a cross. This was perplexing. He distinctly remembered there being only one corridor. Had he misremembered? Chun Hao, observing the scene, scratched his head in confusion and remarked, I too recall a single corridor. Xiaoyang, after speaking, looked towards Lu Xiaoyang for assistance, mirroring Chun Hao's bewilderment. Without uttering a word, Lu Xiaoyang turned and retraced his steps, advancing until he reached the end. He halted, gazing solemnly at the wall before him. This was originally where the staircase had been, the very place they had ascended to the second floor. Now, however, it was obstructed by a solid wall. As Lu Xiaoyang reached out to touch the wall, he found it coated with a thick layer of dust, appearing identical to the surrounding walls. It was as if this had always been a wall, and there had never been a staircase. Could it be that we have misjudged the direction? Perhaps the staircase is on the other side of the passage? Chun Hao murmured. Do you truly believe that? Lu Xiaoyang replied. But the evidence is clear. A wall cannot simply materialize out of thin air. Why not? Just as Lu Xiaoyang finished his retort, a sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor nearby, accompanied by the chatter of several individuals. It was Lin Mo and a few girls, engaged in a discussion about the staircase's whereabouts. Soon, their figures emerged from the side of the passage. Upon encountering Xiaoyang and the others, the girl named Xinyu promptly inquired, How did you ascend the stairs just now? Obviously, they had come up via the staircase. Due to the previous events, Chun Hao, feeling rather irritable, chose not to engage with Xinyu and replied curtly. However, Xinyu was unfazed by his demeanor and pressed on. Which staircase? Chun Hao illuminated the wall before him with his flashlight. I thought as much. I distinctly recalled the staircase being here, but why has it vanished? Did you not find the staircase over there? Xinyu questioned. No, we initially believed we had gone to the wrong location. We circled around the area, yet there was no staircase leading down. A note of desperation crept into Xinyu's voice. This is so strange. What on earth is happening? We should take a look as well, suggested Xiaoyang, who had grown weary of their inquiries. He led Chun Hao and the others down the corridor that ostensibly did not exist. The floor and wall designs mirrored those of the previous corridor, with rooms lining each side, indistinguishable from one another upon inspection. Soon, they reached the end. Xiaoyang scanned the surroundings before turning back and heading toward another path. Upon reaching the terminus of this new route, he entered a room with a broken door, illuminating the interior with his flashlight as he searched the ground for something. He then crouched down and retrieved an object from a pile of dust, extending it toward Chun Hao and Xiaoyang. It was a watch, its golden strap and design strikingly familiar. Is this the one for before? Xiaoyang inquired, astonished. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, rummaging through his pocket to produce a watch, placing it next to another. The two timepieces were identical. Heavens, how is this possible? Xiaoyang gasped, covering her mouth. Not only the watches, but everything in this room mirrored what they had encountered in the previous one. Why is this happening? Have you ever heard of a ghost wall? Lu Xiaoyang asked, and the pair paused, nodding in tacit understanding. The ghost wall is perhaps the most renowned of supernatural legends, even if they had never experienced it firsthand. They had certainly heard whispers of its existence. Xiaoyang, are you suggesting that the situation we currently face is akin to a ghost wall? Xiaoyang queried. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, illuminating the scattered items on the floor with his flashlight. The essence of a ghost wall is a form of illusion, characterized by two main features. It obstructs genuine exits while crafting numerous pathways that interconnect with the real ones, ensnaring individuals in between, rendering escape impossible. Importantly, these fabricated pathways must be based on real ones. They cannot conjure elements that do not exist in reality. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang pondered deeply. Are you implying that this non-existent corridor is a mirrored reflection of an actual one? Thus, these rooms and their contents have all been replicated? Precisely, Lu Xiaoyang affirmed. Is it the work of some spirit here? What purpose does it serve to trap us in this manner? Xiaoyang pressed further. It is likely that it is not us, but rather Lin Mo and his group. Lu Xiaoyang expressed his thoughts. The phenomenon of the Wall of Ghosts may very well be related to the spirit-calling game they held previously. This is certainly not the kind of frivolous game popular among the youth. It is genuine. Otherwise, we would not have attracted that mysterious, ghostly figure. As for the three of us, we have not engaged in any particularly noteworthy actions since our arrival, making it improbable that we triggered the Wall of Ghosts. Does this mean we are entangled in their misfortune? These incompetent fools, damn it! Chen Hao cursed indignantly. Xiaoyang, let us find our own way out and ignore them. Find a way out? Where to? You are a celestial master. Surely this minor predicament cannot pose a challenge to you? Lu Xiaoyang replied with a wry smile, realizing that this was indeed no minor predicament. Upon discovering the two additional corridors, Lu Xiaoyang had an inkling that this was likely the Wall of Ghosts. And during their earlier exploration, he quietly attempted several methods, all to no avail. This surprised Lu Xiaoyang greatly. The Wall of Ghosts, while seemingly mystical, is generally regarded as a rather rudimentary illusion. One would expect a celestial master's skills to suffice, yet the outcome was far from what he anticipated. This is not an ordinary Wall of Ghosts. Do not rush. Let me ponder. Then show me those two watches. Chun Hao approached, requesting the watches from Lu Xiaoyang, placing them side by side for examination, murmuring, "It is indeed astonishing. The two watches are identical. Can illusion be simulated so realistically? That is because we ourselves are also trapped within an illusion," Xiaoyang remarked. "Just as the things you encounter in a dream can feel so real." Xiaoyang responded, "If we were to unravel this ghostly wall and take this watch outside, would it still exist? Anything that cannot be brought out is merely a fragment of this illusion. Once the ghostly wall disappears, it will naturally cease to exist. It operates on the same principle as dreaming." "Truly fascinating," Xiaoyang murmured. "By the way, Xiaoyang, if we cannot escape, will the ghostly wall persist indefinitely? I mean, will we remain trapped here forever?" "Not at all. Maintaining this illusion requires a continuous expenditure of cultivation, and the amount consumed is quite substantial. They cannot sustain it for long," Xiaoyang reassured. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao immediately felt a sense of relief. "Then I am not afraid. We can simply endure, as there is no danger here." "How naive of you!" Xiaoyang pointed to the ceiling. "Look for yourself." The two gazed upward and beheld the ominous, crimson-tinged corpse energy slowly flowing across the ceiling. Xiaoyang had already noticed this scene after he opened their eyes, yet he had not paid it much heed since then. Now, as they scrutinized it closely, they were alarmed to discover that the corpse energy appeared denser than before, and its flow had quickened. "This can't be an illusion, can it?" Xiaoyang asked anxiously. Xiaoyang shook his head. having long since detected the creeping presence of corpse energy. At this rate, it would not be long before the entire corridor was engulfed. What happened then? A slight inhalation posed no threat, but if one were to continuously absorb too much, they would inevitably succumb to becoming a walking corpse. The expressions of the two men grew grave. Do not fret. You bear talismans against evil, so for now, you are safe. Thus, I mentioned that the ghostly barrier was aimed at Lin Mo and his companions. Moreover, I suspect that the adversary's methods extend beyond this. Just as Li Xiaoyang was about to elaborate, a series of piercing screams echoed from the far end of the corridor, indicating that something dreadful had transpired. Xiaoyang hastened towards the source. Although indifferent to the fate of that group, his curiosity compelled him to uncover the truth. At the corridor's end, he found Lin Mo and the others huddled together, their faces etched with terror. What is the matter? Xiaoyang inquired. Over there, someone is crawling on the ground. Lin Mo stammered, gesturing towards the left corridor. Xiaoyang and the others had approached from the opposite direction and encountered nothing along the way. What kind of person? I couldn't see clearly. They did not appear to be human. Perhaps a ghost. We hurriedly sought refuge here. Lin Mo answered every question without hesitation, momentarily setting aside any discord with Xiaoyang. Just as Xiaoyang was poised to inquire further, a heavy sound of footsteps resonated from the left corridor. Lu Xiaoyang swiftly turned around, directing his flashlight towards the corner of the corridor. Soon, a figure emerged under the beam of light. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. It was not a human, but rather, for human legs, two halves of a corpse appeared, to be precise. They formed a bizarre entity. At first glance, it resembled some sort of quadruped, slowly crawling along the wall's base. Previously, Lin Mo and the others had only caught a fleeting glimpse of shadow. Now, they were confronted with the creature's startling and unique appearance. After a brief moment of shock, nearly everyone let out a collective scream. Almost simultaneously, the creature forcefully propelled itself off the ground with its four legs and lunged towards the nearest person. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, still in a daze, only regained her senses when a dark shadow loomed before her, but it was too late to evade. Just then, a peachwood sword flew from behind her, striking the creature with precision. With a sickening thud, the monster collapsed, its four legs kicking a few times before becoming utterly still. Lu Xiaoyang approached and extracted the peachwood sword from the creature's rear. Though the sword was small, about the size of a hand, it was crafted from the rare lightning-struck wood of a peach tree, imbued with formidable spiritual energy. After being fashioned into a sword, it had been offered by Zhang Qi at the Sanqing Hall, steeped in incense for years, thus becoming a remarkably powerful talisman. When Lu Xiaoyang descended the mountain, he employed various charming antics and persistent persuasion to acquire it. Before him lay a grotesque corpse. Although its appearance was terrifying, at its core, it was merely a zombie, and a lowly one at that. Even an ordinary individual, wielding this peachwood sword, could inflict severe harm upon it. Not to mention, Lu Xiaoyang had just fortified his efforts with talismans. Xiaoyang, thank you. You have saved me once again. Xiaoyang, regaining her composure, gazed at Lu Xiaoyang with gratitude. Let us not draw such clear lines. We are all allies. Lu Xiaoyang responded with a smile. The notion of being allies warmed Zhao Yuming's heart. Holding up a flashlight, Lu Xiaoyang directed its beam toward the slain monstrosity on the ground. The two lower halves were evidently from two distinct individuals, the male clad in dress trousers, while the female donned form-fitting yoga pants, her petite feet adorned with nails painted a delicate pink. Lu Xiaoyang's peachwood sword was lodged in the curvaceous posterior of the female corpse, from which putrid fluid was continually oozing. An unbearable stench permeated the air. What on earth is this? With the monster now lifeless, Chun Hao and Zhao Yiming felt emboldened and approached to observe. Chun Hao inquired, "What is it?" "A zombie." Lu Xiaoyang replied succinctly, though his mind was rife with questions. Such a peculiar form of zombie could not have occurred naturally. It must have been artificially created. At present, he instructed Chun how to illuminate the scene with a flashlight while he took it upon himself to unveil the garments at the juncture of their lower bodies. A thick red thread, resembling a centipede, intricately entwined around their waists, indicating that their lower halves had been sewn together by an unknown malevolent sorcerer. The situation had grown increasingly convoluted. Goodness, this is revolting. I can't bear it. Chen Hao, witnessing this grotesque tableau, nearly succumbed to nausea. Xiaoyang also covered her mouth and retreated to a corner. As for Lin Mo and the others, they dared not approach, huddling in the shadows, trembling in fear. The female corpse possessed a commendable physique, suggesting she had been particular about her appearance in life, only to be desecrated in death. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head in lamentation as he approached the female corpse, his hands exploring her posterior in a futile search for something. Chen Hao could hardly believe his eyes. Goodness, Lu Xiaoyang, I had no idea you had such inclinations. Yet with her upper body missing, how could you? You are truly the most audacious person I have ever encountered. Even Lao Ba pales in comparison. What utter nonsense. I am merely searching for any item that might confirm her identity. After thoroughly examining the female corpse and finding nothing, Lu Xiaoyang turned his attention to the male corpse. Regrettably, a thorough inspection of both bodies yielded no clues, save for a belt affixed to the male corpse's trousers. Through the belt buckle, Chen Hao identified it as an Hermes belt, valued at no less than 20,000. It appears that the corpse before us belonged to a man of considerable wealth. Where, I wonder, did these two bodies originate? Suddenly, Xiaoyang recalled what Li Chaoyuan had mentioned. This institution had experienced a series of unfortunate deaths over the years, with the deceased reportedly coming back to life, their bodies subsequently vanishing without a trace. Could it be that these dismembered remains before us are connected to those missing corpses? By the way, why is this zombie pursuing us with such fervor, intent on devouring us? Chen Hao inched closer, his expression one of bewilderment. It's not a matter of eating. It's about drinking blood. Zombies are inherently bloodthirsty. Once a living being approaches them, they can sense the vitality and will instinctively attack. This characteristic is somewhat akin to that of certain wild beasts. After all, they lack consciousness and act solely on instinct. Drinking blood? But it has no mouth. Only a lower half. How could it drink? Xiaoyang pointed towards the connection between the two dismembered corpses. Chen Hao's expression changed to one of utter disbelief. You mean to say it drinks blood through its backside? Can that part even function as a mouth? Your imagination knows no bounds. Xiaoyang sighed, flipping the corpse to face upwards and lifting its clothing. To his astonishment, he discovered an area at the junction of the two bodies devoid of stitches. The wound gaped open, revealing a ring of interwoven teeth within. The entire site resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Among the petals crawled numerous tiny black insects. Bathed in the harsh light, they appeared to be uncomfortable, hastily scuttling away in all directions. Dense and grotesque, akin to maggots feasting on decaying flesh. Chen Hao and Xiaoyang, who had initially been unperturbed, succumbed to their distress, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. These were known as corpse maggots, a common sight upon the undead. Lu Xiaoyang, unfazed by the spectacle, swiftly inscribed a talisman to exterminate the corpses and cast it forth. In an instant, emerald flames ignited. The maggots, finding themselves cornered, emitted a series of explosive pops as they were engulfed by the fire, ultimately melting into liquid and being reduced to ashes. The sound was reminiscent of the crispy fried peanuts we indulge in during the evening. Lu Xiaoyang, with a hint of morbid humor, raised an eyebrow at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, momentarily taken aback, retreated to the side to vomit. Who are you really? Lin Mo and the others gradually emerged from their shock, regarding Lu Xiaoyang with peculiar expressions. Did I not inform you earlier? Xiaoyang is a Taoist priest from Maoshan. His profession is to exorcise spirits. Surely, you cannot still be skeptical about the existence of ghosts in this world? Chen Hao remarked while kicking the severed corpse on the ground. This is not a ghost. It is a zombie, but the essence remains the same. You summoned it with your spirit-evoking games. This ghost wall is a consequence of your actions. That spirit seeks to trap you here and eliminate you one by one. Chen Hao said with a mocking sneer. 39. If you wish to preserve your lives, you had best pay up. His intent in uttering these words was not to clarify, but rather to instill fear as retribution for their previous insults towards Lu Xiaoyang. Lin Mo and the others suddenly turned pale. The horrifying corpse on the ground rendered them incapable of doubting Chen Hao's words. Xiaoyang, I truly apologize. The first to speak was Shun Yu, her expression earnest as she apologized to LV Xiaoyang. It was our ignorance that led us to undermine your goodwill. Her declaration prompted an immediate reaction from the group. In their current predicament, LV Xiaoyang was their sole hope of survival. Consequently, they vied to win his favor. I mentioned yesterday that LV Xiaoyang must be a remarkable individual, yet you all doubted it. Xiaoyang, I have never looked down on you. It was merely for the sake of unity that I refrained from countering them. I too, after we escape, I will introduce you to a beautiful girlfriend. What more introduction is needed? LV Xiaoyang, if you don't mind, we could explore something together. Their obsequious behavior was a stark contrast to the previous mockery, representing a complete turnaround. Enough from all of you. Lin Mo interjected, chastising them. Your actions come off as insincere. Indeed, we were in the wrong, but who is Xiaoyang? He is a master of ghost hunting. How could he possibly stand by in the face of death? He will undoubtedly lead us to safety. Yes, indeed. Xiaoyang, we are all counting on you. The girls gazed at LV Xiaoyang with eager expressions, some even casting him flirtatious glances. Have you all finished? LV Xiaoyang's gaze swept across their faces before settling on Lin Mo. I apologize for disappointing you. I am no sage, nor do I possess the broad-mindedness you attribute to me. The situation arises from your actions, and whether you live or die is of no concern to me. A few stood there, stunned. Xiaoyang, please don't act this way. I admit I was wrong before, but we are roommates after all. You cannot just watch me perish. Lin Montag exclaimed anxiously. I shall not look. I will take my leave. Huang Mao, let's depart, L. Xiaoyang replied without hesitation, turning away. At that moment, a startled scream from behind pierced through. Zhang Na, what has happened to you? The crowd turned to see a girl named Zhang Na, now pale and collapsed on the floor, seemingly unconscious. She had inhaled too much of the cadaverous aura and lost her senses. After L. Xiaoyang explained that the corridor was saturated with this ominous energy, he added, you all have absorbed a considerable amount of it. However, her constitution is weaker, causing her to succumb sooner. If we linger here, she will transform into a primitive zombie. None of you will escape this fate. So hasten your thoughts on how to exit. No wonder I feel a bit dizzy. Me too. Panic ensued among them. Lin Montag, reacting swiftly, saw L. Xiaoyang preparing to leave, gritted his teeth, knelt down, and clasped his hands in supplication. L. Xiaoyang, please overlook our past grievances. I shall not invoke the bond of friendship. I beg you, save us. Several girls followed suit, joining in their desperate pleas. If they had previously harbored doubts about Lu Xiaoyang's words, the incident involving Zhang Na rendered their last vestiges of hope utterly shattered. In the face of survival, notions of dignity had become inconsequential. As long as you can take me away, I will accompany you to a hotel immediately, Shen Yu declared resolutely, observing Lu Xiaoyang's indifference. Lu Xiaoyang replied, I do not believe you, unless you disrobe this instant. His intention was to turn the tables and expose Shen Yu's facade. However, to his surprise, she hesitated only briefly before reaching to unfasten the buttons of her shirt. Enough, cease your charade. A sharp rebuke interrupted Shen Yu's actions. It was Xiaoyang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. She approached, casting a disdainful glance at the group before addressing Lu Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, I'm not imploring you to save them. If we could leave now, abandoning them would be one thing, but we cannot depart at this moment. We cannot simply stand by and watch them perish, can we? For my sake, at least lend a hand. Lu Xiaoyang had never intended to disregard them entirely. As a disciple of Maoshan, he found it difficult to allow malevolent forces to claim lives without intervening. Upon hearing Zhao Yiming's words, he decided to seize the opportunity and said to Lin Mo and the others, since Ming Jie has spoken, I shall honor her request and find a way to escort you out. Upon hearing this, several individuals were immediately stirred with excitement. Before they could express their gratitude, Lu Xiaoyang continued, however, you have wounded me deeply in the past. To reconcile my feelings and set aside our grievances, I have decided to charge you a fee. This way, we shall establish an employment relationship, and neither party will owe anything to the other. Each of you shall pay 20,000. 20,000. Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Among them, only Lin Mo came from a somewhat affluent background. The rest were not wealthy, lacking any means of income, with their living expenses entirely reliant on their families. 20,000 was indeed a substantial sum. For a moment, hesitation filled the air. If you can awaken Zhang Na, I will pay, Shen Yu declared. The others quickly grasped his implication and nodded in agreement. Although Lu Xiaoyang spoke with fervor, the reality of his ability to save Zhang Na remained uncertain. He needed to prove himself. Lu Xiaoyang smiled and promptly drew a talisman, affixing it to Zhang Na's back. Before their very eyes, the dark hues on Zhang Na's face faded at a visible rate, and she soon returned to her normal state, awakening in the process. The group was left in a state of astonishment. Zhang Na was one of their own, making it impossible for her to feign compliance with Lu Xiaoyang. Thus, his promised capability to save was indeed genuine. Now, should you provide the payment, I shall gift each of you a talisman that will immediately ward off the malevolent energy. Otherwise, you may await your demise. Very well, I shall pay. Lin Mo, hailing from a respectable family, was the first to agree. Shall we proceed with scanning or cash payment? Lu Xiaoyang inquired as he opened the Alipay payment interface on his phone. Having spent an entire day as a food delivery rider, he had become adept at using several common applications. Are you sending it now? Of course. What if you decide to default? I certainly do not wish to chase after you for payment. Lin Mo replied with resignation, ultimately opting to transfer the funds via scan. Ding! The Alipay notification chimed, indicating a receipt of 20,000 yuan. All right, now we still need 80,000. How will you settle that? What? Wasn't it supposed to be 20,000? The others owe 20,000 each, but you, my friend, are liable for 100,000. On what grounds? Because I value you highly and believe your life is worth more than theirs. Is that reason not sufficient? Lu Xiaoyang said with a sly grin, his demeanor exuding the essence of a cunning businessman. 40? Where did the corpse oil come from? His intent to vex Lin Mo was straightforward. First, it was Lin Mo who led the mockery against him initially, with the girls merely following suit. As roommates, such behavior only intensified Lu Xiaoyang's displeasure. Although Lin Mo's family was not affluent, they were certainly well off. He could undoubtedly afford 100,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoyang sought to exploit this opportunity to swindle him. However, Lin Mo, unabashed, retorted, "You overestimate my worth. My life is quite cheap and is hardly worth such an amount." Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily rendered speechless. Just then, Chen Hao approached, activating the camera function on his phone and aiming it at Lin Mo's face. Take a look for yourself. Your face is nearly as dark as a pot bottom. If you continue to absorb the corpse's energy, you will be finished in no more than 5 minutes. The choice is yours to make. Lin Mo was taken aback upon seeing his own pallor. I don't have enough balance. If you don't believe me, take a look. It's just over 10,000. How about I give you this for now and owe the rest? Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his balance and confirmed he was not lying. Just as he contemplated whether to relent, Chen Hao provided an unexpected assist. If your balance is insufficient, you can use Huabei. Let me see your Huabei limit. He snatched Lin Mo's phone and began to peruse. Your Huabei limit is 50,000. That's fine. There's also the JD by Tiao. You haven't registered for JD? Then opt for a relax loan or a beauty loan. Just put down cosmetic surgery as the reason. Given your looks, they'll likely buy it. With Chen Hao's thoughtful guidance, Lin Mo ultimately managed to gather 80,000, all of which he transferred to Lu Xiaoyang. As the sound of the payment notification chimed through Alipay, Lu Xiaoyang could hardly contain his joy, turning his gaze towards the group of girls. It's your turn now. Hurry up. Is it possible to pay in a different way? Shen Yu gazed at Lu Xiaoyang with sultry eyes, gently caressing his palm. All right. WeChat is acceptable too. I can take cash as well. You. Shen Yu was infuriated, but had no choice but to comply and pay. The other girls followed suit, settling their dues. Throughout this entire episode, Xiaoyang observed silently from the sidelines. Initially, she was puzzled by Lu Xiaoyang's intentions. When did he become so money-hungry? Yet a thought suddenly dawned upon her. I understand now. Xiaoyang deliberately transformed the act of saving lives into a transaction, ensuring that these individuals would feel no indebtedness towards him. After all, the gratitude for saving a life cannot simply be repaid with a mere sum of several tens of thousands. Xiaoyang is repaying ingratitude with virtue, considering that 20,000 is not an exorbitant amount for anyone. A person of Xiaoyang's caliber would hardly be concerned about an income of 100 or 80,000. In doing so, he even sullied his own image, adopting a rather avaricious demeanor, which is indeed a sacrifice on his part. Upon uncovering the truth, Zhao Yiming's admiration for Lu Xiaoyang undoubtedly ascended to new heights. There were 5 individuals who contributed financially, yet one was missing, who had not paid. Lu Xiaoyang raised his gaze towards Lin Mo and the others, only to be taken aback. There were indeed only 5 people present. Where was Xiaoyang? The 5 exchanged bewildered glances, each surprised by the absence. Had they perhaps become separated when they exited the room, with her leaving alone? One of the girls speculated. Impossible. Lu Xiaoyang instantly countered. If it were that easy to escape a ghostly wall, would you still be trapped here? It was crucial to note that after leaving the room, they immediately encountered the ghostly wall, indicating there had not been sufficient time for escape. Perhaps she left during the game without saying goodbye, which is why you didn't notice. Shenhao interjected. This is indeed a reasonable speculation, yet was immediately dismissed by everyone. Shenyu remarked, she could not have left the game midway, for it was she who presided over the summoning ritual, and she personally guided us through every step. Lu Xiaoyang felt a flicker of realization, as if he had grasped something vital, and inquired eagerly, was it her idea to play this game as well? Indeed, came the reply. From the very beginning, it was she who orchestrated everything. The corpse oil was also sourced by her. Corpse oil? Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Is it the liquid contained in those porcelain bowls? Yes, we are uncertain of its authenticity, but she claimed it to be so. Moreover, she instructed us to take turns dripping our blood into it, asserting that this would facilitate the summoning of spirits. Good heavens! Lu Xiaoyang inhaled sharply. Blood and corpse oil. This is far from a mere game. It is a sinister art of spirit summoning. Not to mention that this small building is a haunt for malevolent spirits. Any evil entity within a 10-kilometer radius would be drawn to the scent of the blood-tainted corpse oil. This person named Xiaoyang is certainly no ordinary individual. What is referred to as a spirit summoning game is likely a meticulously planned conspiracy. Her sudden disappearance only serves to substantiate this notion. Is this Xiaoyang also one of your roommates? Did she join you for late-night snacks last night? Lu Xiaoyang directed his gaze towards the group of girls, inquiring further. Shenyu responded, no, she's a senior at the school and has no interest in such social gatherings. We did invite her last night, but she declined. A senior? Then how do you know her? Xiaoyang, can we discuss this outside? You have already received the payment, so please take us away from this dreadful place. Shenyu complained in a tone tinged with tears, eliciting responses from the others who collectively urged Xiaoyang to promptly fulfill his obligations. To go outside. Xiaoyang scratched the back of his head, beginning to ponder the matter with great caution. The spells he had previously attempted proved ineffective against the wall of ghosts before him, as he was ensnared in an illusion, unable to find any connection to the real world. Consequently, any attempts to break through the wall of ghosts would be launched blindly, diminishing their efficacy. Moreover, the strength of this wall was formidable. Despite Xiaoyang's skills, he found himself in an impasse. If I could acquire even a fragment of information from the real world, I would possess at least 100 methods to unravel this illusion. What means could possibly achieve that, given the deceptive nature of the wall of ghosts? Relying on sight would certainly be futile. Xiaoyang's thoughts became ensnared at this juncture. Just as he was deep in contemplation, Lin Mo mysteriously leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, Xiaoyang, if you cannot take everyone out, then at least take me. I have paid 100,000. After all, I deserve VIP treatment. Xiaoyang could only feel speechless. Suddenly, a girl let out a piercing scream, pointing towards the ceiling. Xiaoyang looked up to see yet another dismembered corpse. It hung from the ceiling, swiftly approaching the corner of the wall. This entity bore no eyes. Perhaps it sensed the abundant life energy emanating from the throng huddled in the corner, and instinctively lunged towards them. The crowd scattered in a frenzy. Shenyu and another girl, paralyzed by fear, failed to rise and clung to each other, emitting piercing screams. In room 41, the lair of phantoms and corpses, Two severed bodies leaped forward with malicious intent. Suddenly, a beam of silver light shot forth, striking the two dismembered forms with precision, propelling them towards the wall. Bang! The bodies were firmly nailed to the wall, their limbs writhing momentarily before succumbing to a lifeless droop. They were finished. Xiaoyang approached and forcefully extracted the soul hook. In his desperation to save the others, he had resorted to this formidable weapon. "Are you all right?" he inquired, glancing at the trembling girls, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, they had entered into a contractual relationship, and it was his duty to ensure their safety. Shunyu suddenly lunged into Xiaoyang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm only responsible for escorting you out, not providing comfort services unless additional fees are paid. Please let go and stand up." Xiaoyang interjected, separating the two. She turned to Shunyu and advised, "We do not know if there are other zombies lurking here. Clinging to him would hinder his ability to draw his sword swiftly. If you seek solace, you may approach him." She gestured towards Chunhao. Chunhao nodded eagerly. "I do not charge for that. As the saying goes, what is spoken comes to pass." The moment Lu Xiaoyang stood up, he noticed in the corner opposite him the emergence of another dismembered corpse. This time, however, it was not two lower halves fused together, but rather two upper bodies. They resembled a double-headed serpent, positioned one in front of the other, each supporting itself with both hands, slowly advancing. Lu Xiaoyang raised his flashlight and directed its beam towards the ghastly heads. The visage appeared as though it had been scorched by fire, devoid of hair, with only the rudimentary outlines of facial features remaining, the muscles grotesquely bulging, resembling clusters of crimson flesh. The features coalesced into a semblance of anguish. Within its mouth, two rows of razor-sharp canine teeth glimmered ominously under the flashlight's illumination. Compared to the earlier amalgamation of two lower bodies, the sight of these elongated-headed upper halves invoked a far more visceral terror. In an instant, screams erupted in cacophony. Even Xiaoyang and Chunhao, frightened, huddled behind Lu Xiaoyang, each clutching one of his arms, trembling uncontrollably. "How can I work with you both like this? Let go." Lu Xiaoyang wriggled free, brandishing the soul hook, and advanced toward the dismembered corpse. The two halves, now aware of his presence, adjusted their trajectory and lunged toward him, simultaneously spewing forth a torrent of black liquid. Lu Xiaoyang sidestepped nimbly, intending to dispatch it with the soul hook, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He swiftly drew a handful of copper pellets from his belt and hurled them forth. The pellets struck the dismembered corpse with a resounding impact. Every contact point was akin to a droplet of water plummeting into a searing hot pan, instantly erupting into a frenzy of boiling chaos and billowing black smoke. The two halves of the corpse swayed back and forth, emitting heart-wrenching wails. Subsequently, it made a decision infused with a semblance of intellect. It abandoned its assault and staggered away along the path it had come. Was it truly so cowardly? With a sense of resignation, Xiaoyang returned the coins to his belt. Although this outcome was what he desired, he had not anticipated that the two halves of the corpse would falter even before enduring the initial wave of attack, opting instead to flee. He promptly drew two spirit-restraining talismans and affixed them to the walls flanking the corridor's entrance, turning to address the others. "I shall return shortly. As long as you remain within this area, you ought to be safe." Just as he was about to depart, Chunhao grasped his arm firmly. "No. The last person who said that met with misfortune upon their return." "The last person? Who might that be?" "Sun Wukong, of course." He uttered similar words while encircling Tang's song. "I won't venture far. Should any trouble arise, just shout loudly, without waiting for further objections." He hastily made his way down the left corridor. Not far ahead, the two halves of the corpse crawled unsteadily. If all went according to plan, the injured creature would surely seek refuge in its lair. And the formidable malevolent entity orchestrating everything from the shadows must undoubtedly reside within that very lair. Xiaoyang's scheme was to trace the two halves of the corpse back to their nest, and subsequently eliminate the mastermind behind it all. Of course, this was contingent upon an ideal series of events. As he approached the end of the corridor, he beheld two severed corpses halting before a door on the left, pushing it open with their hands and slipping inside. The door closed automatically behind them. It became evident that their lair was situated here. Xiaoyang chased to the door's exterior, noticing the eerie essence of the corpses seeping through the crevice, indicating that the source of this malevolence resided within the room beyond. This further solidified Xiaoyang's suspicions. His curiosity piqued. He pondered what awaited him beyond the door. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to push the door, only to find it seemingly obstructed by an unseen force. He managed to create a mere crack before promptly shutting it again. Consequently, he retrieved a cinnabar brush and inscribed the character from Mountain upon the door, Taishan Wu Ji, Wu Ding Kaishan. Upon reciting the incantation, the strokes of the rune began to liquefy, gradually seeping into the wooden door. With a hum, the previously enveloping, intangible force that had covered the door suddenly shattered, dissipating into the air. This time, Xiaoyang effortlessly pushed the door open. Inside the room, a thick atmosphere of corpse essence pervaded the air, far denser than that of the corridor outside, reminiscent of a foggy winter morning. The beam of his flashlight illuminated only a few meters ahead. Several shadowy figures retreated into the dense mist upon encountering the light. Could it be that this chamber was filled with those severed corpses? Xiaoyang recalled one of the shadows he had seen earlier, which stood upright in a human-like form, displaying agility that seemed beyond the capabilities of mere severed corpses. If I recklessly venture in, I would be like a blind person, perceiving nothing, and should any malevolent entity attack me, it would pose a grave danger. However, employing the three-colored lamp seems an extravagant waste of time. For now, I shall make do with a luminous talisman. Xiaoyang retrieved a blank spiritual talisman and deftly sketched a few strokes with a cinnabar brush, reciting incantations as he tossed the talisman before him. The ignited talisman transformed into a steady source of light, resembling the flickering flame of a candle, illuminating a similar radius. Yet, the luminous talisman possesses a crucial attribute. It can dispel the illusions conjured by malevolent beings. For instance, the dense aura of decay before him recoiled several meters away upon being bathed in the radiance. Only then did Xiaoyang step into the room. Although a hint of trepidation lingered, there is a saying, proficiency breeds courage. Whether it be the dismembered corpses or the enigmatic shadow glimpsed earlier, Xiaoyang remained largely unconcerned. This is the fundamental composure expected of a high-ranking mage. As he advanced, the luminous talisman followed suit, perpetually hovering above him, providing illumination. The luminous talisman, alas, could only last a few minutes. I must hasten to explore this chamber. Upon reaching a wall, Xiaoyang swiftly placed his hand upon it and found it to be a solid barrier. He then took out the cinnabar brush and drew a line upon the wall as a marker, proceeding along its surface. After several turns, he found himself back at his starting point. During this process, he encountered mysterious shadows several times. These figures lurked within the thick fog, maintaining a certain distance from him. And whenever Xiaoyang attempted to approach, they swiftly slipped away. They were evidently seeking an opportunity to launch an attack. This led Xiaoyang to conclude that these were not mere split corpses. As lower-tier zombies, split corpses lacked such intelligence. Judging by their appearance and manner of movement, they were likely some form of specter. As for genuine split corpses, Xiaoyang had not encountered a single one after a thorough search. He speculated that there might be a hiding place within this room that allowed them to conceal themselves. Upon his entry, they must have all retreated there. Could it be the core of the nest? The pervasive stench of decay in the room hindered Xiaoyang from gleaning any information, leaving him to rely solely on his vision. Since his primary objective was to locate the nest, Xiaoyang refrained from pursuing the suspected specter, instead remaining vigilant in shadows. After circling back to his original position, he confirmed that the layout of this room mirrored that of several adjacent ones. Approximately 50 to 60 square meters in size, barren and devoid of any items. It was implausible for it to be entirely empty. Otherwise, from where would the stench of decay and those split corpses have emerged? Seizing the moment while the light talisman still glowed, Xiaoyang made his way to the center of the room. Given the emptiness surrounding him, if anything were to be found, it would undoubtedly be concealed within the misty core shrouded in decay. Indeed, as the stench was dispelled by the light talisman, a peculiar structure gradually emerged ahead. Xiaoyang hastily approached, scrutinizing the peculiar structure before him. It was a platform constructed from several stone slabs, resembling a pyramid, with each successive step diminishing in size. He counted a total of 6 tiers of steps, and at each corner of every tier stood a jar. The uppermost platform measured approximately 1 square meter, and at its center rested an abstract sculpture. What in the world is this? Xiaoyang felt a wave of perplexity wash over him as he beheld this strange edifice. Could it be a sacrificial altar? He stepped closer, peering into the jar at the base of the steps. Inside, he found a translucent yellow liquid, reminiscent of grease, in which floated a vivid red. My God, is that a heart? Stunned, Xiaoyang shifted his gaze to the jar on the next tier. Upon discerning its contents, his stomach churned violently, nearly provoking a retch. Within lay a human eyeball. This corroborated his earlier suspicion that the first jar likely contained a human heart. Struggling against his nausea, he continued to inspect the other jars. Human ears, noses, livers, and even male genitalia. Indeed, this was a sacrificial altar dedicated to the living. Beyond that, Xiaoyang could fathom no other purpose for these human organs displayed so grotesquely. The notion of human sacrifices was inextricably linked to nefarious sorcery, and of the most terrifying kind. Astonished, Xiaoyang did not anticipate the profound complexity of the situation. He inhaled sharply, contemplating his next move towards the stone platform to investigate the contents of the altar above. Suddenly, a gentle breeze caressed the back of his neck. The urgency surged within him. In an instant, Xiaoyang pivoted, thrusting the soul hook from his hand forward. With a soft thud, the hook embedded itself into a person's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, 2 pale fingers lunged towards Xiaoyang's eyes. He deftly sidestepped, reaching for the ink line nestled in his belt, instinctively flicking it forward. Under normal circumstances, the crimson thread unfurled to encircle his opponent, allowing him to pull them into his embrace with a firm tug. This was the most reliable method Xiaoyang employed to prevent an adversary's escape. However, the ink line flew forth only to find emptiness. His target had already evaded capture, disappearing back into the mist. Such remarkable speed. Xiaoyang found this astonishing. Yet, in a fleeting glance, he discerned that his opponent was a young girl clad in ancient attire, seemingly no older than 13 or 14. Her appearance was otherwise unremarkable, save for her excessively pale skin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to bring the soul hook closer. The hook had pierced the girl's shoulder, and being a corporeal malevolent entity, she must possess blood within her. Thus, the soul hook would undoubtedly bear traces of it. By examining the color and scent of the blood, he could ascertain her true nature. Upon a cursory glance, the result left one utterly astonished. The soul had been drawn away, leaving nothing behind. Xiaoyang stood in a daze for a moment, then recalled something and lowered his gaze to the ground, where he noticed a scattering of glimmering particles. He crouched down to investigate. Was this mercury? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was in fact a spirit of a palace maid. Xiaoyang recalled the relevant entries in the ancient texts. The first characteristic of a palace maid spirit is its remarkable speed, coupled with a certain instinct for combat, allowing it to leverage its swiftness to outmaneuver adversaries. This particular palace maid spirit had likely been placed here to guard the altar. If he could capture it, he might extract some crucial information. As Xiaoyang pondered this, he glanced around, only to find that the palace maid's spirit had already vanished without a trace. In this room, shrouded in the stench of death, apprehending it without harming its essence would prove to be a formidable challenge. Just as he was contemplating a strategy, a call from the corridor outside pierced the silence. Xiaoyang, where are you? Hurry. Something has happened. Panic surged through him. Could it be that they were in danger? Xiaoyang swiftly turned and made his way outside. At the very moment he was about to step through the door, the palace maid's spirit reappeared, launching a surprise attack from behind. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a palm thunder and struck out. The palace maid's spirit was instantly propelled away. But just as Xiaoyang intended to seize the opportunity to capture it, it slipped away once more. Don't be hasty. I shall return to play with you in due time. With concern for Chun, Hao, and the others weighing heavily on his mind, Xiaoyang had no choice but to momentarily abandon the room and hasten back to the refuge where his companions were concealed. Xiaoyang, you have finally returned. That person has fainted again. Regardless, you have been compensated, so please take a look. As soon as Lu Xiaoyang appeared, he was pulled into a corner by Chun Hao. The one who had collapsed was still Zhang Na. Her complexion appeared even more severe than during her first fainting episode. Lu Xiaoyang turned her over to inspect the talisman affixed to her back. The vermilion symbols were indeed fading to the point of near invisibility. 43. The Vanished Room. Still plagued by the miasma of death, which is of little consequence. He promptly prepared a bowl of talisman water and administered it to Zhang Na, who quickly regained consciousness. Isn't there a spirit talisman you drew on her? Why is it ineffective? Lin Imo asked anxiously. The miasma of death here is intensifying, causing the talisman's power to deplete rapidly. Lu Xiaoyang explained as he sketched several additional exorcism talismans to replace the old ones for everyone. But this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Xinyu exclaimed in distress. You were gone for quite a while. Did you find a way out? A solution. Lu Xiaoyang furrowed his brow in thought. He recalled the altar that he had yet to explore. The source of the miasma undoubtedly lay within the altar. If it could be destroyed, it should halt the spread of the miasma. The illusionary wall would then crumble on its own. However, the situation was far from simple. Beneath the altar, there must lurk something terrifying, and should it be unleashed, Lu Xiaoyang questioned whether he would be able to contend with it, given the uncertainty of the threat. Moreover, one must not overlook the burden of these several encumbrances. It is imperative to first break through this perplexing barrier and ensure their departure before I can return and fully commit to the struggle. However, how does one dismantle this enigmatic obstruction? The quandary returns to its origin. You all wait here. I shall step away for a moment. Chun Hao proceeded down the corridor to the left, expressing his concern. Xiaoyang, there are no zombies lurking here, are there? Lu Xiaoyang shook his head, initially disinclined to respond, but suddenly recalled something and seized Chun Hao's arm. Where did you relieve yourself earlier? Huh? Quickly take me there. As long as we locate that spot, we can escape. As they walked, Lu Xiaoyang elucidated the rationale behind his quest when Chun Hao had done his business. The barrier had yet to manifest. This implies that his offering was left in a room on the second floor of the real world. Although they currently found themselves ensnared in an illusion, their sense of smell remained unperturbed. If they could pinpoint the location of that offering, Lu Xiaoyang could use it as a reference point to decipher the illusory barrier before them. Goodness, so it turns out I owe my current predicament to that prior indiscretion? Chun Hao covered his face in embarrassment. Wait, I distinctly remember it being right here. Where has it vanished? Could it have been devoured by a zombie? In an empty room, Chun Hao searched diligently with his flashlight, but found no trace of his earlier offering. There is no need to search further. Although it appears to be the same room, it is, in fact, a replica. L. Xiaoyang elucidates that your excrement, being an extraneous entity, has not been duplicated. Our task is to trace the scent of that excrement to ascertain its location in the real world. Thus, the two of them proceeded to sniff around the room. At long last, L. Xiaoyang detected the anticipated foul odor. Indeed, it was the very pile he had produced with a hint of scallions. As he had consumed 2 scallion pancakes that evening, L. Xiaoyang exclaimed with disgust, while Chun Hao, brimming with excitement, inhaled deeply and followed the stench, ultimately pinpointing the location of the strongest scent. L. Xiaoyang looked up to discover a smooth wall before him. Oddly, I did not relieve myself here. It was clearly in another corner of the room. Chun Hao scratched his head, still struggling to grasp the nature of the illusion. Of course, this is an illusion. L. Xiaoyang was disinclined to provide further explanation. Having located the anchor point, he began his incantation. He retrieved 4 ancient coins, arranged them into a square upon the ground, and, after slicing his fingertip, traced a line of blood across the coins. He recited the dispelling incantation. Bodhi of the earth store, pure and clear, protect your disciple, unafraid of malevolent spirits, guiding me through the treacherous night. Hasten to reveal. I command. Upon concluding the chant, L. Xiaoyang cast a talisman forward. With a thunderous boom, the talisman erupted in a brilliant light. Chun Hao's eyes were momentarily dazzled, and when his vision cleared, the wall before him had vanished, replaced by a straight corridor. Lin Mo and the others stood not far behind, close to the staircase. Indeed, the staircase had reappeared. There was only one corridor now. The extra one had vanished in a thin air. The perplexing wall had finally been deciphered. Chun Hao, unable to contain his excitement, heard Lu Xiaoyang exclaiming loudly, "Huang Mao, I curse your father for making such a mess." One of his feet inadvertently stepped onto a pile of excrement. I've been a bit constipated lately. This is rather minimal." Infuriated, Lu Xiaoyang kicked him on the backside, adding a few more jabs for good measure. "We've finally returned. This is splendid." Everyone hurried downstairs, racing outside in one breath. As they inhaled the fresh air, Lin Mo and the others felt an indescribable thrill, nearly moved to tears. "Lu Xiaoyang, those zombies won't come after us, will they?" Lin Mo's words made several girls anxiously glance at Lu Xiaoyang. "They shouldn't," Lu Xiaoyang replied, casually, while examining the exterior wall of the small building before them. "That's wonderful. Let's hurry back. I don't want to stay here any longer." The group began to rise, eager to depart. It was then that Lu Xiaoyang snapped back to reality and called out to them, "You all wait here. I have more questions for you when I come out. You want to go back in?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Zhao Yumeng, perplexed, approached Lu Xiaoyang and asked, "Xiaoyang, after finally getting out, why would you want to go back in? Let us discuss this once I emerge. Rest assured, there shall be no more entrapments this time." With that, Xiaoyang dove once more into the small building. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the ceiling, and indeed, the oppressive and pungent aura of death, which had nearly suffocated the air, was swiftly dissipating. The ghostly entrapment had been unraveled, and the stench of decay followed suit. Who, then, was orchestrating all of this? As Xiaoyang ascended to the second floor, he scattered copper coins upon the ground with each step. This was a precaution against the resurgence of the ghostly entrapment. With these coins serving as anchor points, the earlier predicament of being trapped for such an extended period could not possibly recur. Upon reaching the second floor, Xiaoyang traversed the corridor until he halted before a door that remained remarkably intact. It was identical to the door engraved in his memory. This was the place. He reached out to push the door open. Freed from the obscuring miasma of death, the room lay bare under the illumination of his flashlight, revealing nothing. How could this be? Xiaoyang stod vid Utterchock. Just moments ago, he had ventured into a chamber with an altar, a mirror image of the very room before him. Every detail, the shape and grain of the wooden door, as well as its remembered location, was unmistakably accurate. According to the principles of ghostly entrapment, the mirrored room should have reflected the original in every aspect. Therefore, Xiaoyang had anticipated the sight of the authentic altar here. Instead, he found only emptiness. Had the mirrored room's order been disrupted, rendering it not this one? Is Xiaoyang truly a master of hexes? With a glimmer of hope, Lu Xiaoyang meticulously searched each room adjacent to him, leaving no stone unturned on the first and third floors, yet found nothing. He even resorted to using a compass, but not a trace of malevolent energy could be detected. Had it not been for his earlier bizarre experiences, upon his initial arrival here, Lu Xiaoyang might have concluded that the quaint building harbored no issues whatsoever. Setting aside the enigma surrounding the altar, this realization struck him as utterly astonishing. This was ostensibly a den of malevolent spirits. Never mind, I shall return and ponder this later. After all, the building cannot simply vanish. With a sense of resignation, Lu Xiaoyang exited the small structure. As he departed the old campus, Lin Mo and the others clung to Lu Xiaoyang, bombarding him with questions. What exactly is the ghost wall phenomenon? Is it connected to our spirit summoning game? Did we inadvertently summon that ghost? Will it continue to haunt us? It shouldn't bother you, Lu Xiaoyang reassured them. But if you remain uneasy, I can gift each of you a talisman for peace, which can ward off typical malevolent entities. 1,000 yuan each. Who's interested? He pulled out a stack of talismans that had gone unsold the previous night. One piece of paper, and you dare to charge 1,000 yuan. Several of them scoffed. What paper? This is a consecrated artifact, Lu Xiaoyang retorted. I sold them at that price at my stall yesterday, and I didn't overcharge you. Just ask teacher Zhao. She bought one yesterday. Xiaoyang's words prompted Xiaoyang to reminisce about the experience of purchasing charms the previous night. At that time, she perceived Xiaoyang as nothing more than a blatant charlatan. However, due to Xiaoyang's remarkable display in the small building, although several girls found the charms overpriced, they harbored no doubts regarding their efficacy, ultimately leading one of them to purchase a charm. "Are you not going to buy one?" Xiaoyang inquired curiously, noticing that Lin Mo showed no intention of paying. I think I'll pass. Since we share a dormitory, with you around, no ghost would dare approach." Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning to the teaching building in the new campus, Xiaoyang gathered the group and inquired about the details of their spirit communing game. After listening, he became increasingly convinced that this was far from a mere game. It was, in fact, a solemn sacrificial ritual. Before the game commenced, the process of burning incense, offering paper, and praying lasted a full 20 minutes. That Xiaoyang even set up an altar, which she only dismantled after the preliminary rites were completed. She then poured corpse oil into a bowl, instructed everyone to drop their blood into it, and held hands with them as they collectively chanted the incantation to summon spirits in their hearts. The memories of Lin Mo and the others essentially concluded at this point, as they subsequently fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by Xiaoyang. As for the incomprehensible phrases they recited during their slumber, they had no recollection of such occurrences. They were also unaware of when Xiaoyang had departed. "What were the contents of the incantation she taught you?" Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before asking. "I offer my blood as a sacrifice to the god of Baon. Guide me to open the gates of the demon." Then Montauk recited. The name Baon God was unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoyang. It did not seem to belong to the pantheon of deities recognized in Chinese folk belief, nor did it correlate with the teachings of Taoism or Buddhism. Perhaps it was a deity from the Southeast Asian region? If that were the case, the ritual might very well stem from a form of sorcery indigenous to that area. "I offer my blood as a sacrifice to the god of Baon," Lu Xiaoyang silently repeated to himself. The initial phrase likely referred to a bloodletting ceremony, indicating that the object of worship was indeed this Baon god. As for the phrase about opening the gates of the demon, how should it be interpreted? After pondering for a moment without yielding any insights, he decided to set it aside for now and inquire with Lin Mo and the others about their acquaintance with that Xiaoyang. "She is an officer in the student council," Shen Yu explained. "The evening after we arrived at school, she came to inspect the dorms. We were playing tarot cards at the time, and she caught sight of us. She remarked that tarot was inaccurate, but if we wished, she could assist us with divination. Initially, we were skeptical, yet the situation she revealed concerning family, relatives, and significant childhood experiences were remarkably precise, leaving us unable to dismiss her abilities. From that day forth, she frequently visited our dormitory to engage in play. Tonight's game was her suggestion. She claimed to have the ability to summon a spirit to assist us in unraveling the mysteries of love and destiny. Indeed, it was due to Xiaoyang's uncanny accuracy in fortune-telling that we placed our trust in her, igniting our interest in the game. Otherwise, we would never have dared to venture into that desolate building at such a late hour. Several girls chimed in agreement. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Did she disclose to you why she practices fortune-telling and possesses knowledge of spirit-summoning games?" Xiaoyang responded that she was a medium and had been learning these arts since childhood. Xiaoyang nodded slowly, realizing that Xiaoyang had come prepared, employing fortune-telling to earn everyone's trust, thereby enticing them to willingly participate in the spirit-summoning game. As for the notion of being a medium, Xiaoyang was naturally skeptical. Xiaoyang was most likely a practitioner of dark arts. However, one could not help but wonder, what was her true objective in orchestrating this spirit-summoning event? "What further information do you possess about Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang continued. They mentioned that she was a junior in the foreign languages department, residing in building number 5. But beyond that, they could not provide additional details. "Do you have her phone number?" he asked. "No," they replied. Xiaoyang mentioned that her phone was recently lost, and she has yet to acquire a new one. "She always comes to our dorm to find us. We've never sought her out." Hearing this, Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. It was evident that Xiaoyang was deliberately concealing her information, making it challenging to locate her. "Indeed, I possess a photograph of her," Taken that day by Xiaoyang. A girl named Chen Lu opened her phone's album and presented it to LV Xiaoyang and the others. It was a selfie of several young ladies indulging in ice cream within their dormitory. The girl named Xiaoyang had one hand in front of the lens, seemingly reluctant to be captured, yet she failed to conceal her entire face in time. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing amiss. LV Xiaoyang gazed at the partially visible face in the photograph. It was unremarkable, yet crucially, she appeared to be a living person. Since she is a student here, with a name and a surname, I could investigate her academic records, Xiaoyang interjected. LV Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. He then posed several questions to Shun Yu and the others, but upon realizing they could not provide any new information, he dismissed them for the time being. Before their departure, LV Xiaoyang repeatedly urged them not to mention tonight's events to anyone. Why are you still standing there? LV Xiaoyang inquired of Lin Mo, who remained stationary. 45. A person who died 20 years ago has reappeared? Lin Mo replied, Oh, I have no particular business. I just wanted to wait for you all to return to the dormitory together, lest it be unsafe for me to go back alone in your absence. LV Xiaoyang, finding no words to respond, reluctantly offered him a talisman for safety before sending him on his way. Huang Mao, go buy a few bottles of drinks and perhaps some snacks. That Oreo would be splendid. After toiling in the small building for so long, LV Xiaoyang felt both parched and famished. You want to eat Oreos? The blonde paused momentarily. You mean Oreo, right? You startled me. I thought you had become addicted to searching for feces. Lu Xiaoyang rummaged through his pocket for a while and eventually produced a 5 yuan bill. Well, never mind. I'll cover it for now, but make sure to give me a little extra when we split the bill later, hee. When the blonde returned, the three of them made their way to a small garden and settled onto a long bench. As Lu Xiaoyang munched on his cookies, he recounted his earlier experiences on the second floor from start to finish. Upon hearing his tale, both of them were left utterly astounded. Are you saying that the organs of those who died unexpectedly were placed on an altar? Zhao Yiming's voice trembled. The experience of being trapped in a ghostly maze still haunted them, but they never imagined such a horrifying truth lay behind it. I am uncertain. This is merely my conjecture, but there must be some dreadful evil hidden beneath that altar. Unfortunately, I missed the opportunity to open it. Lu Xiaoyang felt a twinge of regret for not pursuing the investigation further at the time. The prior experience had instinctively led him to believe that the altar existed in the real world. Little did he know, it was merely a manifestation within the ghostly maze. Now, to glimpse the altar again, they would need to encounter the ghostly maze once more. What about that female spirit that attacked you? What was that? Chen Hao inquired, showing particular interest. It's a type of malevolent object commonly used to guard tombs, but let's not delve into that for now. Lu Xiaoyang was too lazy to educate him further. After all, the spirit of the palace maid was not the main antagonist, merely an elite obstacle in their path. Zhao Yiming pondered for a moment and inquired, regarding the realm of the supernatural, I confess my ignorance. However, Xiaoyang, is there a method to manifest the phenomenon of ghost hitting the wall? How could this be accomplished? Might it be possible that the spirit summoning game devised by Xiaoyang is intended to activate the ghost hitting the wall and thereby grant access to that room? I merely speak in jest. Do not take it too seriously. Goodness, so it is, exclaimed LV Xiaoyang, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. The opening of the Gate of Demons implies a suggestion that the prior ritual could indeed activate ghost hitting the wall, thereby unlocking a door that does not exist in our reality. Your analysis is remarkably astute. Ming Jia, you are truly exceptional. Allow me to share a piece of my candy with you. Zhao Yiming replied. I am merely speculating, but it brings me joy to assist you. Zhao Yiming felt a warm glow within. Meanwhile, Chen Hao interjected, Teacher Zhao, you have it backwards. Let us not forget that Xiaoyang became involved to aid you in uncovering the truth behind the old lady's intent to harm you. Ah, indeed. Zhao Yiming realized her oversight. The experience of being a mere bystander in the small building had nearly led her to forget that all of this stemmed from her own actions. She suddenly felt a wave of anxiety and asked LV Xiaoyang, does this entire matter truly concern me? It is indeed difficult for me to articulate. LV Xiaoyang stroked his chin thoughtfully, furrowing his brows as he spoke, reflecting on that elderly woman who let us in. Perhaps it was not a trap at all. Maybe she intended to guide us into an illusory wall, unveiling the secrets of the altar? Chunhao interjected. Your leap of logic seems rather grand. It's possible that the illusory wall was orchestrated by her, intending to ensnare us all within. Xiaoyang gently shook his head, feeling otherwise. However, the present clues were scant, and relying solely on speculation would yield no fruitful results. The most pressing matter now was to locate that Xiaoyang. Regardless of her motives for conducting the summoning ritual, she undoubtedly harbors significant knowledge regarding the secrets of that small building. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyang said, Mingjie, please do not forget to check Xiaoyang's record for me tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Xiaoyang replied with a chuckle. I mean, you can do it now. Xiaoyang was taken aback. It was already late at night. Surely the person in charge of the archives must be asleep. Even if you were a teacher, it would be inappropriate to rouse someone from slumber for work, wouldn't it? No worries. The situation is rather urgent, Xiaoyang responded, pulling out her phone and making a call. Principality, are you asleep? If not, could you kindly assist me in retrieving a student's records? The name is Xiaoyang. All right, please respond promptly. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Xiaoyang and said, Principal Li has agreed to assist me. He promised a response within 15 minutes. Principal Li. Are you related to him? Xiaoyang inquired. No, not at all. Then, is there any other close relationship? Upon hearing this, Chunhao quickly interjected, he is a man in his 50s. Xiaoyang shot him a glare, thinking, what on earth are you implying? I only share a professional relationship with him. However, as a teacher, calling the principal to work in the middle of the night is rather astonishing. Although Xiaoyang had not experienced the workplace, he found this situation quite unbelievable. Furthermore, Xiaoyang's tone during the phone call made it seem as if she were the principal, and the other party was merely an employee. Xiaoyang bit her lip, hesitating before saying, Xiaoyang, if you were to learn about my background and family, would you look down on me? How could I? We are friends. I am not someone like Lin Mo who would discriminate against you for coming from a humble background, Xiaoyang quickly assured her. It's not that my family is poor. Xiaoyang's words left Xiaoyang at a loss for how to respond. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, the first sentence she heard drained the color from her face. How is this possible? Could it be a case of namesake? All right, please send the photo to me on WeChat. Soon, she received a photo from Principal Li, which she opened to show to Xiaoyang. It was a handwritten student record. On the left side, there is a 1-inch black and white photograph. Indeed, it is her. Although the identification photo differs significantly from the images taken by Shen Yu, Xiaoyang instantly recognizes her as Xiaoyang. Upon examining the text beside the photograph, it reads, Name, Xiaoyang. Date of birth, May 8th, 1982. Chunhao exclaimed, This can't be right. Someone born in 82 is now 40 years old. How could she still be a junior? She looks so youthful. It is true that she is a student here, but she enrolled 20 years ago. Xiaoyang, observing the two, added with a trembling voice. She died in 2004. Xiaoyang is a person who, from a biological standpoint, has been deceased for 20 years. How much is appropriate for 46? Just a moment ago, Principal Li informed Xiaoyang over the phone that the cause of Xiaoyang's death in the records is simply stated as suicide. How can this be? Could it be that Shen Yu and the others are witnessing the ghost of Xiaoyang? Chunhao gasped in shock, murmuring to himself. Xiaoyang shook his head. Ghosts lack a physical form. They cannot deceive their eyes, unless she is a ghostly corpse. Xiaoyang was not particularly concerned about the nature of Xiaoyang as a malevolent entity. What truly astonished and perplexed him was, why would the spirit of this long-deceased individual linger on campus, leading several newcomers to partake in that peculiar summoning ritual? Xiaoyang continued to examine Xiaoyang's file, noting that her place of origin was recorded as Bamin. The art of Nanyang sorcery. Does it not originate from the region of Bamin and subsequently spread abroad? Perhaps Xiaoyang is a practitioner of this sorcery? Mingjie, do you have any acquaintances at the police station who hold some influence? Are you intent on investigating the cause of Xiaoyang's demise? Xiaoyang responded swiftly, posing a counter-question. Xiaoyang nodded, expressing, I believe Xiaoyang's death is likely connected to the secrets of that small building, which is why her spirit lingers at the school. Her actions today may very well be an attempt to fulfill unfinished business from her life. If we can uncover the truth behind her death, it may aid our investigation. All right, I do have an acquaintance at the police station, but this will need to wait until tomorrow. There is no need to rush, Lu Xiaoyang replied with a resigned shrug. The complexity of the situation at hand is not something that can be resolved in a short span of time. He has already prepared himself for a protracted struggle. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Xiaoyang declared, "Let us call it a day. Mingjia, when you contact your acquaintance at the police station tomorrow, please inform me, and it will be best if we could arrange a meeting." Xiaoyang readily agreed, as she was too frightened to return alone after the events of the previous night. She had decided to move out of the school. Lu Xiaoyang, accompanied by Chun Hao, escorted her to the school gate. Watching Xiaoyang depart, Lu Xiaoyang recalled something, about to call out to her, but hesitated, fearing it would compromise his image. Instead, he leaned closer to Chun Hao and whispered a few words. "Teacher Zhao, there's one more thing." Chun Hao called out hastily. "Teacher Zhao, you are quite familiar with Principal Li, aren't you? Could you please convey a message to him regarding the remuneration we discussed earlier? The situation seems to be escalating, and we cannot expect Xiaoyang to conduct this investigation pro bono indefinitely." "Ah, I almost overlooked that." Xiaoyang turned to look at LV Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, how much remuneration do you think would be appropriate?" Whatever is fine." "Not just whatever," Xiaoyang replied earnestly. "Although you may not be concerned about money, your status demands consideration. If the amount is too little, it may lead others to question your capabilities. Moreover, having a formal employment relationship will facilitate cooperation with the school for any future investigations. Provide me with a figure, and I will discuss it with Principal Li. One cannot deny that teachers tend to consider matters comprehensively." LV Xiaoyang silently commended her in his heart. How much would be suitable? Perhaps 100,000 or 200,000. Given the complexity and peril associated with this matter, such sums do not seem excessive. The real issue lies in why Principal Li would trust my word enough to agree to such remuneration, especially since I have yet to meet him in person. Relying solely on Xiaoyang's advocacy feels somewhat unreliable. Perhaps it would be wiser to initially request a smaller amount and negotiate for more later. Having made up his mind, LV Xiaoyang extended 5 fingers toward Xiaoyang and asked, "Sister Ming, do you think they would agree to this amount? It should not pose a problem. Just wait for my news." Xiaoyang waved her hand and stepped out of the school gate. She took out her phone and dialed the number she had memorized earlier. "Principal Li, are you still awake?" No, how could that be? "I have been awaiting your message." Principal Li's voice resonated with an indescribable sense of respect and humility. "Oh, we can discuss other matters tomorrow. But there is one thing. As soon as you rise in the morning, please have the finance department arrange for 5 million in special funds." Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyang and the others were greeted by Lin Mo, who promptly presented 2 fragrant servings of pig's trotter rice and 2 bottles of Brave the World. He claimed it was to ensure they did not go to bed hungry. Lu Xiaoyang was well aware of the source of this hospitality. Feeling famished himself, he indulged without hesitation. "Is there more food? I would like a serving as well." Lu Weidong, who had been dozing off, was awakened by the enticing aroma and inquired, "If you want to eat, you should buy it yourself. I'm not running a cafeteria." Lin Mo retorted sharply, but when addressing Lu Xiaoyang, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Xiaoyang, is there enough for you? If you need anything else, please let me know." "A plate of fried peanuts would suffice." Chen Hao chimed in without reservation. "All right, I will order it now." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo took out his phone to place the order. The stark contrast in attitude left Lu Weidong utterly bewildered. Just earlier, Lin Mo had been complaining about these 2 roommates. How could their demeanor shift so dramatically after a mere outing? After finishing a late-night snack, Lu Xiaoyang took a shower and climbed into bed. While scrolling through his phone, he noticed a friend request on WeChat, accompanied by a note reading Shunyu, adorned with a few rose emojis. Lu Xiaoyang understood that she was attempting to curry favor, and feeling disinclined to engage, he chose to ignore it. As he lay in bed, he meticulously retraced the events of his exploration of the small building that night, increasingly aware of the intricacies involved. The altar adorned with numerous human organs particularly troubled him. Even a seasoned master like himself felt a chill at the recollection of that scene. During his reflection, He uncovered several previously overlooked clues, but regrettably, the scant information at his disposal left him with little recourse for investigation. He could only commit these details to memory for the time being. He never anticipated that his descent from a mountain would lead him into such a bizarre and convoluted supernatural incident. It was indeed a rather substantial initiation gift. Lu Xiaoyang felt a surge of emotions within him. In the past, he had faced malevolent spirits and formidable demons. Yet he had always been in the shadow of his master, merely playing the role of a tool. Now, for the first time, stepping into the spotlight and undertaking matters independently, he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Where should I begin my investigation tomorrow? He pondered. All right, I must visit the Century Mall in the afternoon to find Zheng Mei. The thought of this task weighed heavily on his heart. Although he had feigned bravado in front of Li Xiaoyang and the others, in the stillness of the night, the words of Lin Na echoed in his mind, prompting a flurry of anxious thoughts. People are ever-changing. Zheng Mei has now transformed into a young lady of distinction. Will she not become unlike her former self? What if? Never mind. For tomorrow I shall see her, and then we shall ascertain the circumstances. Xiaoyang recited the calming incantation repeatedly until he managed to compose himself and drift into slumber. 47. Zheng Sisi, I am on my way. The following day, a Monday, marked the commencement of classes. Early in the morning, Xiaoyang, accompanied by several roommates, arrived at the classroom and listened with curiosity to their very first lecture in university. The morning consisted of merely 2 classes, and upon their conclusion, the counselor convened a class meeting, initially serving a dose of motivational rhetoric, followed by the segment dedicated to the election of class officers. Numerous classmates eagerly nominated themselves, delivering their campaign declarations. Determined to remain inconspicuous, Xiaoyang naturally refrained from participating. Throughout the proceedings, he merely raised his hand in agreement with the majority. To his astonishment, Lin Mo ultimately secured the position of class leader. His campaign speech was not particularly more impressive than those of his competitors, yet he garnered the highest number of votes. Xiaoyang later discovered that Lin Mo's election was largely attributed to the fact that he had treated approximately 70% of the class to meals during military training. It appears prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with him, as I shall rely on him for future class absences and requests for leave, Xiaoyang mused privately. After the class meeting concluded, he called upon Chun Hao to accompany him in delivering takeout. What? I must have misheard. You earned a total of 200,000 yesterday, and yet you still wish to deliver takeout? Such words are uttered. Opportunities to earn substantial sums of money do not present themselves daily. Thus one must contemplate the future. Regarding the pursuit of wealth, Lu Xiaoyang possesses his own insights. Moreover, he finds a peculiar fondness for the mindless task of food delivery. As their electric bicycle remains stationed at Chenghuangmiao for charging, the 2 of them take the bus to retrieve it. Upon arrival, Li Xiaoyang is still in a state of slumber and is taken aback to learn that Lu Xiaoyang intends to deliver food. Xiaoyang, if you truly do not mind earning such meager sums, come find me tonight. I have some work for you. All right, by the way, have you made contact with that deranged sorcerer you mentioned yesterday? Well, it seems he is currently in a psychiatric hospital, and meeting him is not particularly easy. Once he wakes up, I shall devise a plan. Then make haste. Try to arrange it for today. Li Xiaoyang furrows his brow. Is it that you discovered something amiss upon returning to school last night? Chun Hao interjects eagerly. Not just that. Last night, we were trapped in a building and almost couldn't escape. It was fortunate that an urgent call of nature saved us all. Li Xiaoyang is taken aback and pulls Lu Xiaoyang aside to elaborate. Just then, a delicate voice wafts from the direction of the bedroom. Master Li, are you still going to check my bones? I've posed for so long that I'm quite fatigued. Lu Xiaoyang, being an adult, immediately comprehends the situation and raises an eyebrow at Li Xiaoyang. Third brother, you are truly dedicated, attending to such matters first thing in the morning. Cough. Why don't you all get to work first? I need to quickly examine some bones, and then I will attend to that matter. Once I have arranged everything, I will inform you, and you can simply go over then. As the 2 pushed the electric cart away from the city god temple, Chun Hao remarked with envy, your line of work is truly remarkable. Not only do you earn well, but you also enjoy such perks. Xiaoyang, didn't you often examine bones for others before? Lu Xiaoyang intended to retort with righteous indignation, but suddenly recalled something, so he feigned ignorance. As they immersed themselves in their tasks, time flew by, and soon it was noon. Shortly after 1 o'clock, the peak period was nearly over. Chunhao took the electric cart to the delivery station to recharge it, and then headed to a nearby Sha County snack shop, ordering 2 servings of duck leg rice, awaiting Lu Xiaoyang's return with the last delivery. Before long, Lu Xiaoyang arrived and sat down, remaining silent for a considerable time, appearing lost in thought. What happened? Chunhao inquired curiously. Lu Xiaoyang hesitantly recounted the incident that had just transpired. He had delivered an order to a certain hotel, and upon knocking on the door, the person who emerged to receive the delivery was a lady clad only in sheer fabric, her figure fully exposed, who flirtatiously invited him in for a drink. Startled, Lu Xiaoyang had fled in panic. Goodness, you didn't accidentally stumble into a shoot for MX Media, did you? So that's how their videos are made. I had always thought it was fake. How thrilling. I must revisit that in my mind. What are you talking about? What media company? And what do they do? Are you unfamiliar with MXX Media? Oh, I forgot you hail from the mountains. Chunhao promptly enlightened him. Upon hearing this, LV Xiaoyang was left astonished, secretly relieved that he had maintained his composure at the time. Otherwise, had the entire process been recorded, he might have inadvertently debuted as an amateur. After finishing their meal, LV Xiaoyang wiped his mouth and said, "You can head back on your own. I have matters to attend to." "What matters?" "Oh, right. You're off to the exhibition center to meet that someone." Chunhao gazed at LV Xiaoyang with a worried expression. "What do you plan to do once you see them?" "I'll assess the situation as it unfolds." This was a consideration LV Xiaoyang had yet to resolve. Primarily, he was uncertain about Zheng Mei's circumstances. If she were indeed compelled to be with Wang Jiala for some reason, he would undoubtedly intervene. He was indifferent to Wang Jiala's identity or background. Yet, if that were not the case, at the Century Plaza, a long red carpet stretched from the entrance to the door. A banner hung overhead, proclaiming the 2022 Golden Autumn New Energy Vehicle Exhibition. "Hey, takeout isn't allowed inside. Just leave on the cabinet outside." As LV Xiaoyang was about to enter the mall, a security guard halted him, his tone rather brusque. "I'm here for the auto show. Can't you see I'm not even carrying any takeout?" LV Xiaoyang offered an explanation. The security guard, unlike the mindless antagonists often depicted in new media novels, did not pursue a confrontation. Instead, he simply watched LV Xiaoyang enter. It was only when he plunged into the throng that he retracted his vigilant gaze. The exhibition hall was bustling with activity, teeming with visitors. For Lu Xiaoyang, it was his inaugural visit to such a venue, and he found the experience quite novel. However, clad in a yellow vest and donning a motorcycle helmet, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. "I wonder if Zheng Mei has arrived." His eyes scanned the sea of faces, searching for her. After several years apart, he was uncertain of how she might have changed, and a twinge of anxiety gripped him at the thought of possibly not recognizing her. "Which is the most expensive car here?" A languid voice drew the attention of several nearby onlookers, prompting Lu Xiaoyang to turn his head. "In our collection, it would be this BMW i7 M70L, an all-electric marvel featuring dual motors front and rear. With a maximum output of 485 kilowatts, this is the most powerful electric vehicle BMW has ever produced." The sales representative trailed behind, providing a detailed account. "Is there anything pricier than this?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired. "Indeed, sir. Even within the entire exhibition, this vehicle is likely the most luxurious, especially considering the limited availability of luxury models in the realm of new energy vehicles." "And what is the price of this car?" 48. "I am Wang Xiao from the Latte Group. Sir, this vehicle is expected to launch next month, and the precise pricing has not yet been disclosed. However, the company's estimate is around 1.2 million. Can I reserve it now?" The salesperson's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Of course, a reservation can be made, but the price may fluctuate at that time." "That's not an issue. I can make up the difference later," the man replied nonchalantly, turning to glance at his companion. "Shishi, do you like this car? I intend to purchase it myself. Why should I let you pay?" His companion, a young woman in her 20s, wore minimal makeup and dressed quite simply. At first glance, she did not appear particularly remarkable. Yet in contrast to the nearby glamorous and heavily made-up car models, she exuded a serene and elegant aura. Xiaoyang, caught in the crowd, gazed at the young woman with an unusual fervor. She was the one he had been desperately seeking, Zheng Mei, now known as Zheng Shishi. Despite the years that had elapsed since their last encounter, Xiaoyang recognized her at once. Despite her significant transformation, the young man beside her was undoubtedly Wang Jiala. Xiaoyang scrutinized him briefly. He was quite handsome, with subtle signs of facial enhancement. The imperfections of his features had been skillfully concealed, transforming his visage into one that radiated fortune and prosperity. Although not an extraordinary feat, it was certainly remarkable. Such skill in facial assessment was beyond the capabilities of most practitioners. It appeared that a top-tier physiognomist had refined his appearance, indicating that his background was far from that of a typical wealthy heir. At Xiaoyang Musée d'Internali, he restrained his impulse to approach Zheng Shishi and continue to observe their interactions from the shadows of the crowd. In response to Zheng Sisi's somewhat indifferent reaction, Wang Jiala chuckled and said, "I am your boyfriend. What does it matter if I give you a car? If it weren't for your insistence on purchasing an electric vehicle, I could have presented you with something far superior." With that, he addressed the sales representative. "Please proceed with the paperwork. I will take this car, the highest configuration available." "Certainly, sir. May I inquire how to address you?" The BMW sales representative was instantly filled with excitement. "Wang Jiala. Ah, you are the young heir of the Letian Group, Mr. Wang? My apologies." The sales representative's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathered crowd. While they may not have been familiar with Wang Jiala's name, the name Letian Group was well known throughout Jinling. It is one of the most prominent developers in the city and province, boasting numerous properties and an extensive array of other ventures. Wang Jiala, as the scion of Letian Group, epitomized the archetype of a wealthy second-generation heir. At first glance, he appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years old, rather handsome as well, causing many young women present to gaze at him with starry eyes. The thought that he was purchasing a car as a gift for his girlfriend redirected many eyes to Zheng Sisi, standing nearby. "Wow, she is indeed beautiful. No wonder she is Mr. Wang's girlfriend. Indeed, her natural beauty is striking. With makeup, I dare say she would outshine even the most exquisite car models here. Bah! How could Mr. Wang's girlfriend possibly be compared to a car model?" A group of young ladies enthusiastically engaged in discussion. Upon hearing their remarks, Zheng Sisi's expression darkened further, and she turned to exit the premises. Wang Jiala firmly grasped her arm. "Sisi, wait until the formalities are completed. I have already told you not to buy it." His smile gradually faded, and his patience began to dwindle. "As my fiancé, could you at least show me some respect in this situation?" Wang Jiala lowered his gaze upon Zheng Sisi and whispered, "At least not right now, let go." Zheng Sisi struggled against him. Instead of releasing her, Wang Jiala tightened his grip. "It hurts. Wang Jiala, what are you doing? Do you think my patience for you is boundless?" A chilling smile lingered at the corner of Wang Jiala's mouth. "If you dare to embarrass me in such a setting, you know the consequences. Now, come here and link your arm with mine." Zheng Sisi lowered her head, her lips nearly bleeding from biting them. After a fierce internal struggle, she ceased her attempts to break free from Wang Jiala's grasp and silently walked towards him. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side, positioning itself between the two. It was a fully equipped delivery rider, whose voice, muffled by the helmet, resonated, "Release your grip." Wang Jiala stood in shock for a moment, furrowing his brow. "Are you talking to me? Who else?" Xiaoyang seized his arm and applied a gentle squeeze, causing Wang Jiala to wince in pain and release Zheng Sisi. "Who are you? And do you realize what you're doing?" Although Wang Jiala was furious, he maintained an air of superiority. Xiaoyang removed his helmet and exclaimed, "You little charlatan." Zheng Sisi instantly recognized Xiaoyang and excitedly rushed towards him. Xiaoyang opened his arms, ready to embrace her. After years of separation, their reunion filled his heart with overwhelming emotion. However, just as she was about to leap into his arms, Zheng Sisi caught sight of Wang Jiala behind her, gazing at her with an extraordinarily cold expression. A tremor ran through her heart. She quickly halted, her excitement fading, replaced by a complex array of emotions. "Xiaoyang, how How did you end up in Jinling? She asked. I came to school, he replied. What school? Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Of course, university. What? Didn't you know? You didn't tell me. How would I know? Her expression seemed genuine, not feigned. In that instant, Lu Xiaoyang realized that Zheng Baifu was behind this deception, manipulating both him and Zheng Cixi. Just as he was about to explain, Wang Jiala stepped forward, positioning himself between them, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyang. A delivery rider. What does this signify? Working your way through school? His words instantly redirected much of the attention towards Lu Xiaoyang. Haha, a mere delivery guide daring to provoke young Master Wang. Who gave him the audacity? He probably doesn't even know young Master Wang's true identity. Otherwise, he would certainly kneel and beg for forgiveness on the spot. Nay, you are mistaken. It is often those of humble origins who harbor the greatest resentment, for they have yet to be tempered by the trials of society. The girls who had previously gossiped about Zheng Cixi now directed their mockery towards Xiaoyang, casting coquettish glances at Wang Jiala in the hope of capturing his attention and perhaps even securing his WeChat contact. The onlookers, too, adopted a voyeuristic stance, eager to witness the price this impoverished youth would pay for offending the esteemed Mr. Wang. Wang Jiala retreated a step, settling himself upon the hood of his BMW i7, arms crossed, and a faint smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Xiaoyang. Pray tell, what was it you just uttered to me? 49. To procure a vehicle for your personal conveyance. Was I not clear in my request that you remove your appendage? Xiaoyang scratched his head, feigning bewilderment. Is there something amiss with my statement? Not appendage, but rather, claw. Ah, so you concede it as a claw, do you? Xiaoyang grinned, revealing his teeth. You. Wang Jiala realized then that he had been intentionally led into a linguistic snare. Confound it. He cast a glance at the assembled crowd and, suppressing his fury, maintained his air of superiority, remarking with a cold smile, such petty verbal cleverness is of little consequence, young man. It shall only invite misfortune upon yourself. What misfortune might that be? Do you even comprehend with whom you are conversing? I do not recognize you. Perhaps you might introduce yourself? Another subtle parry. Wang Jiala's expression grew increasingly somber. He had never been a person of gentle temperament. He merely refrained from erupting in front of others. However, this forbearance had its limits. He resolved to teach this delivery boy a lesson. Otherwise, it would seem that he was someone easily trifled with. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, Zheng Cixi unexpectedly stepped forward, addressing Lu Xiaoyang with indignation. Lu Xiaoyang refrained from speaking carelessly. This gentleman is my fiancé, and matters concerning us are not for you to meddle in. Fiancé? Although Lin Na had mentioned the previous night that Zheng Cixi was to be engaged to Wang Jiala, hearing the word fiancé uttered by Zheng Cixi caused a pang of pain within Lu Xiaoyang. He nearly lost his footing. Subsequently, Zheng Cixi sincerely apologized to Wang Jiala on Lu Xiaoyang's behalf. Jiala, this is an old classmate of mine, hailing from the mountains and somewhat naive. Please do not hold his ignorance against him. Zheng Cixi's demeanor greatly appeased Wang Jiala, dissipating half of his anger. Xiaoyang, why did you not inform me of your arrival in Jinling? Zheng Cixi confronted Lu Xiaoyang with a tone that had grown cold. I did not have your contact information. Would you have me ask my father for it? He would not give it to me. Zheng Cixi paused, as if coming to an understanding. Which school are you attending? Her tone softened slightly. Jinling Vocational College. Very well. Leave me your phone number. After all, we are old classmates. I shall treat you to a meal when time permits. As Zheng Cixi withdrew her phone, she remarked, there's no need. Your father has my number, so you may ask him for it. Zheng Cixi paused for a few seconds, putting her phone away, and quietly advised Xiaoyang, Nanjing is a bustling metropolis. You must adjust your temperament while you are here. You cannot act as freely as you did in the mountains. Focus on your studies, and, upon graduation, seek a promising career. The idea of taking a part-time job delivering food is rather commendable, but those archaic superstitions should be cast aside. Zheng Cixi spoke earnestly. Lu Xiaoyang responded with indifference, unwilling to utter another word. Zheng Cixi considered saying more, but ultimately refrained and turned to Wang Jiala, saying, Let us depart. Wang Jiala rose leisurely, observing Lu Xiaoyang's dazed expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Best to return to school. Once you've earned enough, you can buy a car. For now, all of this is meaningless. As she passed by Lu Xiaoyang, Zhang Sisi gently patted his shoulder and imparted this heartfelt remark. Thus, the conflict between the affluent young master and the impoverished youth came to a close. The onlookers, who had not witnessed Wang Xiao's intervention, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the chattering girls were quite pleased to see Lu Xiaoyang's utter defeat. Haha, I see it clearly now. This fellow must be secretly in love with Zhang Sisi. Upon seeing Wang Xiao with her, he was consumed by jealousy and momentarily forgot his own status. Indeed, he fails to recognize his own worth. Young Master Wang, is he truly capable of such audacity? What could he possibly contend with? Zhang Sisi's words ring true. In such dire straits, he still deigns to attend a car exhibition. Even the most affordable vehicle is beyond his reach, perhaps even a single wheel. Although Wang Jiala departed without casting a glance their way, this did not deter them from aligning themselves spiritually with him. At that moment, the security guard approached, seizing Liu Xiaoyang by the collar and admonishing him sternly. I knew you were merely a delivery person, not someone here to appreciate the cars. As expected, you stir trouble upon entry. Be off with you. Wang Jiala offered a faint smile and, accompanied by Zhang Sisi, made his way toward the exit. At that instant, a maturely dressed beauty approached them. Upon seeing her, Wang Jiala swiftly retracted his haughty demeanor, donning a humble smile. Miss Yu Ming, are you here to view the cars as well? Ah, you're here too. And this is... Zhang Sisi, I assent it. Quite lovely, Jiala. You have an excellent eye. Sisi, this is the eldest young lady of the Zhao family. The eldest young lady of the Zhao family. Zhang Sisi felt a jolt of surprise. To be introduced in such a manner by Wang Jiala, without fear of misunderstanding, could only mean it was indeed the Zhao family. No wonder Wang Jiala displayed such humility, even a hint of deference. Zhang Sisi quickly composed herself and extended her hand to Xiaoyang. I heard you are to be engaged soon. Perhaps by the end of the month. Do ensure you attend the wedding banquet, Miss Yu Ming. Wang Jiala replied with evident pride. Certainly, if I have the time, I shall certainly go. Miss Xiaoyang, shall we take a seat and have a conversation? Wang Jiala turned to the BMW salesperson trailing behind him and inquired, are there any beverages available? Please fetch 3 cups for us. Oh, and don't you offer complimentary ice cream? Bring a few of those as well. I apologize, but the ice cream has run out, is that so? For such a large company, you should have anticipated the demand for ice cream. Wang Jiala shook his head and suggested to Xiaoyang, Miss Zhao, perhaps we could find another place to sit? Regardless of his motives, he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to engage with Xiaoyang. Upon hearing that he was about to leave, the BMW salesperson anxiously interjected, Young Master Wang, the vehicle you reserved earlier has yet to be processed. Do you still wish to proceed? Before Wang Jiala could respond, Xiaoyang inquired with curiosity, what vehicle? The salesperson's eyes lit up as he eagerly provided the details. A new energy vehicle costing over $1 million. Quite impressive indeed. I'll take one, the highest specification available. Xiaoyang placed her order before the salesperson had even finished. Wang Jiala chuckled. Miss Zhao, are you also interested in electric vehicles? Not for myself. I'm purchasing it as a gift. I just hope you will appreciate it. Oh, where is he? Xiaoyang began scanning the showroom. Wang Jiala and Zhang Sisi also looked on with curiosity, eager to discern for whom Xiaoyang was purchasing a car. Surely, anyone worthy of such a gift must be someone of significance. Xiaoyang, is that you? Xiaoyang discovered LV Xiaoyang and swiftly approached him, linking her arm with his as she gestured towards the car before them, exclaiming, what do you think of this vehicle? I shall procure one for your convenience. 50. My family is quite affluent. LV Xiaoyang, still in a state of bewilderment, instinctively replied, I don't even possess a driver's license. Obtaining a license is hardly a burden. Let be this one, do not feel shy with me. Xiaoyang's demeanor was inexpressibly warm. By the way, Xiaoyang, allow me to introduce you to 2 friends. This one is Wang Jiala. As Xiaoyang led LV Xiaoyang towards Wang Jiala and Zhang Sisi, the pair gazed with wide eyes, still reeling from the shock. The friend that Xiaoyang referred to was him. How could that possibly be? Not only Wang Jiala and Zhang Sisi, but also those who had previously gathered to scoff at LV Xiaoyang, particularly the young women who derided him for being unable to afford a single wheel, now felt their faces ablaze with embarrassment. He need not even purchase it, as someone was ready to cover the cost. And not just anyone, but a stunning beauty whose figure and appearance rivaled that of Zhang Cixi. More crucially, her status was noteworthy. Although they remained unaware of Zhao Yuming's identity, Wang Jiala's respectful demeanor suggested that her standing was likely on par with his. Why would such an exquisite, wealthy young lady extend such generosity towards a poor student from the mountains, a mere delivery rider, and lavishly spend without hesitation? This scene was so surreal that it bordered on the unbelievable. However, in Wang Jiala's eyes, Zhao Yuming's deliberate gift of the same model car to LV Xiaoyang carries a deeper significance. She is, in essence, slapping her own face. She aims to remind herself that she is the pillar of support for LV Xiaoyang. Despite Zhao Yuming's identity, the act of striking him is indeed a blow to herself. Yet, what compels her to take such actions for LV Xiaoyang? What is the nature of their relationship? Having regained her composure, Zhang Cixi pulled Wang Jiala aside, and together they silently exited the exhibition hall. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Xiaoyang, allow me to explain. After completing the car purchase procedures, Zhao Yuming departed the mall with LV Xiaoyang. On their way to the parking lot, Zhao Yuming, confronting the persistently silent LV Xiaoyang, took the initiative to clarify the reason for her unexpected appearance. Not long ago, as she was leaving school, she fortuitously encountered Chun Hao returning to campus. In their conversation, she learned that LV Xiaoyang had come alone to find Zhang Cixi. Fearing that LV Xiaoyang might be at a disadvantage in the face of Wang Jiala, she hurried over. By the time she arrived, LV Xiaoyang had already clashed with Wang Jiala, so she had no choice but to hide aside. It was not that I did not wish to appear sooner. It was because you mentioned wanting to gauge Zhang Cixi's attitude towards you. I was concerned about affecting your situation, so did that result in your humiliation? You do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you? How could I? I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. It is just... LV Xiaoyang gazed intently at Zhao Yuming. Ming Jia, what exactly is your background? Why does Wang Jiala show you such deference? At this moment, it was impossible to conceal the truth any longer. Zhao Yuming had no choice but to confess. My family is rather affluent. Rather affluent? LV Xiaoyang inquired. Is it comparable to Wang Jiala's wealth? Zhao Yuming chuckled softly. You truly have a knack for digging deeper. It feels odd to introduce such matters myself, but in any case, my family in Jiangnan province can be considered a prestigious one. LV Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. He had long suspected that Zhao Yuming's background was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it to be so extravagant, emerging from a noble lineage. Then why do you still work? Does having wealth preclude one from employment? LV Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for a retort. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Yuming cautiously asked, Xiaoyang, now that you are aware of my family background, do you still wish to remain friends with me? I've only ever heard of people despising the poor. Who would disdain the wealthy? In your case, most would strive to curry favor. But you're not like most people. Zhao Yuming replied earnestly. You, a recluse who regards wealth as mere refuse, should be the last to hold disdain for such mundane matters. Regard wealth as refuse. LV Xiaoyang was momentarily speechless, sensing that Zhao Yuming's misunderstanding of him was rather profound. Rest assured, Xiaoyang, although my family is wealthy, I am not at all extravagant. My monthly expenditures do not exceed 200,000. Look, Zhao Yuming gestured towards her car, parked nearby. This Qian, which is just over 1 million, has been with me for nearly a year, and I have no intention of replacing it. LV Xiaoyang was left speechless. If it were not for Zhao Yuming's excessively sincere demeanor, Lu Xiaoyang would have suspected that she was suffering from some grave illness. Indeed, the disparity in social class profoundly influences one's perception, particularly concerning financial matters. Zhao Yuming drove Lu Xiaoyang back to school. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow in contemplation and suddenly inquired, Sister Ming, you were observing for the sidelines earlier. Did you notice that Cixi does not actually harbor feelings for Wang Jiala? It is evident, but so what? They are on the brink of engagement. Zhao Yiming replied with a smile. Not every woman has the privilege of marrying the man she loves. Then why marry at all? From what I have gathered, their wedding is being fervently orchestrated by both families. Zhang Cixi perhaps merely lacks the fervent opposition. A term from a book flashed through Lu Xiaoyang's mind. Marriage alliance? The Zhang family seems to be climbing the social ladder. Although they possess some wealth, in the eyes of the Wang family, they are merely nouveau riche. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang began to comprehend. Is the Wang family truly as affluent as they claim? Their financial standing is indeed commendable, barely qualifying as a second-tier family in Jinling. Just a second tier? Lu Xiaoyang felt a bit bewildered. Who, then, constitutes the first tier? Noticing Zhao Yiming's amused silence, Lu Xiaoyang suddenly realized she was referring to her own family. What a beautifully woven pretense. Your family possesses more wealth than Wang Jiala? Certainly not, she replied. However, Xiaoyang, status and wealth are not always commensurate. Money can be earned by anyone, yet some things remain beyond its reach. Is it power that money cannot buy? Lu Xiaoyang listened, somewhat perplexed. As a genuine youth hailing from the mountains, he was adept at exorcising demons. Yet he had little grasp of concepts such as power and wealth. If it weren't for Zhang Cixi, he would hardly pay attention to Wang Jiala. Sister Ming, how should I remedy the situation before me? Remedy? Zhao Yiming widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. You mean to say, to reclaim Zhang Cixi? Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang nod, her astonishment grew, prompting her to pull over to the roadside. Turning to face him, she is to be engaged to Wang Jiala by the end of the month. But you mentioned that it is her family's arrangement, not her own desire. Yet, even if she does not harbor feelings for Wang Jiala, her behavior towards you suggests she may not be fond of you either. 51. The behavior of sycophant. No, she is deliberately exhibiting indifference towards me because she cannot resist her family's arrangements. This is the only way she can distance herself. Hoping I will give up on her. Isn't that how it's portrayed in dramas? Zhao Yiming rubbed her forehead. To equate drama with real life. I do not wish to discourage you, but this resembles the actions of a sycophant, concocting various rationalizations for every action of the other party. Due to her displeasure, Zhao Yiming's tone was somewhat harsh. I comprehend your meaning. This is not mere speculation. Lu Xiaoyang smiled slightly, stating that if Cixi genuinely wished to marry, he would not have entangled himself. Initially, he believed her intentions were sincere, but as she departed, she lightly patted his shoulder. I am unsure if you observed this, but she wore a bracelet on her wrist. Zhao Yiming furrowed her brow, perplexed by his implication. That bracelet was a birthday gift I bestowed upon her when we parted ways in the 9th grade. Zhao Yiming was momentarily taken aback. So that was it. Indeed, if one has forgotten another, it is improbable they would continue to wear a gift from them, regardless of what Zhang Cixi professes. This detail at least attests to her true feelings. Lu Xiaoyang is not a mere sycophant. He has ample reason to believe that Zhang Cixi still harbors thoughts of him. A bittersweet sensation washed over Zhao Yiming's heart. Yet, she swiftly reconciled with the notion. Lu Xiaoyang, who remains fond of the girl he cherished in his youth, perhaps exemplifies a man of enduring affection. He is indeed a worthy candidate for trust, and she has not misjudged him. Furthermore, while Zhang Cixi has not wavered in her feelings, Lu Xiaoyang's endeavor to win her back will not be a simple task, perhaps bordering on impossible. She still holds a chance, and the odds are favorable. In this moment, Zhao Yiming made a decision that others might find difficult to comprehend. She endeavored to assist Xiaoyang, pondering the implications of his potential success. Yet, Zhao Yiming remained uncertain. Should he falter, she would be free to pursue her own path without remorse. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yiming inquired of Xiaoyang, "What do you intend to do?" Xiaoyang scratched the back of his head, contemplating, "I must first understand the reasons behind Cixi's willingness to marry Wang Jiala. Even if there is familial pressure, Cixi is not one to easily concede. If there are genuine difficulties, I will find a way to resolve them, and then she need not marry." Allowing her to return to my side, Zhao Yiming's lips twitched in disbelief. It's not that simple. For starters, do you think Wang Jiala will simply let it go? Given that he is on the verge of marrying her, he certainly wouldn't take kindly to someone else intervening. Xiaoyang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Zhao Yiming murmured. I am also curious as to why Wang Jiala wishes to marry Zhang Sisi. Considering the disparity in their backgrounds and the fact that Zhang Sisi does not harbor feelings for him. It was simply because Sisi is exceptionally beautiful. Who wouldn't want to take such a stunning lady home as a bride? Xiaoyang's perspective left Zhao Yiming exasperated, prompting her to retort. Please do not project your own biases onto others. Wang Jiala is a well-known playboy. If he wished to marry, he could easily find any number of beautiful women. Moreover, it appears he does not hold any genuine affection for Zhang Sisi. This last remark struck a chord with Xiaoyang. He was indeed aware of this. Although Wang Jiala appeared to treat Zhang Sisi well, actively buying her a car and such, his demeanor conveyed a sense of impatience, even a hint of coercion towards her. This does not reflect genuine affection. Mingjia, could you assist me in investigating this matter? After all, you and Wang Jiala should have mutual acquaintances. Zhao Yiming huffed in a somewhat petulant manner, signifying her consent. By the way, Xiaoyang, do you know why I purchased a car in front of them? To help me save face? So that Sisi and the others would realize that I am someone of importance to you, not merely someone they perceive as inferior. While that is part of it, there is more to it. Zhao Yiming grew serious and remarked, Wang Jiala is notoriously vengeful, since you previously insulted him. Coupled with your past engagement with Sisi, if Wang Jiala were to discover this, he would not let you off easily. I intended to use the car purchase as a means to assert that you are mine, thus deterring him from making any moves against you. I see. Lu Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude with a glance at Zhao Yiming, saying, Mingjia, thank you, but if Wang Jiala truly seeks to trouble me, I would prefer that you do not intervene. Why? Zhao Yiming was taken aback. After all, I am competing for a bride with him. I do not wish for him to think that I am leveraging your influence. I want him to lose with complete conviction. Zhao Yiming understood. Lu Xiaoyang is indeed a man of integrity. However, he likely remains unaware of the immense power wielded by Wang Jiala's family. After all, he hails from the mountains and probably has little comprehension of urban aristocracy. Zhao Yiming pondered this, like Chun Hao and others. He held no doubts regarding Xiaoyang's prowess in exorcising demons. Yet, when it comes to engaging in conflict with others, his spells would likely hold little efficacy. Indeed, I can discreetly observe from the shadows, allowing him to proceed according to his own thoughts, and should he truly encounter peril, I shall quietly intervene. Zhao Yiming contemplated the most prudent course of action. This approach would not only safeguard Xiaoyang's dignity, but also ensure his safety. Although such actions might provoke the Wang family, Zhao Yiming felt that for Xiaoyang, this sacrifice was a worthy price to pay. By the way, Ming Jie, did you manage to find that familiar police officer we discussed last night? Just as the car was nearing the school, Xiaoyang suddenly inquired. Yes, I intended to discuss this with you. However, considering the situation with Zhang Sisi, I feared you might not be in the mood for other conversations. That is not the case. Those are two separate matters. Xiaoyang shukud. The issues with Zhang Sisi would not be resolved in a short span. Since the direction is set, it is best to advance gradually without hindering other pursuits. In this regard, Xiaoyang was not one to linger. The officer I contacted is a distant relative of mine. I initially planned to speak with her in person, but upon leaving the school, I encountered Huang Mao, so I decided to seek you out first. I had no choice but to briefly explain the situation to her over the phone, asking her to wait for me at the school, where the three parties could become acquainted in the presence of Principal Li. Zhao Yiming winked at Lu Xiaoyang, indicating that Principal Li had already prepared the remuneration, which would be given to him upon their meeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy. 52. Is he merely a gigolo? Just that morning, he had remarked to Chun Hao about the scarcity of lucrative opportunities, yet here he was, unexpectedly set to receive an additional 50,000 today. With the earnings from yesterday, his current fortune approached 250,000. Reflecting on the time when he had merely 200 yuan to his name filled him with a profound sense of gratitude. However, the majority of this wealth was amassed through the supernatural incidents associated with that small building. The rewards were substantial, yet the risks were equally daunting. At this juncture, his life and fortune seemed inexorably tied to this matter. Sister Ming, has the officer you found previously been involved in the investigation of the accidental death case at our school? That should not be the case. She was previously engaged in drug enforcement and has only recently been transferred to the criminal police team, where she now serves as deputy captain. I sought her out not only because she possesses the necessary authority to access previous case files, but also due to our relatively close rapport, making her easier to approach. As Xiaoyang hesitated, she cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyang. Well, since it was over the phone, I only briefed her on the situation. I sense she is somewhat skeptical about this being a supernatural event. When you meet her later, if she happens to be rude, Xiaoyang, please consider my feelings and be a bit forgiving. Rest assured, Lu Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. After all, this individual had never investigated prior cases. As a police officer, if Xiaoyang could convince him of the supernatural in just a few words, it would indeed be rather peculiar. Considering that further actions would inevitably involve Chun Hao as a runner, Lu Xiaoyang decided to call him and arrange to meet. At that moment, Wang Jiala was driving Zheng Sisi towards the cinema. I'm feeling a bit tired. I no longer wish to see the movie. Please take me home. Zheng Sisi suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. Wang Jiala glanced at her and chuckled. I believe it's not fatigue that ails you, but rather the presence of an old flame has left you in a rather complicated mood. What old flame? Lu Xiaoyang was merely a classmate from middle school. Haven't I mentioned him before? We haven't seen each other in years. Zheng Sisi hastily defended herself. Then why did he scold me when I grabbed your wrist? We had a good relationship back then. He probably felt that you were bullying me and couldn't contain his anger, Zheng Sisi said, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Wang Jiala, you can't blame anyone just because someone has feelings for me. Wang Jiala resolutely parked the car by the roadside, turned his head, and fixed his gaze on Zheng Sisi. If someone else harbors feelings for you, I would certainly remain indifferent. However, I'm not a fool. Zheng Sisi, I can see that you have feelings for him. You're talking nonsense. Zheng Sisi's face flushed instantly. Then why are you so anxious? I'm not. I wish to get out of the car now. You may go watch your movie alone. Zheng Sisi reached for the car door, only to realize it was locked. Turning her head, she found Wang Jiala staring intently at her. That sinister gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Although they had been in a relationship for some time, Wang Jiala usually presented himself as a competent suitor in her presence. Nevertheless, Zheng Sisi was acutely aware that Wang Jiala was a particularly ruthless individual. Anyone who had wronged him would face his retribution, and he did not hesitate to employ unscrupulous methods. Zheng Sisi had always felt a twinge of fear towards him. Zheng Sisi, do you know why I've never made a move on you? Not even a desire to hold your hand? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Wang Jiala's lips. Today, let me take this opportunity to clarify. I have no feelings for you whatsoever. My intention to marry you is driven by a very specific reason. What reason? That I cannot disclose to you. Wang Jiala leaned forward, inclining his upper body towards Zheng Sisi, gazing at her closely. He spoke slowly. However, I, Wang Jiala, have my dignity. By the latest next month, you shall marry me. I do not care how you have played with others in the past, but from this moment forth, you are mine. Should you dare to commit any act that would bring shame upon me, Zheng Sisi, I would not hesitate to eradicate your Zheng family from Jinling. After delivering this ultimatum, he unlocked the car door. As for that impoverished fellow, he would pay with his life. Xiaoyang, of course, was not someone he dared to provoke. Yet, during this journey, Wang Jiala had come to a realization. He believed that the relationship between Xiaoyang and Xiaoyang was merely that of a kept man and his wealthy benefactor, a fleeting novelty. Once the novelty faded, Xiaoyang would hardly spare Xiaoyang a second glance. He was taken aback to discover that the eldest daughter of the Zhao family played such games. No wonder Xiaoyang felt emboldened to challenge me. He must have thought that by associating with the Zhao family's eldest daughter, he could offend anyone without consequence. Wang Jiala sneered, for this incident only deepened his disdain for Xiaoyang. 20 minutes later, Xiaoyang accompanied Xiaoyang to the school's administrative building. Upon encountering Chun Hao, they proceeded together to the principal's office. Ah, teacher, Zhao has arrived. Please come in. The one welcoming them was Principal Li, whom Xiaoyang had met on his first day. However, he evidently did not recognize Lu Xiaoyang, his attention entirely focused on Xiaoyang. His demeanor was akin to that of a host welcoming a superior's inspection, busily serving tea and water. Principal Li, this is Lu Xiaoyang, the remarkable individual I mentioned to you previously. Ah, Lu Daozhang, my apologies. I heard from Teacher Zhao that you are a first-year student at our school. I had no idea we had such talent among our ranks. Principal Li warmly grasped Lu Xiaoyang's hand, delivering a series of formulaic compliments. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Daozhang looks somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Did Principal Li forget? I was personally welcomed by you when I came to register. Since the other party had brought it up, Lu Xiaoyang recounted their initial encounter. Upon hearing this, Principal Li's mouth dropped wide open. It's you. I remember now. You are Zheng Baifu's nephew. Future son-in-law, Lu Xiaoyang corrected him once more. Oh, right. Coming back to his senses, Principal Li's face once again broke into a smile. My impression of Lu Daozhang is so profound that it clearly indicates your extraordinary demeanor. I sensed immediately that you must be a remarkable individual. Indeed, teacher, Zhao has an eye for talent, bringing you in to assist. Lu Xiaoyang's lips twitched slightly. He distinctly recalled that during their first meeting, Principal Li had regarded him with indifference. No wonder he was able to become principal. The ability to speak falsehoods with such sincerity is indeed a skill. Principal Li, has Officer Mu arrived? Zhao Yiming inquired. We had been conversing until she excused herself to the restroom. As we spoke, a young woman clad in a police uniform entered the room. A female officer? At the age of 53, she addressed me as good brother. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of surprise. He held no particular bias regarding gender. Yet Zhao Yiming had previously mentioned that she transitioned from the narcotics team and currently served as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation unit. Thus, Xiaoyang had unconsciously conjured an image of a stalwart and formidable figure in his mind. To his astonishment, the reality was that of a striking beauty. Mu Yichen appeared to be no older than 25, standing impressively tall, easily exceeding 175 centimeters. To be fair, while her features were exquisite, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, she lacked the delicate demeanor typically associated with women, especially enhanced by the authoritative bearing of her uniform. This is the officer Mu Yichen I mentioned. She is my younger cousin. And this is Xiaoyang, a Taoist priest from Maoshan. Zhao Yiming introduced the two parties. Hello, Xiaoyang said, extending his hand to Mu Yichen. She seemed to disregard the gesture, scrutinizing him for a moment before remarking. I had imagined a dashing gentleman who could captivate my cousin to such an extent that she would believe in the supernatural. Yet, it appears to be nothing extraordinary. Yichen, what are you saying? Xiaoyang is not the kind of charlatan you presume, Zhao Yiming interjected, casting a disapproving glance at her. She swiftly sought to smooth over the situation, turning to Principal Li and asking, Principal Li, I have enlisted Xiaoyang to investigate the supernatural occurrences at our school. Do you have any objections? No. I trust Teacher Zhao's judgment, Principal Li hastily expressed. Although his words conveyed a sense of conviction, Lu Xiaoyang felt an absence of sincerity, as if he were merely appeasing Zhao Yiming. Could it be that Principal Li's obsequiousness stemmed from Ming Jia's esteemed background? That seemed rather excessive. Lu Xiaoyang pondered. Very well, Principal Li, please hand over the prepared bank card to Xiaoyang. Indeed, it is already ready. Principal Li opened the drawer and retrieved a bank card, presenting it to Lu Xiaoyang with both hands. I shall accept this with gratitude, Principal Li. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Lu Xiaoyang solemnly assured him. Though it was merely 50,000 yuan, having accepted the money necessitated some flattering words. Wait. Just as Lu Xiaoyang reached out to take the bank card, Mu Yichen suddenly intervened. She then turned to Zhao Yiming and declared, Cousin, do not be deceived by this charlatan. There are no such demons or monsters in this world. Did I not tell you over the phone? Surely our ghostly encounter last night was not a fabrication. Zhao Yiming retorted angrily. Although she was aware of Mu Yichen's skepticism regarding the incident, her words were rather impolite, directly branding Lu Xiaoyang as a fraud. What you have mentioned is indeed quite peculiar, yet I perceive it as a mere illusion, perhaps a form of hypnosis, compelling you to initially believe in the existence of spirits, thus leading you to conjure vivid images in your mind. Mu Yichen cast a glance at LV Xiaoyang and scoffed. In comparison to those lowly charlatans, his methods may indeed possess a certain finesse. Yet they remain nothing more than a sophisticated deception. Cousin, being well-educated, how could you fall prey to such trickery? Enough, Xiaoyang interrupted her, questioning. If you harbor such disbelief, why did you come to see me? I feared you might be deceived, and thus came to unveil the truth. Mu Yichen pointed at LV Xiaoyang, asserting, we apprehend no fewer than 80 of these frauds each year, each claiming to be divine incarnations or reincarnated spiritual beings. A brief interrogation, and their facade crumbles instantly. Xiaoyang was about to reply when LV Xiaoyang gestured for her to be silent. He had encountered many skeptics like her before. Mere words would not suffice to persuade her. In his nature, had it been an unrelated individual, he would have merely smiled and moved on, never seeking to validate himself. However, this policewoman was different. If she did not believe in him, their subsequent discussions would be rendered futile. Thus, he addressed her. What must I do to convince you that I am no charlatan? Shall I demonstrate my abilities? Demonstrate? Is it drawing water with a basket, summoning thunder with a basin, or transforming an empty hand into a serpent? The first two seem relatively simple, yet the latter appears to be quite challenging, for the truth eludes even the vast expanse of the internet. Mu Yichen provocatively chuckled. She possesses quite a bit of knowledge. Lu Xiaoyang shrugged, responding, what you are saying, I do not know at all. Huh, are you feeling a bit intimidated now? Mu Yichen retorted, feeling quite pleased with himself. Young man, it's not too late to admit you are a charlatan. Otherwise, I shall take you back to the station and charge you with fraud, which could lead to a sentence of 2 to 3 years. True to his profession, the police officer skillfully employed psychological tactics. Lu Xiaoyang simply shook his head with a smile. Then sit tight, and I shall demonstrate. He instructed Mu Yichen to sit on the floor, initially intending to act directly, but then recalled something and called over Principal Lu, dipping his fingers in saliva. He traced a few symbols on Mu Yichen's forehead. What is the purpose of this? Principal Liinkidat Pujlat. This is an eye-opening charm. It will allow you to see spirits. After all, you are the employer, and it will be an opportunity for you to witness it firsthand. Principal Li smirked slightly. He was willing to offer 5 million to Lu Xiaoyang purely, due to Xiaoyang's arrangements, as the funds belonged to her family and had no direct connection to him. Internally, Principal Li harbored sentiments similar to those of Mu Yichen, viewing Lu Xiaoyang as a fraud. However, out of respect for Xiaoyang, he refrained from expressing his skepticism. Observing Lu Xiaoyang's seemingly serious actions, he felt a mix of disdain and curiosity, eager to see what kind of sleight of hand he would employ to deceive the audience. Xiaoyang and Chun Hao, on the other hand, felt a twinge of anxiety. They undoubtedly believed in Lu Xiaoyang. But given that there were no spirits present in the room for him to capture, how could he prove his abilities? If he were to merely perform some tricks out of thin air, it was likely that Mu Yichen would dismiss it as mere deception. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang approached Mu Yichen with an air of calmness, assisting her to sit comfortably. He extended his right hand, gently pressing it against her forehead and giving a light push before stepping back a few paces, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at her. Shall we commence? Mu Yichen's eyes widened, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Lu Xiaoyang. This charlatan exuded such confidence. It seemed he was capable of conjuring illusions so convincing. I must observe closely and ensure I expose him at once. With her resolve firm, Mu Yichen declared to Lu Xiaoyang, hurry up and begin. What are you waiting for? Do not dare to conjure excuses. Claiming today is unsuitable for magic. It has already concluded, Lu Xiaoyang replied with a smile. What do you mean it has concluded? What nonsense are you spouting? Just as Mu Yichen was about to retaliate, she suddenly noticed Principal Li across from her, staring at the space behind her with a look of utter disbelief. Sensing something amiss, she hurriedly turned around, only to feel as if she had been struck by a hammer. Frozen in place, she beheld herself. 54, Xiaoyang was, in fact, the mastermind. The self she saw lay motionless on the floor, frozen in the posture of having been pushed down. Mu Yichen exclaimed, springing to her feet and peering down at her own form, only to discover that her body was semi-transparent. What have you done to me? A panicked Mu Yichen shouted at Lu Xiaoyang. Nothing much. I merely extracted your soul from your body. Your current state is referred to as a spirit, or one might say, a ghost. This is how Xiaoyang demonstrated the existence of ghosts, allowing Mu Yichen to witness her own soul's separation from her body, thereby dispelling any doubts. A ghost. I have become a ghost. Despite the incredibility of the situation, it is undeniably beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Mu Yichen's delicate face shifted through a spectrum of expressions, ultimately succumbing to tears. Wu, you have killed me. I bear no grudge against you. On what grounds do you? Oh, it's not that grave. If you simply believe I am not a charlatan, I can instantly revive you. Really? Then I believe you. Please, hurry and bring me back to life. At that moment, Mu Yichen was overwhelmed by her fear of death. Forsaking her pride and pleading fervently, observing her predicament, Xiaoyang couldn't help but find it amusing. Recalling her previous demeanor towards him, he decided to indulge in a small act of retribution. Call me brother and let me hear. You are several years younger than I. If you don't call, I shall disregard you. Brother. Good brother. All right. Brother. Very well. Will you obey brother from now on? I will. Mu Yichen's face flushed crimson on the brink of tears. Satisfied with his little mischief, Xiaoyang ceased to torment her, stepped forward, grasped her soul, and gently returned it to her body, bestowing a light tap upon her forehead. Mu Yichen shivered slightly, sitting up to gaze at her own body. Am I alive again? Indeed, you're alive. Xiaoyang propped his chin on his hand and raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, now you believe your brother is not a charlatan? You being publicly referred to as brother by someone several years your junior was an indignity Mu Yichen had never experienced before, and he was ready to confront him. Suddenly recalling that this fellow possessed magical abilities, he hesitated. Should he revert to a spectral form, he feared that even calling him brother would be futile, and the prospect of being compelled to address him with an even more humiliating title was intolerable. Thus, he could only suppress his fury and cast a fierce glare at Xiaoyang, choosing to ignore his provocation. Xiaoyang, standing nearby, covered her mouth in laughter. She had not activated her celestial sight earlier and had not seen Mu Yichen's spirit, but from the content of Xiaoyang's words, she could surmise what had transpired. To her astonishment, Xiaoyang's method of proving himself was so straightforward and blunt. The usually headstrong and willful Mu Yichen had been subdued, even resorting to calling someone brother. Wait, this brother-sister nonsense is not a good sign. I should be on guard. Xiaoyang suddenly realized. Principal Li, Officer Mu has already put her faith in me. What about you? Would you like me to provide you with proof as well? Xiaoyang inquired playfully, glancing at the still-dazed Principal Li. No need. I witnessed the earlier events. I absolutely believe in Taoist Principal Li quickly affirmed. This was no flattery. Having witnessed that miraculous scene, he, like Mu Yichen, was entirely convinced of Xiaoyang's credibility. He promptly presented his bank card once more and disclosed the password. This time, no one intervened. Lu Xiaoyang gleefully tucked away her bank card. Xiaoyang remarked, Xiaoyang, I will draft an agreement later to formalize your employment with the school. Please do not overthink it. Primarily, 5 million is no trifling sum, and it would be prudent to have something in writing, otherwise, the school may face difficulties in processing the funds. Understand. Go ahead, wait. Did you just say, how much? Lu Xiaoyang's voice trembled. 5 million. Isn't that the amount you mentioned last night? If you find it insufficient, we can certainly increase it. 5 million. Lu Xiaoyang grasped the table with both hands, nearly losing her balance. So, she had mistakenly interpreted her 5 fingers as 5 million. Internally, Lu Xiaoyang was in utter disarray. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There was something amiss. Principal Li was merely a senior employee. This 5 million had nothing to do with him and could only have originated from the school's investors. Presumably that legendary Zhao elder's funds. So, what grounds did Xiaoyang have to compel someone, whom they had never even met, to willingly part with 5 million? Even the wealthiest individuals wouldn't act in such a manner, unless... Lu Xiaoyang turned her gaze toward Xiaoyang. Sister Ming, do you share some special connection with the school's investors? Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled coyly. My apologies, I forgot to mention. This sum, in fact, comes from me. You are the one funding the school? Not on behalf of the school. I am, in fact, the school's investor. Mu Yiqin noticed Lu Xiaoyang's bewildered expression and interjected. Do you not understand yet? My cousin is the granddaughter of the school chairman and also a member of the board. Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. The chairman was presumably that wealthy old man who returned to his hometown to retire, Zhao Laotu, right? Indeed, they all share the surname Zhao. I should have realized this sooner. No wonder Principal Li showed such humility in front of Xiaoyang. It turns out she is the young heir. Having already been informed of her family background during their journey, Lu Xiaoyang was not as astonished as one might expect. Instead, his thoughts drifted to that enigmatic little building. Initially, he had harbored a bold hypothesis regarding the secrets concealed within, but lacking evidence, he had refrained from sharing it with Xiaoyang. Now, upon learning that she is Zhao Laotu's granddaughter, Lu Xiaoyang sensed that the situation had grown increasingly complex. The prospect of earning that money seemed rather bleak. He let out a resigned sigh in his heart. Sister Ming, I was merely speaking offhand last night. I had no intention of actually accepting the money. Now that I know it is your contribution, I cannot possibly accept it. We are all on the same side. It would be inappropriate for me to take your money. With an air of insistence, Lu Xiaoyang returned the bank card to Xiaoyang. This gesture deeply touched Xiaoyang. After all, this was 5 million. His unwillingness to accept her money spoke volumes about her significance in his heart, far beyond what mere finances could convey. In light of this, I shall no longer be courteous. I will take this money for now, and should there arise a need for financial assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. Xiaoyang solemnly stated to Lu Xiaoyang, biting her lip. Observing her expression, Mu Yiqin realized that his cousin had been thoroughly ensnared by Lu Xiaoyang's schemes. 55. Do you aspire to become a son-in-law? I, too, have officially joined the fray. Let us discuss matters of significance, Mu Yiqin remarked, gazing intently at Lu Xiaoyang. Previously, my cousin spoke vaguely over the phone. Lu Xiaoyang, what clues do you possess? Please elucidate them to me in detail. Just as Lu Xiaoyang was about to respond, Principal Li, ever perceptive, interjected, You may continue your conversation. I will step out to attend to some matters. Teacher Zhao, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. With that, he poured each of them a cup of tea before departing the office. Little did I expect to partake in tea brewed by the principal himself. How remarkable! Huang Mao, reclining with his legs crossed, sipped his tea and remarked to Xiaoyang. Teacher Zhao, could you perhaps speak to Principal Li about arranging for me to become the president of the student council? I have never held a position in class from kindergarten until now. Just enjoy your tea. Lu Xiaoyang shot him a glare and then recounted to Mu Yiqin the events of the previous night and the clues he had gathered. This is reminiscent of a horror movie plot. Mu Yiqin murmured upon hearing the tale. Had it not been for the recent out-of-body experience that reshaped her understanding of the supernatural, she would have staunchly dismissed the veracity of Lu Xiaoyang's claims. Lu Xiaoyang, are you certain there is no way to access the room with the altar? Perhaps there are clues you have overlooked. After all, it was exceedingly dark last night, and during your second entry, you did not conduct a thorough inspection. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang felt a flicker of realization. Mu Yiqin, you truly embody the essence of a detective. The point she raised was indeed something he had not considered. He nodded and replied, Then I shall return and investigate further. As for you, could you possibly retrieve the records of students who have met with untimely deaths over the years? Lu Xiaoyang was convinced that these fatalities were intrinsically linked to that peculiar building. Perhaps, as he had speculated yesterday, the bizarre dismembered corpses were assembled from the remains of these unfortunate souls. If he could obtain detailed information about these ill-fated individuals for comparison, it might yield some leads. Certainly, that is no issue. I will attend to it promptly. By the way, did you not mention having a friend seeking out that deranged sorcerer? Had they made any progress? He felt a strong urge to criticize Li Xiaoyuan for his unreliability. He had claimed to have contacted the madman and was supposed to call him back, yet here it was, afternoon, and one could hardly assume he was still preoccupied with bone reading, could they? Third brother, I know why you are seeking me. Upon the call's connection, Lu Xiaoyang was promptly interrupted by Li Xiaoyuan, who stated, I am currently en route to Sun Bo's residence. My intention was to locate him first before reaching out to you. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to come directly over. His home? Did you not mention he was in a psychiatric hospital? Lu Xiaoyang inquired. He used to be, but his family retrieved him a few years ago. I only recently learned of this. It took quite some time to ascertain his home address, Li Xiaoyang replied. Come over, and I shall explain everything in person. Shortly after ending the call, Lu Xiaoyang received the address sent by Li Xiaoyang, number 188, Qingshan Road. That's in the northern part of the city, rather far. I shall drive you all there, Mu Yiqin remarked after glancing at the address. We can discuss matters further en route. Lu Xiaoyang had no objections. As they descended and walked toward the school's parking lot, Xiaoyang received a phone call. After hanging up, he turned to Lu Xiaoyang and said, My grandfather is unwell and has requested my presence at home. It's all right if you proceed with your plans this afternoon without me. We can regroup later. I shall treat everyone to dinner tonight. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lu Xiaoyang as he asked, Is this regarding your grandfather who invested in establishing schools? Xiaoyang chuckled softly. Of course, I have but one grandfather. The two parted ways in the parking lot, while Lu Xiaoyang and Chun Hao got into Mu Yichen's car. Lu Xiaoyang, why did you decline the 5 million? Mu Yichen suddenly inquired as he started the vehicle. Well, I have always held a disdain for material wealth. Regarding money as mere refuse, Lu Xiaoyang replied. Such nonsense. I doubt anyone would believe it except my cousin. Indeed, Xiaoyang. It was you who urged me to ask teacher Zhao for money last night. Now that he has given it, why do you refuse it? This is a sum of 5 million. Chun Hao lamented in despair from the sidelines. Caught off guard by his revelation, Lu Xiaoyang was left speechless. So, I was not mistaken. You were playing a grand game. Mu Yichen observed Lu Xiaoyang with a sidelong glance. What grand game? You are merely crafting an image to win my sister's favor, with the ultimate aim of ensnaring her, in comparison to the identity of Zhao family's son-in-law. 5 million is but a trifling amount. Thus, you naturally would not be overly concerned. Lu Xiaoyang rubbed his forehead. Can you enlighten me on how you deduced all this? Do not forget, I am a police officer. My reasoning skills are quite formidable, Mu Yichen replied, his eyes twinkling with pride. So is it not true? If you say it is, then it must be, Lu Xiaoyang conceded, preferring not to argue, as his internal thoughts were not yet ready to be voiced. After all, Mu Yichen was related to Xiaoyang. Should he reveal this situation, it could disrupt his plans. You actually admitted it, Mu Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Typically, those who engage in schemes would deny them until the bitter end. How could he? Are you not afraid? I will inform my cousin. Not at all. I'm your good brother, closer than your cousin. You promised me you would behave and listen. You must not mention this matter again. Mu Yichen was instantly infuriated, filled with regret over her stubbornness in testing whether Lu Xiaoyang was a charlatan. Why don't you enlighten me about Ming's family situation? Lu Xiaoyang provocatively inquired. You genuinely aspire to become a son-in-law? I advise you to relinquish that ambition. Mu Yichen scoffed, unimpressed. Yet, in response to Lu Xiaoyang's probing, she divulged a considerable amount of information, particularly regarding Xiaoyang's grandfather. Lu Xiaoyang deliberately steered the conversation towards the elderly man, finally garnering some insight into him. Zhao Laotu, whose full name was Zhao Jiasin, hailed from Jinling. In his youth, due to financial hardships, he sought refuge with relatives in Guangfu, where he worked as a laborer in a watch shop. His diligent character and industrious work ethic earned him the favor of his employer, who invited him to become a son-in-law. Under his father-in-law's guidance, Zhao Jiasin honed his business acumen, unexpectedly thriving and expanding his ventures. By the year 2000, he had become a renowned tycoon in Guangfu. Zhao Jiasin fathered 2 sons with his first wife, the elder of whom is Xiaoyang's father. Approximately 2 decades ago, after the passing of his wife, Zhao Jiasin, then nearing his 60s, chose to gracefully withdraw from the bustling world of business, entrusting the vast family enterprise to his eldest son. He returned to his hometown of Jinling with the young Xiaoyang, leading a life of seclusion while occasionally engaging in charitable endeavors. The Jinling Vocational College was among the institutions he established upon his return. The elderly lady, who had a habit of scratching her head, spoke of your school. I heard from my family that Grandpa Zhao placed great importance on it. From his selection of the site to the construction, he was personally involved in every detail, even overseeing the design of many of the buildings himself. Once the school was completed, he essentially ceased to venture out. Even we, his relatives, could only see him during festive occasions when we visited the Zhao family. As Lu Xiaoyang was about to speak after Muichen finished, Chun Hao suddenly interjected, "Was that little building also designed by him? Why does it resemble a coffin? Is there a deeper meaning behind that? What coffin shape?" Muichen was perplexed. "Do not interrupt." Lu Xiaoyang shot Chun Hao a glare, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. He was well aware of the conspicuous question, but deemed it inappropriate to address it directly with Muichen at that moment. Thus, he diverted the conversation, asking, after Grandpa returned to Jinling, he couldn't have been that old. Did he not find another companion? How do you know Grandpa Zhao sought a partner? Muichen was somewhat taken aback. This matter was known only to a select few relatives, and considering the old gentleman's reputation, it had not been made public. In truth, there wasn't much to say. Grandma Yang was a local, childless, and married a Grandpa Zhao for a year or two before she fell ill and passed away. Lu Xiaoyang felt a stir within and asked, "What did she die from?" "Illness, I suppose. I'm not sure of the specifics," came the reply. "Or was her body buried after she died?" Muichen cast a peculiar glance at him, inquiring, "What prompts this question?" "Just a casual inquiry. Please answer me first." It was said that Grandma Liang had no children, and in deference to her wishes during her lifetime, her ashes were scattered in the Qinhuai River after cremation. LV Xiaoyang quietly inhaled, as Muichen's words aligned closely with a certain conjecture he harbored within. Ahead lay no. 188. "Hey, is that dapper gentleman your acquaintance?" LV Xiaoyang peered through the car window, and indeed, it was Li Chaoyuan. He still presented himself as he had during their initial encounter, clad in a sharply tailored suit even in the sweltering heat, with a trench coat draped over it, and his hair meticulously slicked back. Had this been the 1990s, such attire might have seemed rather avant-garde, reminiscent of a budget version of Su Wenxiang. However, in the present era, this style was typically associated with one particular type of individual, a charlatan, specifically one who preyed on middle-aged women. At that moment, Li Chaoyuan also spotted LV Xiaoyang in the vehicle and promptly waved at him. "You refer to him as dapper? Do you perhaps have an affinity for such older gentlemen?" LV Xiaoyang remarked, taken aback, addressing Muichen. "I grew up in Guangfu, where dapper is a common term for unfamiliar males. If it displeases you, I can certainly use another term in the future." Muichen blinked, bringing the car to a halt. After exiting, LV Xiaoyang briefly introduced Muichen's identity to Li Chaoyuan. Upon discovering that she was the deputy chief of the criminal police team, Li Chaoyuan hurriedly extended his hand for a handshake. "I am particularly well acquainted with your director, Chen. In his previous tenure, he would often seek my assistance regarding paranormal incidents. After his transfer, our communication dwindled." "You mean Chen Xinping? Do you still keep in touch?" "Indeed. He holds me in high regard and still pays me visits during the festive seasons." Muichen chuckled softly. "I truly wish to refrain from exposing you, but Chen Xinping, due to his involvement in embezzlement, he was imprisoned 2 years ago. Has he perhaps broken out of prison to pay you a visit?" Li Chaoyuan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Imprisoned? Goodness. I always suspected that he harbored nefarious intentions. It was only a matter of time before calamity struck. And indeed it has. Officer Mu, should your precinct encounter any paranormal events in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Here's my business card." As Muichen accepted the card and glanced at it, he was momentarily taken aback. "Funeral wreaths? Burial garments? Morning suns? Yes, indeed. This is my side business. If your family encounters a funeral, you may reach out to me as well, and my rates are quite reasonable." "Goodness, who are you cursing? Your own family must be the one facing such a situation." Muichen angrily discarded the business card, seeing that the conversation was becoming increasingly strained. Lu Xiaoyang quickly interjected to ease the tension. "All right, Brother San, let us not dwell on the irrelevant. Where does the sorcerer you mentioned reside?" Li Chaoyuan gestured toward the nearby farmhouse, remarking, "This is the place. I just paid a visit. He remains as eccentric as ever. I fear seeking his counsel may prove futile." As he led the way, he offered a brief overview of Sun Bo's background. Sun Bo was a geomancer, a prominent figure in the metaphysical realm of Jinling before his descent into madness. At just over 30, He had already ascended to the position of vice president of the Feng Shui Association. Although the association is largely populated by charlatans and idlers, the president and a few vice presidents possess genuine expertise. For instance, when the Jinling Municipal Building was relocated to the new district, it was Sun Bo who determined its Feng Shui, overseeing the subsequent architectural layout. It is said that after the relocation, the region enjoyed years of favorable weather, and several officials experienced promotions. Later, high-ranking officials from Jiangnan province came to consult him, but alas, he had succumbed to madness. Otherwise, he would likely have become a prominent aide in Jiangnan by now. Li Xiaoyang expressed his regret. Mui Qin, upon hearing this, frowned and remarked, "Surely you exaggerate. The high-ranking officials of the municipal government are resolute in their beliefs. How could they possibly place faith in such superstitions?" Li Xiaoyang Shukalat. You are still young and do not grasp the nuances. Those officials may publicly dismiss it, yet in reality. Take your police precinct, for instance. Isn't their statue of a golden bull at its center? That is the work of the current president, Zhang Tao. What? Mui Qin's astonished reaction served to validate Li Xiaoyang's assertions. Let us continue discussing Sun Bo. After his descent into madness, numerous sorcerers in Jinling attempted to diagnose him, asserting that his dual souls were ensnared by an unknown force, leaving only his human soul intact. Thus, though he was not deceased, he had succumbed to insanity. In their quest to summon his spirits, the esteemed figures devised various methods, all of which ultimately proved futile. I had believed him to be confined within a psychiatric hospital, but upon my visit today, I discovered that he had been taken home by his family several years ago and now resided here. At this moment, they had arrived at the gate of a small courtyard. Li Xiaoyang approached and knocked on the door, turning back to Lu Xiaoyang, saying, "The incident of Sun Bo's madness is considered a major case in Jinling. If you truly manage to awaken him, you shall achieve great renown in this city." Lu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, displaying little interest in fame, and disregarded Li Xiaoyang's remark, instead inquiring, who is currently caring for him? His mother, an elderly woman nearing 70, replied Li Xiaoyang with a sigh. It is said that Sun Bo was once engaged, but after his affliction, his fiancé, he abandoned him. I encountered his mother earlier, and she appeared to be in poor condition. What do you mean? Just as Li Xiaoyang was about to elaborate, the door swung open. An elderly lady, her hair as white as snow, stood before them, her gaze vacant and her expression devoid of emotion. "Auntie, these friends of Sun Bo's visited earlier to see him," Li Xiaoyang stated. "Oh, come in." The elderly woman took a moment to respond, nodding slowly before turning and walking into the courtyard. "Do you see? I sense that the elderly lady exhibits some signs of dementia," Li Xiaoyang murmured. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, trailing behind the elderly woman as she entered the dimly lit hall opposite the courtyard. The atmosphere in the hall was rather chilly, and a palpable odor of decaying wood pervaded the air. "Would you like some water?" the elderly lady inquired slowly while scratching the back of her head. From Lu Xiaoyang's observations, since their initial encounter with her, she had intermittently scratched her head, her lips twitching as if she derived a peculiar pleasure from it. "Thank you, dear lady, but that will not be necessary. Please take us to see Sun Bo," Lu Xiaoyang replied. The elderly woman took a few moments to register his request before rising and ambling toward a curtained room adjacent to the hall. Along the way, she scratched her head once more. Beyond the curtain lay a modest bedroom, furnished with a wooden bed. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoyang and his companions beheld a man seated on the edge of the bed. It was none other than Sun Bo. Once a prominent figure in the legal realm of Jinling, he now donned a tattered tank top and oversized shorts, his body soiled and emanating an intolerable stench. Sun Bo sat on the bed's edge, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the guests. "Is he mentally unwell? Yet he still reads?" Mui Qin inquired with curiosity. Li Xiaoyang responded with a wry smile. "You will understand once you draw closer." A few individuals approached the bedside, only to discover that Sun Bo had placed the book upside down. It was a vividly illustrated album. "Bears are coming." LV Xiaoyang speculated that he must have an innate fascination with the vibrant colors. This indicated that he still retained a fragment of human instinct, unlike those who are consumed by madness. "Is this book appealing?" Xiaoyang inquired loudly, patting Sun Bo on the shoulder. Sun Bo turned his head, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. However, his demeanor resembled that of one observing an inanimate object rather than a person. He tilted his head and scrutinized Xiaoyang's forehead for a while, suddenly extending his hand to touch the center of Xiaoyang's brow, as if he were intrigued by something there. Yet, he quickly lost interest and lowered his head to resume reading. Xiaoyang called out to him twice more, but Sun Bo remained unresponsive. "It's futile. I have attempted that before." He lacks the two essential souls, and his current intellect is comparable to that of a 3-year-old child, making effective communication impossible, Li Xiaoyuan remarked from the side. "Indeed, he is unable to speak," the elderly woman echoed. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to diagnose Sun Bo, allowing his gaze to wander casually around the room. He noticed that although the space was in disarray, it met the most fundamental living requirements. On the bedside table lay a plate of vegetables and half a bowl of leftover rice, accompanied by a glass of water. "Dear elder, let us converse." Xiaoyang gently guided the elderly woman to sit beside him and inquired, "Dear elder, are you the one who usually takes care of Sun Bo?" "Indeed, he is obedient and knows how to eat and dress himself," she replied. At the mention of Sun Bo, the elderly woman's previously vacant demeanor, reminiscent of a mechanical being, exhibited a slight tremor of emotion in her voice. "May I ask how old you are this year?" 80, or perhaps 80-something? The elderly woman scratched the back of her head, lost in contemplation, yet unable to recall her age, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. "Do you rely on your pension for your livelihood?" She nodded in affirmation. "You handle everything yourself, such as buying groceries, cooking, and washing clothes?" She continued to nod. Ahem. At that moment, Mui Chen could no longer contain himself and quietly interjected, "Have you truly assumed the role of a visitor, interrogating her for so long? If you feel sympathy for them, we can offer assistance later. Let us first attend to the matter at hand." Xiaoyang paid him no heed, and just then, the elderly woman resumed scratching her head. "Dear elder, is your scalp quite itchy?" It has been itchy all day." "Allow me to take a look." Xiaoyang parted the long hair at the back of the elderly woman's head, and upon a single glance, he was rendered speechless. The elderly woman's scalp resembled a fully ripened durian, split open with a long fissure extending from the crown to the nape of her neck. It was not a mere wound. Rather, the entire cranial structure appeared to have been opened, revealing the innermost depths of her head through the crevice. Within the skull, there was no brain matter, only a multitude of tiny brown beetles, the size of mung beans, clinging to the inner wall. They crowded together, incessantly gnawing at the remnants of brain tissue and blood. These creatures could be broadly regarded as the juvenile form of carrion beetles. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyang's immediate thought was, could the old lady's itchiness be attributed to these insects feasting on her brain? Although the fissure was exaggerated, the old lady's long hair made it difficult to discern without parting it for a closer inspection. "What's wrong?" Mui Chen, noticing Lu Xiaoyang's unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity. "You all may want to come and take a look, but brace yourselves. It's rather revolting." The three, driven by their curiosity, leaned in to peer at the back of the old lady's head. Instantly, they were met with the horrifying sight. While despite having received a warning from Lu Xiaoyang and preparing themselves mentally, the scene before Mui Chen was overwhelmingly shocking. He quickly grabbed a nearby trash bin and bent over to vomit. Chen Hao and Li Xiaoyuan's reactions were scarcely better. They had witnessed gruesome sights before. Yet the most terrifying aspect of this moment was the realization that the old lady was still alive. Aside from her sluggish response, she appeared relatively normal in every other regard. Otherwise, Li Xiaoyuan, being a sorcerer, would surely have noticed something amiss. How could she have survived with her skull essentially hollowed out? Could it be that she was a ghost? Chen Hao covered his mouth with one hand, inhaling sharply as he spoke. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head at him, signaling him to remain silent. "What is wrong with my head?" the elderly lady asked, her voice tinged with confusion. In her current state, it was clear she could not be a living person. A term surfaced in Lu Xiaoyang's mind: the living dead. The living dead are essentially a type of walking corpse, yet the old lady lacked the aura of decay. leading Lu Xiaoyang to conclude that she was a unique form of the undead. Furthermore, upon observing the expression with which the old lady spoke, it did not appear to be feigned. This indicated that she was likely unaware of her own death. When a person dies, the moment the soul departs from the body, they gain insight into the reality of their demise. However, certain exceptional circumstances surrounding death may prevent the soul from leaving the body in a timely manner, resulting in a cognitive dissonance regarding their state of being, leaving them oblivious to their own death. In such cases, they may continue to live as if they were alive, even concocting various rationalizations for the changes in their physical condition, such as interpreting decomposition as illness. This elderly lady exemplified such a situation. Had no one revealed the truth of her death, presenting the evidence starkly before her, she would have continued to uphold this facade of being alive. Naturally occurring living dead are quite rare, and considering Sun Bo's predicament, Lu Xiaoyang could ascertain that this elderly lady had undoubtedly been subjected to some cruel manipulation to arrive at this state. Ultimately, it must be connected to Sun Bo's madness. 58. The Short Mule. Contemplating this, Lu Xiaoyang resolved to awaken the elderly lady, as it might assist her in recalling some clues, though he recognized that it was inherently a rather cruel act. "Madam, when did you first notice an itch in your head?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Well, it has been several years. I can hardly remember," the old woman replied after a lengthy pause. "Was it after I brought Sun Bo back to live with me?" "Indeed, he was in a psychiatric hospital, not eating or sleeping well. The staff there did not care for him properly, and it pained my heart to see him suffer, so I brought him home. He was very well behaved, just like when he was a child, capable of feeding and dressing himself." As she mentioned Sun Bo, the elderly lady's words began to flow more freely. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the living dead could manipulate their bodies and perform simple tasks, much like the living, they were, after all, not truly alive. The essence of the world, the winds and the elements, the sun and the moon, would incessantly erode his soul's vitality. Even with the buffer of a physical form to slow this process, ultimately, the vitality would be completely depleted. This gradual deterioration would render his consciousness increasingly nebulous, much like the elderly woman before him, whose responses lagged several beats behind those of a normal person. Aside from basic tasks like washing and cooking, it was likely that she could manage nothing more complex. Yet, she had not forgotten. Day after day, she diligently cared for her son. Deep within her soul, this instinct was perhaps more crucial to her existence than her own survival. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of maternal love. Lu Xiaoyang pondered deeply. "Elderly lady, although it may sound rather harsh, the truth is, you have long since passed away." Lu Xiaoyang finally voiced this grim reality. "What? Who has died?" "You have already departed." Lu Xiaoyang was compelled to reiterate. The room fell into a profound silence, as Chun Hao and the others, having endured their physiological discomfort, widened their eyes in anticipation of the elderly woman's response. "Me? Young man, you truly have a knack for jest. I am quite well." The old woman smiled faintly, yet at that moment, she seemed to feel an itch on her head and instinctively reached up to scratch. Soon after, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment, as if she had touched something amiss. Lu Xiaoyang understood that it was the wound. Surrounding the wound was a layer of skin that he had gently peeled away during his examination. The old woman, likely having scratched her head previously without noticing anything unusual, had a reaction time significantly slower than that of an ordinary person. She would merely scratch when feeling itchy without delving into the underlying cause. However, now that this layer of skin had been removed by Lu Xiaoyang, even with her most basic awareness, she could discern that something was amiss within her body. After all, if the entire brain were vacated, it would be impossible for a person to remain alive. What is happening to me?" For the first time, a flicker of agitation appeared on the elderly woman's previously impassive face. She repeatedly explored the wound on the back of her head, eventually inserting her entire hand into it. When she withdrew it, her palm was crawling with brown maggots, along with some sticky remnants of brain matter. "Ugh!" Mui Chen retched again. "I am dead. It turns out I have already perished." Tears welled up in the murky eyes of the elderly woman. "My dear, life and death are fated. We all must take this journey." Xiaoyang approached her, offering comfort as he sought to gently extract her spirit from her body, believing this might help her recognize her situation and regain her composure. After all, he had many questions awaiting her response. However, just as his hand made contact with the old woman's forehead, she suddenly convulsed violently and ultimately collapsed backward. Buzz! At the moment she fell, countless maggots surged forth from her silvery hair, aimlessly scuttling in all directions. Mui Qin leaped onto the bed. "Third brother, guard the door." Xiaoyang instructed Li Chaoyuan while widening his eyes, searching through the throng of writhing maggots. Soon, he pinpointed his target, a creature the size of a palm, with 4 legs and covered in brown fur. It crawled on the ground, using the scattering swarm of insects as a cover, making its way toward the door, perhaps hoping to escape unnoticed. Trying to flee? Xiaoyang formed a hand seal and struck at the creature with determination. The creature reacted swiftly, realizing it had been discovered. It rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack, and then abruptly surged towards the door. Li Chaoyuan, having heeded Xiaoyang's instructions, was already stationed at the entrance in anticipation. As he observed a shadow hurtling towards him, he drew forth his elongated, smoking gun from behind and struck out. Bang! A collision ensued, sending the smoking gun flying from his grasp, while the creature tumbled to the ground. Yet, it paused only momentarily before vaulting back into the air. Just as it seemed poised to slip past Li Chaoyuan, a copper coin struck its back with precision, with a puff of green smoke emanating from its rear. The creature emitted a piercing wail, reminiscent of an infant's cries. It fell once more. At this juncture, it still did not relinquish its attempt to flee. However, as it shifted its form, another copper coin soared through the air, this time impacting its head. Accompanied by a persistent hissing sound of searing, the creature clutched its head, rolling on the ground while releasing a series of wails. The chilling noise sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. In a short while, its struggles grew increasingly feeble, ultimately succumbing to silence. Dead? Xiaoyang blinked in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this creature would be so easily vanquished, dispatched by merely 2 minted spirit coins. A plume of acrid smoke wafted from the creature, dissipating into the air, as everyone present detected an odor akin to rotten eggs. Xiaoyang opened the doors and windows, partly to dispel the foul odor and partly to allow sunlight to pour in. The myriad of crawling corpses, upon contact with the light, perished one by one, dissolving at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only a gelatinous residue that gradually evaporated. It was then that Xiaoyang approached the creature, using a peachwood sword to turn it onto its back. "What is this? A monkey?" Chun Hao was the first to voice his thoughts. The creature before them was covered in brown fur, resembling a common monkey, albeit with a diminutive stature, akin to that of a recently born infant monkey. Its eyes were disproportionately large, resembling bulging fish eyes, and its face was framed by a ring of blood-red fur. Combined with its grotesque features, it appeared as though a bizarre mask had been affixed to its visage. Xiaoyang did not respond to Chun Hao's inquiry, but instead posed a question to Li Chaoyuan. "Third brother, do you recognize this creature?" With a visage reminiscent of a specter and a voice akin to a child's cry, could it possibly be a dwarf mule? Third brother exhibited some knowledge. Li Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. 59. The Exorcism of the Hollowed Elder. Faced with the bewildered expressions of Chun Hao and Mui Chen, Xiaoyang found himself lacking the time to enlighten them. He returned to the side of the elderly woman. Once appearing to be a normal human, she was now undergoing rapid decomposition. In a matter of moments, only a skeletal frame remained. How could this happen? Mui Chen stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. As a living corpse, her body had long since succumbed to decay, barely sustained by her soul's energy. Now, she had returned to her rightful form. Just as Xiaoyang was speaking, dozens of tiny white particles, resembling dandelion seeds caught in the wind, emerged from the skeletal remains and began to ascend, coalescing into a swirling mass above Sun Bo's head. It was as if they possessed a life of their own, spiraling in circles. "What is this?" Mui Chen and Chun Hao inquired almost in unison. The essence of the soul, the fundamental substance that constitutes the spirit, answered Li Xiaoyang. You may perceive it as the form of a ghost after death. Life is eternal. When a person dies, they become a ghost, and when a ghost perishes, it transforms into essence. It takes centuries for this essence to reassemble into a ghostly form, yet all prior memories are lost. Memories lost? Maoshan mermerd. How does that differ from total death? Lu Xiaoyang gazed at the swirling essence above Sun Bo, filled with profound emotion. The essence could no longer be considered a living entity. It could neither be killed nor possess the capacity for thought. Initially, a fragment of memories from their previous life might linger, but it was evident that the old woman could not let go of her son, lingering by his side even in her fragmented state. However, the essence was incapable of retaining memories, and this final remnant would eventually fade away. Rest assured, elder, whether your son lives or has passed, I shall take full responsibility. You may depart with peace of mind. Lu Xiaoyang spoke softly to the ethereal souls. Gradually, one of the spirits detached from Sun Bo and soared through the window. A wave of sorrow enveloped the hearts of those present. Lu Xiaoyang understood that this emotion was entwined with the elderly lady's spirit, dissipating into the air along with her memories. Was this little monkey truly concealed within the old woman's mind all along? How could that be possible? Chun Hao inquired, lifting the diminutive mule's corpse with curiosity. It must have been within her body. Her abdomen was likely hollowed out, Lu Xiaoyang replied. Chun Hao and Mu Yichen displayed expressions of disbelief. So this mule, who placed it within the old woman's body? Mu Yichen asked with intrigue. A sorcerer, Li Xiaoyang remarked, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyang. Reflecting on the depth of the situation, Lu Xiaoyang nodded, comprehending the veiled implications of Li Xiaoyuan's words. What sorcerer? Do not speak in riddles. Please enlighten us. Mu Yichen implored, unable to contain his curiosity. Let me first ascertain the truth of the matter, Lu Xiaoyang said, positioning a stool and settling before Sun Bo. At last, he would diagnose the plight of this unfortunate soul. Xiaoyang pressed his right hand against Sun Bo's forehead, channeling a thread of mystical energy into his body, gradually flowing along the meridians. Li Xiaoyuan observed this scene, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. Truly, he was a formidable practitioner at the celestial master level. Only upon reaching such heights can one employ such straightforward and powerful methods to examine another's body. Whether it be possession, malevolent influences, or hidden ailments, all would be laid bare under the perception of mystical energy. However, in the case of Sun Bo, even the esteemed figures of the Jinling realm were at a loss. Could Xiaoyang truly awaken him? Li Xiaoyuan felt a blend of skepticism and anticipation. Before long, Xiaoyang, who had initially closed his eyes with a serene expression, furrowed his brow, revealing signs of exertion as if he were undertaking a significant endeavor. After a while, he opened his eyes, retracting his hand and scrutinizing Sun Bo with a grave expression. What is the outcome? Li Xiaoyuan inquirat impatiently. He is under a formidable curse, with his dual souls bound, rendering him nearly impervious to human intervention. Sai, I knew it. Li Xiaoyuan lamented, only to hear Xiaoyang's next words. But I can. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? Absolutely. I have encountered even more intricate situations. Li Xiaoyuan's lips wisha. Could you perhaps finish your thoughts in one go next time? Wasn't I merely trying to create some suspense? Xiaoyang chuckled, relieved to have discerned Lu Bo's condition, allowing him to indulge in a light-hearted jest. I understand, but such a pretense is rather juvenile and easily discernible. Very well, I have taken note. Now please proceed swiftly. I shall assume you have succeeded in your fa ade. Mu Yichen urged. It is not so simple. The power of the curse has completely bound his soul. Forcibly separating it would lead to his utter demise. Even if I were to intervene, I must be adequately prepared. Lu Xiaoyang swiftly retrieved paper and pen from his bag, hastily jotting down the necessary items before handing the list to Chun Hao. It is now your turn to take action. Hurry and procure them. We shall await your return. Glutinous rice, yellow wine, chicken blood, bitter herbs, ghostly sorrows, joss paper, lamp oil. The variety is quite vast. You will need to visit a Chinese medicine shop, a grocery store, and a funeral service, which entails quite a bit of running around. That is precisely why I have assigned this task to you. Otherwise, what purpose would you serve here? Li Xiaoyang remarked. I have all these items in my store, though they are too far away. You should purchase them locally, and by the way, bring me back 2 packets of betel nut. Reluctantly, Chen Hao sought the car keys from Li Xiaoyang and set out to gather supplies. Xiaoyang, I have a question. Li Xiaoyang inquired as he sat beside Lu Xiaoyang after Chen Hao's departure, furrowing his brow. Given my own limitations, I shall refrain from speaking further. But among those who previously diagnosed Sun Bo were numerous eminent figures from the realm of the supernatural. According to your earlier statement, the power of the curse should not be overly difficult to detect. Why then were they all rendered powerless? This curse is indeed formidable. Lu Xiaoyang, busy extracting a celadone bowl and incense burner from his bag to prepare the ritual altar, replied without lifting his gaze. Is that all? Lu Xiaoyang's response did little to quell Li Xiaoyuan's lingering doubts. Was that not sufficient? Identifying a problem and resolving it are 2 entirely different matters. The individuals you mentioned may have acknowledged the existence of the curse and even possess methods to unravel it. Yet they refrain from acting for fear of harming his soul in the process. Otherwise, what significance would it hold if he were to vanish entirely? However, among them, there are 1 or 2 formidable masters of the celestial realm, Li Xiaoyang remarked. It is not a matter of strength. My confidence in awakening him stems from my knowledge of the Tongming Soul Recovery Needle. The Tongming Soul Recovery Needle? Li Xiaoyang nearly exclaimed. Is it the legendary needle of resurrection? Well, perhaps it is. It is certainly what my master taught me since childhood, Lu Xiaoyang replied, scratching his head. What is it? Is it truly that powerful? Mu Yisheng, noticing Li Xiaoyuan's intense reaction, couldn't help but inquire. The Tongming Soul Recovery Needle, as legend has it, is a secret technique passed down from the Taoist Saint Gahong. 3 needles can cure ailments, 6 can heal spirits, and 9 can stabilize the cosmos. Upon mentioning this, he turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaoyang. When I was studying at Iron Buddha Mountain, I overheard several elders discussing the Tongming Soul Recovery Needle. They claimed that the technique of its application has long been lost. Even that great shaman at Iron Buddha Mountain can only wield 2 needles. Since you can employ it to break the curse, you must at least know 5 or 6 needles, right? I know 9 needles. 9. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you more formidable than the great shaman of Iron Buddha Mountain? This is merely a small trick, unrelated to true strength, and perhaps not as extraordinary as the rumors suggest, Xiaoyang remarked with a calm demeanor. Li Xiaoyang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly unprepared for this pretense. Suddenly, an almost implausible thought emerged in his mind, and he flashed Xiaoyang a disconcerting smile. Xiaoyang, is that soul needle rather complicated? Xiaoyang responded with a grin. Third brother, I understand your implication. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us focus on the task at hand. He swiftly arranged the ritual platform, and noticing that Chen Hao had not yet returned, he began to gather the old woman's skeletal remains, placing them into a bag. As he did so, he recounted the events surrounding her, starting with the tale of the dwarf mule. The dwarf mule is a variant of the mountain spirit, existing only in regions such as Yunnan and Myanmar, and is exceedingly rare. They inhabit the depths of the mountains, avoiding human contact, rendering them even more enigmatic than the wild men of Shenangjia. From birth, dwarf mules possess a profound spiritual essence, allowing them to instinctively cultivate rudimentary magical arts. This characteristic endears them to sorcerers who, upon capturing a dwarf mule, employ cruel methods to transform them into servile entities. Given that Jinling lies in the heart of Huaxia, it is implausible for wild dwarf mules to exist there. Thus, upon confirming that it was indeed a dwarf mule, both Xiaoyang and Li Xiaoyuan immediately deduced that it must be a servant of some sorcerer. Based on his analysis, Xiaoyang deduced that Sun Bo's mother was likely manipulated by that sorcerer, turned into a living corpse. The diminutive creature residing within her served primarily as the sorcerer's eyes and ears, tasked with monitoring Sun Bo. This final layer of intrigue had eluded Li Xiaoyuan until now. After absorbing Xiaoyang's insights, he stood in stunned silence for a moment before asking, So, This sorcerer is monitoring Sun Bo? Why complicate matters so much? Could he not simply have captured him? Mu Yichen interjected, offering a detective's perspective. You mentioned that Sun Bo was once a prominent figure in Jinling. After his descent into madness, numerous individuals have sought to diagnose him. If he were to suddenly vanish, it would surely raise suspicions. LV Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, he has an elderly mother. If her son were to go missing, she would undoubtedly seek assistance from those practitioners of the arcane arts. It would be unthinkable for the sorcerer to kill her just to monitor Sun Bo, though it is indeed a potential strategy. However, through the series of actions taken by this sorcerer, LV Xiaoyang was convinced that he was an exceptionally cautious individual. He transformed the old woman into a living corpse while simultaneously employing some method to conceal the aura of death surrounding her. To an outsider, she would merely appear to be a frail, elderly woman suffering from a slight mental decline, never suspecting her true state. Unless, of course, the observer possessed LV Xiaoyang's level of insight, capable of detecting subtle clues. The old woman, believing herself to be alive, would continue her daily routines, shopping for groceries, preparing meals, and even withdrawing her pension from a bank. The diminutive creature that dwells within her, a parasitic entity, remains secure, capable of observing Sun Bo's every move around the clock. Just moments ago, upon uncovering the elderly woman's secret, the creature sensed impending peril and contemplated escape. Although the entire scenario may appear somewhat implausible, it aligns with the notorious conduct of a practitioner of black magic, ruthless, cautious, and enigmatic. This raises an intriguing question. Why does this practitioner feel the need to monitor Sun Bo incessantly? After Li Chaoyuan spoke, the three of them turned their gaze towards Sun Bo. At that moment, he had ceased perusing the album and sat in a trance, silently murmuring to himself. LV Xiaoyang leaned in closely to listen for a while, but could discern nothing and shook his head, remarking, "It seems Sun Bo is aware of some secret pertaining to the practitioner, who fears he might suddenly awaken and reveal it. Then why not simply silence him?" Mu Yichen inquired. "It's not feasible. Although the curse suppresses his soul, it simultaneously serves as a safeguard. Even if his physical form were obliterated, his spirit could not be dismantled. For the practitioner, such an action would be futile and might even draw unwanted attention due to Sun Bo's demise." From the practitioner's unusual focus on Sun Bo, LV Xiaoyang was convinced that this secret must be of paramount importance. Indeed, they had chosen the right person. If only they could awaken Sun Bo, the truth behind the supernatural occurrences in that small building at the school might very well come to light. After all, Sun Bo had succumbed to madness while investigating this very matter. All these events are intricately interconnected. Mu Yichen pondered for a moment and remarked, "This sorcerer must be the mastermind behind the entire affair, correct? The inexplicable deaths and mysterious disappearances of those bodies are all linked to him?" Observing Lu Xiaoyang nod in affirmation, Mu Yichen took a deep breath. "I shall refrain from inquiring about the identity of this sorcerer, as he likely do not possess that knowledge. Instead, let us consider, what could his motives be? Perhaps it is to cultivate some form of malevolent sorcery." Drawing upon his experience as a mage, Lu Xiaoyang ventured a guess, then placed a reassuring hand upon Sun Bo's shoulder. "As for the deeper truths, we can only unveil them once he awakens, and we can question him at length." Approximately half an hour later, Chun Hao returned, carrying 2 hefty bags. "I am utterly exhausted. You cannot imagine how challenging it was to procure these items. I scoured dozens of shops to gather them all. It was more tiring than delivering countless takeout orders. Xiaoyang, look at this travel expense. Enough with the chatter. You 3, go to the courtyard. While I perform the ritual, should anyone intrude, seize them immediately. Especially you, 3rd brother. Ensure your family's old sage is prepared." Li Chaoyuan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded gravely. He understood Lu Xiaoyang's unspoken implication. The fact that they had just eliminated the dwarf mule would not have escaped the sorcerer, its master. Given the significance of the information Sun Bo possessed, it was possible that the sorcerer might come to reclaim him or thwart their efforts to awaken him. Though L. Xiaoyang deemed the likelihood of such an occurrence to be slim, unless this individual possessed the certainty of slaying all three of them, which would merely expose himself. He acknowledged the necessity of precaution. After the trio vacated the room, Xiaoyang procured a steel pot, filled it with water, and set it to boil over a liquefied gas stove. Gradually, he added the items that Xunhao had purchased. 20 minutes later, a murky, thick broth was simmered to fruition. He ladled it into a celadone bowl, placed it upon the meticulously arranged altar, and first offered incense and prayers. Then, using a brush, he applied the viscous concoction to Sun Bo's face. Although Sun Bo was unhinged, he was not foolish. The sticky broth was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to squirm. Behave. Be obedient, do not move. Bang. Observing Sun Bo rendered unconscious by his slap, Xiaoyang reflected on his actions and continued his work. Ingredients such as chicken blood, glutinous rice, and mung beans, known for their ability to restrain spirits, were utilized in the concoction to coat Sun Bo's body, ensuring that once the curse was lifted, his soul would remain anchored within him, preventing any escape. As for the bitter herbs like ku di ding and gui jianshou, they served to invigorate the soul's potency. Xiaoyang feared that Sun Bo's spiritual energy was too feeble to endure until the curse's dissolution. Under normal circumstances, a few talismans would suffice for a regular soul, but with Sun Bo's essence bound, talismans proved ineffective, necessitating Xiaoyang's rudimentary approach. Nevertheless, these were merely auxiliary measures. The true essence lay in the resurrection needle. After completing these tasks, Xiaoyang retrieved an ancient, intricately carved wooden box from his bag. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of 9 silver needles, varying in both thickness and length. The curse within Sun Bo had transcended the realm of human ailments. At the very least, 5 silver needles were acquired. Thus, Xiaoyang selected 5 needles, took a deep breath, and inserted the first needle into Sun Bo's Tianqi acupoint. Instantly, Sun Bo shivered as a mysterious force rapidly expanded within him. Xiaoyang was not surprised. The purpose of this first needle was to activate the curse, allowing it to be fully unleashed. After a brief pause, as Xiaoyang prepared to apply the second needle, he suddenly encountered 2 particularly chilling gazes. They belonged to Sun Bo. His eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, with pupils elongated and sharp as needles, fixed intently on Xiaoyang. These were no longer human eyes. In an instant, a frigid sensation pierced Xiaoyang's consciousness as those eyes bore into him. He instinctively shuddered. The invasion of malevolent thoughts had begun. As Xiaoyang realized this, his body became entirely engulfed by the overwhelming coldness. An evil and profound sensation that spread rapidly through his consciousness, voraciously consuming the yang energy within him. Simultaneously, Sun Bo's body underwent a horrifying transformation. From the center of his brow, his skin began to rot, melting into a viscous substance that trickled down his cheeks. Beneath the skin, what emerged was not muscular tissue, but rather scales the size of fingernails, dark red and layered upon one another. The process of this metamorphosis accelerated, and soon, Sun Bo's head, face, and neck were entirely covered in scales. Following this transformation, a series of cracking sounds erupted from within his skull, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Then, Xiaoyang witnessed Sun Bo's jaw retracting, his mouth swelling, and his lips tearing apart, extending down to just below his earlobes. In a matter of mere seconds, Sun Bo had morphed from a human into a grotesque monstrosity. Was it a snake? As if to affirm Xiaoyang's suspicion, the creature before him gaped its mouth wide, and a bifurcated serpent's tongue flicked out. Basi Vela, Yazadi. The serpentine abomination uttered a series of strange phrases, akin to ancient incantations, exuding an ineffable aura of mystery. Xiaoyang had no time to ponder the meaning behind its words, as he was ensnared in excruciating agony. That chilling malevolence had breached the first line of his spiritual defenses and was now feasting upon his essence. Indeed, though the encounter was on a spiritual plane, it felt as if it were consumption. With each flick of its tongue, a portion of his spiritual strength was siphoned away. Basi Vela Yazadi. The serpentine entity repeated its bizarre incantation once more. As the two minds remained intertwined, Xiaoyang sensed the creature's inner turmoil. It likely never anticipated that its mental prowess could be so formidable, enduring until now. Were it an ordinary mage, mere contact would have sufficed to extinguish their existence. At this juncture, Xiaoyang began to discern that the serpentine abomination before him was the very source of the curse, a terrifying entity intrinsically linked to serpents. Its true form lay shrouded in mystery, yet the existence of the curse manifested as a conduit. When he had administered the first needle to Sun Bo, he had inadvertently activated the curse's power, thus summoning this dread being through the passageway. Although he had been careless, falling into its trap, the fact that it could penetrate his very essence with mere thought affirmed to Xiaoyang that this malevolent entity's strength far surpassed his own capacity to combat it. Sun Bo's transformation from man to serpent persisted, the intensity of its lapping growing ever more pronounced. Xiaoyang recognized that this formidable fiend was steadily channeling its power through the pathway, inching closer to the completion of its metamorphosis. Once Sun Bo's transformation reached fruition, it would fully manifest, emerging as a complete entity. Even if he could withstand until that moment, he feared he would still be unable to prevail against it. He had to swiftly alter this passive predicament. Perhaps there remained a chance to thwart its transition. Bearing the agony of his nearly disintegrating essence, Xiaoyang suppressed his rising panic and began to contemplate a strategy to break free from this dire situation with a calm resolve. This is essentially a mental assault. As long as I can expel the invading thoughts, I will regain my ability to act. The ordinary calming incantation is likely futile, yes. The Ta Ching being Xianju. With this in mind, Xiaoyang quickly focused his mind and began to silently chant the incantation of the Ta Ching being Xianju. 62. The multi-eyed infant has arrived. A faint yet resilient force began to emanate from Xiaoyang's primordial spirit, gradually spreading outward. The malevolent thought immediately became alert and intensified its assault, seeking to stifle Xiaoyang's resistance at its source. Under the tormenting pain, Xiaoyang nearly lost his focus. Should that happen, it would jeopardize his already dwindling mental energy, making it increasingly difficult to muster enough strength for the being Xianju. Fortunately, after withstanding the initial wave, Xiaoyang's mind gradually stabilized, allowing him to continue chanting the incantation and accumulating strength, waiting for it to grow to a sufficient intensity for a counterattack. Opposite him, the dark red scales had already spread to Sun Bo's waist. Both parties were racing against time. Why has the sky suddenly turned overcast? This slight cool breeze. In the courtyard, Chun Hao crossed his arms and looked up at the dark cloud that had inexplicably drifted in. This is ominous energy. Damn, it really has come. Li Qiaoyuan, however, grew tense, pulling out a smoking pipe and adding a bit of tobacco. Who is coming? A sorcerer. Damn, where are they? Chen Hao scanned the courtyard, but found no anomalies. By the time you see him, it will be too late. Stop with the nonsense and prepare for battle. Li Qiaoyuan spoke nervously. With his limited experience as a low-level mage, he could discern that the emergence of sinister energy heralded the arrival of some malevolent entity. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyang was engaged in a life-and-death struggle in the bedroom. He only understood that the ritual could not be interrupted. Now, they had to confront the unknown evil on their own. Battle? What I have to fight with? Chun Hao blinked, watching as Li Qiaoyuan produced a pipe. He reached out to seize it. That looks good. Lend it to me. What nonsense. You are not an exorcist. In your hands, that is merely a firewood stick. As the sinister energy thickened, Li Qiaoyuan ceased to engage in idle chatter and took out a rattledrum, shaking it emphatically. Ah Huang, use this. Upon hearing Li Qiaoyuan's intention to fight, Mui Qin had been searching the courtyard for something that could serve as a weapon. At that moment, she discovered an iron shovel and a crowbar, offering Chun Hao a choice. Will these things even be effective against ghosts? Chun Hao expressed his skepticism. However, possessing a weapon was undoubtedly better than having none, and ultimately, he opted for the thick, long, and sturdy crowbar. You should take the shovel. This one is too thick for your small hands. Having allocated their weapons, they glanced up at the sky, which was becoming increasingly overcast, as if the daylight had abruptly shifted to dusk. This cursed master is no simple foe. Li Xiaoyang gasped in astonishment. Though the means by which he summoned such a malevolent aura remain unknown. The ability to coalesce such dark energy in broad daylight and open space is a testament to his formidable nature. You think you're more powerful? Chunhao inquired. Enough of that. I merely feign superiority in the presence of individuals like you. In the face of true strength, I am hardly your equal. What about compared to a minor spirit? Before Li Xiaoyang could respond, a scratching sound emanated from outside the courtyard. The noise was sharp and uncharacteristic of human hands, resembling the claws of a cat or dog. The scratching quickened with each passing moment. What is that? Mui Chen's voice trembled as he glanced helplessly at Li Xiaoyang. Whatever it was undoubtedly not human. An idea struck Li Xiaoyang. He grasped Mui Chen's arm and urged, quickly, call for reinforcements. Summon more police. Mui Chen hesitated briefly before complying. Is it the nearby police station? Yes. Please send additional personnel, auxiliary officers, and volunteers included. After hanging up, Mui Chen, still anxious, turned to Li Xiaoyang and asked, if it's a ghost, will firearms be effective? If they're not, wouldn't I be leading them to their demise? Have you ever heard of a police officer being slain by a ghost, especially when numerous officers are on a mission together? Mui Chen shook his head. Then that settles it. The reason I urge you to summon them is to bolster our presence. Perhaps the sorcerer will be deterred from taking action. Oh, but why is that? You may inquire with Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyang was too occupied to enlighten her, continuing to beat the drum while chanting. As the sun sets behind the western mountains and darkness envelopes the sky, every household secures its door. The honorable traveler seeks refuge at the inn, while the birds flee to the mountains and tigers return to their lairs. Just as he concluded his chant and began to puff on his pipe, the sound of scratching at the door abruptly ceased. Masterly, has it been frightened away by you? Mui Chen asked with eager anticipation. Turning to look at Li Xiaoyang, he noticed an odd expression, though it was undeniably his face. It exuded an unsettling, furtive air. Do not disturb him. He is possessed by an ancient spirit. Chunhao, having witnessed Li Xiaoyang's sorcery before, immediately recognized the situation. An ancient spirit? It is a... Chunhao quickly covered his mouth, offering an awkward smile to Li Xiaoyang. Greetings, esteemed spirit. Your efforts are commendable. Just observe the circumstances outside. Before he could finish his sentence, a creaking sound echoed as the courtyard door was pushed open a crack. A plump, chubby little hand pressed against the doorframe, followed by its owner squeezing through the narrow opening. It was a child clad in a red belly band, short in stature, roughly resembling a 3 to 4-year-old. However, its head was disproportionately large, adorned with a grotesque face marred by seams reminiscent of a centipede. The overall appearance suggested a haphazard assemblage of various parts, stitched together with thread, as if they had been severed from several heads and crudely affixed. The craftsmanship was lamentable. The surface was uneven, with some areas where even bones protruded from beneath the skin. This grotesque visage unervingly augmented the terror surrounding the infant. However, the most chilling aspect lay atop the baby's head. Upon that wrinkled scalp, an array of eyes, both large and small, proliferated, resembling human eyes, densely packed together. At first glance, there appeared to be at least a dozen or 20, all tightly shut. It is it. Two disparate voices emerged from Li Xiaoyang's throat. Before him stood the very same horrifying infant he had encountered years ago, crouching upon the neck of a bloodied corpse outside the morgue. The long-buried fears of yesteryears surged forth in an instant. Li Xiaoyang's body trembled violently, akin to a phone vibrating, his visage etched with terror. At that moment, the multi-eyed infant seemed to recognize Li Xiaoyang, parting its lips to offer him a smile before unsteadily approaching him. Old immortal, you must. Li Xiaoyang's words trailed off abruptly as he suddenly shuddered. A gray shadow erupted from within him, landing atop the roof of a nearby tile house. It materialized as a massive rat, its body covered in gray fur, larger than an average cat. Squeak the giant rat emitted a couple of cries towards Li Xiaoyang before dissipating into smoke and fleeing into the distance. The old immortal has escaped again, 63. The old immortal has fled once more. Gazing at the slowly advancing infant, Li Xiaoyang swallowed hard, his throat parched, and hastily turned to plunge into the main room. Although interrupting Xiaoyang's incantation might result in Sun Bo's soul being shattered, it is certainly preferable to the prospect of the three of them losing their lives. Even the old immortal has fled. Are we truly expected to confront that multi-eyed infant with mere shovels and pry bars? Xiaoyang, something has gone awry. You must hurry. The sight before Li Xiaoyuan compelled him to swallow the latter part of his sentence. He beheld the serpent-like creature in a standoff with Xiaoyang. The creature's visage was scarcely more appealing than that of the multi-eyed infant outside. Xiaoyang, with great difficulty, signaled to Li Xiaoyuan from the corner of his eye, imploring him not to interfere. Reluctantly, Li Xiaoyuan exited the room, recognizing that Xiaoyang was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the monster. Any forceful interruption would likely lead to his immediate demise. For now, he could only hope that Xiaoyang would swiftly vanquish the creature before turning his attention to the multi-eyed infant in the courtyard. As for them, they would endure as long as possible. How is it? Has Xiaoyang completed his task? Chunhao grasped Li Xiaoyuan as he emerged, inquiring urgently. He is currently unable to break free. Let's hold our ground for now. Li Xiaoyuan looked up to see the infant in the center of the courtyard, not advancing further, but instead lowering its head, appearing particularly strained. Within the tightly shut eyes on its head, one pair was slowly beginning to open. We cannot allow it to open its eyes. Li Xiaoyuan shouted, Huang Mao, hurry up and interrupt his incantation. I will pay you once it's done. I'll give you double. Are you in? 50,000, how about it? 50,000 just to send me to my demise? Absolutely not. Damn it, if you don't go, we'll all face death. If you do go, perhaps you could earn 50,000. At the very least, it should be 100,000. I won't settle for a penny less. As the two haggled, Mu Yichen rushed forward, raising a shovel and bringing it down forcefully towards the infant's head. At that moment, the infant's eyes, previously closed, snapped open, revealing two orbs of eerie green light that resembled ghostly flames, irresistibly drawing Mu Yichen's gaze. In that instant of eye contact, Mu Yichen seemed to be ensnared in a binding spell. Frozen in place with the shovel still raised, her expressions of anger and fear evaporating, leaving only a vacant stare. Clang! She dropped the shovel and, with stiffened limbs, began to stride towards the infant. Don't look into its eyes. Don't go. Li Xiaoyuan shouta desperately, rushing to embrace Mu Yichen. Damn it, it's now or never. 50,000, remember that, third brother. Chunhao brandished a crowbar, charging at the multi-eyed infant. Ding dong ding dong. At that moment, a series of police sirens echoed from not far outside the door. Reinforcements had arrived. Chunhao immediately halted, alongside Li Xiaoyuan, fixating their attention on the multi-eyed infant, eager to observe its reaction. The infant furrowed its brow, appearing to listen intently to something, not the sirens, but rather some inaudible sound. A look of hesitation appeared on its face as it gazed at Chunhao and the others, seemingly reluctant. However, after a moment of contemplation, it turned away and languidly made its way towards the door, eventually slipping through the crack. Soon, the dense, ominous aura that enveloped the courtyard dissipated swiftly. The clear sky re-emerged, as if nothing extraordinary had ever transpired. What has happened to me? You old lecher, why are you holding me? Mu Yichen seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, realizing she was embraced by Li Xiaoyuan. Without hesitation, she delivered a punch to Li Xiaoyuan's abdomen. Wow! Li Xiaoyuan doubled over, clutching his stomach, tears of pain streaming down his face. Officer Mu, you are mistaken. Although third brother is indeed a lecherous rogue, he truly did not mean to violate you just now. Chunhao explained simply. Just as he spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open again, startling the three of them. Fortunately, it was a few uniformed police officers who entered. Officer Mu, you take charge for now. I will go check on Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyuan suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier in the room and hurried back into the bedroom, only to find that the confrontation had concluded. Lu Xiaoyang was hanging a large yellow paper on the altar, and across from him lay the half-human, half-serpent creature, now completely motionless. Chunhao and Mu Yichen, who arrived shortly after, were utterly horrified by the sight. What on earth is this thing? It is Sun Bo. Lu Xiaoyang inhaled deeply and stated. Sun Bo. The three were astonished. Strictly speaking, it was the curse upon him that summoned this entity, initially intending to possess him, but now it had been vanquished by my hand. Although Lu Xiaoyang spoke nonchalantly, he still felt a twinge of fear when recalling the fierce battle, just before his primordial spirit shattered. He managed to harness sufficient power through the Tai Ching Ice Heart technique to expel that malevolent thought from within, reclaiming control of his body. He then promptly inserted a second silver needle into Sun Bo, dispelling the cursed energy. With the passage sealed, the serpentine fiend was forced back. Upon examining Sun Bo, he discovered that the dark green scales had already crept up to Sun Bo's calf, mere moments away from completion of its sinister crossing. How could this happen? Who cast the curse upon him? Li Qiaoyuan inquired. It was he himself. What do you mean he cursed himself? Li Qiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, he did this to safeguard himself. At that moment, his soul had already fragmented, and it was through the power of the curse that he avoided complete annihilation. Though the curse suppressed his spirit, it also provided him protection from harm. Now that the cursed power has been dispelled, he is lost. Lu Xiaoyang felt a pang of regret over this outcome. After all, his intention was to heal Sun Bo, yet it had directly led to his demise. How do you know this? You just informed me. Sun Bo? The three of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the creature lying on the bed. His soul resides here. Lu Xiaoyang gestured towards the yellowed paper on the altar. This sheet, measuring approximately A3 in size, faintly depicted a human figure. Just as the three of them focused their attention upon it, something astonishing occurred. The figure on the paper began to move, making the gesture of wiping away tears. 64. Sun Bo's last words are, Sun Bo. Mu Yiqin exclaimed in surprise. The facial features of the figure bore a striking resemblance to Sun Bo. It is his soul, Lu Xiaoyang explained. To prevent his spirit from dissipating, I had no choice but to affix it to this paper. This way, I can utilize the power of the talisman to sustain it for a little while longer. Mu Yiqin and Chun Hao stared in disbelief. Although they had accompanied Lu Xiaoyang and witnessed some supernatural occurrences, the scene before them was utterly inconceivable. The soul of a person could be affixed to paper. Sun Bo, you probably have less than 5 minutes left. When the time comes, my soul-guarding talisman will no longer be able to protect you. What did you discover? Who is that sorcerer? Lu Xiaoyang was the first to voice his most pressing question. His name is Gao Ziyang, the figure on the paper replied, its voice flat and reminiscent of an AI narrator from a web novel. I am unaware of his origins. All we found was that the small building was established by Gao Ziyang as a shrine for the Zhao family. Every year, he sacrifices several students to cultivate a certain dark art. He cultivated a form of life essence that transcended the ordinary. Initially, we presumed it to be a resurrection essence. Yet we later discovered that it was far more terrifying than that. Sun Bo's words seemed somewhat incoherent, laden with technical jargon that Mu Yiqin struggled to comprehend. However, the mention of the Zhao family sent shockwaves through her, leaving her profoundly perplexed. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Xiaoyang gestured for her to remain silent, indicating that every fleeting moment was precious as Sun Bo's time was dwindling. What is it if not the resurrection essence? Lu Xiaoyang pressed. I am unaware of what malevolent sorcery it may be. We have never encountered it before. We conducted extensive investigations and pinpointed that small building, yet it appeared entirely unremarkable until a female student revealed the truth to us. A female student? Xiaoyang? Lu Xiaoyang's heart raced, prompting her to ask urgently. Indeed, it was Xiaoyang. She claimed to possess a means to unlock the altar's door, but required our assistance to dismantle the altar. If we destroy the altar, Gao Ziyang's sinister magic will collapse. That night, we successfully breached the door, only to fall into an ambush. President Hu and the others were all slain. In my final moments, I invoked the soul curse I had learned in my youth, which spared me from death. Sun Bo's voice grew fainter, and the outlines of the figures on the yellowed paper began to blur. Even Chun Hao and the others could discern that he was nearing his end, their hearts filled with an inescapable sense of urgency. Xiaoyang swiftly organized his thoughts and inquired, what is the connection between that wheelchair-bound elderly woman and this matter? She must be the one Zhao Jiasin married after returning to Jinling, a sacrifice he has made. I'm unclear about her role in this affair. The coordinates for her burial site are Qian Sankuanba Sanfan. We initially intended to exhume her, but President Hu feared offending Zhao Jiasin and advised us to delay our actions. 16 verses of poetry, a labyrinth within a labyrinth. What? Xiaoyang, still immersed in the narrative before him, did not catch the last part. 16 verses of poetry, a labyrinth within a labyrinth. Sunbo reiterated. This is the crucial information from Xiaoyang regarding the unlocking of the altar. What does that imply? I am uncertain. Xiaoyang was hesitant to confide in us and revealed little at first. This information was shared in haste during our escape, and then we were forced to part ways. Sunbo's voice dwindled to a whisper. Xiaoyang leaned closer to the yellowed paper and asked, one final question. Gao Ziyang has not shown himself. How did he manage to kill you? It was a terrifying infant with many eyes, a spiritual servant of Gao Ziyang. The depths of Gao Ziyang himself are unfathomable. I advise you against further investigation, for you cannot contend with them. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang and the others instinctively recalled the image of that multi-eyed infant, their hearts simultaneously twitching in fear. Let us discuss this later, Xiaoyang said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. That curse of yours, the serpent-like creature it summoned. What exactly is it? Sunbo paused in silence before responding. It is the king of the serpents. I learned this curse during my early years in Miaojiang, derived from a deity residing in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Wu, I am dying. Mage, thank you for granting me my freedom once more. The voice faded away. Shortly thereafter, a wisp of essence soared from the yellowed paper, dispersing into the surroundings, leaving the paper blank. Sunbo's spirit had departed. Xiaoyang let out a heavy sigh. He had initially believed that by breaking the curse, he could rescue Sunbo. Even if he could not return to life, he would at least possess a complete soul. Yet, he never anticipated such an outcome. Sunbo was a fine mage. Xiaoyang gazed at Sunbo's lifeless body and said, Third brother, I entrust the affairs of this mother and child to you. Please ensure they are properly prepared for their final rest, and find a suitable burial site. Consider the expenses covered by me. Xiaoyang, you underestimate me. Matters such as these should not involve money. Leave it to me. He then turned to Officer Mu. By the way, I will need your assistance with their death certificates. Mu Yichin nodded in a daze. Coincidentally, I need to file a case for investigation. File a case for investigation? Xiaoyang and the others looked at her in confusion. This is the only way I can legitimately utilize police resources to fully assist you, unless, of course, you do not require police assistance moving forward. Xiaoyang nodded, comprehending Mu Yichin's intention. Subsequently, Mu Yichin summoned the police from outside, primarily to document the scene as part of the procedural formalities. However, before that, Xiaoyang utilized a fire talisman to incinerate Sunbo's remains, leaving only white bones, akin to his mother's fate. While the police were engaged in their investigation, Li Xiaoyang pulled Xiaoyang aside into the courtyard and recounted the crisis they had just endured. Xiaoyang was inevitably stunned upon hearing this. The sorcerer was now aware of his identity as Gao Ziyang. He had indeed come. It was fortunate that Li Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, prompting Mu Yichin to summon reinforcements, which deterred the terrifying entity of the multi-eyed infant from taking action. This malevolent being could effortlessly have dispatched a few ordinary police officers. At that moment, it was undoubtedly Gao Ziyang nearby, using his spiritual connection with the multi-eyed infant to summon it away. As a sorcerer, Gao Ziyang was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue from harming those officers. Nevertheless, his audacity to send the multi-eyed infant here indicated his profound confidence in his own abilities, marking him as a formidable adversary. The concept of Zhongsheng Ji refers to a spell that can extend a person's life, originating from the Taoist theories of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. It later evolved into a distinct practice, gaining popularity among the affluent circles in the South, particularly among those suffering from terminal illnesses for whom conventional medical treatments had proven futile. Zhongsheng Ji represents their last glimmer of hope. In Hong Kong and the Guangfu region, there exist a plethora of feng shui masters who specialize in such endeavors, often commanding fees exceeding 10 million for their services. As Lu Xiaoyang recounted this, Mui Qin vaguely recalled something and interjected with a rumor he had encountered online. The late gambling king of Macau had relied on seeking individuals to cultivate life foundations, thus extending his life by over a decade. The master who selected the auspicious site for this endeavor had stirred considerable commotion online. Zhao Jiasin, it seems, was afflicted with a terminal illness before returning to his hometown. While still in Guangfu, he sought the assistance of Gao Ziyang, subsequently entrusting his business to his family and returning to Jinling. Ostensibly, this was a retirement, yet in reality, it was a quest for an ideal location to construct a life shrine. The life shrine is pivotal in the cultivation of life foundations. In essence, it involves taking items intimately connected to the individual, such as nails and hair, and using sorcery to suppress them within the shrine, thus allowing the individual to navigate past their death tribulations. The selection of the shrine's site entails stringent requirements, necessitating alignment with one's Ba-Zi and the identification of a corresponding feng shui site for the ancestral grave. Ultimately, Gao Ziyang chose the location of a small building within a school for Zhao Jiasin's shrine. To mask his true intentions, Zhao Jiasin employed the guise of philanthropy, donating to what is now a vocational college and facilitating the construction of the uniquely designed small building. However, conventional methods of cultivating life foundations are merely sufficient to contend with death tribulations and prove ineffective for those nearing the end of their lifespan. Lu Xiaoyang speculated that Zhao Jiasin was likely in such a predicament. Therefore, the life shrine constructed by Gao Ziyang was unlike the ordinary. Rather, it represented a form of sinister life extension sorcery. In essence, the act entails the brutal murder of an individual whose lifeless body is then interred within one's ancestral hall. Through a series of esoteric rituals, the victim's remaining lifespan is transferred to the perpetrator, thereby prolonging their own existence. This sinister practice is exceedingly intricate, and the individual from whom the life force is borrowed cannot be a stranger, but must instead be a beloved relative. Despite Zhao Jiasin's profound fear of death, he could never inflict harm upon his kin. Thus, he opted for a new marriage, formally taking Liang Suhua, later known as the wheelchair old lady, as his wife. Zhao Jiasin likely selected her due to their compatible destinies, facilitating the dark rites he intended to perform. Subsequently, he cruelly ended Liang Suhua's life and concealed her corpse beneath the ancestral hall, thereby usurping her vitality. On their return to the city, Lu Xiaoyang revealed these unsettling details in the presence of the three others. The information regarding the life force borrowing derived from Sun Bo's dying words, coupled with Lu Xiaoyang's own deductions. Upon hearing this revelation, the trio was rendered utterly astonished, particularly Mui Qin, who fell into a state of shock, remaining silent for an extended period. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyang had preemptively instructed Chen how to drive, lest Mui Qin's distraction lead her to veer off the road. Grandfather Zhao. He does not seem like the type to commit such cruelty, Mui Qin murmured after a long pause. Do you typically judge cases solely by appearances? Lu Xiaoyang retorted. I find myself reflecting quite unexpectedly. Mui Qin lifted his gaze to Lu Xiaoyang, inquiring, have you suspected him all along? Indeed, the ancestral hall, constructed with the principle of form complementing form, was deliberately shaped like a coffin. The three descending steps at the entrance were designed both to create a sunken area that would trap the malevolent energy and to signify that if my conjecture holds true, Liang Suhua must have been in a wheelchair prior to her death. This wheelchair was subsequently transformed into a vessel for her spirit, serving as one of the means to contain her. Her ghost, unable to leave the wheelchair, naturally could not ascend the steps to escape the ancestral hall. Furthermore, the cross etched on a glass window is a common sealing technique, albeit subtly integrated into the window itself, likely to obfuscate its purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly remarked, no wonder you were so fixated on that window while in the small building. However, we clearly witnessed the wheelchair-bound elderly lady emerge. It was she who led us to the small building. Many students have seen her before. How do we reconcile this? Have you noticed that the wheelchair-bound lady always appears around midnight? Last night was no exception. Thus, I suspect that the means employed to suppress her are somewhat relaxed during the witching hour, allowing her lingering soul a brief respite to depart the small building. What they encountered last night was the remnant of Liang Suhua, rather than her true self. This aligns with Lu Xiaoyang's hypothesis. I now comprehend why he sought to harm teacher Zhao. Chen Hao smacked his thigh and said, she intends to take revenge on old Zhao, but she cannot reach him. Coincidentally, teacher Zhao is working at the school, so she wishes to eliminate him, causing her grandfather distress. LV Xiaoyang nodded, acknowledging that her lingering spirit could only manifest at midnight, a time when Ming Jie was already asleep. In the dormitory, where the presence of people was abundant and the yang energy strong, Liang Suhua's residual spirit had no opportunity to act, thus she sought the assistance of the water ghost. Li Moli. Now, as these clues converge, many enigmas are beginning to unravel. You previously mentioned something about breeding a foundation. How do you know so much about it? Have you assisted someone in this? Mui Chen inquired, casting a suspicious glance at LV Xiaoyang. I have never engaged in such practices. It is merely what my master has told me. He spent several years in Guangfu during his youth and mingled with the circles of practitioners of dark arts. This is my first encounter with such a practitioner, so my deductions may not be entirely accurate, but they are likely close enough, LV Xiaoyang replied. Oh, I see. So you refrained from accepting my cousin's money out of guilt? Mui Chen suddenly recalled this point, fixing his gaze on LV Xiaoyang. With a resigned smile, LV Xiaoyang did not deny it. At that time, he had begun to doubt the Zhao family's integrity upon learning that Zhao Yuming was their granddaughter, and thus he dared not accept the money. To take their money while plotting against her grandfather would indeed be despicable. At least you still possess a semblance of humanity, Mui Chen complimented him, albeit rarely. At this moment, Li Chaoyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, previously, it seemed from Sun Bo's words that the matter of the ancestral hall is not related to Gao Ziyang's schemes. Indeed, Liang Suhua has been deceased for over a decade. Logically, Zhao, the old man, should have completed his borrowing of longevity by now. However, the deaths of those students have transpired within the last 10 years. And these two events are, in any case, unrelated. Lu Xiaoyang also expressed his perspective. At this moment, Chen Hao interjected, saying, what is so difficult about it? Since Gao Ziyang was invited by Zhao, capturing him and conducting an interrogation should clarify everything. In an instant, the three of them regarded him with disdainful glances. 66. Planning to dig up graves? Chen Hao remarked, did I say something wrong? Just because he is wealthy, you all intend to let him off the hook? Oh, I nearly forgot. Officer Mu, you have familial ties to him. Mui Chen shot him a glare, stating, do not assume my motives are so base. I will certainly investigate thoroughly. But do you comprehend the extent of Zhao's influence in Jinling? Unless there is substantial evidence, it cannot simply be resolved. Not to mention, this also pertains to supernatural occurrences. Regarding this matter, Lu Xiaoyang had not pondered excessively. He merely feared that they might inadvertently alert the adversary. As the Zhao family is undoubtedly connected to Gao Ziyang, the most pressing concern now is to discover a means to access the altar, according to Sun Bo. The only individual capable of unlocking the altar's door is that Xiaoyang. From Sun Bo's account, Xiaoyang stand in opposition to Gao Ziyang. Initially, she and Sun Bo's group had faced failure in their endeavors and had fled together. Subsequently, she likely met her demise at the hands of the murderer, who might also be that multi-eyed infant. However, Xiaoyang, unbeknownst to others, managed to preserve her soul through some means, lingering within the school, likely in search of a method to confront the multi-eyed infant. Until last night, emboldened by a sense of assurance, or perhaps driven by other motivations, she reignited the ritual to open the door. Lu Xiaoyang, having entered the chamber of the altar, found no trace of Xiaoyang, thus significantly raising the likelihood that she had failed. It remains uncertain whether she is alive or dead, and without her whereabouts, collaboration would have been possible. Moreover, like Gao Ziyang, Xiaoyang is also a practitioner of curses. Perhaps there exists a connection between them, which could elucidate her knowledge of how to unlock the altar-esque gate. While Lu Xiaoyang pondered this, Li Chaoyuan interjected, Officer Mu, is there any possibility of locating information about Gao Ziyang through your police network? Given that he resides in Jinling, there must be records of his travels and accommodations. Indeed, the concern lies with potential aliases. If it is his real name, it is rather uncommon. With meticulous filtering, we might stand a chance of identifying him, although it will require some time. Mui Qin promptly made a call to initiate the search, then inquired about Lu Xiaoyang's plans. I shall revisit the small building later tonight. As for anything else, we shall see. Many enigmas have been unraveled, yet new questions have emerged. For instance, that multi-eyed infant, capable of slaying several competent sorcerers like Sun Bo in a single breath, is no ordinary malevolent entity. What then is its true nature? Additionally, the final words uttered by Sun Bo linger in the air, compose 16 verses of poetry, a chessboard within a chessboard. It sounds like a riddle. Lu Xiaoyang pondered for quite some time with the others, yet found himself at a loss. Third brother, please prepare some tools for me, specifically a spade for digging and some rope. Li Chaoyuan paused for a moment, gazing at him in disbelief. Are you suggesting that you intend to excavate the remains of Zhao Jiasen's wife based on a location provided by Sun Bo? Lu Xiaoyang nodded. To be precise, he aimed to liberate the spirit of Liang Suhua, who had been suppressed within the small building. After all, as the individual directly involved, she would undoubtedly possess knowledge regarding Gao Ziyang's circumstances. Li Chaoyuan's expression became noticeably intricate. Have you considered that Zhao Jiasen has borrowed her lifespan to survive until now? If you were to rescue her soul, it could very well lead to the destruction of the entire ancestral shrine. Zhao Jiasen might just perish on the spot. Xiaoyang, are you prepared to bear such consequences? Lu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Li Chaoyuan's reminder, he would have never contemplated this possibility. The death of Zhao Jiasen would have monumental repercussions. Not to mention, that small building would likely be sealed off, making future access exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, how would he explain this to Xiaoyang? First, he needed to locate the burial site and assess the situation. Feeling a headache approaching, Lu Xiaoyang reluctantly took a step back. Xiaoyang, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Money is no object. However, for errands like today, yes. Please refrain from seeking my assistance again. Li Chaoyuan forced a smile, saying, You are the master of Maoshan, fearless and undaunted, but I am not. I am afraid. Xiaoyang chuckled. Are you afraid of Gao Ziyang or Zhao Jiasen? Both. Li Chaoyuan exclaimed, This matter runs too deep. Truly, a dog's life is at stake. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, expressing understanding. Officer Mu, I cannot falter. I am a police officer. Having engaged in this investigation, even if it involves the supernatural, I must uncover the truth, for that is the duty owed to this uniform I wear. Officer Mui Qin stood resolutely, her spirit ablaze. Xiaoyang gazed at her, somewhat dazed. You are overthinking it. I merely meant to suggest that when you return, do remember to find the records of the deceased from our school over the years and bring them to me. Oh, I thought you were urging me to withdraw as well. Mui Qin's face betrayed her embarrassment. What are you talking about? There are many subsequent matters that rely on you as the police officer. If you withdraw, who will I turn to? Mui Qin rolled her eyes, suddenly recalling something, and raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyang, saying, Now you can no longer become Zhao's family son-in-law. If my cousin discovers your intentions against her grandfather, you may not even retain your friendship with her. Are you pleased with this? Of course. Seeing someone like you prosper is far more distressing than my own bankruptcy. Xiaoyang replied, but, no jokes aside, regarding Ming Jie, do not mention anything for the time being. Xiaoyang advised. The reasons require no elaboration. Mui Qin understood clearly, nodding as he remarked, I'm not advocating for Grandpa Zhao. In this matter, he is at most an accomplice, while the mastermind is that Gao Ziyang. Supernatural occurrences cannot be assessed in such a manner, and as of now, everything remains uncertain. Zhao Jiasen's involvement in his wife's murder is likely unavoidable. Yet the subsequent deceased, including that altar, probably bear little relation to him. However, the proverbial act of pulling out a radish brings the mud along. If the investigation into Gao Ziyang proceeds smoothly, Zhao Jiasen's past misdeeds will likely be unveiled as well. How to address him then indeed poses a dilemma. Yet to ponder such matters now is entirely superfluous. Whether I can measure up to Gao Ziyang remains to be seen. 67. Society is my brother Long. Upon returning to the city, The trio first accompanied Mui-chin to the police station to record their statements. This was merely a procedural formality, and the content of the statements did not delve into too many confidential matters. Once completed, Mui-chin needed to organize the written documents, instructing Xiaoyang and the others to return home, promising to retrieve the case files and meet them at the school once he had finished. Huang Mao, you and Sangu should go to his house and gather some tools. By the way, Sangu, I hastily descended the mountain and brought few talismans. I will provide you with a list. Please procure a bit of each item for me, and I shall settle the payment once you are done. Upon exiting the police station, Xiaoyang conveyed this to the two. Li Chaoyuan readily agreed, suggesting that send the needed items to his phone, as he would provide them free of charge. As long as he is not directly involved in the action, he is quite willing to lend a hand. Otherwise, he would feel somewhat guilty. After the two departed, Lu Xiaoyang took the bus back to school. It was already past 4 o'clock, but fortunately, he had no classes this afternoon. Walking through the campus, basking in the warm sunlight, Lu Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief wash over him. There was one thing he had not shared with Mui-chin and the others. At that moment, while relying on the Tai Ching Ice Heart technique to repel the serpentine malevolence referred to as the Serpent King by Sun Bo, it seemed that this entity had planted something within him before retreating. However, despite several attempts to sense any abnormalities within his body, Lu Xiaoyang found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the feeling of being scrutinized by a chilling gaze lingered until just moments ago. Now, it seemed to have improved slightly, but the sensation had not entirely dissipated. This led Lu Xiaoyang to believe that whatever remained within him was cleverly concealed but had not truly departed. The Serpent King? Sun Bo claimed it was a deity hailing from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. A malevolent god, perhaps? Hey, are you blind or just doing this on purpose? A sharp rebuke jolted Lu Xiaoyang back to reality. He then realized, to his dismay, that he had unwittingly wandered onto the grassy verge, nearly stepping on the chest of a girl sunbathing there. She glared at him angrily. I'm so sorry. Lu Xiaoyang quickly apologized and retreated to the path. Around him, students bustled back and forth. Having recently experienced a supernatural event, Lu Xiaoyang now felt a surreal sense of disconnection as he faced his classmates. Indeed, I am also a student, and my purpose for being here is to pursue my studies, not solely to confront supernatural beings. As for the matter of the shrine, let it unfold in its own time. Haste serves no purpose. Xiaoyang adjusted his mindset, choosing to momentarily set aside the nebulous thoughts, and instead, he admired the female classmates on his way back to the dormitory. Along the journey, he retrieved his phone, intending to check the time, only to discover several missed calls from Lin Mo within the last half hour. It dawned on Xiaoyang that he had muted his phone prior to administering acupuncture to Sun Bo, in order to avoid disturbances. Though he held little regard for Lin Mo, the multitude of calls might indicate an urgent matter. Consequently, Xiaoyang returned the call. Xiaoyang, why didn't you answer the phone? I was frantic. Where are you? As soon as the call connected, Lin Mo's anxious voice resonated from the other end. What is the matter, class monitor? Is it because I missed class that the teacher called my name? That's trivial. I got your back. Xiaoyang, have you offended Longu? Longu? Who is that? I've heard he is a formidable figure in the university town, a particularly influential individual. He is currently waiting for you in our dormitory. You should avoid returning for now. Xiaoyang was utterly bewildered. Are you certain that Longu is looking for me? Could there be a mistake? There is no mistake. He specifically mentioned your name. With a name as unique as yours, can there truly be another student by that name in our institution? Xiaoyang was left speechless. Grateful for Lin Mo's reminder, Xiaoyang hung up the phone, contemplated for a moment, and then quickened his pace towards the dormitory. It was impossible to evade the situation. He needed to find out who this dragon brother was. Soon, he arrived at the floor where his dormitory was located and, from a distance, spotted two young men outside his dorm, their flamboyant attire surpassing even that of Chun Hao, standing like sentinels by the door. The stairwell was crowded with students eager to witness the unfolding drama, fervently discussing the matter at hand. What could this brother have possibly done to provoke Dragon Brother to personally pay him a visit? One voice questioned. Indeed, I heard that dragon brother hasn't laid hands on anyone for over a decade since turning his life around. As Xiaoyang listened to their speculations, he approached and inquired, "Who is Dragon Brother? Don't tell me you don't know him. You must be a freshman," one of them replied, eager to enlighten him. Dragon Brother, whose real name is Zhao Jinlong, is a well-known local figure in the underworld. It is said that he started out selling barbecue on the street, but due to his fighting prowess, he gradually made a name for himself, evolving from collecting protection fees to becoming a local tyrant. Nowadays, he has a hand in all the entertainment venues around the university town and owns several establishments himself. In this area, while most people might be oblivious to the names of government officials, Dragon Brother's name is universally recognized. Even we, as university students who have been here for a while, have heard of his infamous reputation. The crowd present, having witnessed Dragon Brother's arrival, sensed that trouble was brewing and, as the news spread like wildfire, they gathered to witness the spectacle. It has come to my attention that the individual sought by Brother Long is named Xiaoyang. This situation seems to be quite troublesome. After enlightening Xiaoyang about the matter, the group continued their discussion. Of course, with Brother Long's status, he would surely want to dismantle him piece by piece. "By the way, my classmate, which dormitory are you from? It would be prudent for you to refrain from approaching. Otherwise, you might end up in a bloody mess. Just stay here and observe the spectacle. If I remain here, there won't be any spectacle to witness," Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Suddenly, the room fell silent as everyone watched Xiaoyang make his way towards the dormitory. The gazes directed at him made Xiaoyang feel as though he were a condemned prisoner being led to the gallows. "What are you doing? If you're just here to gawk, move along." Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Xiaoyang was met with the hostility of two individuals sporting extravagant hairstyles. "I am Xiaoyang." Seizing the moment while they were taken aback, Xiaoyang pushed the door open and stepped inside. At a glance, he saw three young men seated on his bed, each engrossed in their mobile devices as if engaged in a game. Two of them were clad in identical black suits, while the third, dressed casually, sported a bald head and a face reminiscent of a ruthless vendor, as if the word society boss were tattooed across his forehead. This individual was likely the infamous Brother Long. What Xiaoyang found particularly unacceptable was that none of them had removed their shoes, trampling on his bed linens, and even flicking ashes directly onto the sheets. Especially Brother Long, who, in a quest for comfort, had taken the liberty of folding Xiaoyang's blanket to serve as a cushion, lazily smoking a cigarette, appearing utterly at home, as though he were lounging in his own living room. 68. Wash the sheets. "Are you Xiaoyang? Quite bold of you to come here alone. Please have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Let us first finish with the crystal." Brother Long glanced at Xiaoyang, his tone exceedingly casual, as if greeting an old acquaintance. Xiaoyang settled onto the bed opposite Chen Hao. The two guards stationed outside, resembling punk rockers, seemingly fearful of Xiaoyang's escape, promptly shut the door and positioned themselves on either side of him. "You must have heard about me while you were outside, right? Do you require an introduction?" Brother Long continued to play his game, not lifting his gaze, speaking in a conversational manner. "What a fade." Xiaoyang smiled helplessly. "Brother Long, I've indeed heard of you. Everyone knows you." Brother Long chuckled lightly. "I, Zhao Jinlong, am a person of stature. Ordinarily, dealing with a petty troublemaker like you wouldn't necessitate my intervention. However, since young Master Wang personally instructed me, I cannot disregard this matter." Brother Long scrutinized Xiaoyang with curiosity, inquiring, "I fail to comprehend how a financially strained student like yourself, who seemingly lacks the qualifications to even be bullied by young Master Wang, has managed to offend him." "Young Master Wang? Wang Jiala? Good heavens! I did not seek him out, yet he came to me first." Ming Jie was right. His thirst for vengeance is insatiable. Yet, Xiaoyang never anticipated that he would employ a societal figure to handle his affairs. "So, are you all planning to give me a beating?" Xiaoyang asked with an air of indifference. Ah. Long Gu and his two subordinates erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard something exceedingly amusing. At that moment, the sound of crystal shattering emanated from the phone. "Damn it, 7 consecutive losses. I'm done. Long Gu, feeling disgruntled, rose to his feet and exchanged a knowing glance with one of his underlings. The subordinate then retrieved a watermelon knife belonging to Cheng Liang from his inner suit pocket and tossed it onto the bed. He subsequently took out his phone and said to Xiaoyang, "Please provide me with your Alipay details, or WeChat will suffice." "What for?" "I'm transferring funds to you. One of your hands has been purchased by young Master Wang for 500,000. I will send you the money up front, and then we'll proceed with the matter. I, Zhao Jinlong, am a man of dignity, and I assure you, you shall not receive a single cent less." Upon finishing his statement, 2 of Long Gu's subordinates advanced from either side, restraining Xiaoyang's arms. Behind them, 2 individuals with distinctive hairstyles each brandished a cleaver, preparing for action. Xiaoyang, taken aback, gazed at them and remarked, "This is a school. Do you not fear the trouble you may attract by making such a commotion?" Typically, we do not conduct business in such places, but young Master Wang insisted on making a statement this time to demonstrate the consequences of offending him. "With young Master Wang backing us, rest assured, whether it's severing your hand or eliminating you entirely, it is of little consequence." As Long Gu spoke, he patted Xiaoyang's face and inquired, "Make your choice, left hand or right?" "Wait a moment. Before you proceed, could you do me a favor?" Noticing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Xiaoyang gestured towards the bed they had previously occupied. "Please help me wash the sheets. Your arrival here is rather ostentatious. And while I harbor no objections, must you truly leave my bedding in such a state of disarray? This seems rather uncouth, does it not?" Long Gu and his companions were left in a state of shock. Is this person truly serious? With his hands nearly broken, he still frets over the cleanliness of his sheets? "I fail to see how my request is unreasonable," remarked Xiaoyang with utmost sincerity. "Ha ha, you have truly amused me. Has your head been grazed by a donkey's hoof?" Just then, with a swift motion, Long Gu's words were cut short as a fist, as large as a sandbag, collided with his nasal bridge. His robust frame was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground. Following this, Xiaoyang unleashed a powerful tremor in his arms, throwing off the 2 men in black suits who had sought to restrain him. The sheer force of his action sent the 2 individuals behind him flying as well. Stepping towards Long Gu, Xiaoyang advanced. Meanwhile, the door had been shut, and the students outside, drawn by the commotion, had gathered in droves at the threshold. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from within, punctuated by the realization that a brawl had erupted. This Xiaoyang was intent on inflicting harm. 5 against 1, surely. Can you hear how pitiful their cries are? They're classmates, after all. Should we not consider calling the authorities? What if someone were to be seriously harmed? The crowd erupted into a chorus of speculation. Before long, the screams diminished, and faint voices could be discerned. The bravest among them pressed their ears to the crack of the door to listen. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Xiaoyang standing in the doorway. "What on earth are you all doing?" he exclaimed. Startled, Xiaoyang chuckled amiably. "Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. Come on out. The lavatory is across the way." He stepped aside, revealing 2 men in black suits escorting a limping, bald-headed man, head bowed, as they squeezed through the throng. The bald man carried a wash basin containing a grimy bedsheet. "It's Brother Long," someone exclaimed. Brother Long had been beaten, not only beaten, but also hobbled. And not only hobbled, but this once feared hoodlum of the university district was now carrying a basin, apparently intending to wash someone's bedsheets. All present were dumbfounded by this surreal scene. "Use ample detergent, and be quick about it. I have matters to attend to," Xiaoyang instructed, tossing laundry powder into the basin and patting Brother Long's bald head. Brother Long's face flushed crimson with mortification and rage. He yearned to smash the wash basin over Xiaoyang's face, but dared not. As a hardened gangster accustomed to danger, his previous conduct had been quite commendable. Even after Xiaoyang had broken his nose, a leg, and 3 ribs, he had remained defiant, continuing to hurl abuse. That is, until Xiaoyang had employed some unknown method, akin to acupressure, jabbing a finger into the back of his head. A sensation of searing, paralyzing pain had instantly erupted in his brain, an experience no human could endure. Even now, recalling it, Brother Long trembled uncontrollably. He had no desire to repeat it. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Brother Long, accompanied by 4 subordinates, made his way towards the communal restroom. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, they had washed the bed linens and delivered them to Lu Xiaoyang's dormitory, assisting in hanging them out to dry. You've all worked hard. You may return now. Do have an early dinner at home. Oh, by the way, please make a call to Wang Xiao before you leave. Once the call was initiated, Lu Xiaoyang took the phone. Hello, Xiaolong. Have you seen Lu Xiaoyang? Wang Jiala's languid voice emanated from the receiver. Wang Xiao, this is Lu Xiaoyang. Next time you wish to have someone deal with me, kindly find someone more reliable. Otherwise, I could easily come after you as well. Goodbye. Lu Xiaoyang tossed the phone back to Brother Long and ushered him and his subordinates out of the dormitory. Upon closing the door, Lu Xiaoyang returned to his bed. Laying down, the earlier altercation quickly faded from his mind. Neither Wang Jiala nor Brother Long warranted too much of his energy. They were but ordinary individuals. Like the vast majority of common folk, they remained utterly oblivious to the powers of a sorcerer. 69. Cease your pursuit of Shi. However, Brother Long's arrival did prompt Lu Xiaoyang to recollect a pressing matter, to unravel the reason behind Zheng Shishi's association with Wang Jiala. He promptly dialed Zheng Baifu's number. Uncle Zheng, are you busy? Who is this? This is Lu Xiaoyang. There is a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by an unexpectedly warm tone. Xiaoyang, why have you only just called me? I think about you every day. How are things at school? Is your money sufficient? Uncle Zheng, I seek your counsel. This afternoon, I encountered Cici. Lu Xiaoyang, disinterested in idle chatter, chose to be forthright. She was out car shopping with Wang Jiala, and I chanced upon them. Are they on the verge of an engagement? Zheng Baifu fell silent, seemingly taken aback, before finally responding with an unexpected cheerfulness. Indeed. I had intended to wait until their arrangement was finalized before informing you. They seem to be getting along splendidly, and Cici has a fondness for young Master Wang. Considering your close bond with Cici since childhood, akin to that of siblings, you must be delighted to see her find a stable partner. Lu Xiaoyang retorted, am I delighted? Zheng Baifu's words revealed to him the art of conversation. However, he remained resolute, refusing to be swayed. He replied candidly, Uncle Zheng, are you certain Cici harbors affection for Wang Jiala? What I observed this afternoon seemed quite the contrary. What did you witness this afternoon? Zheng Baifu's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Is it possible they had a quarrel? Young love often encounters such turbulence, does it not? Lu Xiaoyang was left speechless. Uncle Zheng, I shall be succinct. Why do you wish to marry Cici to Wang Jiala? Do you face some difficulty or seek favor from the Wang family? If so, I can assist you. Assist me? What aid could you possibly offer? Zheng Baifu chuckled softly. My dear Xiaoyang, you are overthinking this. I genuinely wish to bring them together, but that is also due to Cici's own inclinations. Besides, their affairs do not concern you, do they? Do they not concern me? Uncle Zheng, have you forgotten that Shi and I are betrothed? Zheng Baifu fell silent for a moment before responding, Xiaoyang, the marriage agreement I made with your master was a rash decision, a moment of folly. In this day and age, do you not find such childhood engagements rather ridiculous? I would rather breach the contract than jeopardize Shishi's lifelong happiness. Zheng Baifu spoke with righteous conviction. Thus, Xiaoyang, the so-called engagement must be annulled. If you seek compensation, name your price. As long as it is within my means, I shall not quibble. And what if I insist on honoring the engagement? Xiaoyang, you are new to Jinling and unaware of the circumstances. This is not the mountains. Being obstinate will serve you no good, only invite trouble. Not to mention whether I consent. You would not even pass the scrutiny of young Master Wang. He is not someone to offend lightly. I have already witnessed this. Wang Jiala sent someone to teach me a lesson just now. What? Have you had a falling out with him? They did not harm you, did they? No. I sent them away. That is good. Young Master Wang likely intended to issue a warning. As you have seen, for your own sake, I advise you to cease pursuing Shi. Otherwise, if young Master Wang becomes enraged, even I will be unable to assist you. Zheng Baifu began to speak earnestly. Xiaoyang, it is not easy to gain admission to a university. You must think of your future. Let's not delve into other matters. Please consider the conditions I previously mentioned. I await your response. With that, he hung up the phone. Xiaoyang helplessly shook his head, realizing that Zheng Baifu was resolutely determined to marry Zheng Sisi to Wang Jiala. His own efforts had proven futile. He now had no choice but to seek out Zheng Sisi herself to uncover the truth of the matter. Regrettably, he had been too rash earlier and had failed to acquire her phone number. Now, he could only enlist Ming Jie's assistance. It would also be prudent to inquire why old Zhao had suddenly summoned her home. Xiaoyang had an inkling that the Zhao family's actions were motivated by some underlying awareness. Indeed, just yesterday, he had instructed Ming Jie to return and ask about the incidents that had transpired in that small building years ago. Such inquiries could very well be stirring the hornet's nest. As Xiaoyang pondered these thoughts, he received a call from Mu Yichen, who informed him that the matter had been resolved and the documents had been secured. He inquired where they could meet. Why not share a meal and discuss it over dinner? Xiaoyang suggested. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock, so he arranged to meet her at the snack street by the school entrance. Outside the dormitory, the corridor had mostly emptied of onlookers, yet a few remained, animatedly discussing some topic. Upon noticing Xiaoyang's emergence, they promptly fell silent, each casting furtive glances in his direction, their expressions tinged with surprise and respect. Hello, Brother Young. One timidly greeted him as he passed by the small group of classmates. Xiaoyang posed momentarily, then recalled that this likely stemmed from his recent reprimand of Long Ge, instructing him to wash his sheets. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over something so trivial? Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. It turns out that in addition to exorcising spirits, you are also skilled in combat, taking on 4 or perhaps 5 opponents. In the bustling snack street, upon encountering each other, Mu Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. Are you referring to Brother Long? How did you come to know of this matter? Lu Xiaoyang expressed disbelief. On Douyin, that video has circulated widely within the local Douyin community, garnering numerous shares. Mu Yichen replied, as he opened his phone to show Lu Xiaoyang the footage. Brother Long, accompanied by several subordinates, was seen washing clothes. The angle of the recording suggested it was a covert shot taken in a corridor. The video was accompanied by the caption, "A rare sight. The notorious Brother Long from the university town, who, instead of disciplining a student, found himself on the receiving end of a beating, even going so far as to wash the opponent's bedding himself." Lu Xiaoyang felt a surge of frustration. Such a trivial incident had made its way onto Douyin. With nearly 100,000 views, it was being fervently shared across various WeChat groups. I too received directives from above to suppress public opinion. Out of curiosity, I took a glance and discovered it was you. But my name isn't mentioned. How did you deduce it was me? Just check the comments. There are multiple witnesses from that day who revealed your name. Now everyone is keen to uncover your identity. By the way, how did you offend Zhao Jinlong? That half-reformed ruffian personally came to the school to confront you. Did you sleep with his woman? Well, it's just a minor grievance. Lu Xiaoyang was disinclined to elaborate on the backstory. Mu Yichen blinked and said, "Let us negotiate. I shall assist you this time. But you must refrain from teasing me with titles like good brother in the future." "How can I assist you?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed. "In dealing with Zhao Jinlong, of course. He has already proclaimed that within 3 days, he will compel you to bow and apologize. Be cautious. When he comes for you, call me immediately." There's no need for assistance." "What do you mean, no need? Do you think that as a prominent figure in the underworld, he only has those 4 lackeys at his disposal? No matter how skilled you are, how many can you truly contend with?" Observing Mu Yichen's expression of genuine concern, Lu Xiaoyang shook his head and offered a wry smile. On the roadside, they casually selected a small restaurant. Mu Yicheng ordered dishes while Lu Xiaoyang called Chun Hao. Upon learning that Chun was already on his way back, he shared his location to invite him for a meal. Lu Xiaoyang intended to dine before heading directly to the ancestral hall to unearth Liang Suhua's remains. This is the dossier on the deceased, 13 individuals in total. Peruse it at your leisure. Mu Yicheng placed a substantial stack of printed papers on the table. 13. How can we be certain it is them? These individuals all had their bodies vanish post-mortem, Mu Yicheng clarified. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, skimming through the files. Indeed, they all belonged to the same vocational college. with death dates ranging from 15 years ago to 2 years prior, averaging 2 per year. The causes of death varied widely. Some perished from carbon monoxide poisoning, others from falls, and some from sudden cardiac events. Both suicides and accidental deaths were present. The genders were nearly evenly split, aside from being fellow students. There appear to be no other commonalities. It is implausible that 2 individuals were murdered within a year by mere chance. There must be some commonality shared among them. Liu Xiaoyang began to meticulously peruse the documents one by one. During this time, Chunhao arrived, initially intending to seek reimbursement for his travel expenses. However, upon witnessing Liu Xiaoyang's earnest engagement with the files, he refrained from interrupting and seated himself beside the solitary dish on the table, fried peanuts. "Have you ordered anything? Why is there only this cold dish?" Chunhao inquired. "Indeed, it has been 20 minutes. I shall go downstairs to check and take the opportunity to use the restroom." Mui Chen replied as he rose and exited the private room. They were situated on the 2nd floor of a modest restaurant, with the kitchen located below. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Mui Chen realized that the front door had been closed, and there were no patrons in sight. Both the staff and the front desk were absent. Only the faint sound of meat being chopped could be heard from the kitchen. Mui Chen ventured into the kitchen, where the lighting was dimmer than he had anticipated. He observed a man and a woman engrossed in their culinary tasks. The man was chopping vegetables at the counter, while the woman stood beside him, holding a bowl, seemingly whisking eggs. "Excuse me, have our dishes been prepared?" Mui Chen inquired, yet the pair remained oblivious to his presence, absorbed in their work. "I am speaking to you. Is this how you conduct business?" Mui Chen's irritation flared as he approached the proprietress and raised his voice. Under the dim light, he caught a glimpse of what she was mixing in the bowl. It was not eggs, but a swirling concoction of dark red and black liquid. "Century egg?" The proprietress slowly lifted her head, casting her gaze towards Mui Chen. It would be inaccurate to describe it as merely looking. Her eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, filled instead with 2 globs of viscous blackish-red substance. As she raised her head, the gooey mass elongated, dripping down into the bowl below, merging with the liquid contained within. A sudden thought surged through Mui Chen's mind. The woman was stirring with chopsticks what remained of her own shattered eyeballs. Simultaneously, the man beside her, who was chopping, turned his body. It was then that Mui Chen realized he was not slicing vegetables, but rather his own fingers. With a swift chop, he cleanly severed several segments. The blood oozing from the wounds splattered across the entire cutting board. Yet, the man remained oblivious, continuing to hack away. Mui Chen felt her blood run cold, her mind buzzing with horror. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her legs utterly numb. The primal instinct for survival compelled her to press her hands against the floor, inching backward. The bizarre duo, a man and a woman, did not pursue her. They remained engrossed in their grim tasks, one whisking eggs, the other chopping, both expressionless as they regarded Mui Chen. Suddenly, as she neared the doorway, Mui Chen inadvertently collided with a coal stove. The boiling pot of steel above it tipped over, spilling a large mass of meat directly at her feet. But it was not merely meat. It was an infant. Its tiny body was boiled to a pulp, with fragments of bone protruding grotesquely from the remains. A waft of savory cooked meat permeated the room. Yet, a more horrifying scene lay ahead. After the baby was born, it slowly turned over and crawled upright. As it raised its head, pieces of its flesh, cooked and tender, began to fall away. Giggling, the infant revealed an innocent smile. Then it moved its limbs, adopting a gecko-like posture as it crawled toward Mui Chen. In that moment, all fear erupted. Mui Chen screamed, extending his hands in a desperate attempt to fend it off. In the chaos, he was taken by surprise as the baby slipped through the gaps of his arms. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, not in a typical manner, but with its jaw splitting down the middle into 4 segments, resembling some monstrous insect poised to bite down on Mui Chen's face. A resounding clang. At this critical juncture, a frying pan came crashing down upon the baby's head, sending it sprawling and rolling on the ground before finally regaining its footing, casting a venomous glare at the figure who had appeared behind Mui Chen. It was Xiaoyang. Upon hearing Mui Chen scream, he realized something had gone awry and rushed downstairs. Fortunately, the small diner allowed him to arrive swiftly, saving Mu Yichen in the nick of time. "It's all right, I'm here." Xiaoyang reassured Mu Yichen as he looked down at him. Mu Yichen opened his mouth to respond, but his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Along, take Yichen outside and wait for me," Xiaoyang instructed Chen Hao, who had just arrived. "What's amiss? Who has dared to wrong our Yichen? Leave it to me." Chen Hao, seizing a rolling pin, pried open Lu Xiaoyang's shoulders and gazed forward, only to be nearly petrified by the sight of the grotesquely terrifying infant. "I concur that your proposition is superior. I entrust it to you, and I shall assist you." Chen Hao, cradling Mu Yichen, extricated her from the kitchen. The diminutive creature possesses a rather peculiar charm. Lu Xiaoyang relinquished the skillet he had impulsively brandished and instead grasped the peachwood sword. Despite the fiend's resemblance to a human infant, the miasma of malevolence permeating the air convinced Lu Xiaoyang that he was confronting a sinister entity. "Hold your horses. Let us parley for a moment. I have a proposition for you." Lu Xiaoyang grinned, advancing slowly toward the infant wraith, feigning a lack of aggression. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the wraith's eyes, causing it to relax its guard. However, as the distance between them diminished to approximately 5 meters, Lu Xiaoyang abruptly accelerated. Charging forward, against malevolent entities, he adhered to no code of honor. Any stratagem, however devious, was permissible. This was a tenet he had imbibed from his master. Furthermore, the majority of such entities were rather simple-minded, rendering them easily deceived. Such was the case with this infant wraith. By the time it realized the deception and attempted to defend itself, it was already too late. With a sickening thud, the peachwood sword pierced its neck. 71. The nine-eyed infant fiend. Lu Xiaoyang, having successfully landed his initial blow, swiftly produced a spirit-suppressing talisman with his left hand, aiming it at the wraith's forehead. Unexpectedly, the strike he believed to be certain was deftly evaded by the infant spirit. Subsequently, it grasped the peachwood sword with both hands, enduring the intense, searing pain, and managed to extract it from its body, leaping into the shadows nestled in the corner of the kitchen. Xiaoyang pursued, only to discover that there was indeed a back door to the kitchen, which stood wide open. Clearly, the infant spirit had made its escape through this exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyang followed suit. Emerging from the back door, he found himself in a narrow, dimly lit alleyway, shrouded in darkness. The infant spirit was on all fours, akin to a beast, darting forward with remarkable speed. Xiaoyang could not allow it to flee, and thus he employed his agility to pursue it. As he reached the midpoint of the alley, a sudden flash of red leapt down from a nearby rooftop, obstructing his path. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find a young girl, around 5 or 6 years of age, with her hair styled in horn-like braids, draped in a red cloth resembling a cloak. Her face, ghostly pale, was adorned with garish red and green blush and eyeshadow, presenting an eerie visage. The malevolent aura emanating from her confirmed to Xiaoyang that she, too, was a sinister spirit, undoubtedly allied with the infant spirit. After landing, the girl did not launch an attack. Instead, she knelt upon the ground, her eyes devoid of whites, fixating her gaze upon Xiaoyang. A glance towards the distance revealed the infant spirit had also ceased its flight, standing atop a low-roofed house, mirroring the girl's gaze. "Xiaoyang, I have come to assist you." Chen Hao, wielding 2 kitchen knives, approached Lu Xiaoyang from behind and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting the female spirit kneeling on the ground. "What on earth? How did another one appear? Are we ambushed?" He pondered. Yet, he questioned why she was kneeling before Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, as he too was perplexed by the intentions of the other party. Grasping his peachwood sword, he advanced towards the female spirit. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the distant infant spirit. Lu Xiaoyang looked up to witness a shocking spectacle. The infant spirit's body appeared to be melting away like a candle thrown into a fire, leaving behind nothing but a pool of flesh and blood atop the roof. What kind of phenomenon is this? The bizarre scene bewildered Lu Xiaoyang. At that moment, a large bald head slowly emerged from the pool of blood, followed by its body, reminiscent of a silkworm shedding its skin. Before long, a brand new malevolent entity appeared within the view of Lu Xiaoyang and Chen Hao. It retained the form of an infant, yet its head was disproportionately large for its small body, and its scalp was densely populated with human eyes. "It's it. That's the one," Chunhao exclaimed excitedly. "This is what we encountered at Sun Bo's house this afternoon." Lu Xiaoyang took a deep breath. The multi-eyed infant, frequently mentioned by others, had finally manifested. "Is it sent by Gao Ziyang to eliminate me? Just this creature, along with that female spirit?" With resolve, Lu Xiaoyang drew the soul, snatching hook from his belt, firmly gripping it in his hand. At this moment, the multi-eyed infant had risen to its feet, and among the previously shut eyes atop its head, one pair had already opened. It was striving to open the second pair. The process of opening its eyes was particularly gradual, and the infant's face bore a strained expression, as if the act of opening its eyes was an arduous task for it. Beneath the lifted eyelids lay a murky orb, and the gaze it emitted sent an unsettling chill throughout one's being. In a daze, Lu Xiaoyang felt a tightening in his legs. Upon glancing down, he was startled to see delicate little hands emerging from the concrete beneath, grasping his ankles and calves. More hands continued to sprout, their arms elongating, inching up his legs towards his torso. It was an illusion. Lu Xiaoyang hastily bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. And when he looked down again, those little hands had vanished. A peculiar sound of laughter echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he saw Chunhao grinning like the headmaster of a golden institution. Suddenly, Chun raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, aiming to stab at his own eye. This was dire. He intended to blind himself. Realizing this too late to intervene, Lu Xiaoyang urgently recited the clear heart mantra of the Taoist school. "With a heart as clear as ice, I remain unperturbed by the heavens' collapse. Amidst myriad changes, I stand firm, my spirit tranquil and calm." Each word resonated like thunder, striking deep within Chunhao's heart. Startled, Chun awakened from his trance, lowering his hand and gazing at Lu Xiaoyang with a bewildered expression. "Turn away and do not gaze at that infant, especially not into its eyes," L. Xiaoyang hastily admonished. Yet he found himself lifting his head to behold the infant spirit. As a practitioner of the heavenly master realm, he was not easily swayed by malevolent sorcery. His prior distraction had merely led him into a momentary lapse. Now, having regained his composure, he realized that as long as he fortified his mind, even staring into those eyes would pose little threat, provided, of course, that those eyes remained shut. The nine-eyed infant malevolence. Who would have anticipated encountering such a rare and sinister entity in this place? L. Xiaoyang, gazing at the infant spirit, discerned its origins. Earlier that afternoon, when Li Chaoyuan described the infant's physical characteristics, L. Xiaoyang had entertained this suspicion. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, coupled with his earlier experience of hallucination upon locking eyes with it, he felt his conjecture solidified. The nine-eyed infant malevolence is a unique manifestation of evil spirit. It is not a naturally occurring malevolent entity, but rather one crafted by human sorcerers through nefarious practices. The process of creating the nine-eyed infant malevolence is exceedingly arduous and cruel. Thus, once it takes form, its power surpasses that of ordinary evil spirits, rendering it exceedingly rare. Its most formidable means of attack lies in the 9 pairs of eyes atop its head. These eyes typically remain closed, but once they open, a peculiar force emanates, resulting in dire consequences for those who meet its gaze. Concerning the nine-eyed infant evil, Lu Xiaoyang recalled a saying his master once mentioned: "With one eye opened, illusions arise. With 3 eyes opened, souls are ensnared. With 6 eyes opened, the yin and yang are overturned. With 9 eyes opened, the divine cannot save." Though this expression may seem somewhat exaggerated, it underscores the formidable nature of the nine-eyed infant evil. Fortunately, not every nine-eyed infant evil possesses the ability to open all 9 pairs of eyes. Moreover, the act of opening its eyes is no trivial endeavor. It requires the utilization of its extraordinary powers. During this process, it must concentrate fully, unable to divert its attention elsewhere. The nine-eyed infant evil before him was, of course, crafted by the adept Ziyang, thus becoming his formidable ally. Reflecting on this, Lu Xiaoyang addressed the nine-eyed infant evil with a cold demeanor. "I know not your realm, or how many pairs of eyes you can open. But do you believe that in this scenario, I can slay you before you unveil your second pair of eyes. The nine-eyed infant evil comprehended Lu Xiaoyang's threat, its face displaying a flicker of eagerness, only to be replaced by hesitation, as if receiving an unspoken command. Ultimately, it chose to abandon the endeavor of opening its eyes, instead altering its course and leaping into the night, vanishing into the shadows. In that fleeting moment of its departure, Lu Xiaoyang gauged the distance between them and, sensing the futility of pursuit, relinquished the chase. Besides, there was still an evil spirit present. The petite, girl-like spirit remained kneeling on the ground. And just as the nine-eyed infant evil vanished, her body suddenly convulsed, bending over to the earth as she began to retch. 3 objects of different colors were expelled from her mouth. The female spirit then rose, arranged the 3 items in front of her, and retreated 10 meters, standing quietly to the side, gazing at Xiaoyang as if awaiting something. What could this mean? With Xiaoyang present, Chen Hao felt an unusual fear in the face of the sinister objects, and he curiously inquired, "Is she offering me a gift?" Xiaoyang speculated on the female spirit's intent, moving forward to the spot she had occupied, crouching down to examine the 3 items closely. The first was a glob of ointment the size of a matchbox, its hue a blend of black and red. Holding it in his hand, Xiaoyang perceived its essence before picking up the second object, a gleaming copper coin. This coin was somewhat larger than the usual ones. Inscribed with the characters for Kaiyuan Tongbao, the lettering notably clearer and more refined than that of typical coins. The third item, however, was a bloodied heart, still dripping with crimson, evidently freshly severed from a body. What does this mean? Chen Hao, cowering behind Xiaoyang, uttered nervously. These items were clearly abnormal. Corpse ointment, sculpted maternal coin, human heart. I can only choose one, Xiaoyang explained languidly. Corpse oil is commonly used in the cultivation of dark arts. Selecting this would signify my acceptance of the other party's sinister practices, demonstrating my willingness to collaborate and engage in their endeavors. The sculpted mother coin, an ancient mold for currency, holds profound significance for sorcerers as a rare and precious artifact. Choosing this signifies a willingness to depart with wealth, indicating a desire for detachment. The human heart requires no elaboration. Selecting this implies a determination to confront, a warning that one intends to engage in a fierce struggle, potentially to the death. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment. To invite guests, behead, and accept offerings like a dog? It dawned on him that this young lady was indeed dispatched by Gao Ziyang, seeking reconciliation. Lu Xiaoyang nodded in affirmation. The situation he faced was steeped in a traditional practice within the realm of sorcery, known as ghostly gift-giving. When a rogue sorcerer engages in nefarious actions and is discovered by another, it is customary to send a servant bearing gifts to ascertain the other's stance through their choice. This serves as both an attempt to win favor and a means of intimidation. By sending a servant with gifts, one avoids direct confrontation, thus concealing their whereabouts. Typically, this involves a servant bearing a basket filled with gold, silver, or rare magical artifacts. Acceptance of the gifts signifies a willingness to collaborate, while refusal leads to a display of one's capabilities in conflict. Lu Xiaoyang had not anticipated that Gao Ziyang would devise an upgraded version of this practice. Moreover, while others adhere to the principle of offering before aggression, Gao Ziyang had contrarily dispatched the nine-eyed infant fiend to attack him first. Had he perished in that encounter, the subsequent gift-giving would have been rendered moot. Gao Ziyang's actions not only exhibited ruthless cunning, but also maximized the intended intimidation effect. What astounded Lu Xiaoyang even more was that Gao Ziyang had actually cultivated the nine-eyed infant fiend, an exceedingly rare and sinister entity, to serve as his minion. Even with only 3 pairs of eyes open, its power would be considerable. Just how formidable must Gao Ziyang himself be? Xiaoyang, which one? Do you intend to choose? Chen Hao inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. Which one do you wish for me to select? The human heart, to oppose him to the bitter end? Chen Hao swallowed hard, remaining silent, yet inwardly, that was indeed his desire. Lu Xiaoyang extended his hand, seizing the master coin and pocketing it. This fellow is quite generous. Lu Xiaoyang mused. curious as to where Gao Ziyang had acquired such a rare artifact as a master coin. Upon witnessing him take the master coin, a complex expression flickered across Chunhao's face. Conversely, the female spirit across from them grinned, an indescribable smugness permeating her smile, as if to say, "I thought you were so righteous, but you're just another avaricious fool." However, Lu Xiaoyang's subsequent actions caught her completely off guard. "I may have accepted the master coin, but I choose neither." With a swift kick, Lu Xiaoyang sent both the human heart and the corpse oil ointment flying. Then, with a sudden leap, he charged towards the female spirit. Reacting swiftly, the female spirit sprang onto the wall of a nearby building, her posture akin to a gecko's, her hands gripping the wall's crevices as she rapidly moved towards the building's outer edge, on the verge of clearing the corner. "You think you can escape?" Lu Xiaoyang unleashed a sudden strike, 3 copper nails erupting from his palm. Confronted by the swiftly moving female spirit, the copper nail strikingly hit its mark. With a series of muffled sounds, the copper nail pierced through her form, securing her firmly against the wall. A cry of agony escaped the female spirit as an immense quantity of dark liquid poured forth from her body. She struggled briefly beneath the nail before becoming utterly still. Subsequently, her form began to rapidly wither. By the time Xiaoyang, standing on the windowsill of the first floor, withdrew the copper nail and liberated her from the wall, the female spirit, once resembling a child of 5 or 6 years, had transformed into a palm-sized doll. Judging by its material, it appeared to be crafted from fired clay, exquisitely shaped. The vividly painted features mirrored those of the enlarged female spirit with striking accuracy. What is this?" Chunhao inquired in astonishment. "A puppet spirit, one of the most common forms among malevolent entities. The spiritual body has been vanquished by me, and this is its true essence." Xiaoyang lifted his gaze towards the inky blackness of the night beyond the alley, proclaiming loudly, "Gao Ziyang, I know you are lurking nearby. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With all practitioners like you, I adhere to no rules. Once I locate you, your fate will mirror that of this doll." With a resounding crack, he hurled the doll to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. "I refuse to compromise my integrity nor extend any leniency. Yet I shall not turn down what is freely offered." Such is Xiaoyang's stance. He disregards the principles of martial ethics entirely. Not only does he spurn these principles, but he also eliminates the spirit servant you dispatched as a gift. The notion of sparing envoys amidst conflict is utterly foreign to Xiaoyang. At that moment, Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, unable to resist the urge to tousle his hair. Suddenly, with a creak, a window upstairs was flung open, and a bucket of cold water cascaded down, drenching Xiaoyang from head to toe. What a ruckus in the late hours. This time it was cold water. Next time, if you make a fuss again, I shall douse you with foot-soaking water. Xiaoyang, now soaked and disheveled, made a hasty retreat. 73. A ghost delivers gifts. The sizzling pig heart was presented at the table by the proprietress. "Who ordered the pig heart?" "Wow." Chunhao immediately grabbed a trash bin and began to retch. Mui Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong with him? Perhaps it's the thought of it." Xiaoyang tossed a plastic bag into Mui Chen's lap. Upon opening it, Mui Chen was met with the gruesome sight of a bloodied heart, nearly tossing it aside in shock. "Xiaoyang, are you out of your mind?" Mui Chen exclaimed. "What does it have to do with me? This is a gift from Gao Ziyang. You can take it back for an examination or something to see if you can trace its origin." Mui Chen was taken aback. "Is this a human heart?" "Perhaps," Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. "Could it be that he committed murder and extracted the heart?" "That seems unlikely. Gift-giving is merely a formality. Given Gao Ziyang's cautious nature, it is improbable that he would go to such lengths as to commit murder for this, although it is conceivable that he procured it from a mortuary or something similar." With that thought, Mui Chen felt somewhat relieved. However, faced with the fragrant plate of pig heart before them, she, like Chunhao, found herself devoid of appetite. Lu Xiaoyang dined alone with great delight. The food was exquisite, truly deserving of its reputation as the house specialty. "Would you not care to try it?" The two companions promptly shook their heads. Mui Chen leaned back in his seat, reflecting on the scenes he had witnessed before losing consciousness. Not long ago, he had collapsed on the kitchen floor, only to be roused by Lu Xiaoyang, who had returned through the back door. Also awakened were the proprietors of the establishment. Unlike what Mui Chen had previously observed, where eggs were cracked with their eyes and hands mutilated on the cutting board, the couple appeared to be unharmed, merely fainted on the ground, much like him. After reviving them, Lu Xiaoyang attributed the incident to a gas leak, providing a convenient excuse. The couple, upon realizing they were fine, took a brief respite before resuming their duties, subsequently opening the back door for ventilation as per Lu Xiaoyang's suggestion. Xiaoyang, do you mean to say that the couple I saw hacking at their hands was merely an illusion? However, it felt so vivid. Was it conjured by that entity? He inquired. Indeed, it was its doing. You must have inadvertently locked eyes with it, which can induce terrifying hallucinations. Yet, the content of these illusions stems from your own imagination, based on the scenes before you. Shen Hao interjected, Yes. At that moment, I distinctly saw two enormous centipedes crawling into my eyes. I didn't think of anything else. My sole instinct was to remove them. Fortunately, Xiaoyang intervened. Otherwise, I might have been left sightless. And what was the reason for your laughter at that time? Lu Xiaoyang asked. It was unbearable. That creature was causing an itch so intense that I couldn't help but grimace. Surely that wasn't laughter, he replied. Mui Chen pondered for a moment before addressing LV Xiaoyang. Was the infant S intention to lure you down, only to present you with a gift? LV Xiaoyang nodded, reminiscing about the situation at that time. It was likely that the nine-eyed infant demon initially sought to draw him down. Once he was lured, it could silently ensnare him in an illusion, using that very illusion to orchestrate his demise. However, it was Mui Chen who descended the stairs, leading the creature to settle for the next best option, to seize control of Mui Chen and create a crisis through her. LV Xiaoyang recalled hearing a scream, rushing into the kitchen only to find the nine-eyed infant demon, still in its concealed form, crawling towards Mui Chen. Nevertheless, the nine-eyed infant demon, which carried out the will of Gao Ziyang, would likely refrain from outright killing Mui Chen unless absolutely necessary. The unforeseen death of a police captain would undoubtedly have significant repercussions, a reality well understood by Gao Ziyang. While he might possess means to evade capture, the small building he utilized for his dark arts would inevitably be sealed off, perhaps even destroyed, rendering his elaborate schemes futile. By the way, how did Gao Ziyang discern our presence here? Shen Hao inquired, perplexed by the question. What else could it be? Either we or Xiaoyang are being surveilled. Mui Chen remarked, just as the proprietress served the second dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mui Chen, disregarding LV Xiaoyang's objections, instructed the proprietress to take away the pig's heart, and only then did he delightfully begin to eat, remarking, however, Xiaoyang, that Gao Ziyang is indeed rather swift in his movements. We had scarcely arrived when he dispatched someone our way. Does he possess some special means of tracking? A sorcerer, particularly adept in pursuit. LV Xiaoyang shrugged, aware of this fact, yet finding himself with limited countermeasures. After all, he was in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows. As long as this situation persisted, Gao Ziyang could locate him at any moment. This was untenable. A strategy was required to draw him out. As LV Xiaoyang pondered this, he heard Shen Hao inquire, what about that creature with numerous eyes, the infant evil spirit? What exactly is it? And why must we avoid looking into its eyes? Let us dine first. We can discuss it afterward, LV Xiaoyang kindly suggested, aware that if he elaborated too soon, their appetites might wane. That is a splendid suggestion. Let us converse about other matters for now. This afternoon, you mentioned that Gao Ziyang is a sorcerer. What precisely is a sorcerer? Mui Chen nodded in agreement, eagerly gazing at LV Xiaoyang. This question had been on her mind as well, but the events of the afternoon had not permitted her to inquire earlier. While savoring his meal, LV Xiaoyang began to provide a brief introduction. The art of sorcery, which originates from the Miao region, is closely related to witchcraft and boasts a history spanning several centuries. Its influence in the mainland pales in comparison to that of Miao witchcraft, largely due to their gradual southward migration under the pressure from the witchcraft community, eventually reaching Yunnan, Guangzhou, and the regions of Southeast Asia. Especially in the Nanyang region, the practitioners of black magic have absorbed a wealth of local sorcery and mythology. intricately weaving them into their craft and gradually evolving a distinctive practice of their own. Much like the shamans of the Miao region, who rely heavily on herbs and insects, the various methods of black magic are fundamentally linked to the human body. Human organs, hair, limbs, and even live individuals serve as the most commonly employed materials in this dark art. Its gruesomeness and malevolence render it one of the most sinister forms of sorcery. After establishing a foothold in Nanyang, this practice has made its way back to the homeland, where today, in the regions of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Fuzhou, there exists a considerable number of practitioners who maintain a symbiotic relationship with affluent merchants. The concepts of the Kumanthong, Zong Shengji, and butterfly talismans are all forms of malevolent sorcery that have gained some notoriety among the general populace, all falling within the realm of black magic. These insights were imparted to Liu Xiaoyang by Zhang Qishou, who spent his formative years in the Guangfu region. In reality, this was Liu Xiaoyang's first encounter with a practitioner of black magic. Chun Hao and Mu Yichen were left in a state of astonishment. You practitioners, are you referred to as practitioners? Are there many different schools of thought? Mu Yichen inquired with curiosity. In truth, there are 4 principal schools: Taoism, Buddhism, Shamanism. In a miscellaneous category, black magic is classified under shamanism. While each school encompasses numerous branches, Liu Xiaoyang was not in the mood to elaborate further. As they neared the completion of their meal, Liu Xiaoyang broached the subject of the nine-eyed infant fiend's origins. Chapter 74. A second exploration of the living shrine unveils startling discoveries. The fiend's misshapen head, riddled with sutures, is an embodiment of its gruesome creation. It is, in effect, a patchwork of cranial fragments, each excised from the head of a different infant and meticulously stitched together. The eyes, too, are pilfered from these same 9 children. Beyond this sanguinary and perverse procedure, the selection of these infants is far from arbitrary. They must share identical destinies and complementary horoscopes to ensure the amalgamation of their corporeal forms. Once the 9 infants are assembled, their souls must be impaled within their bodies through dark sorcery. Subsequently, they're disemboweled and steeped in alchemic solutions for several days before undergoing the process of excision and suture. Upon completion, the construct is placed in a location of profound yin energy and subjected to necromantic rituals for 49 days, thereby awakening its sentience and transforming it into the nine-eyed infant fiend. Crucially, the entire process must be executed with unwavering precision, for even the slightest misstep will render the endeavor futile, and the lives of the 9 infants will have been taken in vain. Due to its exceptionally low success rate, even the most powerful of dark arts practitioners are loath to expend the considerable effort required to conjure a nine-eyed infant fiend. Consequently, this type of malevolent entity is exceedingly rare, and this marks Liu Xiaoyang's first encounter with one in the flesh. When first created, the nine-eyed infant fiend exists as a lesser fiend, capable of opening only a single pair of eyes. With continued cultivation, each additional pair of eyes it opens signifies an elevation in its power. From their previous encounter, Liu Xiaoyang ascertained that the one they faced was capable of opening at least 2 pairs. Oh my goodness! Xiaoyang, you should let us eat our fill before discussing this. How wise of you! Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to swallow a morsel. Chun Hao remarked, rubbing his belly, his face contorted in discomfort. However, Xiaoyang, how do you possess such intricate knowledge of the process? Could it be that you have also partaken in it? You can go to blazes. Liu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and proudly declared, I am aware of these matters because I have a well-informed master. His repository of knowledge comprises not only the experiences he accumulated while traveling with Zhang Qi, but also the tales he has recounted to me. Additionally, I have a commendable memory. My master has informed me that the nine-eyed infant shop possesses at least a malevolent spirit level. Thus, the practitioner who concocts his curses must be at least 1 realm higher. I am uncertain about the hierarchy of curse practitioners, but in terms of our Taoist beliefs, they would at the very least be a true immortal. Let us not dwell on these trivialities. This afternoon, I instructed you to investigate the information regarding Xiaoyang. Have you found anything? Indeed, I have. However, her situation can be succinctly summarized in just a couple of sentences. Hence, I did not print the report. Mu Yichen began. Xiaoyang's body was discovered in the woods near that small building, adorned with peculiar symbols drawn in vermilion. The autopsy results revealed that she succumbed to cardiac arrest. Her body bore no external injuries, so the police could only conclude that it was an accidental death. Indeed, the mages Xiaoyang and son Maoshan perished on the same day. Upon investigation, their bodies were discovered within a few hundred meters of each other. Their demise was far more gruesome, with lacerations to their abdomens and their entrails strewn about. The case was investigated extensively at the time, yet yielded no leads and remains unsolved. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang inquired, what became of Xiaoyang's remains? As she was an orphan, the authorities were unable to locate any relatives. Ultimately, her body was cremated, and her ashes are currently stored at Maoshan Cemetery. Her body was cremated? Xiaoyang frowned. Are you certain? Since it's documented in the files, it should be accurate. Otherwise, where would her ashes have come from? Xiaoyang fell silent, lost in thought. Based on Shun Yu's account yesterday, Xiaoyang was not a mere specter. She possessed a corporeal form. If her body was cremated, where did her current body originate? Finished eating? Let's get to work. Xiaoyang glanced at the two of them, alluding to these unanswered questions. Work? They echoed in unison. Yes, to the living shrine. Didn't we agree to take another look inside? Descending the stairs, Xiaoyang asked Mu Yichen to settle the bill. However, the proprietors insisted on not accepting payment. They genuinely believed that a gas leak had caused their unconsciousness and regarded Xiaoyang and Shun Hao as their saviors for awakening them. Not only did they not charge for the meal, but they also encouraged them to come and dine freely in the future. It felt somewhat embarrassing. Clearly, we were the ones being a burden, yet they treated us as benefactors. As they exited, Chen Hao scratched his head and remarked. Xiaoyang glanced at the bottle of Pepsi in his hand, saying, do you still have the audacity to take their soda? When they left, the proprietress had gifted a bottle of soda, which Chen Hao alone carried. Ah, they have already treated us to a meal. A single bottle of soda is hardly significant. Taking advantage does not depend on the quantity, and what you did is simply wrong. Xiaoyang admonished him with a serious expression. He then turned to Mu Yichen and said, this meal is on me. Next time, it is your turn. Mu Yichen replied, doesn't that count as taking advantage? I had already intended to treat you to a meal. Since he waived the bill, it's not my fault. However, when we were heading downstairs, you asked me to pay. Well, I was merely joking. It was just a meal. You're taking this far too seriously, which is rather tedious. Mu Yichen chuckled coldly a couple of times. Dongzi, are you out for another stroll? Indeed, I'm accompanying my mother for a walk. You are truly filial. Well, I have no siblings, so I must be a bit dutiful. Mother, please watch your step. A middle-aged man supported an elderly woman with a cane as they brushed past Xiaoyang and the others. The elderly lady was hunched over, her back resembling that of a shrimp. The pedestrian path at the school entrance featured a speed bump for non-motorized vehicles. A middle-aged man carefully lifted the elderly lady onto his back, and, after some distance, he gently set her down. Mom, there's a fruit vendor ahead. Would you like to have something? I shall procure it for you. Xiaoyang watched the pair of mother and son retreating further, before finally averting his gaze. What's wrong? Are you reminiscing about your mother? Mu Yichen teased him. My mother passed away long ago. Oh, I didn't mean to bring it up. I apologize. Mu Yichen quickly retracted, sticking out her tongue in contrition. Xiaoyang disregarded her, hastening to catch up with the uncle he had just greeted. Excuse me, could you tell me what that Dongzi you spoke with earlier does? Why do you ask? The uncle regarded him with suspicion. He bears a striking resemblance to a client of mine. Though his name eludes me, I need to discuss something with him. Xiaoyang fabricated a casual excuse. Oh, his name is Dongzi. The Dongzi supermarket up ahead is his establishment. He is quite renowned in our neighborhood as a devoted son. Is there such a thing as a renowned filial son? Indeed, he has even sent his wife away to care for his mother, attending to her laundry and meals daily, and he personally assists her with bathing. Not to mention, he takes her out for evening strolls. The uncle raised his thumb in admiration of Dongzi's filial piety. Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude and departed. Why are you inquiring about them? Is there something amiss with that mother and son? Mu Yichen pursued him, perplexed. If I am not mistaken, that elderly lady is not human. Lu Xiaoyang whispered. 75? Are there monsters everywhere? Not humans? Mui Qin and Chunhao were both taken aback. Could it be ghosts? No, it's a demon. Lu Xiaoyang's words left them even more astonished. Are you certain? That old lady appeared no different from an ordinary person. Mui Qin inquired, perplexed. Lu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. If you could discern the difference, what need would we have for sorcerers? Then what kind of demon is she? Chunhao interjected. I couldn't see clearly. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. Moments ago, he had merely sensed the aura of a demon emanating from the old lady, but before he could activate his divine vision, they had already approached her. Chunhao inhaled sharply. But I don't understand. Aren't demons supposed to be formidable? Why would she masquerade as someone's mother, appearing so feeble? Lu Xiaoyang candidly admitted, this is indeed a perplexing aspect. A shape-shifting demon would naturally possess considerable power. After transforming, would it be more delightful to relish human life? Even without diligent cultivation, why assume the guise of a frail old woman and feign suffering, willingly inviting hardship? This matter undoubtedly harbors mysteries. Mui Chen exclaimed in disbelief. It seems there exists a plethora of demons and monsters in this world. That is because you are with me. It's akin to visiting a hospital where everywhere you look, there are patients. That is indeed true. So, do you intend to capture her? Let's wait until tomorrow when we have some leisure time to discuss further. As for the demons, not all must be captured. While hurrying along, Lu Xiaoyang began to elucidate. Ghosts, demons, corpses, and spirits, although all considered malevolent entities, possess intrinsic differences. Ghosts are transformations of the deceased. All souls should report to the underworld and ought not to linger in the mortal realm. Therefore, when a sorcerer encounters a ghost, they must perform a rite of passage. Should it be a malevolent spirit, eliminating it poses no issue. As for zombies, they are primarily bloodthirsty entities that prey upon humans, and confronting them directly is the appropriate course of action. However, for malevolent spirits and demons, a distinction exists between righteous and malevolent practitioners. Since malevolent spirits contain the character evil, there is a greater likelihood of righteous beings among them. For such entities, as long as it is confirmed they have not harmed humans, the sorcerer may choose to disregard them. Upon hearing this, Mui Chen displayed an expression of understanding. I see now, you sorcerers can be viewed as a profession, with your duties encompassing the exorcism of demons, akin to how we police officers maintain public order. Quite so, Lu Xiaoyang affirmed this analogy. Then that Gao Ziyang, would he be considered a sorcerer as well? Indeed, he is a malevolent sorcerer. He could be likened to a rogue within your police force? Mui Chen nodded slowly, his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyang imbued with a hint of reverence. Compared to him, a mage like you who adheres to principles is truly rare. After all, we police officers are paid for our work, while you rely entirely on passion, and it's so dangerous. This, although I also think I'm quite remarkable, your praise is a bit excessive. Lu Xiaoyang scratched the back of his head and said, exorcising ghosts and demons also has its benefits. Otherwise, who would be motivated to do this every day? Oh, what benefits? Mui Chen inquired with heightened curiosity. Merit. What's that? You're not going to become a mage, so why bother knowing so much? Lu Xiaoyang gestured forward with his chin. We're here. Mui Chen looked up at the small building not far away. Domes, arches, stained glass windows with crosses. A distinct European architectural style. If Lu Xiaoyang hadn't mentioned earlier that it resembled a coffin, Mui Chen wouldn't have noticed it at all. I was so preoccupied with that paranormal event that I forgot to mention such an important detail. Mui Chen slapped his forehead and said, I specifically researched the history of this building this afternoon. Back then, a bizarre case occurred here. Mui Chen gave a brief account. This building was once the school's auditorium and also served as a training space for the dance club. Many students came here to practice every day. One afternoon, while everyone was rehearsing, a girl in a second-floor classroom hanged herself from the window with a belt. Strangely enough, after her body was discovered and onlookers gathered, she suddenly stirred, her form visibly shrinking as if some unseen force were draining her of life essence. By the time the police arrived following the school's report, her remains had transformed into nothing more than a mere skeleton. The students from the dance club, witnessing this horrifying metamorphosis, fled in terror, many leaving their belongings behind in their haste. This incident had a profound impact on the school, prompting the authorities to temporarily seal off the auditorium for investigation. Just a few days later, another male student was found dead in the auditorium, his body similarly drained of flesh and blood. The police discovered that this boy was also a member of the dance club. The night before, he had ventured alone to the auditorium, claiming to his roommate that he had left his wallet in the dressing room locker. Due to the police lockdown, preventing anyone from entering, he had sneaked in under the cover of darkness. He retrieved his belongings, but unfortunately, he never returned. Following this event, the school completely sealed off the auditorium. Even after the police ceased their investigation due to a lack of leads, no student dared to enter that building again. After hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded slowly. Mu Yichen's account resonated eerily with what she had observed in the building the previous night. The scattered clothes and belongings were likely abandoned by others who, upon hearing of the boy's tragic demise, feared to return. Moreover, the school has imposed a lockdown here, leaving even precious items like watches to be abandoned. As for why this incident failed to leave a lasting impact, Mu Yichen elucidated the reason. She had inquired with a police officer involved in the case that afternoon. Shortly after the incident, they received orders from above to cooperate with the school and suppress public discourse. At that time, the internet was still in its infancy, far from the advanced state it is today. Thus, the repercussions of the event were confined within the campus, discussed only in hushed tones among the students. Over the course of a decade, the student body has changed several times, diminishing the number of those who are aware of these bygone events. Xiaoyang, what do you think happened to those two classmates who were drained of flesh and blood in such a short time? The autopsy revealed no clues. Not even a cause of death, Mu Yichen inquired, gazing curiously at Xiaoyang. Perhaps it was some form of dark sorcery. I cannot say for certain as I did not witness the scene, but there indeed exists sorcery capable of such feats, especially the rite of live sacrifice. Live sacrifice? Mu Yichen expressed her confusion regarding the term. Do not forget, this building is essentially a shrine, intended for worship. Xiaoyang shared his conjecture. 76. The peculiar stench in the room. Xiaoyang suspected that the male and female victims were used by Zhao Jiasin and Gao Xiang for sacrificial purposes, likely to extend Zhao Jiasin's lifespan. Xiaoyang provided this conjecture based on the observation that these two deceased individuals, in every conceivable aspect, bore no resemblance to the corpses that had unexpectedly perished only to be resurrected later. It is possible that this was not a mere accident, but rather a trap set by Zhao Jiasin and Gao Xiang. Xiaoyang gazed at Mu Yichen and remarked, their objectives are twofold. Firstly, to complete the sacrificial ritual. Secondly, to utilize the incident's ramifications as a pretext to seal off the building, thereby facilitating their subsequent maneuvers. Otherwise, a newly constructed building, having been completed only a few years prior, would undoubtedly attract scrutiny and concern if it were to be abruptly locked down. In the current scenario, however, with the building sealed, no student would dare to enter, serving their purpose quite effectively. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Mu Yichen pondered for a moment before responding. However, there is no need to dwell on the past. A brief understanding will suffice. We must prioritize our current tasks. With that, Xiaoyang stepped toward the small building. Upon reaching the archway they had passed through the previous day, Xiaoyang did not rush inside, but instead instructed Chun how to open the supply package given by Li Chaoyuan. He retrieved 2 red candles, inhaled their scent, and confirmed they contained cinnabar and a hint of ambergris. He then lit them, made a small incision on his finger, and smeared his blood from top to bottom on the candles before placing them on either side of the archway. What does this signify? Mu Yichen inquired with curiosity. This is known as a lifeline candle. Once activated with blood, I will be able to sense anyone who approaches within 100 meters of it, Xiaoyang explained. Although the function of spirit exploration can be achieved through various incantations, the efficacy and precision of the fate line candle surpass that of ordinary talismans. Mu Yichen paused momentarily and inquired, are you concerned that Gao Xiang might launch a surprise attack once we enter? Indeed, caution is warranted. If it were merely a matter of exploring the small building, Xiaoyang would remain unfazed. However, should we proceed to excavate graves and tombs, The need for ritualistic practices becomes paramount. At that juncture, I might find it challenging to remain vigilant of my surroundings, thereby increasing the risk of ambush. After all, this ancestral shrine is of utmost significance to Gao Ziyang. He, or perhaps one of his subordinates acting as a spy, is undoubtedly lurking nearby, quietly observing our every move. Setting the fate line candle in place, Lu Xiaoyang beckoned the others to enter. He then produced 2 copper nails, securing them to the walls on either side. Following this, he retrieved a chalk line and pulled out a red thread, wrapping it several times from left to right. With no other entrances in the small building, this dual layer of protection ensures that neither humans nor malevolent entities can infiltrate unnoticed. Are you practitioners always this meticulous in your endeavors? Mu Yiqin remarked, growing somewhat impatient as he watched Lu Xiaoyang labor over the preparations. Not necessarily. Many who possess considerable strength tend to be overconfident and disregard such details. Are you admitting to being somewhat timid? Indeed, those who lack caution often find themselves with tombstones towering several meters high. With that, Lu Xiaoyang disregarded the bewildered Mu Yiqin and switched on his flashlight, advancing deeper into the corridor. Mu Yiqin and Chun Hao hastily followed suit. As Chun Hao approached the staircase, he recalled the events of the previous night. He tugged at Lu Xiaoyang's arm and timidly suggested, Xiaoyang, should I ascend to the 2nd floor to relieve myself? In case we encounter the same ghostly obstruction as yesterday, we might find a way out. Well, that could work, provided you can manage it, Lu Xiaoyang pondered, realizing that no odor could emanate quite as far as that of Chun Hao's. I shall do my utmost, Chun Hao replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. Lu Xiaoyang then turned to Mu Yiqin. Alternatively, you could go. Are you capable of it right now? Mu Yiqin's expression darkened immediately, and he delivered a punch to Lu Xiaoyang's stomach. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman casually relieve herself in public? Ultimately, it was Chun Hao who went, while Lu Xiaoyang continued his quest to locate the place that sealed Liang Suhua's spirit. With the compass in hand, Lu Xiaoyang adjusted the device according to the coordinates provided by Sun Bo, turning it a few times until the needle settled. He then proceeded in the indicated direction, eventually entering a room cluttered with dance equipment. As he navigated through the jumble of items, he was abruptly halted by an obstruction. Looking up, he found himself facing a wall, having unwittingly wandered to the innermost part of the room. This must be the place, Lu Xiaoyang deduced, using the principles of the Great Transformation to push against the wall. The location given by Sun Bo is right beneath this wall. Is Grandma Liang's remains buried beneath here? Mu Yiqin inquired from the side. Perhaps. Let me take a measurement first. Xiaoyang first retrieved a handful of glutinous rice from his backpack and spread it across the floor. Next, he placed a triangular incense burner atop it, lit 3 sticks of incense, inserted them into the burner, formed a hand seal, and began to silently chant the spirit verification incantation. Moments later, he released his hands and took up a flashlight, directing its beam towards the incense burner. In the near absence of wind, the smoke emitted by the 3 sticks of incense began to swirl upwards, only to gradually descend, enveloping the entire burner. What could this signify? This evidently abnormal phenomenon caused Mu Yiqin to feel a twinge of anxiety. When the smoke rises straight, the living face no calamity. When it sinks, the spirits harbor grievances. Xiaoyang recited 2 proverbs regarding the observation of incense. He then tapped his foot against the tiles beneath him, declaring, "The ghost of the wheelchair-bound old lady is locked away beneath here." Deep within, Xiaoyang felt immense gratitude towards Sun Bo. Despite having arrived at the location of the soul lock, he had detected not a hint of anomalous energy. This indicated that the apparatus binding Liang Suhua's spiritual essence was effectively suppressing her soul as power. Had it not been for Sun Bo's guidance to this position, he might have searched in vain for eternity. Pondering this, Xiaoyang grew curious about how Sun Bo and his associates had discerned the location. He recalled that 3rd brother had mentioned Sun Bo and the president were both geomancers, perhaps possessing techniques beyond the reach of ordinary individuals in terms of site selection and divination. Setting those thoughts aside, Xiaoyang knocked on the tiles. Unable to discern whether they were solid or hollow, it seemed he would need to resort to tools. At this point, he remembered that Chun Hao had gone to fetch Xiaoyang and had yet to return. Will there be any danger? Lu Xiaoyang inquired, turning to exit the room. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Chun Hao striding towards him, exclaiming, "Xiaoyang, there's something amiss. You haven't encountered Lin Mo and the others again, have you?" "No. It's just a foul odor reminiscent of decaying flesh." "A foul odor? Are you certain it's not the result of your own actions yesterday? That is not the same scent. Besides, I went to that room yesterday. However, this stench emanates from deep within the corridor, and I dared not investigate further." Deep within the corridor. Lu Xiaoyang pondered. After all, the sealed area downstairs could be addressed later. He decided to explore upstairs first. Upon reaching the second floor, even without Chun Hao's prompting, Lu Xiaoyang detected the odor. It was undeniably the stench of rotting flesh. Following the scent, he approached the exterior of a classroom, where he recognized the familiar wooden door and inhaled sharply. This was the location of the altar within the illusion. The foul smell wafted from behind this slightly ajar door. 77. Who is the corpse? What lay behind the door? Lu Xiaoyang drew forth his peachwood sword and cautiously pushed the door open. There were no terrifying apparitions, only a solitary figure seated motionless in the corner. It was a woman with long hair, the repulsive odor emanating from her. Lu Xiaoyang approached, crouched down, lifted her hair with his sword, and shone his flashlight upon her visage. It was a bloated face. She was a corpse. She couldn't have been deceased for more than 24 hours, as the phenomenon of gigantism had only just begun to manifest. Subsequently, upon entering the room, Maoshan, after discerning the facial features of the deceased, remarked, "What is gigantism?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired. "It's a forensic term, a characteristic of death. Given the current weather, if the time of death were prolonged, the body's surface would undoubtedly exhibit signs of decay. However, at present, only the internal organs are decomposing, hence the odor isn't particularly strong." Maoshan, covering his nose, approached to scrutinize the deceased's features and queried, "Who is she, and why did she meet her demise here?" Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. Although the corpse's face was swollen and distorted, the features were still vaguely discernible. Lu Xiaoyang was certain that he had never encountered her before. However, given that she had perished in this location, it was highly probable that her death was connected to the altar that existed solely within the illusory realm. Initially, before seeing her face, he had even suspected it might be Xiaoyang. So, is her death attributable to a supernatural occurrence? Maoshan pressed further. Probably not. The moment Lu Xiaoyang discovered the corpse, he immediately employed his perception. The body was remarkably devoid of any spiritual residue. The soul had departed, and there was no trace of malevolent energy in the vicinity. What's the course of action now? Shall I summon someone to remove the body and conduct an autopsy? Lu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. He was at a loss as to how to proceed with this inexplicably appearing corpse. Maoshan retrieved his mobile phone and commenced photographing the female corpse from various angles. Lu Xiaoyang stood by observing. It was then that he noticed a dark shadow seemingly cast by the female corpse's right hand, which was pressed against the floor. He drew closer and illuminated the area with a flashlight. A blotch of blood lay before them, two streaks intersecting to form a cross. Upon closer inspection, the deceased woman's index finger bore graze, suggesting she had created the symbol by dragging her finger across the ground and using her blood as pigment. What could this cross signify? Maoshan turned to Lu Xiaoyang, a puzzled expression on his face. "This reminds me of Sun Bo's last words," he remarked. Maoshan paused. Taken aback. "Are you referring to the phrase a game within a game?" Lu Xiaoyang nodded in affirmation. The cross, undoubtedly, was a deliberate message left by the woman before her demise. But why specifically a cross? Intuition told Lu Xiaoyang that coincidence was unlikely. "Huang Mao, come over here and help me move the body. I want to see if there are any other clues." Lu Xiaoyang called out to Chun Hao several times, but received no response. Turning around, he saw Huang Mao engrossed in his phone. "Is this really the time for such trivialities? Do you even want to keep assisting?" he exclaimed, indignant. "No, that's not it. I was looking at the photos Xinyu posted yesterday." "That?" Chun Hao glanced at the corpse, then back at his phone screen. He took a deep breath and declared to Lu Xiaoyang, "I've made a significant discovery that warrants a reward. This woman is Xiaoyang." "Nonsense. I've seen Xiaoyang's photos," Maoshan retorted immediately. They look nothing alike, but they're wearing the same clothes, and their hairstyles are identical. Take a look. Chun-Hao insisted, presenting his phone to the two men. Upon examining the photograph, Xiaoyang recognized it as the selfie taken in the dormitory the previous night. The image captured only half of Xiaoyang's face. However, it also displayed her upper garment, a red t-shirt adorned with several English letters. Xiaoyang quickly compared it with the lifeless body before him. Aside from the facial dissimilarity, the length and color of the hair, along with the t-shirt, were identical. How could this be? Mu Yichen murmured. These two clearly look different. Chun-Hao interjected. Surely, the beauty filter was applied during the photo. Do you have some misunderstanding regarding beauty filters? Mu Yichen pointed at the photograph on the phone, stating, these two have distinct facial shapes. One has a round face, while the other has an oval face. What level of beauty filter could produce such a transformation? This. I understand now. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and gazed at the corpse on the ground, declaring, she is indeed the Xiaoyang we were searching for. Yet she's also undoubtedly not Xiaoyang. This peculiar statement left both Mu Yichen and Chun-Hao bewildered, their eyes wide in astonishment as they stared at him. What I mean is, this body was originally not that of Xiaoyang. As for whose it is, I cannot say. It may simply be an inconsequential corpse that, after being possessed by Xiaoyang's spirit, has amalgamated into a ghostly corpse. Altering one's appearance is not a formidable feat for a ghostly entity with a certain level of cultivation. Mu Yichen paused for a moment before asking, why would she do such a thing? She was originally a ghost, without a physical form. How could she impersonate a living person and deceive Shen Yu and the others, collaborating to complete the summoning ritual? Furthermore, certain spells require a corporeal body to be cast, rendering a ghost utterly powerless. As Lu Xiaoyang elucidated, the transformation into her own likeness might stem from Xiaoyang's fear that the original appearance of the corpse would be recognized by acquaintances from her former life. This suggests that the deceased was likely a local. Mu Yichen lowered his head in contemplation, suddenly recalling something. Where is Xiaoyang now? She must be dead. Lu Xiaoyang sighed inwardly and reasoned. If Xiaoyang were still alive, it would be improbable for her to abandon her physical form to decay here. Moreover, this room serves as an entryway to the altar within the illusion. The presence of Xiaoyang's body here likely indicates that she had previously entered the altar, was killed, and subsequently expelled by the rules of the illusion. After all, this corpse exists in reality. It cannot be absorbed or concealed by the illusion. Upon hearing his analysis, Mu Yichen and Chun-Hao felt a tumult of emotions. Were the malevolent spirits within the altar responsible for Xiaoyang's demise? Mu Yichen inquired. You may assign the blame to Gao Ziyang, for the altar is his creation, Lu Xiaoyang remarked quietly. Thus, when I inadvertently stumbled into the room where the altar resides last night, Xiaoyang must have been inside. At that time, she was likely still alive. Her entry into the illusion was likely aimed at destroying the altar. However, her lack of trust in me led her to deliberately avoid my presence. After I departed, she attempted to obliterate the altar in her own manner, only to meet a tragic demise. The blood-etched symbol resembling A10 may well have been intended for me. Although our paths only briefly crossed, she must have witnessed my incantations and recognized me as a mage. As Lu Xiaoyang pondered this, a sense of regret washed over him. Had Xiaoyang been willing to collaborate and confide in him, their combined efforts might have indeed succeeded in dismantling the altar, sparing him the current predicament of not even knowing how to access the illusion. 78. The spirit of the elderly woman in the wheelchair. Lu Xiaoyang summoned Chun-Hao and carefully relocated Xiaoyang's corpse, meticulously inspecting the surroundings for any anomalies. Finding none, Lu Xiaoyang marked the vicinity of the blood symbol, ensuring that if the stain were to be wiped away, he would still be able to locate it later. We should proceed to handle the old woman's spirit. We can address other matters upon our return. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyang, accompanied by his companions, transported Xiaoyang's body downstairs and placed it outside before returning to the location where they had previously discovered the confinement of Liang Suhua's spirit. From the supplies prepared by Li Chaoyuan, Lu Xiaoyang retrieved a foldable spade, affixing it to a handle. He then took it upon himself to pry up a section of the floorboards, revealing a tightly compacted earth beneath. Under the beam of the flashlight, The soil exhibited a dark brown hue, distinct from ordinary earth. With a mischievous grin, Huang Mao urged, "Go on, take a piece and taste it. What does it taste like?" Without a second thought, Chun Hao complied, savoring the earthy morsel before exclaiming, "It is somewhat salty." "Precisely," replied Xiaoyang. "This soil has been soaked in the urine of a young boy, which is believed to ward off malevolent spirits. This ritual is essential for effectively sealing the ghost below." Chun Hao spat out the gritty remnants with a look of disdain, shooting a glare at Xiaoyang. "No wonder you wanted me to try it, you little rascal." Xiaoyang, undeterred, continued to dig with his spade. Soon enough, the blade struck something solid. He beckoned the others to join him in clearing away the loose earth. Before them lay a common ceramic jar, its presence startling. The jar's mouth measured approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, covered with a layer of red oil paper inscribed with symbols that resembled runes, though their meanings had long been obscured by time underground. "This is it. Within lies the spirit of the old woman." Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, then, without hesitation, crafted a fire talisman and cast it upon the oil paper. The flames flickered to life, illuminating the anxious yet expectant faces of Chun Hao and Mui Chen. The oil paper quickly succumbed to the fire, revealing a layer of sealing clay beneath, which Xiaoyang removed with ease. A rush of icy air surged upward, causing Chun Hao and Mui Chen to shiver involuntarily. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, they leaned closer to the jar's opening. Inside, they beheld a gleaming, opaque liquid, shimmering silver, lead and mercury to seal the soul, 3 souls scattered, 7 spirits in discord. "This Gao Xiang is truly ruthless." Lu Xiaoyang took a deep breath. The liquid in the jar was mercury. "Are you suggesting that Grandma Liang's soul is trapped within a mercury?" Mu Yishan inquired. "Not only the remains, but also the soul." Lu Xiaoyang retrieved a copper coin and tossed it into the jar. The coin, heavier than mercury, sank immediately, creating ripples upon impact. Suddenly, a face began to form in the mercury, its features twisted and distorted, swaying as if a visage were attempting to emerge from beneath, yet hindered by the mercury's grip, unable to breach the surface. Soon beside this face, another emerged, followed by a third. In total, there were 10 faces varying in size, overlapping due to the limited surface area. The expressions on each face were wrought with agony, thrashing desperately, struggling silently, as if attempting to break free from the suffocating mercury. A futile endeavor. Chun Hao and Mui Chen turned pale with fright. "Lu Xiaoyang, what does this mean?" "These are the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the old lady. As I previously mentioned, the lead and mercury have fragmented them in such a manner." This scene corroborated Lu Xiaoyang's earlier conjecture. The wheelchair-bound old lady who appeared on campus every night at midnight was merely a fragment of Liang Suhua's residual soul. It seemed that during the transition between realms, the sealing power of the mercury would weaken significantly, allowing a sliver of her lingering spirit to temporarily escape. Yet, she could only move within a very limited range, and once the hour of the rat had passed, she would be pulled back. The spirit of Liang Suhua had finally been located. The process had indeed been smooth, but this was contingent upon the assistance of Sunbo. In her heart, Lu Xiaoyang expressed profound gratitude to this departed Earthmaster. "Xiaoyang, what are you waiting for? Quickly release her," Chun Hao urged, noticing Lu Xiaoyang's prolonged hesitation. Lu Xiaoyang shot him a glance. "Releasing her is simple, but her soul is disintegrating, and without spiritual energy to anchor her, once freed, she would dissipate like Sunbo." The fragment of soul that wandered daily, Lu Xiaoyang surmised, must belong to Liang Suhua. The spiritual energy of ghost is tethered to the human soul, which is why she could overpower even the lowly, ghostly corpses like Limoli. However, if other souls were to disintegrate, the human soul could not exist independently. To rescue her, the souls must first be gathered. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at the spirits awakened by the copper coins below the altar. After a flurry of activity, they soon fell silent again, realizing the futility of their efforts. Although the depths of the mercury were obscured from view, Lu Xiaoyang understood that there were surely some soul-binding artifacts within. In such circumstances, any rash attempt to gather souls could lead to Liang Suhua's utter dissolution. There were methods available, but I require assistance. Xiaoyang cast a glance at Chun Hao, understanding his unspoken thoughts. You can only assist. This matter is beyond your capabilities. We require someone with a modicum of magical proficiency. Then let us enlist Sangu. Isn't that perfect? Chun Hao replied, but then recollected something and scratched his head, adding, oh right, he mentioned he would not participate in this affair. I'll be visiting him this afternoon to procure supplies. And he specifically underscored that point. I could persuade him. Xiaoyang retrieved his phone and called Li Xiaoyuan. Once connected, he briefly outlined the situation, requesting his assistance. This. Xiaoyang, you truly put me in a difficult position. Why not find someone else? In return for your future requests for talismans, I shall gift them to you without charge. Xiaoyang chuckled. I don't wish to trouble you. I have something advantageous to offer. If you come, I will teach you the first 3 needles of the lingering soul needle technique. What? Li Xiaoyuan's voice ascended in pitch, filled with excitement. Xiaoyang, are you serious? The subsequent 6 needles require a certain talent, and I doubt you can master them. However, the first 3 are not overly challenging. So, will you come? Need you even ask? Absolutely. Li Xiaoyuan made his decision almost instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. Li Xiaoyuan's reaction was entirely predictable, not to mention his status as a mere apprentice. Any spellcaster would find it impossible to resist the allure of the lingering soul needle. You're at school, right? Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Li Xiaoyuan exclaimed, as if fearing Xiaoyang might change his mind. This evening will suffice. I still need to prepare some ritual implements. I will send you the necessary items on your phone, and we can discuss it once you have completed your task. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyang carefully covered the jar with a piece of yellowed paper and replaced the tile back in a position before beckoning the two to leave the small building. Xiaoyang, did you not say that once we rescue Grandma Liang and Grandpa Zhao, you would be willing to die? Mui Qin hurried after Xiaoyang, gazing at him with concern. As she saw Xiaoyang nod, her heart sank. Do you wish to witness Grandpa Zhao's demise? 79. A blood corpse does not compose poetry. Xiaoyang refrained from answering her inquiry and instead asked Mui Qin, how much do you think old Zhao knows about Gao Ziyang's situation? Mui Qin replied, haven't we already analyzed this? Gao Ziyang was initially invited by him, and this ancestral hall was constructed for him. He must have some understanding of Gao Ziyang. Indeed so. Could you arrange a meeting with Grandpa Zhao for me? I wish to inquire further. What are you thinking? This matter concerns his reputation. Why would he share anything with you? It would be a blessing if he does not assist Gao Ziyang against you, given my current hold over his life and death. Xiaoyang's words left Mu Yiqin momentarily speechless. After a pause, she exclaimed, I see. You intend to use the release of Grandma Liang's spirit as leverage to threaten Grandpa Zhao? That is about the gist of it. I plan to give it a try. After contemplating the feasibility of the matter, Mu Yiqin remarked, although somewhat perilous, it is indeed a viable approach. However, I lack direct contact information for Grandpa Zhao. To relay a message, you would have to seek assistance from my cousin. Lu Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly. At present, divulging the truth to Zhao Yuming was inadvisable. Enlisting her aid would necessitate fabricating a pretext. As the two were conversing, Mu Yiqin's mobile phone chimed. Upon answering, she informed Lu Xiaoyang that several colleagues she had previously summoned had arrived and were en route from the parking area. Then escort them to recover the remains. I shall retire for the evening. Lu Xiaoyang stretched languidly, beckoning Chun Hao to depart. The police's retrieval of the body would merely entail procedural formalities, obviating his presence. Since afternoon, he had been tirelessly investigating the shrine, leaving him thoroughly fatigued. Or the urn containing Grandma Liang's spirit. Shall it remain unattended? Should I dispatch a couple of individuals to maintain vigil near the cottage? Mu Yiqin inquired, hastening to catch up. Unnecessary. The urn shall remain undisturbed. Gao Ziyang cannot relocate it, for any movement would irrevocably disrupt the shrine's feng shui configuration. Lu Xiaoyang mused. Realizing this was the sole advantage he currently possessed, the shrine is immovable. Irrespective of Gao Ziyang's motive for constructing the altar, he must inevitably arrive here to execute subsequent operations. Should all other avenues prove futile, he might contemplate lying in wait for him here. Having bid farewell to Mui Chen, Lu Xiaoyang returned to the dormitory with Chunhao. Lin Mo and Lu Weidong were engrossed in a game of cards when they noticed Lu Xiaoyang returning, prompting them to rise and greet him eagerly. Xiaoyang, you have finally returned. We couldn't reach you by phone. I was on the verge of calling the police. Lin Mo exclaimed with evident concern. Oh, I had muted my phone while attending to some matters. Is there a reason to involve the authorities? Lu Xiaoyang replied, bemused. Nothing serious, just worried about you. There's been talk outside that Longo wants you to kneel and apologize within 3 days. I'm afraid he might come looking for trouble. Lu Xiaoyang responded with a look of disbelief. Lu Weidong seized the opportunity to inquire, Xiaoyang, how did you manage to single-handedly challenge 5 of Long Ji's men this afternoon? Do you know martial arts? Could you teach me? Well, our skills are not meant for dissemination, unless you decide to join our dragon team. Dragon team? Both Lu Weidong and Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. I am a retired member of the dragon team, known as the Guardian Warrior. With that, Lu Xiaoyang left the two in a state of shock and went to freshen up. Later, while lying in bed and browsing his phone, Lu Xiaoyang noticed several messages from Xiaoyang asking what he was up to and stating she needed to talk to him, urging him to get in touch once he saw her messages. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyang stepped out of his room to return her call. Xiaoyang, I finally managed to reach you. Where have you been? Why have you been ignoring me? Xiaoyang's voice carried a hint of grievance. Oh, I was just busy handling some matters with Officer Mu and couldn't take the call. You too. Handling matters? Xiaoyang's tone suggested that she might have misunderstood the situation, prompting Lu Xiaoyang to clarify that he was engaged in official business at the small building. Why'd you go back in there again? Have you found anything out? Xiaoyang asked with a hint of nervousness. Well, it's difficult to explain over the phone. Let us discuss it in person, Lu Xiaoyang replied dismissively, quickly shifting the topic. Sister Ming, is there something you need from me? Yes, my grandfather wishes to meet you. Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Your grandfather? How does he know about me? I told him. You asked me to inquire about the origins of that small building, and I relayed the happenings of the past few days to him. My grandfather mentioned that after the construction of that building, many strange occurrences transpired. He has consulted several shamans, yet none could resolve the issues. So he wishes to meet you to discuss it in person. Xiaoyang chuckled. I have spoken very highly of you, you know. Moreover, I have never brought a boy home before. You are the first. Xiaoyang, is that all right with you? Sure, no problem. Lu Xiaoyang hardly registered her last words as he pondered the reason behind the Zhao family's desire to meet him. Most likely, it was to assess him or perhaps to win him over. This conveniently spared him the trouble of concocting an excuse, allowing Xiaoyang to introduce him. Did the elder mention when he would like to meet? Lu Xiaoyang inquired. He intended to come see you tonight, but I couldn't reach you at the time. Now it's too late. Perhaps tomorrow would be better. Then let's meet tomorrow at noon. I'll come over after my class. Perfect. You can join us for lunch and experience the culinary skills of my family as chef. Why not your own skills? Haha, I don't know how to cook. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoyang stood still for a moment before returning to his dormitory and lying back down on his bed. Who did you just call? Teacher Zhao. Chunhao inquired, playfully tapping Lu Xiaoyang on the head. Their beds were positioned closely together, and due to Chunhao's unpleasant foot odor, Lu Xiaoyang had insisted on sleeping head-to-head. It's none of your business. Just go to sleep, he replied, too fatigued from the day's exertions to engage in conversation. Chunhao glanced at Lu Weidong and Lin Mo, who were still engrossed in their card game on the opposite bed, and leaned closer to Lu Xiaoyang, whispering, I just suddenly figured out a difficult problem. Would you like to hear about it? Analyze what? Lu Xiaoyang questioned, skeptical. I have unraveled the meaning behind Sun Bo's last 2 words. Lu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Go ahead. I've pondered over it for so long without any clarity. I hardly believe you could uncover any insight. Chunhao chuckled softly. Such a significant clue deserves some reward, does it not? How about 100 yuan? 100 yuan? You're utterly insulting me. Unless you intend to insult me 100 times over. Will you listen or not? If not, I'm going to sleep. Lu Xiaoyang had little patience for idle chatter. This time, I don't want money. I just need you to speak favorably about me in front of Officer Mu. Hee, I have a good feeling about her. Lu Xiaoyang replied. Fine, just hurry up and tell me. Chunhao propped his elbow on his head and sat up with a smug expression, exclaiming, I just suddenly recalled that didn't T-Sanga mention that the corpse from back then, upon resurrection, had decaying skin and was drenched in blood? Therefore, what Sun Hao referred to as writing 16 verses is not poetry, but rather blood corpses. Incredible. 80. The resurrected mother. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly sprang up. Indeed, blood corpses. Initially, he was puzzled about how some form of sorcery could possibly relate to literature. It turned out he had misunderstood it isn't about writing 16 verses, but rather involving 16 blood corpses. I understand now. This phrase must pertain to the sorcery or ritual that Gao Xiang intends to perform, which necessitates 16 blood corpses to be fulfilled. Impressive, Huangmao. How'd you come up with that? Just a spark of inspiration. Of course, it mainly stems from my superior intellect. Chun Hao smugly raked his fingers through his tousled hair. He had not anticipated that this riddle would unravel in such an abrupt manner. Lu Xiaoyang felt a wave of emotion. He had indeed overcomplicated things. Although he didn't believe in Chun Hao's intelligence, he could still consider him a fortunate harbinger. Xiaoyang, don't forget the promise you made to me earlier. Rest assured, I will speak to her tomorrow. If she declines, I shall cast a binding spell, ensuring that your wishes are realized. Chun Hao quickly waved his hands. Let us forget that. She is a police officer. If I pursue that, I face at least a decade behind bars. 16 corpses, 16. A flicker of realization ignited within Lu Xiaoyang as he retrieved his backpack, extracting the copies of the documents provided by Mui Chen. 13 copies, corresponding to 13 deceased individuals. If my reasoning holds true, 3 more souls are destined to fall victim to Gao Ziyang. Lu Xiaoyang inhaled sharply, contemplating that since this was to fulfill a certain ritual, the selection of these 16 individuals was undoubtedly deliberate. Otherwise, Gao Ziyang would not have claimed merely 2 lives per year. Thus, these deceased must share some underlying similarity. If I could uncover this pattern, perhaps I could identify the next victim before the act of murder occurs. With this thought, Lu Xiaoyang found himself wide awake, poring over the files with meticulous attention. Meanwhile, less than 2 kilometers away from the vocational college, in a nearby residential complex, a young woman was unlocking her front door. She tossed her handbag onto the sofa, shedding her outerwear as she made her way towards the bedroom. Mom, I'm home. Is there anything to eat? In the bedroom, a modestly dressed, middle-aged woman reclined against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. There's porridge in the kitchen, Xiaoya. Help yourself, her mother replied without looking up. Mom, you won't believe who I ran into today. It was our neighbor, Xiaoyang. He working as a security inspector at the subway station, and he recognized me immediately. Isn't that a coincidence? Oh, just go have your porridge, her mother responded with a disinterested tone, unfazed by her daughter's enthusiasm. Engrossed in reading novels, Xiaoya could only pout in dissatisfaction. It seemed that at some point, her mother had become utterly captivated by reading, spending her days glued to her phone, indulging in her obsession to such an extent that it might warrant a thunderous intervention from the deity of lightning. Aside from the mundane tasks of grocery shopping and meal preparation, the mother and daughter exchanged scarcely a handful of words throughout the day. Occasionally, Xiaoya contemplated initiating a conversation with her mother, only to be met with the same perfunctory responses of and ah. Nevertheless, her mother's culinary skills remained commendable. In the kitchen, Xiaoya ladled herself a bowl of mung bean porridge, savoring its delightful taste when her phone suddenly buzzed. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered it was the very person she had mentioned to her mother earlier, Xiaoyang. Their previous conversation had been brief due to his work commitments, yet they had exchanged numbers. Xiaoyang, have you finished work? She inquired, while continuing to enjoy her porridge. Yes, Xiaoya. I truly didn't expect to run into you in Jinling. Are you about to graduate? Indeed, I have 1 more year left. Which school do you attend? Jinling Vocational College. Oh, the university town area. I've been there. I shall come visit you one day. Do come. You're single, right? I can introduce you to a female classmate. After a pleasant exchange, Xiaoya finished her porridge and remarked, It's getting late. I must retire for the night, or I'll risk oversleeping and rendering my mother's breakfast efforts futile. All right, wait a moment. Who did you say makes you breakfast? My mother. Oh, I didn't mention it? She has come here to accompany me in my studies. A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line. Before a solemn Xiaoyang implored, "Xiaoya, please refrain from jesting about Auntie in such a manner. It is unseemly." "What do you mean? I don't comprehend. What jest are you referring to?" Xiaoya responded, then called out towards the bedroom. "Mother, would you care for some congee? Shall I ladle you a bowl?" Who are you speaking with just now?" Xiaoyang's tone underwent an immediate transformation. "With my mother, of course. Didn't I mention she was here? Are you being serious?" Xiaoya giggled. "Why would I deceive you about something like this? If you doubt me, I'll have my mother speak with you." Xiaoya proceeded towards the bedroom. "Mother, it's Xiaoyang. Would you like to exchange a few words with him?" Her mother shook her head, engrossed in her phone. "Xiaoya, have you perhaps encountered some mental health challenges?" Xiaoyang inquired hesitantly from the other end of the phone. "What are you implying, Xiaoyang? I am perfectly fine. But Auntie passed away half a year ago. Have you forgotten? I even attended the funeral. Are you cursing my mother? Nothing has happened to her." Xiaoya retorted indignantly. "Please, remain calm, Xiaoya. Would I jest with you about something of this gravity? Reflect carefully. Auntie passed away in a car accident. On the day of the funeral, there was torrential rain, and you even fainted due to excessive grief." Thud! Xiaoya's fingers trembled, causing her phone to slip and fall to the ground. Deep within her psyche, something seemed to have been abruptly awakened. The scene Xiaoyang described, she seemed to genuinely recall experiencing it. On a rainy day, amidst the damp hills, a gravestone of my mother. No, my mother is not dead. There was no accident. It is all a fabrication. Two starkly contrasting memories intertwine within Xiaoya's mind. One narrative gradually gains dominance. My mother perished in a car accident. It was a Wuling Hongguang, a delivery vehicle bound for the countryside, driven by a drunken man. At that moment, my mother was outside our home, bending down to wash vegetables, when the out-of-control car struck her, rolling over her head. The driver was apprehended. His wife, a plump middle-aged woman cradling a child, knelt before me, pleading for a letter of forgiveness, offering to sell her possessions for compensation. I received not a penny. After burying my mother, I took a 6-month leave from school and journeyed to Matoa in Tibet to heal. There, I encountered a handsome Tibetan youth with strikingly large eyes. After parting from him, I returned to school, refraining from mentioning my family's misfortune, quietly attending classes. But when did my mother reappear? At this juncture, the memory begins to blur. If my mother is truly deceased, then who is the person who accompanied me in my bedroom for several months? A suffocating sensation grips Xiaoya's heart. 81. I have become a mere specter. Could it be that my overwhelming longing for my mother has led to a fragmentation of my identity? Just as depicted in a suspense film, it is indeed I who purchases groceries and prepares meals each day, merely envisioning the persona of my mother. Yes, it must be so. What phantoms could possibly exist in this world? Now that I have awakened, the illusion of my mother should dissipate. Xiaoya reassured herself, taking a deep breath as she made her way to the bedroom. Upon crossing the threshold, she lifted her gaze toward the bed. Mother, still there. How could this be? I am certain I have awakened. Could it be that this is not a mere figment of my imagination, but truly a ghost? Xiaoya, what is the matter? At that moment, her mother slowly raised her head, looking at her with bewilderment. And no, nothing. I must not allow her to perceive my realization of the truth. Xiaoya quickly recognized this, and, with great difficulty, forced a smile for her mother, saying, I just remembered. I have a package I forgot to collect. It will be overdue tomorrow. I'll go retrieve it, Mom. You should stop reading and get some rest. With that, Xiaoya turned and exited the bedroom before her mother could respond. On the bed, her mother lifted her head for a brief moment, then lowered it again to continue gazing at her phone. Had Xiaoya ventured a little closer, she would have noticed that the screen was devoid of text or images. It was nothing more than a blank void. This was not a genuine phone, but rather a model crafted from paper. At last, I have escaped. Watching the changing numbers of the elevator, Xiaoya leaned against the wall, exhaling forcefully. As the taut nerves finally relaxed, Xiaoya realized she was drenched in sweat and instinctively wiped her face with her hand. The sensation was rigid, as if a layer of paper had adhered to her skin. What was happening? Xiaoya pressed firmly against the paper-like layer, attempting to find an opening to tear it away, but her force was excessive, resulting in a gaping hole. Her fingers penetrated through her head, reaching all the way to the nape of her neck. Inside her skull felt soft, as though something slippery was continuously gliding through her fingers. Xiaoyang stood frozen in shock. After a moment, she turned her gaze to the left. To the left of the elevator, there was a television screen designated for advertisements, which would shut off deep into the night. In the dim light, it served as a makeshift mirror. Through the inky blackness of the screen, Xiaoyang caught a glimpse of her own reflection. Her face was ghostly pale with her eyes, mouth, and nose outlined in crimson lines. The edges of the gaping hole in her cheek revealed a thick layer of white paper. Beneath the rupture, a mass of black. Tendril-like forms appeared, writhing slowly, completely filling the interior of her body. Have I transformed into a paper figure? Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and the door slid open. A paper figure stood outside the door. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, the rudimentary mouth, painted in vivid red on its face, curled into a warm smile. Blooming with a friendly expression, the maternal figure extended her right arm, drawing forth a figure from behind her. A lengthy laceration marred the individual's abdomen. The flesh peeled back to reveal bloodied entrails cascading onto the ground. The mother, grasping the corpse by its elongated hair, oriented its visage towards Xiaoyang. It was her own face. In that instant of recognition, Xiaoyang experienced a moment of lucidity. Just moments prior, within the building, she hadn't managed to enter the elevator. As the doors parted, a hand had pierced her form from behind, subsequently pulverizing her internal organs. So, I was already deceased at that point, but who am I now then, a specter? And why have I been transmuted into a paper effigy akin to mother? Child, come, the mother beckoned, extending a hand. Whether due to attrition or the shoddy craftsmanship of the paper effigy, numerous perforations riddled her hand and arm. Through these apertures, one could discern the same ebony tendrils as within Xiaoyang's own form, ceaselessly writhing, some even extending outwards. The existential quandaries regarding life and death gradually dissipated. Xiaoyang grasped the offered hand, and together they exited the elevator. Deep within the mountains beside a lake, I beheld. What was it that I truly saw? Thwack! A piece of chalk struck Xiaoyang's forehead, wrenching him from the depths of his reverie. Looking up, the teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle stood with one hand on his hip, his face filled with indignation as he gazed at me. University is not as strict as high school, and I do not expect you all to listen attentively at all times. However, this is your first class with me, and you dare to audaciously doze off? You are challenging my authority. Teacher, I wasn't sleeping. I merely lost focus for a moment. This class is about e-commerce, my field of study, and offending the teacher is hardly wise, so Lu Xiaoyang hastily explained. Just a moment of distraction, is it? Very well. We were discussing the history of e-commerce in our country. Let me pose a simple question. Who founded JD? Calm? What was it? Lu. Something? Lu Nung? No, that's not right. Oh, I remember. Lu Huaqiang. In a state of confusion, Lu Xiaoyang seemed to have heard that name before. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. The teacher's expression darkened. Are you deliberately provoking me? Just admit whether or not you were paying attention. Well, teacher, if you covered it, then I must have listened. But what if you didn't? As a teacher, how could I ask you anything if I hadn't taught it? Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyang was expelled from the classroom, instructed to reflect on his attitude before returning. The next class was also about e-commerce, and since he could not enter, he decided to return to his dormitory to prepare, as he also had a banquet to attend at noon. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyang continued to ponder the dreams he had experienced the previous night. In class just now, he was distracted by this matter. That dream was truly peculiar. It unfolded in a desolate wilderness, nestled between two mountains, and was strewn with pebbles. Lu Xiaoyang walked barefoot upon the stones, drawn forward by a mysterious red light or something akin to it. After quite some time, he emerged from a gorge, revealing a vast lake ahead. The water was dark and tranquil, yet emanated an indescribable sense of dread. Lu Xiaoyang stood at the lakeside for a considerable duration, and then, it seemed, something extraordinary transpired. He appeared to encounter a particularly terrifying entity, but when Lu Xiaoyang attempted to recall the details, nothing came to mind. Only a vague memory of a colossal creature with scarlet eyes lingered. As a practitioner at the Heavenly Master Realm, I should not be subject to ordinary prophetic dreams. Thus, this is certainly no commonplace dream. What could it possibly signify? After much contemplation, Lu Xiaoyang could not remember the continuation of the dream and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. 82. There is something amiss with this boss. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Xiaoyang called Mu Yiqin, divulging the truth about the 16 blood corpses and the clues he had uncovered from the files. The sole commonality among them lies in their fates, all belonging to the yin element of the 5 elements, marked by the convergence of yin under the influence of gui. Speak plainly, I do not understand this technical jargon. Mu Yiqin replied, bewildered. Is the quality of being a medium. Such individuals appear no different from ordinary people, except for their susceptibility to malevolent spirits. However, in the hands of a nefarious sorcerer, they become the most suitable candidates for sacrificial rites. This is the most crucial clue that Lu Xiaoyang uncovered after studying those documents for nearly an hour. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiqin took a deep breath and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Gao Ziyang selectively chose them from the crowd to cultivate some form of spell?" "Yes. It pertains to spells associated with live sacrifices." Lu Xiaoyang hypothesized that the grotesque 2-part corpses were likely byproducts created through the ritual of live sacrifice. However, based on the Fray 16 blood corpses, it appears that Gao Ziyang still requires the sacrifice of 3 more individuals to ultimately complete this ritual. 3 individuals possessing the quality of being a medium? Mu Yiqin confirmed. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyang interjected before she could ask. These mediums are rather elusive. Their occurrence among the general populace is exceedingly rare, approximately 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000? So that explains why it has taken Gao Ziyang several years to find 13? After receiving Lu Xiaoyang's affirmation, Mu Yiqin continued, what characteristics define this medium quality? I mean, how did Gao Ziyang identify them? Age, date of birth, gender, even physical attributes. All these elements constitute one's fate. None can be overlooked. I deduced the clues using the information from their files, so what have you thought of? Student records. Mu Yiqin, displaying his intelligence, pondered for a moment before offering a response. Indeed, now you comprehend why all the deceased were either students or teachers from our school. Do you not? I understand. Mu Yiqin murmured. Those endowed with a medium's fate are certainly not exclusive to vocational colleges. However, without knowledge of an individual's birth date, it is exceedingly challenging to discern whether one possesses such abilities merely by visual observation. Gao Ziyang could not venture outside to arbitrarily inquire about someone's birthday. In contrast, a vocational college enrolls thousands of new students each year. By acquiring their records, one can preliminarily identify potential mediums through their birth dates and discernible physical features in photographs, subsequently conducting individual investigations to ultimately locate the genuine mediums. As for these student records, it goes without saying that they were provided to Gao Ziyang by the Zhao family. I never anticipated that Grandpa Zhao would indeed. Mu Yiqin sighed. Let's not dwell on this, since Gao Ziyang can uncover mediums through student records. You can do the same, correct? Truly, as a police officer, you grasp the essence swiftly. I contacted you to request access to the student records so that I may, using Gao Ziyang's method, identify the authentic mediums. Xiaoyang stated. This not only has the potential to save a life, but may also allow us to set a trap in advance, drawing Gao Ziyang out. Well, retrieving student records is not overly complicated. One merely needs a suitable justification. Do you require all the records? Just the first-year ones will suffice. Among the sophomore and junior students, if there were any mediums, they would have undoubtedly been eliminated by Gao Ziyang by now. Very well. I shall attend to this matter immediately. We must act swiftly. We need to locate the individual before Gao Ziyang does, or it will be rendered meaningless. Xiaoyang could not help but urge. To sift through thousands of files and make comparisons to identify 1 or 2 individuals is indeed a laborious task. Freshmen have only been enrolled for a mere 10 days, and Xiaoyang believed that Gao Ziyang had not yet completed his selection process. However, since he was a step behind, the time left for him was rather limited. Understood. I shall head to your school now. Shall we have lunch together? Unfortunately, I have a lunch appointment. You can dine with Huang Mao instead. He would be pleased to treat you, and you could take advantage of him. LV Xiaoyang recalled the request made by Chun Hao the previous night and mentioned it casually. What is there to enjoy with him? Mu Yishen materd. Is there nothing else? If not, I shall hang up. Wait a moment. I have a personal matter to consult you about. When people in the city celebrate someone's birthday, what do they typically gift? There are no strict rules regarding this. It is usually just a monetary contribution, right? The individual is particularly affluent. If I give too much, I would feel reluctant, and if I give too little, it would be inappropriate. I feel it would be better to present a tangible gift. Sigh. If you do not wish to contribute money, the gift you choose will surely be of little value, and they will not regard it highly. By the way, why not utilize your unique skills and present a peachwood sword or a safety talisman? It would be something that others do not have. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Lu Xiaoyang suddenly felt enlightened. Well, I just mentioned it casually. If you truly intend to give this, others must believe you are a sorcerer. Otherwise, they might just think you're trying to earn a living. All right, I understand now. Thank you, and I shall treat you to a meal later. He chuckled. But don't go back on your word. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyang realized that the call had already ended. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. He had previously checked the map, and the new Jinjiang Hotel was quite far from the university town. If he rode his bike there, the banquet would likely be commencing by the time he arrived. Thinking of Zheng Cc's presence, Lu Xiaoyang changed into a clean outfit and applied some gel to style his hair, feeling satisfied before stepping out. He first headed to the takeout station, mounted his electric bike, and leisurely made his way over. As he approached an intersection, while waiting for the traffic light, Lu Xiaoyang noticed a group of police officers gathered outside the entrance of a nearby residential complex, their purpose unclear. Adjacent to it was a supermarket, its sign reading Dongzi Supermarket. Dongzi Supermarket? Isn't that the one owned by that enchantress's son from last night? Lu Xiaoyang's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to wander over for a quick look. The supermarket was modest in size, resembling more of a convenience store, with its merchandise haphazardly arranged, giving off an impression of poor business. Behind the store's entrance hung thick curtains, allowing only a sliver of light to penetrate, rendering the entire space rather dim. Yet the lights remained off. Is anyone here? I'd like to purchase something, Lu Xiaoyang called out, but upon seeing no one, he added, just take what you need. Behind the counter, a languid voice emerged. LV Xiaoyang craned his neck to observe a small bed against the wall, where a man was reclining. It was the same Dongzi he had encountered the previous night. To LV Xiaoyang's astonishment, despite the summer heat, with temperatures soaring to at least 35 degrees Celsius, Dongzi was clad in a thick military coat, topped with a melon seed cap, as if preparing for winter. Are you not hot wearing all that in this sweltering heat? LV Xiaoyang inquired, his gaze fixated on Dongzi's hand as he rummaged for change, noticing several band-aids affixed to the back of it. Not at all. I am unwell and fear the cold, Dongzi replied. What peculiar ailment could cause such discomfort? LV Xiaoyang pressed on. A minor illness, Dongzi responded, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. After retrieving the change, he placed it on the counter and retreated to his bed, with his head bowed. Only a fraction of his face was visible beneath the brim of his cap, and LV Xiaoyang observed that his chin was also adorned with 2 or 3 band-aids. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of injuries can necessitate so many bandages. I noticed several police officers loitering nearby, cordoning off the area. Do you know if something has occurred? LV Xiaoyang inquired as he meticulously organized the change. It seems a girl from our building has died. The police are likely investigating the matter, Dongzi replied tersely. How'd he die? Did it attract the police? Perhaps it was a homicide. Do you need to purchase anything else? This statement clearly implies that one should leave. Where's your restroom? I would like to borrow it. Dongzi looked at him quizzically from beneath the brim of his hat and replied, there isn't one. How can that be? Where do you usually relieve yourself? The private restroom is not for public use. You may utilize the public restroom outside, Dongzi stated bluntly. Unable to hold it any longer, Lu Xiaoyang said, your restroom? It's on the 2nd floor, right? I apologize. Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards the nearby staircase. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoyang had sensed a faint aura of malevolence permeating the supermarket, intensifying near the staircase. This indicated that the source was located upstairs. Guided by the instincts of a sorcerer, Lu Xiaoyang felt compelled to investigate. "Hey, you can't go up there," Dongzi shouted anxiously. "I'm about to burst." Lu Xiaoyang hastened up the stairs. Upon arrival, he was met by a narrow corridor. One side of the wall, which once held a window, had been boarded up. The second floor was unlit, with only a sliver of light filtering through the gaps in the wooden planks, allowing Lu Xiaoyang to see just enough to navigate. On the opposite side of the corridor were two small rooms, one devoid of a door, cluttered with various items, and the other with its door slightly ajar. The malevolent aura emanated from behind this door. "Where's the restroom?" Lu Xiaoyang mused, glancing around before pushing open the ajar door. A potent and complex aroma assailed the senses, reminiscent of the scent of simmering traditional medicine, yet far more intense, interlaced with a hint of spiciness. The room was enveloped in a mist-like vapor. With a glance, Xiaoyang discerned a modest bedroom adorned with antiquated furniture, a wooden bed, and a coal stove. A cotton quilt lay strewn across the bed, its shape suggesting that someone had recently occupied it. The room was devoid of inhabitants. Although the malevolent aura was more pronounced than outside, the confined space rendered it difficult for Xiaoyang to pinpoint its source. His gaze ultimately settled upon the coal stove. Perched atop, it was a steel pot, bubbling vigorously, its contents a mystery. The steam and the pungent spiciness permeated the air emanating from the pot. As Xiaoyang approached, poised to lift the lid for a closer inspection, an elderly voice suddenly interjected, "Halt." Turning around, he beheld a hunchbacked old woman standing in the shadow of the doorway. Facing him, it was Dongzi's mother, the very spirit he had encountered the previous night. Just as Xiaoyang prepared to activate his celestial vision to discern her true nature, a breathless Dongzi appeared behind the old woman. "Mother, it's all right. Please return to the house." He supported his mother and guided her a few steps down the corridor before turning back to glare fiercely at Xiaoyang. "What are you doing in my mother's bedroom?" "Ah, I'm looking for the restroom." "Where's your toilet?" "Who allowed you to come here behind my counter?" "I apologize. Please take me quickly." Lu Xiaoyang forced a smile as he exited the room. Before descending the stairs, he cast a glance down the corridor, where the elderly lady had vanished. At the end of the passage stood an iron door. It remained uncertain whether the old woman had entered the storage room or slipped behind that door. After using the restroom, Lu Xiaoyang departed the supermarket under Dongzi's vigilant gaze. Shortly after his departure, Dongzi lowered the shutter and hastened to the second floor, pushing open the iron door at the end of the corridor. Behind the door lay a small compartment, furnished with a bathtub. The elderly lady sat submerged in the tub, the water cresting over her shoulders. Her body bore patches of decaying wounds, each wound clinging to elongated, leech-like creatures that writhed in the water, seemingly attempting to burrow into her flesh. A trickle of greenish blood continuously oozed from the wounds, gradually tinting the water in the tub. The elderly lady's face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, displayed an expression that was difficult to discern as either agony or ecstasy. The bizarre scene did not elicit any change in Dongzi's demeanor, evidently. He had long since become accustomed to such sights. "Mother, why did you go out just now?" Dongzi gazed at his mother, a hint of reproach in his voice as he remarked, "He is merely a reckless fool. What if you expose your secrets?" "I have not yet entered the water," his mother replied leisurely, lifting her head, her gaze imbued with gravity. That individual did not come seeking a restroom. "Surely not. Then what is his purpose for coming here?" Dongzi said, momentarily stunned. "I cannot say. Perhaps I am merely overthinking," she continued. "Dongzi, you must exercise caution." She extended her arm, marred with wounds, beckoning to him. As her arm emerged from the water, the clusters of leech-like creatures appeared to sense discomfort, writhing even more frantically. Dongzi approached and squatted before the bathing tub. His mother reached out, tenderly stroking his hair, her voice filled with affection. "Dongzi, in this world, aside from your mother, no one else will treat you kindly. They are all ill-intentioned, and you must remain vigilant." "Mother, I understand," Dongzi replied, his obedient demeanor reflecting his enjoyment of her affectionate touch. "Let me see your wounds." His mother casually tore off a Band-Aid from his chin. Beneath it lay a slender, scratch-like injury. She gently pressed the skin on either side, parting it slightly to reveal 2 rows of tiny teeth. This rendered the wound reminiscent of a delicate mouth. Beneath each band-aid, there existed a mouth adorned with teeth. Almost there, just a little longer, his mother said with evident delight. As Xiaoyang pedaled his bicycle, he reflected upon the scene he had witnessed earlier at the supermarket. The emergence of the elderly woman had palpably intensified the demonic aura, corroborating his initial assessment. The old woman was indeed a demon. Her failure to suppress her demonic energy suggested either a lack of proficiency due to her low cultivation level or a lapse in vigilance, predicated on the assumption that ordinary individuals are incapable of perceiving such energies. However, Xiaoyang was perplexed as to why a transformed demon would masquerade as an old woman and even acquire a son. During his encounter with the elderly woman, Xiaoyang had contemplated apprehending her for interrogation. His hand had already reached into his belt, grasping his copper coins, but he ultimately desisted. His decision was deliberate. Given the demon's apparent affection for Dongzi, whom she regarded as her son, Xiaoyang surmised that she was unlikely to relocate in the immediate future. He resolved to postpone the matter until he had more time to dedicate to it. Temporarily setting aside the matter of the old woman, Xiaoyang began to contemplate what he should say upon meeting Zheng Baifu. Indeed, he was en route to Zheng Baifu's birthday banquet, a piece of information that Xiaoyang had provided during their telephone conversation the previous evening. Xiaoyang, who had been concerned about getting in touch with Zheng Baifu, was not about to miss this opportunity. He intended to confront Zheng Baifu directly and inquire as to why he would marry his daughter to Wang Jiala. Finally, he arrived at his destination, the new Jinjiang Hotel. Xiaoyang gazed upward at the towering structure, which stood at least 20 stories high. The resplendent sign, emblazoned in gold, attested to the hotel's opulence. Having parked his vehicle, Xiaoyang was about to enter when his phone abruptly rang. Upon inspection, he discovered the caller to be Xiaoyang. "Sister Ming, is there something you require?" Xiaoyang inquired as he answered the call. "Indeed," Xiaoyang responded. "My grandfather is eager to become acquainted with you sooner rather than later. Would you be amenable to arriving earlier this afternoon to converse with him, followed by a shared dinner?" "Certainly," he replied. "I shall proceed thereupon, concluding the feast." "Feast? Are you alluding to Zheng Baifu's birthday banquet? Surely you're not intending to partake in the formal dinner?" Xiaoyang's voice conveyed concern as she continued. "Was it your intention to seek a private audience with him after the meal? At the formal dinner, the Wang family, father and son, will be present. Should you publicly confront him regarding Zheng Cici's matter, the Wangs will undoubtedly intervene." "Understood. I am prepared for potential ridicule. It extends beyond mere ridicule. By publicly referencing the engagement, you would be slighting the Wang family. That pair is far from benign. No, Xiaoyang, await my arrival. I shall accompany you." "Sister Ming, I am grateful. However, your presence would inevitably lead to misinterpretations. Allow me to handle this independently. Rest assured, I shall not suffer any disadvantage." Following a brief exchange with Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang concluded the call and strode purposefully into the hotel. New Jinjiang, Suite 8888. As the establishment's most opulent suite, the minimum expenditure here is 100,000 yuan. However, even with the willingness to spend such an amount, not everyone is entitled to host a gathering here. Certainly, Zheng Baifu's status is insufficient. His ability to host his birthday banquet here is solely attributable to the favor extended by his in-law, Wang Quan. At this moment, just past noon, Zheng Baifu personally filled the glasses of a dozen esteemed guests and announced the commencement of the banquet. As the guest of honor, he was expected to occupy the principal seat. However, this position was usurped by a dignified man in his 50s. Zheng Baifu rose from his place of honor, holding his glass with both hands, and respectfully bowed to the man. "Secretary, I would like to toast you with this first cup. It is truly an honor to have you at my birthday celebration. My heartfelt gratitude. You see, I am so overwhelmed that I can hardly articulate my feelings." Secretary Li offered a faint smile, raising his glass in acknowledgement, a gesture of reciprocity. Before receiving the invitation, he was entirely unaware of who Zheng Baifu was. His presence at the banquet was solely due to his association with Wang Quan. He wondered how the young master of the Wang family had taken a liking to such a parvenu's daughter. Secretary Li cast a casual glance at the shy young lady seated beside Wang Jiala. She was indeed fair of face, yet her lineage was rather lacking. Zheng Baifu proceeded to toast each guest, demonstrating profound respect for all. Those seated at this table were esteemed guests invited by Wang Quan, individuals he seldom encountered. After several rounds of toasts, a gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, approximately 60 years of age, stood up with a glass in hand. He was Wang Quan, the father of Wang Jiala, and one of the wealthiest merchants in Jinling, with a kind and gentle demeanor, even exhibiting a touch of scholarly grace. He appeared far from the archetypal businessman. Esteemed guests, today, I, Wang, have gathered you all for a banquet, primarily to celebrate the birthday of my esteemed in-law, and secondly, to invite you as witnesses to the engagement of my son, Jiala, who shall be betrothed to Zheng Cici. This feast also serves as their engagement banquet. Upon hearing these words, the previously humbled guests displayed expressions of sudden realization. So, it is an engagement banquet. No wonder it is so grand. In an instant, blessings poured forth from everyone, uttering the customary praises of a match made in heaven. Father, how has it become an engagement banquet? Zheng Cici quietly tugged at Zheng Baifu's sleeve, her voice tinged with urgency. It was the Wang family's request to hold it earlier. It is my fault for not informing you. Your father had no choice but to acquiesce, Zheng Baifu whispered to his daughter. But it was agreed to be next month. Whether it is early or late, what difference does it make? It must be done regardless. Did you not already consent? I see, given the circumstances, it is best to refrain from further comment. With so many esteemed guests present, we cannot afford to undermine the Wang family's reputation. Otherwise, we shall bear the consequences. The quiet exchange between father and daughter went unnoticed by the others. After receiving a multitude of blessings, Wang Quan signaled to Zheng Baifu. The two rose together, stepping aside to produce the prepared name cards bearing the birth dates and zodiac signs of their respective children, ready to exchange them publicly. This tradition of exchanging engagement cards is not widely practiced in Jinling, yet, given the occasion, a semblance of ceremony is necessary. The idea of the card exchange was proposed by Wang Jiala. Mr. Wang also invited Secretary General Li to act as a witness, handing him the betrothal cards of the two fiancés and requesting him to preside over the ceremony. Having Secretary General Li personally officiate the engagement ceremony was a matter of great prestige for the Wang family. Originally, he had intended to ask Zhao Chong, who held a higher position, to assume this role, but Zhao Chong declined due to being overburdened with official duties and did not attend the banquet. Very well, I shall serve as the master of ceremonies today, Secretary General Li said graciously in public. I now announce that the betrothal card exchange ceremony of Wang Jiala and Zheng Cici is officially. Hold on a moment. A resounding voice suddenly echoed from outside the private room, interrupting Secretary General Li's script. Amidst the collective astonishment, everyone turned to look. A young man, with two security guards hanging off his arms, was striding into the private room. Lu Xiaoyang, 85. I'm here to offer birthday greetings. Lu Xiaoyang. Zheng Cici exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. Wang Jiala's expression changed abruptly as he leaned in to whisper a few words to his father. Wang Quan cast a cold glance toward Zheng Baifu. Did you summon him? No, that's not the case. How could that be? Zheng Baifu hastily approached Lu Xiaoyang, frowning as he said, Why have you come? With a shrug, Lu Xiaoyang sent the two burly security guards flying, leaving them dazed and disoriented. The crowd was slightly taken aback by this scene. I heard that Uncle Zheng is celebrating his 50th birthday today, so I came to offer my congratulations. Lu Xiaoyang said with a smile. Felicitations on your birthday. A wry grimace contorted Zheng Baifu's lips. Felicitations indeed. This is a blatant attempt to sabotage. Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Shall we discuss this in private? Zheng Baifu gestured emphatically to Xiaoyang, entreating him. Very well. Despite his displeasure with Zheng Baifu's actions, he remained mindful of his relationship with Zheng Cici's father. If avoidable, Xiaoyang preferred not to exacerbate the situation. As he turned to leave, Wang Jiao's voice reverberated from behind. Halt. Xiaoyang, you disrupted my engagement ceremony. You think you can just leave? Whatever you have to say it here. Xiaoyang shrugged at Zheng Baifu. Uncle Zheng, I'll speak my mind then. Why are you coercing Cici into marrying Wang Jiao? Didn't I tell you the other day? Theirs is a love match, not coercion, Zheng Baifu declared with conviction. In the presence of the Wangs, he had no choice but to maintain a firm stance. Besides, who my daughter marries is none of your concern. On the contrary, it is very much my concern. Xiaoyang produced a time-worn, crimson card from his pocket, its edges frayed from age. He brandished it before the assembled guests. Esteemed guests, I assure you, I am not acting without cause. This card represents the exchange of betrothal vows between Zheng Cici and myself. Zheng Cici is my fiancée until our covenant is dissolved. Do I not have the right to know why she intends to marry another? What? You and Zheng Cici are betrothed? The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by a few who displayed expressions of eager curiosity. Bang! Wang Quan slammed his palm onto the dining table, sending several bowls and dishes flying. Zheng Baifu, how do you explain this matter? Zheng Baifu's forehead visibly glistened with cold sweat. The situation hinted that if not handled properly, the engagement between Cici and Wang Jiala would likely be at risk. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Baifu turned to Xiaoyang and declared, "This engagement is null and void." Xiaoyang paused slightly. Uncle Zheng, I must remind you that your signature is on this document. Indeed, it is my signature. At that time, I was intoxicated by your master, who coerced me into signing it. I regretted it immediately afterward, but your master refused to return the invitation card to me. Therefore, I assert it is invalid. Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zheng Baifu might deny the accusation, but he had not expected such a feeble excuse, even going so far as to slander his own master. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Master? This person actually has a master? Wang Jiala burst into laughter. What master? Is it a comedic troupe from the Yunxi, perhaps Yinhe Jiuxiao? Several guests joined in the mirth. Young man, since this is a misunderstanding, I shall not hold it against you. Now, please leave promptly. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively. In front of several distinguished guests, he refrained from displaying excessive anger, feigning magnanimity as he spoke. The most pressing matter at hand was to proceed with the engagement ceremony. As for that insignificant fellow, Xiaoyang, I'll find ways to teach him a lesson later. Wang Jialua, however, didn't want Xiaoyang to leave just like that. He regarded Xiaoyang's recent actions as an unpardonable affront. Even though he couldn't directly act out in front of everyone, he wanted to find a pretext to make him look foolish, thus venting his anger. So, he said with a smile, Xiaoyang, didn't you say you came to offer birthday wishes? Did you bring a gift? He gestured towards the tea table next to the dining table, which was laden with presents, including plaques, calligraphy, ginseng, coral trees. At a glance, they were all valuable items. Being a country bumpkin, I don't expect your gift to be as precious as ours, but it should at least be somewhat presentable, right? You didn't come empty-handed, did you? As soon as Wang Jialua said this, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoyang's face. Zheng Baifu smiled faintly, wearing an expression that said, "You brought this on yourself." Zheng Cici looked anxious and wanted to say something, but Zheng Baifu leaned in and whispered in her ear, "It's good for him to embarrass himself a little. That way, Jialua can vent his anger and might not make trouble for him when we get back. If you speak up for him, you're just harming him." Upon hearing this, Zheng Cici dared not speak, but looked at Xiaoyang with particular sadness. The last time they met, Xiaoyang was still delivering takeout. How could he have the money to buy any valuable gifts? Of course, I have a gift, Xiaoyang said with a smile. How could one attend a feast without bringing a gift? He reached into his pocket, took out something, and slapped it heavily on the table. As he removed his palm, a drawn talisman was revealed. Mr. Zheng, before my master departed, he informed me that this year you're under the influence of the white tiger, and your fate is beset by calamity. This breaking evil talisman is a creation of my own hand. Though it may not avert your misfortune, it can surely safeguard your life. This is the grand gift prepared by Xiaoyang. Life is the most precious of all. Hence, this spiritual talisman holds greater value than any material offering. Of course, this is merely Xiaoyang's personal belief. Upon concluding his words, a profound silence enveloped the room for approximately 10 seconds, only to be shattered by the raucous laughter of Wang Jiala. Ha ha! Rising to his feet, he addressed Zheng Baifu. Did you hear that, esteemed father-in-law? It can preserve your life. Should you express your gratitude to your savior? Secretary Li and several distinguished guests could not help but shake their heads in amusement. Initially, as outsiders, they bore no significant disdain toward Lu Xiaoyang. They were merely curious spectators eager to witness the nature of his birthday offering. However, what they encountered was utterly unexpected. Even a charlatan of the underworld ought to employ some semblance of trickery. To expect others to believe that a talisman could save lives through mere empty words was nothing short of absurd. To save a life. Huh. Zheng Baifu was well aware of Wang Jiala's anticipation and, with a cold smirk directed at Lu Xiaoyang, remarked, "It seems that the mystical tricks of the old Taoist Zhang have been inherited by you. Xiaoyang, this is Jinling, not the mountains. The people here are not so easily deceived. It would be wiser for you to focus on your studies and strive for a respectable career in the future. As for this gift, I shall consider it as merely a gesture." With that, he picked up the talisman and carelessly tossed it onto the ground. The talisman floated down to Wang Jiala's feet, where he forcefully crushed it beneath his heel. Lu Xiaoyang paused for a moment in silence before raising his gaze to Zheng Baifu. "Uncle Zheng, this is your doing. The opportunity was already presented to you. I hope that you will not come to regret it later." 86. What is the matter? Are you feeling indignant? Regret? You just mentioned that I have a death curse or something. Today is my birthday, and you wish for my demise. Zheng Baifu, incensed, waved his hand dismissively. "Given that we are fellow townsmen, I shall not hold it against you. Now be off, and do not seek me out again." Lu Xiaoyang chose to ignore him and turned to gaze at Zheng Sisi. This was the first moment their eyes met since his entry into the private room. "Sisi, I came today to tell you face to face that if you're being forced into marriage for any reason, confide in me, and I shall help you. Trust me." Zheng Sisi fought valiantly to suppress her tears. "Lu Xiaoyang, you should not have come here. Please leave quickly." She could not allow him to create further disturbances. If Lu Xiaoyang departed now, she might still implore Wang Jiala to spare him. Otherwise, should he utter anything further offensive, she would be unable to protect him. With Wang Jiala's temperament, he was capable of anything. Yet, Lu Xiaoyang seemed oblivious to her concerns, declaring, "If I leave now, would that not render my visit futile? So what must I do? I want you to come with me." Lu Xiaoyang asserted his demand emphatically. "You." Zheng Sisi cast a glance at Wang Jiala, whose face was ashen with fury. She understood that, at this moment, the most effective way to protect Xiaoyang was to snatch the nameplate from his hands, shred it to pieces, and utter some heartless words. This might cause him to let go of his feelings. Wang Jiala would likely be satisfied with her performance, which could potentially spare Xiaoyang from harm. However, despite her efforts, she could never bring herself to do it. "Xiaoyang, you should leave now and never seek me out again." From Zheng Sisi's deeply meaningful gaze, Xiaoyang vaguely comprehended something. It seemed he could no longer press her. He nodded and intended to depart. Yet, just as he turned away, he suddenly felt a sharp sting at the nape of his neck, akin to the bite of a hornet. Upon instinctively touching it, he discovered a peculiar, crimson beetle, its odd form resembling a human face with features awkwardly assembled. A chilling sensation seeped from the bite into his body. Corpse chi. Xiaoyang was startled and quickly activated his protective energy to expel the malevolent force. The creature was a corpse bug. His body's reaction, combined with the beetle's bizarre appearance, led Xiaoyang to recognize its origin. The corpse bug was a secret technique of the Jiangxiang sect, a mystical faction within folk magic. Jiangxiang sect is a branch that evolved from Taoism, specializing in feng shui and physiognomy, while also practicing certain spells. In the bygone era, it was a clandestine yet vibrant organization. Its practitioners often traversed the world under the guise of Taoist priests, but they were essentially charlatans rather than true sorcerers. The practitioners of arcane arts pursue their craft primarily to deceive, showcasing their supernatural abilities to render their methods more convincing. Take, for instance, the corpse manifestation bug. This diminutive creature is fashioned from paper, soaked in corpse oil for several days, and imbued with incantations, transforming it into a rudimentary, malevolent spirit. Within this insect resides a certain quantity of cadaveric essence, which, upon stinging a victim, injects the noxious aura of death into their body. When an unsuspecting individual falls prey to this affliction, their physique gradually succumbs to decay. Without timely intervention, they may become a walking corpse within a span of 10 days to a fortnight. Thus, the utility of the corpse manifestation bug is rather straightforward. The adept practitioners of the Xiaoyang sect often seek out affluent merchants, discreetly releasing these bugs to inflict their venom. Once the victim exhibits symptoms of deterioration, they naturally seek medical assistance, at which point the practitioners re-emerge, offering their cures and reaping substantial rewards. Alternatively, these tactics may be employed against beautiful women to swindle wealth and allure. Following the establishment of the nation, sects such as Xiaoyang and Luban have been largely dismantled. Xiaoyang had heard of these sects' method from his master, but never anticipated encountering one in the flesh today. At this moment, he grasped the corpse manifestation bug in one hand, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the gathered individuals, ultimately resting upon a pale-faced young man seated to the right of Wang Jiala. This young man, adorned in a vintage, double-breasted long coat, rested his right hand upon the table, delicately playing with a string of beads, and bestowed upon Xiaoyang a smile, shrouded in mystery. It was most likely him. As a destitute male, it was evident that the intent behind using the corpse manifestation bug on me could not be for monetary gain or seduction. Rather, it seemed he aimed to eliminate me discreetly. Upon this thought, Xiaoyang casually pulled a chair and seated himself between Wang Jiala and the young man, fixing his gaze upon him with a direct inquiry. A disciple of the Xiaoyang sect? The smile on the young man's face froze as he stared wide-eyed at Xiaoyang. What? Are you afraid to admit it? To wield a corpse manifestation bug, you must at least be a big cabinet within the Xiaoyang sect, no? The term big cabinet is an abbreviation for big master, denoting a rank within the sect. The young man appeared increasingly alarmed, straightening his posture as he replied, red flower, green leaves, white lotus root. This was evidently a code phrase. Xiaoyang recognized that the young man had mistakenly taken him for a fellow disciple, hence the attempt to assess his affiliation through the code. He shook his head and said, I don't understand. You must be a friend of Wang Xiao, right? Did he instruct you to act against me? The young man let out a cold chuckle. Realizing that Xiaoyang was not a fellow disciple, he regained his confidence. Since you are aware of the name Xiaoyang sect, you possess some knowledge. Now, kneel and bow 3 times to Wang Xiao in apology, and I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Are you referring to the corpse manifestation bug? The young man smiled silently. Very well, I apologize. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyang delivered a powerful punch to the young man's abdomen. The young man gasped in sharp pain, instinctively opening his mouth. Xiaoyang then raised his right hand and swiftly pressed it against the young man's mouth, forcing the corpse manifestation bug down his throat. The act of devouring a corpse-summoning insect is fundamentally distinct from merely being stung by it. Once the corpse-summoning insect is dissolved by gastric acid, the miasma of death it harbors within is wholly released, permeating the internal organs. Being trapped within the abdomen, this noxious essence proves exceedingly difficult to expel. Moreover, Xiaoyang had added some additional ingredients to the corpse-summoning insect. Ugh! The young man immediately fell to his knees, desperately clawing at his throat as he began to vomit. This spectacle left all present utterly bewildered. Aside from the Wang father and son, the others were entirely in the dark regarding Xiaoyang's motives for targeting this young man, their prior conversation shrouded in mystery. As the young man doubled over in retching, everyone else felt inexplicably lost. Xiaoyang, what have you done to him? Wang Jiala, in a fit of rage, seized Xiaoyang by the collar. Oh, I almost overlooked the fact that you were the mastermind. Xiaoyang regarded him with an unflinching calm. And let us not forget yesterday, when you incited Zhao Jinlong to sever my arm. This debt warrants settling. I must have misheard, Wang Jiala scoffed, a sneer spreading across his face. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to hold me accountable? With a sudden motion, Xiaoyang wrenched free from Wang Jiala's grip, pressing his hand firmly against the table. He then seized a pair of chopsticks, driving them forcefully downwards. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly fragile bamboo chopsticks pierced through the palm and the sturdy tabletop, nailing Wang Jiala's hand to the surface like a spike. Xiaoyang, still seething with rage, seized a pair of chopsticks and thrust them downwards, then picked up a fork. Stop! At that moment, the crowd regained their senses and rushed forward to restrain Xiaoyang. With a slight shake of his shoulder, he sent two individuals sprawling. Gazing at the contorted face of Wang Jiala, he sneered, "What's wrong? Are you not convinced?" With a swift motion, the fork plunged forcefully. 87. You shall not escape this room. Wang Jiala let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Security. Where are the security personnel? Bangquan Bayuba. After a prolonged moment, a portly security officer, limping on one leg, entered the private room. Sir, several of my colleagues have been knocked out by him. It's him. I just regained consciousness. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Due to the esteemed status of Secretary Li and several distinguished guests, the hotel had deployed 7 or 8 security guards to stand watch outside prior to their arrival. Little did they expect that all of them would be taken down by Xiaoyang. No wonder he had been able to enter the private room unimpeded. Xiaoyang, you must leave at once. Zheng Cici rushed forward, grasping his arm and tugging him towards the exit. Regardless of his formidable fighting skills, he had already stirred up a considerable disaster. If he did not depart promptly, the consequences would be dire. Secretary Li, you oversee the law enforcement department. Surely this constitutes intentional assault? My family demands an explanation, Wang Quan implored, looking earnestly at Secretary Li. Although he wielded immense power in Jinling, capable of effortlessly eliminating Xiaoyang with a mere flick of his hand, allowing him to leave the private room unscathed would utterly tarnish the reputation of the Wang family. The most prudent course of action now was to leverage Secretary Li's connections to employ authority and detain Xiaoyang, thereby salvaging some semblance of dignity. Secretary Li hesitated for a moment before commanding Xiaoyang, "Halt! You have injured someone in public and dare to flee from justice?" "I have no intention of leaving," Xiaoyang replied with a smile, then turned to Zheng Cici, saying, "So you do care about me after all?" Zheng Cici was taken aback. Was this person truly heartless? Even in such a dire situation, he could still afford to smile. "As long as you don't leave," she replied. With a cold snort, Secretary Li extracted his phone and dialed his subordinates. On the other side, Wang Quan was struggling to pry Wang Jiala's hand away from the table. However, the chopsticks were lodged too tightly, and with the slightest movement, Wang Jiala emitted a cry of agony. "Dear relative, do not move him for now. I've already called for an ambulance," Zheng Baifu said hurriedly, his face pale with shock at the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Xiaoyang's phone rang. It was Zhao Yiming calling. Upon answering, Xiaoyang heard her voice. "Xiaoyang, is everything sorted out? I'm on my way to pick you up. I might not be able to go with you. I've injured someone and will soon be taken away." "Injured someone? Did you get into a fight? You weren't hurt, were you?" Zhao Yiming inquired with concern. "I'm fine, but they want to take me to the police station." "Who did you injure?" "Wang Jiala." Zhao Yiming appeared momentarily stunned and asked, "Is it serious?" "Not really, just hurt my hand," replied Xiaoyang, glancing at Wang Jiala. Wang, whose hand was still lodged in the table, looked pale as a ghost and was on the verge of fainting. "Oh, that's a relief. What if that is the case? Perhaps if you could obtain the other party's forgiveness and offer some compensation, there would be no need to pursue criminal proceedings, right?" Xiaoyang forced a smile. "It's useless for you to say that. They are determined to take me in. A high-ranking official has already reported it." "A high-ranking official? Who is that?" "I don't know anyone." "Well, just wait for now. By the way, Xiaoyang, do you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine for dinner tonight?" Zhao Yiming casually remarked. Xiaoyang thought. Was she implying she had a way to prevent him from being taken to the station? Given Zhao Yiming's background, he believed she could indeed extricate him from such a predicament. However, having harmed someone of that high status in full view of others and with the police already alerted posed a dilemma. If he were simply released, how could he explain that to the Wang family? As he hung up the phone, he heard Wang Quan sneer, "Kid, for what you're saying? It sounds like someone is coming to your rescue." "Well, my friend said that if we could gain your understanding." "Understanding my foot? What are you thinking? Do you really believe that the Wang family is merely a shadow in Jinling? Wang Quan roared with indignation. Bring your friends along. If you can leave this private room unscathed today, I shall write the character Wang backwards. Wang's words echoed, but Xiaoyang pondered. Writing Wang backwards still spells Wang, does it not? If you dare to alter Quanta Ba, now that would be impressive. After speaking, Wang Quan felt a twinge of unease and deliberately addressed Secretary Li. Secretary Li, you have heard. There may be those who attempt to intercede on his behalf. I trust you will handle the matter with fairness. Rest assured, I have always been impartial. Secretary Li replied with a faint smile. He understood that today, Wang Quan's face must be preserved, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, he harbored no belief that this impoverished youth could summon any significant figures to plead for him. The police have yet to arrive, correct? Then I shall indulge in a bit more, for I am still hungry. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyang boldly approached Wang Jiala, seated himself beside him, and, procuring a clean pair of chopsticks, began to devour the sumptuous feast laid before them. This was not an act of pretense. Rather, the spread was simply too lavish to resist, especially since he had not had lunch. After all, he had already brought a gift. It would be a shame not to partake. While I must admit, I am somewhat impressed, young man. Bangquan snadat. Eat up. For once you reach the detention center, the food there leaves much to be desired. Thank you for the advice, Xiaoyang replied, engrossed in his meal, when suddenly, the frail voice of Wang Jiala pierced his thoughts. Xiaoyang, once we are inside, just wait and see how I will bring about your demise. Xiaoyang turned his head and was met with a venomous gaze. The fact that he could still speak indicated that he was not yet in sufficient pain. With a swift motion, Xiaoyang seized a slotted spoon and plunged it into the back of his hand. Uncle, you must call quickly, or else you will be taken away. Xiaoyang exclaimed urgently, having pulled over to the roadside, speaking into the phone to her uncle. I am aware of this dinner gathering. I did not attend, but the highest-ranking official present is Secretary Li. He must be supporting the Wang family. After a brief silence, her uncle replied, if I demand his release now, it would be rather humiliating. Instead, let your friend visit the bureau, and I shall make a call to ensure his release. No, they value their reputation. Does my friend not care for his? Furthermore, this matter may profoundly affect my future happiness. How does this concern you? Her uncle inquired, puzzled. He is not just an ordinary friend. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to contact you? Fearing her uncle's reluctance to assist, Xiaoyang gritted her teeth and declared, he may very well be your future nephew-in-law. You should consider your course of action. With that, she abruptly ended the call and resumed driving towards Xiaoyang. She realized she hadn't even inquired about what they would be having for dinner. This thought began to occupy her mind. As for her uncle, she felt no concern whatsoever. 88. Is the Wang family truly a clan of geomancers? A squad of police officers burst into the private room, saluting Secretary Li with precision. As Secretary Li was about to issue an order to apprehend someone, Wang Quan gestured for him to wait a moment and turned to Xiaoyang, inquiring, have you had enough to eat? Xiaoyang spat out a piece of chicken bone and nodded slightly in response. Is there really no one to intercede on your behalf? Must we linger here longer? Wang Quan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. No more waiting, let's depart. It appears that Xiaoyang's connections are insufficient. However, Xiaoyang felt no disappointment. His earlier remarks over the phone were not intended to solicit Xiaoyang's intervention, but merely to clarify the situation, lest she think he had deliberately stood her up. Take him away. With Secretary Li's command, several officers approached Xiaoyang, restraining him and fastening handcuffs around his wrists. Xiaoyang. Watching as Xiaoyang was led away, Zheng Sisi bit her lip tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this point, she felt powerless. She began to contemplate how to plead with Wang Jiala upon her return, hoping to secure Xiaoyang's release. A group of officers escorted Xiaoyang toward the exit when, just then, Secretary Li's phone rang. Could it be that someone was indeed interceding on his behalf? Secretary Li pondered anxiously. However, upon seeing the name of the caller, he immediately felt at ease. Xiaoyang could never be connected to this individual. Hello, Zhao Shuji, greetings. What instructions do you have for me? What? This? Secretary Li abruptly snapped back to reality, calling out to the officers, hold on for a moment. He then stepped into a corner to take the call. Indeed, it is not a grave matter. The injury is not particularly severe. However, having witnessed it firsthand, if the host refuses to extend their understanding, it may prove troublesome. Very well, I shall endeavor to persuade them. It should be manageable. Director Xiao, you may continue with your business. Upon hanging up, Secretary Li wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling broadly as he drew Wang Quan closer. Well, I observe that my nephew's injury is not serious. This young man has an elder willing to offer compensation. What do you think? Shall we let this matter rest? Compensation. It has always been my Wang family compensating others. Am I in need of funds? Wang Quan erupted in anger. Secretary Li, the individual who called you is likely a person of some significance. I understand your predicament. Simply state that I refuse to accept compensation and whatever consequences arise. My Wang family will bear them. In spite of his ire, Wang Quan's reason prevailed. He could hardly comprehend that this rural bumpkin was acquainted with someone of Secretary Li's stature, and was indeed advocating on his behalf. Were it a trivial matter, he would certainly have obliged Secretary Li with a favor. Yet, the one injured was his own son. How could he possibly endure this? Moreover, he had already spoken so resolutely before the crowd. If he were to let Lu Xiaoyang go now, how could he maintain his standing in Jinling in the future? Secretary Li regarded him with a knowing smile and remarked, if you are unwilling to reconcile, I shall certainly act impartially. However, old Wang, I must caution you. The consequences shall be yours to bear. The final 4 words were pronounced with deliberate weight. Wang Quan was suddenly taken aback. As a seasoned individual, he vaguely sensed something and cautiously inquired, might you disclose the identity of that person? Zhao, observing Wang Quan's lingering confusion, Secretary Li added, in Jiangnan province. There is but one family with the surname Zhao. Wang Quan inhaled sharply, having deduced the person's identity, yet he still found it hard to believe. It cannot be. He is merely a destitute lad. How could it be? I am unaware. Secretary Li waved his hand dismissively. You must contemplate carefully whether to grant forgiveness. Should you insist, I shall apprehend him immediately. Wang Quan turned to glance at his son, whose hands were filled with cutlery, feeling a surge of reluctance. The recollection of his previous words stung his face with a burning shame. Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have let him go at that moment. Now, he was not only expected to release the individual, but also to forgive him. Father, we cannot let him go. The Wang family fears no one. Wang Jiala, who was in a semi-conscious state, summoned his last ounce of strength to utter. With a long sigh, Wang Quan addressed Secretary Li, I have chosen to forgive him. Release him. As soon as the words left his lips, the assembled guests, including Zheng Baifu and his daughter, widened their eyes in astonishment. They were not unaccustomed to the world, but the scene before them was undeniably somewhat surreal. Given the Wang family's stature in Jinling, to be so subdued was indeed remarkable. The depth of this young man's background was unfathomable. Many distinguished guests began to regard Lu Xiaoyang with a shifted perspective. Shi, I am leaving. When you have come to understand, do reach out to me. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Lu Xiaoyang, having been freed from his handcuffs, stretched his limbs and playfully brushed aside Zheng Shishi's bangs, a prank he often employed during their school days. Subsequently, he strode out of the private room with great determination. Several guests, including Secretary Li, discreetly bid their farewells and departed. Only the families of Wang and Zheng remained, awaiting the ambulance. Father-in-law, look at this. Zheng Baifu approached, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He still felt as if he were in a dream, unable to believe the events that had just transpired. Father-in-law, my foot. Get out of here, Wang Jiala shouted weakly. You all should leave. We can discuss everything later, Wang Quan said calmly to Zheng Baifu. Zheng Baifu took his daughter and exited. Father, why are you still being so polite to them? That Lu Xiaoyang is the one they brought in. Wang Jiala glared at his father with a twisted expression. Enough. We have suffered a defeat today, Wang Quan said, despondently sinking into a chair. But for the future of our Wang family, Zheng Shishi, you must marry. This resentment is too much for me to bear. I cannot endure it either. Recalling the earlier scenes, a pang of anguish shot through Wang Quan's heart, and he could not help but slap the dining table with force. The tremor of the table jolted Wang Jiala's wound, causing the already weakened individual to let out a tragic scream before losing consciousness. Sister Ming, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have faced imprisonment. In Xiaoyang's car, Xiaoyang recounted the events that transpired in the private room from beginning to end. You actually dealt with Wang Jiala in such a manner. Ha! You are truly ruthless, Xiaoyang remarked while driving. Nevertheless, well done. Even without the incident involving Zhang Cici, he had made several attempts on your life. So you were justified in teaching him a lesson. I just didn't expect you to be so formidable in a fight. It doesn't count. He was simply too inept. Xiaoyang replied with an embarrassed smile. He refrained from inquiring further about the connections Xiaoyang had utilized to compel Wang Quan to forgive him. After all, it sufficed that this favor was owed to her. However, Xiaoyang, you were a bit impulsive. Did you not consider the potential consequences of being apprehended? 89. The instigator, Zhao Jiasen. Well, I didn't think too much about it at the time, Xiaoyang admitted candidly. In retrospect, he realized that without Xiaoyang's assistance, the situation would have indeed spiraled out of control. He was unafraid of potential retaliation from the Wang family. But if they were to leverage connections to charge him with intentional harm, he could face 1.5 years in prison. What could he do then? Escape? In a civilized society, even a mage cannot openly defy the law. So, are you feeling apprehensive now? Xiaoyang observed his expression and chuckled. It is somewhat. However, if given another chance, I would still act in the same manner. Xiaoyang is not one to easily lose his temper. Yet there are matters that truly test one's patience. Mingjie, I am grateful to you. If you express your gratitude once more, I might just become irate. Xiaoyang shot him a glance, stating, if you truly engage in heinous acts, I cannot save you, but within my means, I shall not allow you to suffer indignities. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyang felt a warmth swell within his heart. By the way, were you satisfied with Zhang Cici's performance today? Xiaoyang asked, seemingly distracted. Well, I cannot say for certain. Prior to the banquet, Xiaoyang's ideal outcome was to take Zhang Cici away. However, the subsequent developments diverged somewhat. In retrospect, it seemed Zhang Cici had her reservations and was reluctant to confront Wang Jiala head-on. Not entirely good or bad. At least he still cares for me. Xiaoyang subtly curled her lips. So what will you do next? I am unsure. I shall wait for her to contact me. In Xiaoyang's presence, Xiaoyang reflected. From Zhang Cici's behavior today, he could discern that her agreement to become engaged to Wang Jiala indeed stemmed from some reluctance. Yet, had he not interrupted, the engagement ceremony would likely have proceeded smoothly, as Zhang Cici did not attempt to halt it. This left Xiaoyang feeling somewhat displeased. He held a strong affection for Zhang Cici, but he did not wish to be subservient. In this matter, he had already been sufficiently proactive and had conveyed all that needed to be said. What Xiaoyang seeks is her trust, to believe in oneself, to be capable of resolving his troubles. If even this trust is absent, then he has no intention of engaging in matters like today's again. Upon hearing his expression, Xiaoyang expressed her unwavering support. However, irrespective of what transpires between you and Zhang Cici in the future, the Wang family will not let today's incident rest easily. Xiaoyang, is there anything you require from me? Xiaoyang smiled gently, shaking his head as he replied, no need, Mingjie. I have previously mentioned that I will handle this matter myself. If they inquire about our relationship, simply state that we are ordinary friends. Would that be acceptable? Xiaoyang understood his need for dignity and reluctantly acquiesced. However, it was quite surprising that Wang Jiala had a disciple of the Jiangxiang sect by his side. How could such a person be loyal to him? Xiaoyang leaned back in his chair, murmuring to himself, perhaps he is associated with my uncle. Xiaoyang took the opportunity to speak. I have heard before that Wang Jiala's uncle is a renowned feng shui master in Jinling, famously referred to as the Wang family of Jinling, sought after by numerous dignitaries for his expertise. I was skeptical of such matters. Yet your previous remarks have sown seeds of doubt in my mind. A feng shui master? Xiaoyang was taken aback, never having anticipated that the Wang family possessed such a connection. He immediately resolved to seek out Li Chaoyuan for assistance in investigating this further. Xiaoyang brought the car to a halt. Lu Xiaoyang glanced outside, spotting a towering commercial building, and could not help but inquire. Do you reside here? What do you mean my home? This is a shopping mall. Let's go buy some clothes first. Why do I need to buy clothes? Xiaoyang chuckled. It's not that I find your attire shabby, but my grandfather is rather old-fashioned and places great importance on appearance. Since this is your first visit, you ought to present yourself decently. Lu Xiaoyang felt somewhat speechless. He was merely there to attend to business, not for a blind date. What did it matter if he dressed well or poorly? Nonetheless, faced with Zhao Yuming's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to accompany her out of the car. It seemed that Ming Jie attached considerable significance to this meeting. If she were to discover that I might have to deal with her grandfather, I wonder what her reaction would be. With this thought, Lu Xiaoyang felt a twinge of discomfort, and for the moment, he could only proceed with caution. Half an hour later, as they exited the mall, Lu Xiaoyang appeared completely transformed. A new shirt, casual trousers, and leather shoes, all freshly purchased. It was his first time donning leather shoes, and he felt an indescribable awkwardness as he walked. His hands were laden with 2 large bags filled with new garments. In Zhao Yuming's words, it was a rare occasion to shop, so one should indulge in a bountiful haul. As for Lu Xiaoyang, he found the clothes merely adequate. Yet when it came time to pay, Zhao Yuming swiped her card for over 20,000 yuan. If I were to inadvertently harm her grandfather, would I be obliged to reimburse her for this sum? Lu Xiaoyang thought helplessly. After their shopping spree, Zhao Yuming drove him back home. During the journey, Lu Xiaoyang deliberately inquired about Zhao Jiasen's circumstances. The old man resided in a villa situated far from the city, while Zhao Yuming's uncle, though employed in Jinling, usually lived in the city due to his hectic schedule and rarely returned home. Zhao Yuming, likewise, resided in the school dormitory because it was too far from home, only visiting the old man on weekends. The elderly gentleman led a solitary existence, rarely venturing out, spending his days tending to flowers and plants, practicing martial arts, and passing the time. By the way, Ming Jie, your grandfather fell ill the day before yesterday, right? How is he now? He is fine now. At his age, there are always a few ailments, but nothing serious. Lu Xiaoyang smiled, but remained silent. The elderly gentleman's lifespan was borrowed. Logically, he would not pass away nor fall ill before the term of his borrowed life was fulfilled. When Liang Suhua passed away, she was nearly 60. One could only wonder how many years of life the old man had borrowed from her. Over a decade had elapsed since then. Surely, his remaining years were dwindling. Lu Xiaoyang pondered silently. After a 40-minute drive, they finally arrived at Zhao Yuming's home. Previously, Zhao Yuming had mentioned that the old man lived in a countryside villa, leading Lu Xiaoyang to envision a typical rural courtyard. Given his circumstances, he imagined it would be modestly tall with a somewhat spacious yard. However, upon arriving at the doorstep, Lu Xiaoyang realized that poverty had constrained his imagination. Instead of a mere countryside villa, he was confronted with an expansive estate that seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Nestled within a basin flanked by 2 mountains, this estate boasts a grand lake, surrounded by pavilions and elegant structures. As Xiaoyang trailed behind Zhao Yuming, weaving through the ancient-style architecture, he felt as though he were wandering through a classical garden. Xiaoyang, how do you perceive the feng shui of my family's residence? Standing before the main house, which afforded a panoramic view of the estate, Zhao Yuming declared proudly, my grandfather mentioned that a friend, well-versed in feng shui, assisted in its design. He must be a person of great wisdom, much like yourself. Intrigued, Xiaoyang inquired, have you met him? Yes, I have encountered him a few times, came the reply. How old is he? He should be in his 50s now, Zhao Yuming answered. In light of his own estimation of Gao Ziyang's age, Xiaoyang surmised that it was most likely him. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a frail voice emanated from within the residence. Yuming, have our guests arrived? 90. What a peculiar old man Zhao Laotu is, Zhao Yuming exclaimed, tugging Xiaoyang's arm as they proceeded inside. At last, he would meet the esteemed elder. Xiaoyang felt a swirl of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside irrelevant thoughts, prepared to engage meaningfully with Zhao Jiasen. The living room was not as opulent as he had imagined. Rather, it exhibited a more understated, traditional Chinese aesthetic. Seated upon a mahogany sofa was an elderly gentleman clad in athletic attire. Zhao Jiasin himself. Upon noticing the two enter, he rose to greet them warmly. The elderly gentleman appeared to be in his early 60s, possessing a ruddy complexion and an exceptionally serene countenance, resembling any robust and hale senior citizen. "This must be Taoist Liu," Zhao Jiasin remarked with a genial smile as he observed Liu Xiaoyang. "I didn't expect someone so young and remarkably handsome. Yiming has an excellent eye." "You flatter me, Grandfather Zhao. I am undeserving of such praise," Liu Xiaoyang responded, extending his right hand as he approached. Zhao Jiasin paused momentarily before reciprocating the handshake. The warmth of his palm indicated the temperature of a living being. Yet, how could one detect no trace of yang energy emanating from him? If he was neither alive nor a reanimated corpse, what, indeed, was he? Harboring these questions, Liu Xiaoyang discreetly activated his celestial eye during the exchange of pleasantries, directing his gaze toward Zhao Jiasin. Instantly, he was astounded. Within Zhao Jiasin's abdomen resided a human head. The celestial eye, being unlike an ultrasound, could not provide a crystal-clear view of the body's interior. Liu Xiaoyang could only discern a vague outline, something not quite human in form. The hair of this head, as if imbued with life, undulated gently within Zhao Jiasin's body, with some strands extending into his limbs. This suggested that his internal structure was hollow. In essence, the Zhao Jiasin before him was akin to a human skin. Strangely, this human skin bore no trace of turbidity, and its mannerisms and speech were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. This is rather terrifying. Even though Xiaoyang is an encyclopedia when it comes to identifying malevolent entities, he finds himself momentarily bewildered about the true nature of old Zhao. Is he a peculiar form of zombie, or perhaps an evil spirit? "Xiaoyang, why are you silent? What are you pondering?" It was only when Zhao Yiming lightly touched his arm that Xiaoyang snapped back to reality. "My grandfather just inquired about your master." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang instantly became alert and smiled at Zhao Jiasin, saying, "My master is not a prominent figure, merely a rustic villager, hardly worth mentioning." Zhao Jiasin chuckled softly, not probing further, and then remarked, "Taoist I heard from Yiming that you explored an abandoned building at the school. Did you uncover anything of note?" It seems he is attempting to extract information from me." Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before deciding to address the matter directly. "We did uncover some information. That building was utilized by someone for cultivating a lifeline, and it may possibly involve your esteemed lady." "Are you implying my grandmother? She has been deceased for decades. How could she be connected?" Zhao Yiming queried in confusion. "This, I fear, is a question better posed to old Zhao." Xiaoyang gazed intently at Zhao Jiasin, his words laden with significance. Zhao Jiasin's expression remained unchanged as he gently shook his head, exhaling a sigh. "Initially, I intended to invite you for dinner to discuss this in greater detail. It appears I have been too hasty." He rose and walked toward a room on the right side of the living area. Without looking back, he said, "Taoist let us converse here. Yiming, you stay put and do not enter." Zhao Yiming rarely witnessed his grandfather's stern demeanor, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. This small room served as a tea chamber, adorned with 2 rows of mahogany chairs and a tea table at its center. After Li Xiaoyang entered, Zhao Jiasin closed the door and secured it with a lock. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you care for some tea? If our conversation does not resonate, perhaps even the tea will be withheld." Li Xiaoyang seated himself across from Zhao Jiasin and remarked, "Ha ha!" Zhao Jiasin chuckled heartily as he began to arrange the tea utensils, without lifting his gaze. He inquired, "How much do you know?" "Justa General Lubarbiel, Li Xiaoyang, Rapelia." "Care to share?" At this juncture, Li Xiaoyang ceased to conceal his findings and recounted the clues he had uncovered, including his identification of Zhao Jiasin. Zhao Jiasin listened intently, his expression betraying no emotion, as he remained focused on brewing the tea. Once he had completed his task, he poured a cup for Li Xiaoyang and finally lifted his head, speaking leisurely. "The Taoist from Maoshan is indeed formidable. With merely these clues, he has managed to reconstruct the events quite thoroughly. Gao Ziyang, it appears, has encountered a worthy adversary." Upon hearing the name Gao Ziyang, Li Xiaoyang felt a stir within and asked, "So, do you acknowledge everything I have said?" "While there are some discrepancies in the details, The essence remains largely accurate. Zhao Jixin lifted his own teacup and took a sip. Longjing, particularly the Preaching variety, is superior. The taste of aged tea pales in comparison. Wouldn't you agree? Is it customary for individuals of your stature to indulge in such pretentiousness when discussing matters? Xiaoyang retorted without reservation, haha. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. What is it that you seek? Confused by the question, Xiaoyang momentarily failed to grasp its meaning. You have come to see me, Haven Tu, to present your terms in person? Speak plainly, aside from desiring my granddaughter. Anything else is negotiable. Before Xiaoyang could respond, he continued, you must be aware of the extent of my power and what my promise signifies. Xiaoyang felt a tremor within. Surely, if he consented, asking for a few billion from him should not be deemed excessive. Faced with such temptation, to claim he felt no stirrings of desire would be disingenuous. However, Xiaoyang hesitated. He was not the kind of person who regarded wealth as worthless. His reluctance stemmed from a fear of tainting his moral compass, which could irrevocably jeopardize his path of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyang nearly refused him in tears. I believe you are mistaken. I have merely come to inquire about a few matters. Zhao Jiesin nodded, signaling him to continue. Firstly, where is Gao Ziyang? How can one locate him? Secondly, what is the significance of that altar? What is the purpose behind his sacrificial rituals? These two inquiries were pivotal to the entire situation. Upon finishing, Xiaoyang gazed intently at Zhao Jiesin. You are determined to investigate thoroughly, are you? Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider my earlier proposal? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang resolutely declared, there is no need to mention it further. I shall not allow myself the opportunity to waver. Oh, then what reason do I have to answer your questions? Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile, though her gaze grew increasingly cold. I am willing to converse with you out of respect for Ming Jie, but if you refuse to cooperate, I shall have to adopt a different approach to inquire. Indeed, she was well prepared. Zhao Jiesin nodded, setting down his teacup and speaking slowly. However, have you considered that since I dare to seek you out, I must have anticipated this possibility? Do you truly believe I fear you? A grin spread across Zhao Jiesin's face, widening until it nearly reached his ears. Strands of black hair began to emerge from his gaping mouth, spreading rapidly like a living entity. The battle with the old Zhao was imminent. After all the idle chatter, it was clear that confrontation was inevitable. Xiaoyang, already primed for combat, remained unruffled as she drew a peach-wood sword from her belt, simultaneously affixing a talisman for vanquishing evil to the hilt. The peach-wood sword, a type of Taoist sword, is among the most commonly utilized magical instruments by practitioners of the Tao, though the delicate wooden sword is not intended for direct thrusting. It requires the integration of various talismans and spells to yield distinct effects. One could say that the Taoist sword serves as a medium and vessel for the application of spells. Commonly, Taoist swords are available in both wooden and metallic forms, with peachwood being the most versatile among wooden swords, exerting a certain suppressive effect on any form of malevolent entity. Among the remaining materials are juju wood, pear wood, and locust wood, each exhibiting a relatively singular applicability. However, when confronted with certain malevolent entities that they can counter, their efficacy is significantly enhanced. The peachwood sword wielded by Xiaoyang is crafted from a 20-year-old peach tree, struck by lightning, and personally consecrated by Zhang Qishou, achieving a 5-star grade, making it a rarity among Taoist swords. Even more prestigious is the ghost-headed knife that Zhang Qishou himself utilizes, a treasure that is seldom encountered. As for the soul hook, while it is indeed a precious artifact, it cannot serve as a Taoist sword for the execution of spells, rendering it more suitable for close combat. At present, as the battle has just commenced, Xiaoyang remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Zhao Jiesin. To ensure caution, he opts for the conventional combat method of wielding the Taoist sword. After reciting a spell, the talisman ignites, and the ethereal light it emits envelopes the peachwood sword. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyang strikes downwards towards Zhao Jiesin's head. Zhao Jiesin, with a sinister grin, does not evade the attack. Instead, he opens his mouth wide, and a strand of hair parts to ensnare the descending peachwood sword. Instantly, a chilling aura envelopes the blade, sapping its spiritual energy. This fellow indeed possesses some formidable abilities. Before his spiritual energy could be entirely drained, Xiaoyang affixed another talisman and swiftly recited the incantation. Reinvigorated, the peachwood sword surged with spiritual brilliance, forcing the chilling aura to retreat in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang swept his sword towards the strand of hair, severing it completely. A cry of pain escaped Zhao Jiasin as he staggered back 2 meters. Xiaoyang brandished his sword once more. This time, Zhao Jiasin dared not confront him directly, instead circling the tea table, evading the onslaught while uttering peculiar sounds akin to an incomprehensible incantation. After pursuing for a short while without success, Xiaoyang opted to deliver a powerful kick, sending the tea table skidding into the corner. Just as he prepared to advance with his sword, he suddenly lost his footing and nearly fell. Glancing down, he was taken aback. From the once pristine and smooth wooden floor, a blood-like liquid seeped through the cracks, accompanied by fleshlight blossoms. They spread across the floor like frost, creating a slippery layer beneath his feet. It dawned on him that this was his soul field. Xiaoyang immediately comprehended the situation. A soul field is a place where malevolent entities linger for an extended period, continuously exuding tainted energy that gradually infects the surroundings, becoming an intrinsic part of the environment. Once established, the malevolent entity can wield formidable powers through this domain. Common manifestations of soul fields are often confined in obscure spaces, such as the coffins where zombies hide or the items possessed by evil spirits. Not only does a soul field provide a venue for malevolent entities to unleash their extraordinary abilities, but combat within such a space significantly enhances their strength as well. The peculiar transformation of the floor confirmed for Xiaoyang that this tea room was indeed Zhao Jiasin's soul field. No wonder he lured me here for a confrontation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true nature of this soul field's capabilities. Xiaoyang surveyed his surroundings, noting that not only the floor, but also the walls were continually manifesting flesh and blood. Amid this unsettling transformation, he felt tremors radiating from beneath his feet, further amplifying his astonishment. He must be stopped immediately. Otherwise, once this ability is fully realized, I fear I shall be trapped within it. With this thought, Xiaoyang once again raised the peachwood sword, pursuing Zhao Jiasin. However, Zhao Jiasin evaded confrontation, dodging while muttering that peculiar incantation, evidently striving to fortify the fluctuations of the soul realm. Yet, as the tea table had already been kicked aside and the space was limited, Xiaoyang swiftly cornered him against the wall. With a thrust aimed at his back, he struck with his sword. Thud! The peachwood sword pierced through Zhao Jiasin's body, a spray of crimson fluid erupting forth. Zhao Jiasin let out a wretched scream, yet he did not collapse. Instead, with nowhere else to escape, he clawed at the blood-smeared wall like a gecko, attempting to ascend to the ceiling. Desiring to flee, Xiaoyang, with his left hand conjuring a thunderous palm strike, accurately struck Zhao Jiasin's forehead just as he dashed past. Bang! Zhao Jiasin's body was propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang grasped his hair, intending to pull him back. A sudden sensation of weakness coursed through his hand. He staggered momentarily, and when he steadied himself and looked ahead, he saw Zhao Jiasin had already scurried several meters away. Yet what remained in his grasp was a crumpled piece of human skin. Ha ha ha! Truly a Maoshan Taoist, capable of forcing me to reveal my true form. Then, let us engage in a proper battle. Zhao Jiasin slowly rose from the ground. Xiaoyang cast a glance at him, nearly retching. Zhao Jiasin, devoid of human skin, bore a grotesque form. His half-red, half-white musculature was riddled with numerous depressions, resembling festering abscesses for which viscous fluid oozed incessantly. Among the viscous substance curled clusters of tendrils, akin to hair, rapidly proliferating and spreading across his body. In no time, the figure of Zhao Jiasin metamorphosed into a monstrous entity ensnared by writhing tendrils. Zhao Jiasin vigorously shook his body, causing the tendrils to unfurl. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he lunged toward Xiaoyang. At this juncture, the evolution of the soul realm had reached a significant stage. The accumulation of flesh and blood upon the floor rendered it increasingly soft and slick, rendering movement nearly impossible. Xiaoyang took a step back, nearly losing his balance. This momentary hesitation allowed the creature to nearly pounce upon him. The unfurled tendrils resembled a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, snapping towards him. Boom! The cavernous mouth closed. Yet it failed to ensnare its prey. In the final moment, Xiaoyang leapt, landing upon a nearby chair. "Did you think you could evade me so easily?" Zhao Jiasin sneered, adjusting his aim as the tendrils twisted into a singular mass and swept toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang leapt again, springing to another chair. The original chair was shattered by the onslaught of tendrils. The black whips continued their pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. There were 4 chairs in the room, and before long, all were reduced to splinters. At this point, Xiaoyang had ascended to the tea table. This is his final stronghold. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jiasin refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead revealing a disconcerting smile. "Now, you have nowhere to escape. 92. How shall I repay you? Then come forth." Lu Xiaoyang offered a slight smile. His composed reaction left Zhao Jiasin somewhat perplexed, but he hesitated only briefly before charging ahead. Lu Xiaoyang, unhurried, retrieved a handful of copper peas from his belt and scattered them before him. Upon touching the ground, the copper peas rolled in all directions, and upon contacting flesh, they evaporated instantaneously, revealing the original floor beneath. Zhao Jiasin stepped onto a copper pea and slipped, falling to the ground with a soft thud. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Xiaoyang leapt down, wielding a radiant peachwood sword, and thrust it towards the creature's abdomen. A piercing scream echoed outside the room. It was grandfather's voice. Standing at the door, Xiaoyang stared blankly at the silhouettes cast upon the frosted glass, unable to suppress the urge to pound on the door. "Grandfather Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Hurry, open the door." In response, only a roar emanating from something not quite human reached her ears. Alarmed, Xiaoyang recoiled a few steps. "No, I must get inside to see." Taking a deep breath, she returned to the living room, seeking something to break down the door. The peachwood sword became lodged in a mouth, firmly clamped by its grip. Lu Xiaoyang gazed closely at the face before him, an unsettling sensation coursing through him. This is not the face of Zhao Jiasin, but rather a grotesque visage, grotesquely protruding from his abdomen. As its mouth clamped down upon the peachwood sword, a viscous fluid began to seep forth, corroding the sword's spiritual essence. With a sharp crack, the peachwood sword splintered. Instantly, a cluster of hair erupted from that mouth, lunging towards Xiaoyang's face. Xiaoyang rolled backward to evade the attack and hurriedly returned to the tea table, lifting his gaze. Zhao Jiasin had risen once more, a triumphant expression etched upon the grotesque face on his belly. "Your Dao sword has been destroyed. What means do you possess now?" He refrained from attacking Xiaoyang further, as the 2 mouths began to chant an incantation in unison. The flesh and blood in the entire room trembled, first contracting, then expanding, maintaining a peculiar rhythm. In that instant, he realized it was the intestine. He comprehended the essence of the soul field's aberration. It was transforming into the intestine of a human or some creature. The violent tremors were the motions of the intestine. As the tremors intensified, the tea table began to shake violently, as if Zhao Jiasin intended to dislodge Xiaoyang in this manner. On the slick inner walls of the intestine, he found no foothold. Regardless of any means he possessed, their application would be rendered futile. "No more games," let it end. Yet, Xiaoyang merely smiled at him, forming hand seals and swiftly reciting an incantation. Heaven bestowed divine might, turn beings into soldiers. Taishan Laojun, urgent as the law commands. Those copper peas, already engulfed by flesh and blood, once again released their spiritual power, rolling rapidly towards Zhao Jiasin's feet. With a thunderous shout of charge from Lu Xiaoyang, all the copper peas erupted in succession. The bean's soup spell, the most formidable incantation executed with copper peas, could only be wielded by a Taoist who had attained the heavenly master realm. As a one-time magical artifact, the spiritual energy of a single copper pea was quite limited. However, when dozens or even hundreds detonated together, their power was beyond what ordinary malevolent entities could withstand. At the very least, Zhao Jiasin could not endure it. Amidst the cacophony of crackling explosions, Zhao Jiasin's towering figure collapsed with a resounding thud. He wailed loudly, rolling on the ground in agony. Simultaneously, the flesh and blood on the surrounding walls and floor visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. Lu Xiaoyang swiftly leaped down from the tea table, placing one foot firmly on Zhao Jiasin's back, and raised his right hand to strike the area just 2 inches below his neck. This spot, known as the Ghost Gate, represented the most critical vulnerability for any malevolent creature in human form. With a sharp crack, the blow landed, and Zhao Jiasin, who had been struggling moments before, instantly fell limp, lying motionless on the ground. At last, it was over. Lu Xiaoyang exhaled forcefully, squatting before Zhao Jiasin, and inquired, "Do you submit?" In delivering that strike to his Ghost Gate, Lu Xiaoyang had only exerted a third of his strength. His intention was to severely injure Zhao Jiasin, not to slay him. After all, so many secrets were concealed within him, and killing him would leave Lu Xiaoyang with no one to question. Suddenly, a gap was shattered into the frosted glass door, sending shards flying across the room. Xiaoyang turned to see Zhao Yiming holding a hammer, attempting to squeeze through a gap. Xiaoyang, I will tell you everything, but please do not let Yiming see me like this. Zhao Jiaxin pleaded, gripping Xiaoyang's arm tightly. Xiaoyang, you are. Zhao Yiming had already made her way inside, and upon catching sight of the creature at Xiaoyang's feet, she let out a piercing scream. It's dangerous here. You need to leave first. Xiaoyang urged anxieusely. All right, be careful. Zhao Yiming trembled as she fumbled with the door lock, suddenly recalling something. Where's my grandfather? She asked. The creature on the ground, lacking even human skin, was far from her mind as being her grandfather. Zhao Jiaxin immediately looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Your grandfather is fine. He's behind the tea table. Hurry and go, so I can rescue him. Trusting his words, Zhao Yiming quickly opened the door and exited, not wanting to hinder Xiaoyang. Thank you. Zhao Jiaxin gasped for breath. Quickly, give me the skin. Xiaoyang rose.